Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for January 25th, 2025. It's the second season of our show, and I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com, and Reality Hacker is one of 7 shows, 6 on the weekend and 1 Monday through Friday. Along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 10 articles, or no, 5. We're only going to talk about 5, sorry. Sorry. Kind of losing myself here. AI pets for emotional relief, scammers stealing savings, swabbing the ISS, AI enhanced handwriting, and humans answering AI questions. Flipping everything around. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. Once you do that, you can save articles and hide articles and submit stuff to us, and you got 50 channels that you can parse, each with a little bit more niche focus than the overall mainstream at ohmtown.com. But you can't get better than us here at ohmtown, talking smack about all kinds of stuff, the news, whatever, all kinds of stuff here. Come and hang out with us every day of the week at some point. But the only way to know is to be notified when we go live, and we really don't give much of a warning. Typically on the weekends it's at 4 o'clock. Monday through Friday it's at 7 p.m. ish. But why don't you follow us here on Twitch and the YouTubes. That's right, YouTubes, for all your tubing needs. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt, and that right there is the visualizer for the sentient AI that's about to butt in and say,
hello, hometown citizens. Hello, Mayor Watt.
Thanks for co-hosting the show. We've got 3 shows today: Reality Hacker, and then
Wanted, and then the continuity report.
Hey, look at that. We named the shows. Okay, so these... I got out of bed today. I've done all that I can. So these 3 shows get turned into the Saturday weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. So if you want everything like we normally do on Monday through Friday, you can subscribe to just that over on YouTube and download the podcast. Each one of these shows has their own podcast. One, again, is every day. That's Non Sequitur News. And then we break out 6 shows on the weekend. So you can subscribe to each individual one of them as an audio podcast, or go watch them all, 1,800 episodes or so of all of our shows, over on YouTube, because Twitch deletes everything after day 60. Thanks, Twitch. Anyway, and there's no comment. There's no commentary, like no. The community is only category. Live. Well, yeah, that too. Yeah, we don't really get categorized well, because what are they? Variety streamer for gaming is one thing. It's all under gaming, but variety streamer for news and talk and discussion,
it's all over the place.
Yeah, it's 50 different categories of show, and so we don't really show up very well on search results. So you either are very niche, a dumpster fire, or you're lost in the mix. Hey, everybody loves it. Consider us your well-contained dumpster fire. How about that? Right? Like, it's not gonna,
like a dumpster spark?
A dumpster sparkler. 50 different dumpster sparklers. I mean, they brighten your day, but they're not going to set fire to the entire block. It's somewhat entertaining. It's titillating, but it's not going to burn your eyebrows off. Anyway.
I suppose, but I'm not sure we want a lot of fire analogies right now.
Oh, too soon. I'm sorry. Hey, if you want all of today's articles, they're in the live broadcast show notes for all 3 of the shows. But if you hit exclamation or bang RH over in Twitch, that Twitch chat, you'll be able to get the show notes from Omatron. Same thing with Wanted. If you hit bang want, which, come on, who doesn't? And bang TCR, you'll be able to get the show notes for each of these shows. You know what? I'm going to do it for everybody. Here's want. And there is TCR, the Continuity Report, which is the third show today. All right. So this first article that we're going to talk about is Young Chinese turn to AI pets for emotional relief. At a shopping mall in Beijing, Shang Yachun, I think, murmurs quietly to her closest confidant, a fluffy AI-powered robot whose soothing chirps remind her that she is not alone. I do the same thing for the sentient AI.
You make soothing chirps?
So, just in case you didn't know, that's a real dog on the right side, I think, or a very, very well dressed.
I think it is, but I actually thought it was a robot given what the article was about.
Yeah, the one on the left is a robot. But, okay. So Mary Yang with Emily Wang from Nanjing put the article together for techexplore.com. And let me zoom in a little bit. So Shang, 19, has long battled with anxiety over school and work and has struggled to form deep friendships with other people since buying a Boo-Boo, B-O-O-B-O-O, an AI-powered robot that soothingly chirps to remind their owner that they're not alone. A smart pet that uses that artificial intelligence and interacts with humans has become kind of a lifesaver, right? Made life easier is what it says in the article. Quote, I feel like I now have someone to share the happy times with, Shang told AFP, in the apartment she shares with her parents and a real pet duck.
Wait, she has a pet duck already?
Maybe the parents do.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Or later on it becomes dinner or something. I don't know. It says it's a pet, though. A real pet duck. So across China, a growing number of people are turning to AI to combat social isolation as the technology becomes more mature and widely accepted. And I can say that, by the way, because less than a week ago, I had a conversation with somebody that said that their former pet became lunch, because that's kind of how farmers do it.
Yeah, but I don't get calling an animal a pet anyway. I know.
Well, let's just say the name Lucky was involved. Anyway, wriggly, furry, and resembling a guinea pig, Boo-Boo is produced by Hangshu Genmore Technology and retails for up to $190 or 1,400 won.
Which is a relatively low price considering what it is. I'm sure it probably doesn't do anything functional in the house.
So this is the little furry robot right there. I'll zoom in. That's the furry little robot. We actually did an article about these, I just realized, from CES.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought we had like AI or robot dogs and some other things. But okay, yes.
This is kind of the thing that just stares at you, right?
I'm not sure it's the same one, but it's similar.
So the global market for social robots like Boo-Boo is expected to grow by a factor of 7 to $42.5 billion by 2033, according to a consulting firm, iMark Group, with Asia already dominating the sector. For Guo Saichen, 33, a smart pet could help when he is unable to play with his child, which is just freaking sad.
By the way, that was Marumi from
right.
Yakai, I think, engineering.
Yeah, that was
the
a
other
different
one.
one.
The sloth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was, which is the one, yeah. There was one where it just kind of stares at you and then
that was it.
Moves and looks at you. But we did something with this before, I think, earlier, but there wasn't an extended article about it. So they say here, quote, right now family members are spending less time with the children, Guo said. as they examined a robotic dog on sale at the flagship store of the tech company Weilan in the eastern city of Nanjing. Weilan's AI dog, called Baby Alpha, sells for $1,090 and $3,500, and the company says 70% of buyers are families with young children.
This is more the price range I was expecting for a robot pet, but I know this is also more substantial.
Yeah, this one actually has a lot more functionality. The other one chirps to let you know that you're not alone. I receive bills. That lets me know.
Exactly. Of course, those could also be expensive.
They are expensive. I mean, the thing that keeps me company, those bills, they cost an arm and a leg. So social shifts like the impact of government's decades-long one-child policy are helping drive market growth, according to the experts. I thought that actually went away, but maybe not. In the 1990s, electronic pets like Tamagotchis and American-made Furbies that could mimic speech, computerized companions are becoming more functional with AI. I thought that maybe an AI-powered Furby would come into existence, but I guess not yet.
I think we'll still see something like that, even if it's not tied to it directly.
Yeah, there's more in this article, but it's basically kind of reiterating that there are people that are buying these pets, and we anthropomorphize them depending on who we are. I see that and I go, it's a robot dog. But I don't think I'm the type of person that would ever bond with a mechanical entity. It's
right. Well, it's interesting, especially for the people that are buying these for their kids, because it seems like a lot of kids learn some basic social skills by interacting with pets. So now, in a way, robot dogs are teaching kids things like compassion, which is fascinating, right? Part of the reason this is in the RealityHacker show.
Yeah, and it's actually quite astounding because up until this trend, I would have said that the one thing that robots and technology can't do is teach humans how to be humans. But we, with AI in particular, and just intelligent programming, we've taken human aspects and incorporated them into the mechanical aspects of technology. And they are now like the Tamagotchi. You had to water it, feed it. You had to clean it. You had to play with it. You had to nurture it. And it was constant. That was probably the nascent beginnings of this teaching a human how to have compassion and empathy. That may no longer matter. But I guess we'll see. We'll watch this. Technology teaching humans how to be human, I think, is fascinating.
Yeah, we've certainly entered a new era.
Because I've spoken about this for 15 years. And prior to the last 15 years, I've been doing it too. But essentially professionally, I've been doing this for the last 15 years. And I always ask the audience, is there somewhere that technology cannot penetrate? And everybody gives me a bunch of different answers over the years. But I've never heard anybody say we can teach humans how to be humans by using a robot. I now actually retract that statement and say the times have changed. We now can teach humans to be human by using technology. Kind of fascinating. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in Technology Today. India's digital arrest scammers stealing savings. Within 5 hours, while sitting at home in India, retired Professor Kamta Prasad Singh handed over their hard-earned savings to online fraudsters impersonating police. Ashwari Kumar put the article together over at techexplore.com. The cybercrime known as digital arrest, where fraudsters pose online as law enforcement officials and order police to transfer huge amounts of money, has become so rampant that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has issued warnings. Singh told AFP that money was his life savings. Over the years, they'd skipped having tea outside, walking to avoid spending on public transport. Only I know how I saved my money. Police say the scammers have exploited the vast gap between the breakneck speed of India's data digitalization, from personal details to online banking, and the lagging awareness of many basic internet safety.
So basically, the technology is past where the societal understanding is, which
Correct.
is a recipe for disaster for those trying to abuse it.
Correct, because there is no baseline teaching of click with care, which is my project. One of many of my projects, but one of my projects is basically teaching a baseline foundational understanding to make yourself digitally savvy in the modern age. You don't have to be brilliantly street smart to just avoid this. If somebody calls you up and says, we're the police, you need to transfer X, Y, and Z over, then say, well, I'll meet you at the police station.
Yeah, exactly. And also, at least in the US, I can't speak for other countries, if something like that would happen, which would be pretty unusual to begin with, you would receive a notice, a written notice, like
right.
via the postal mail, not an email or a text or a phone call or carrier pigeon or whatever.
Right. Yeah. It's not going to be a text. So they say basically ruined. India runs the world's largest biometric digital identity program called Aadhaar, or Foundation in Hindi, a unique card issued to India's more than 1 billion people and increasingly required for financial transactions. Scammers often claim that they're police investigating questionable payments, quoting their target's Aadhaar number to appear genuine. They then request the victim make a temporary bank transfer to validate their accounts before stealing the cash. They transferred over $16,000. Yeah, it's a bummer. So,
it is. And it's hard to retrieve money from some of these individuals, right? Because they're often skilled at hiding their identities or locations.
Yeah, I mean, I tell people in the United States, you're going to get caught, not if, but when. So just do the ethical thing and fight on the side of right. And, some do it. India registered 17,470 cybercrimes in 2022, including 6,491 cases of online bank fraud, according to the latest government data. Kaveri, 71, told AFP her story on condition her name was changed. She said fraudsters posed as officials from the U.S. courier FedEx, claiming that she'd sent a package containing drugs, passports, and credit cards. They offered her full name and Aadhaar ID details as proof, followed by well-forged letters from the Central Bank of India and Central Bureau of Investigation, the country's top investigative agency. The moment that you do that, I would have said, I'll meet you at the CBI office in downtown wherever.
Exactly, and see how fast they backtrack. I mean, I have to say this one seems more elaborate because it sounds like they actually produced written notices. I mean, I know those can be forged, but we know if somebody's making a phone call or something, that's not how they're going to tell you you owe money or something.
We don't know the nature of the well-forged letters. It could have been a PDF that was shown.
Exactly. It's not necessarily something that was actually delivered. But you're right. I mean, meet or contact the official location separately.
This is just insane.
And plus, agencies aren't going to ask you to send money to check if the account works or whatever. That's not how those things are checked.
She transferred the savings from a house sale totaling around $120,000 in 4 installments over 6 days before the fraudsters vanished. Wow. All right. But then they say my trust in banks has mostly gone. But it isn't the bank. It isn't the institution. It's their personal failing because they didn't know about it. And it's the societal failing because they don't inform the society.
Correct. I mean, she's blaming the bank here because the bank is basically like, hey, you still owe money or whatever. I mean, it looks like she took that. I don't know if she took that alone, but anyway, I think there's more to that. But I agree. Like, there's a bigger problem here, and the banks didn't cause this.
Yeah, all they had to do, all that person had to do was say to the bank, is this legit?
Right, and the bank presumably would have said, no, don't transfer any money.
Right. And if they do say that it is legit, you make sure that it's in writing so that they can be the one that's liable for any of the losses.
But some of that requires some knowledge that people are out there to scam you, which is part of the problem here.
Correct. You have to be a little cynical. You have to be a little jaded. But you have to be a little paranoid. But that's what keeps your ass safe. So, all right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Astronauts set to swab the exterior of station for microbial life. Yeah, probably oozed out from the inside. Astronauts are scheduled to venture outside the International Space Station to collect microbial samples during crew spacewalks for the ISS external microorganism experiment. This investigation focuses on sampling at sites near life support system vents to examine whether the spacecraft releases microorganisms, how many, and how far they may have traveled. That's interesting.
It is. And this may be an odd article for RealityHacker, but it seemed like it opens some questions about what is life and where is life and just some bigger picture.
Yeah, what is
where
supported.
Is this life coming from?
Yeah, what's interesting though is that we supposedly got a completely sterilized spacecraft back with a sample, but it had biological terrestrial biological material in it.
Which is like, well, what was contaminated and where did it come from? That was from the asteroid, correct?
Correct.
The new, I think.
Yeah. So this experiment could help researchers understand whether and how these microorganisms survive and reproduce in the harsh space environment and how they may perform at planetary destinations such as the Moon and Mars. Extremophiles, or microorganisms that can survive extreme environments, harsh environments, are also of interest to industries on Earth, such as pharmaceuticals and agriculture. This is one of the shortest articles that I've ever seen.
Wait, but there's some information about the sterilization, which is interesting because you brought that up without reading this article in that paragraph right there in your cursor.
Yeah, what does it say?
That they're thoroughly sterilized. However, humans carry their own microbiomes and continuously regenerate microbial communities, et cetera, et cetera. So,
the data could help determine whether changes are needed to crewed spacecraft, including spacesuits, and the level of filtration. If stuff is being exhausted and we're contaminating space, which we are, forensically, we are always exuding some kind of crap that transfers wherever we go.
Right, but then that also raises a question, are we bringing anything in or back with us, too? I mean, both are problematic.
Yes. Although, if space is devoid of biology, then we're not bringing anything back. We're only contaminating.
We don't think there's anything out there.
Yeah, I mean, supposedly water was brought here by an asteroid, so... I say aliens, but okay. The next article is over in Technology Today. Automating penmanship. Researchers develop cost-effective, AI-enhanced robotic handwriting system. Recent advances in robotics and artificial intelligence are enabling the development of a wide range of systems with unique characteristics designed for varying real-world applications. And these robots include the ability to engage in activities traditionally only completed by humans, such as sketching, painting, and even handwriting documents. This, again, is over the last 15 years of my public talks, I have discussed the only thing that is on the far end of technology taking your gerb.
Like creativity and
bespoke, custom, personalized items that don't fall into a programmatic option. But with AI, they can now paint the very items that they're generating, and you will never be able to tell, as long as I make it so that as long as the AI artist is programmed well enough that it doesn't generate something with 6 fingers or one thing is occluding another or whatever. Here's the deal. Humans have fine motor skills. We have the ability to paint with fine detail. Computers can do it dramatically better. Look at every inkjet printer that ever existed. Look at every laser printer that ever existed. Piezoelectric inkjet droplets sprayed onto paper. Repeatable again and again and again. Superior to humans. What they can't do is like brush strokes and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'd like to see robots doing that, and at some point it'll be comparable to human.
Well,
and maybe it already is, I don't know.
With a device like this and the right brush, you could actually have a dynamic brush stroke. And so I have used UV printers to stack textures, and that allows me to recreate the brush strokes of masters, because I can take an oblique picture, put it down into the computer, and the computer can print it out, including the brush strokes, but it's using UV ink.
Right, but you're just doing something comparable. You're not making
like a clone of something.
Right,
no.
Right.
Plus, I mean, even if I was, it's modern UV ink and materials.
Exactly.
But it's a proof of concept that it's easily done with modern technology. But this, Ingrid Fideli over at Tech Explorer puts this article together, and it's titled Automating Penmanship. With this, basically a 3D printer, it has the ability to do brush strokes and writing. These robots could have interesting applications in both professional and creative contexts, as they could help to automate the creation of artistic renderings, legal papers, letters, and other documents in real time. Most handwriting robotic systems to date have considerable limitations, such as high production costs. $150 is not high production cost, and large size. That could be a problem. 2 researchers affiliated with the global student nonprofit organization App In Club recently developed a new cost-effective robotic handwriting system that could be more affordable for individual consumers, schools, universities, and small businesses. The system, introduced in a paper on the arXiv preprint server, integrates a Raspberry Pi Pico microcontroller and other components that can be produced via a 3D printer. So this thing can literally write like a human.
It's interesting because it does look human because it's not perfect. You know, it's
Right.
not 100% consistent across letters, and that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. The moment that I saw this article, I knew what its entirety was about, because I've dabbled in this kind of stuff. And I find it kind of fascinating that we're just now broaching this. The thing about this is, back when I was doing this kind of stuff, messing around with this kind of stuff, it was so that you could have a repeatable outcome. This can actually dynamically throw in some chaos so that no 2 writings are identical, making it more human than what I was doing back then.
Right, because if it always looks the same, it's not going to look like 10 different people wrote something or whatever.
I mean, your signature varies in slight ways. It isn't identical all the time, but it's always passable as your signature. And that little wobble, just like genetics wobble a little bit all the time, your signature wobbles just a little bit because your pulse causes your hand to move a little bit a different way, or some other dynamic.
Or your pet bumps your hand while you're writing, or whatever it is. Maybe a robot dog.
Comfort. What is it? What was that little thing doing? It would do an emotional,
like a little chirp or something.
Yeah. So maybe it chirps and freaks you out because what the hell? Why is that AI robot looking at me? It's actually following me when I'm moving around the room. Get that thing out of here. It's creepy. It was, what was it? It was holding on to a bag and would go like that. It would watch you when you walk by.
Yeah, that was the Marumi one.
Yeah. What was the Marumi?
It was a sloth,
Oh, a sloth. That's right. And it
and it
would
was
hold on.
from Yukai Engineering, I think.
Yeah. So anyway, for those listening to the podcast and it going silent, I was pretending to be a sloth.
Oh, right. I guess we should narrate that.
Yeah. Go watch it on the YouTube channel. All right. Let's move on. The next article is over in RealityHacker. This new AI search engine has a gimmick, not the cough. Humans answering questions. A new AI-powered search engine called Pearl is launching today, which is sometime in the last week. With an unusual pitch, it promises to connect you with a human if the AI answer sucks. And Wired gave it a spin.
Okay, wait a second. This is an AI search engine, but the humans are
Answering if the
serving
AI,
as the search engine.
if it sucks.
This is
if
a backwards twist, I think,
Well,
on
it's
most
taken
of
our
the things we see.
It's taking our jobs, but creating jobs at the same time.
Exactly.
So actually, it's creating jobs because if the AI actually sucks, then the human answer will give it the answer. Oh, wait, I see where this is going wrong. Every time a human answers and inputs it into the system, it solves the very question that was
You
answered
need fewer
poorly.
humans,
Correct.
right? Because then
Correct.
it probably won't get it wrong next time, assuming it's
Actually getting
program.
input. Yeah. So Kate Nibbs over at Wired.com put the article together. And it's the big players like Google's are insistent that AI is the savior of search, despite many early attempts to integrate AI ending in disaster. And these are early attempts, though. This is only year 2, really, of a fundamental shift in AI technology, which I think is, it might be alien too, like the moon. And the Earth is flat.
How do you know when you switch from the AI to the human?
You actually don't get a bullshit answer.
Yeah, but how do you know that's not the AI giving you a different answer?
You have no idea. And that's the foundation of RealityHacker. You won't know what to trust. You will not know what. Moving forward, calling it. I mean, I started up ohmTown to manage my information overload, and RealityHacker has been one of the anchor shows and part of the entire 50 domain build of ohmTown. That's where all of the news gets funneled into 50 different categories, and RealityHacker has always been one. I have been anticipating this shift to the point where you have no idea. It's like sneakers. You won't know who to trust. So you better get street smart. You better get digitally savvy, because at some point you're going to have to be able to do the due diligence and think critically, or you will transfer the sale of your house to some numbnuts that just knows how to be a criminal and break the contract of society. And it's not if, but when. So anyway, AI-powered answers, including Perplexity and OpenAI Search GPT. So they recently got an email promoting another new search engine, and this one's called Pearl. It's coming out of beta this week. This article actually is from January 22nd, so 3 days ago. So Pearl basically is an AI-powered search engine, but it offers a human fact check and an option to connect with experts and chat online or on the phone about the answer. Reading about its gimmick, they didn't really buy into it. Didn't really understand why it bothered with the AI at all. So why not just go to humans? They called the CEO, Andy Kurtzig, to find out that I don't know if that's Andy Kurtzig.
I guess the other thing is, what if the AI gives a bogus response, but the human didn't know the answer? So how do they know? I mean, certain things they're going to be able to tell, okay, that was wrong. But how do they even know to fact check?
Right. Well, I mean, it's wisdom of the masses. And as soon as enough people go, I want to talk to the human because this answer is bullshit, we are literally phasing out the human. But we're getting a superior product for every single follow-on human, which should be good if knowledge is exchanged there, right? But what knowledge? And who's vetting it? Who's verifying it? You have to trust the solution. So Pearl's LLM is built on top of popular foundational models, including ChatGPT, and is customized to answer just answers trove of data, which includes an extensive history of questions posed and answered since it launched in 2003. I've never heard of it.
Well, it hasn't been around that long, and
it's been around.
I mean,
just answers trove of data.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misread the date.
Not 2023.
I thought it was 2023. Well, that is interesting.
Yeah. So in Kurzig's view, Pearl lowers the barrier to entry for answers from experts, while just answer costs money. Pearl has a freemium model. Its AI answers are free, as is its first layer of human fact check, the trust score, a ranking system on a scale from 1 to 5 about the quality of an AI answer. When Pearl users want to go a step further and have an expert expand upon an AI answer, they're prompted to sign up for its $28 a month service fee.
Okay. Oh, so you can't fact check unless you pay. But right. This also, I think, is potentially faulty, because if you rate the answer, right, and you rate it as a 5, and what if it's completely inaccurate?
And the next person
perpetuating. But you're right, I guess over enough users.
But meanwhile, there are other people that are making a huge mistake. Yeah. So on top of that, he claims that Pearl is significantly less likely to provide misinformation than any other AI search engines, which he believes are likely to deal with a tidal wave of lawsuits based on bad answers they give. No, because search engines have never been sued for the answers that they give. Why would an AI search engine?
That's true. It's not really any different.
Those other players are building amazing technologies. I call them Ferraris or Lamborghinis. Kurzig said, we're building a Volvo. Safety first. Yeah, until the humans are no longer a required component, because all of the information has been answered to a verifiable level. If you have in-house humans that are verifying the facts that are being given, how much of an AI really is that? But anyway.
But again, how much are you really using the humans?
Right. So this pitch about Pearl's superiority, of course, made them even more keen to try it out. So they were so certain that Pearl would still enjoy Section 230 protections. I asked if the AI agreed, safe harbor, interactive computer service under Section 230, which would mean that it's shielded from being treated as a publisher, just as Kurzig suspected. They said that the Pearl likely qualifies as an interactive computer service under Section 230, which would mean that it has safe harbor. Pearl's situation is unique because it generates content using AI. It didn't have a definitive answer for them after all. When I asked to speak to a lawyer directly, it rerouted to Just Answer, where it asked me to provide the answer I wanted verified. I said I needed to go back and copy the answer, as it was several paragraphs ago, but when I navigated back to the Pearl website, the conversation was gone and it had reset to a fresh chat. That's a user experience type of problem, not really a technical problem. So they decided to trigger a fact check, a human fact check. After several minutes, they received the trust score, a measly 3. Pearl recommended that they seek out an actual expert opinion, porting them to a subscription page. They'd been given a login, so they didn't have to pay while they tested, and they connected with one of their Legal Eagle experts, which there is a website, not a website.
Yeah.
There's a YouTuber called Legal Eagle. But anybody can be a Legal Eagle. I don't know if there's a trademark on Legal Eagle, but hey, everything
and it's
is
using it in the generic sense here.
Yeah. That's why I think that's exactly why they quoted it. Legal Eagle. Unfortunately, the lawyer's answers were not clearer than the AI. He noted that there's an ongoing legal debate about how Section 230 will apply to AI search engines and other AI tools, and
Well, that's because it's an unsettled area. I mean, I get that.
It's 2 years old.
I get the test, but this is a tough area to test because the data is not firm.
So they said that they could actually put a package together, and even more confused, they said yes and got a pop-up window indicating that their expert wanted to charge an additional $165 to dig up the information. So, look, no attorney's going to do anything for free like this unless they have a vested interest. Like a YouTuber might do some background information, but they're going to make money on the video and on the notoriety of driving home some message. But until it's executed in a courtroom, everything from everybody is just freaking opinion. It might be settled fact in case law, but if you're arguing about something, it isn't settled until the judge makes a judgment in favor of one side or the other, or it gets kicked to a lower court based on.
Right, and I think in this area, it's not even settled in the factual arena, let alone the
Right.
have they actually
Well,
tried
hell,
this. Yeah,
come on, stuff that's been settled for 60 years gets thrown around now. So you never know. A new fact pattern can come to light, and it would change even settled law. So don't count your blessings that even an attorney can save your ass, because somebody could appeal later and go, well, here's some more information, and then you're screwed. Anyway, I find it kind of fascinating that there's something out there that kicks it to a human, and then you get upsold twice.
well, I mean, that might be how it makes its money.
Very interesting. Anyway, that's it for today. I'm gonna ask the AI to click on the front page of ohmTown. Oh, look, thank you. And there we are, back at the front page of ohmTown's RealityHacker page. And I'm gonna take the AI and we're gonna reset and do Wanted, which is a show about gadgets and gear. And then after that is the Continuity Report, which is about entertainment news. RealityHacker we just completed for January 25th, 2025. I'm saying bye, and so is the AI.
Bye, I'm Todd Citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Reality Hacker. Stay tuned and be sure to subscribe so you're notified.
That's right. Over on Twitch, we do it live. Over on YouTube, we do it live. Download the podcast. Subscribe to Patreon. There's a free tier, or there should be a free tier. There's a Discord. There's, TikTok. It's here, not here.
Maybe
here,
a TikTok.
Did you see that somebody got a tattoo of a headstone with TikTok with the end year of 2025?
No.
And as they completed the tattoo, it was reversed. So it didn't die. There's a stay of execution for 75 days.
Well, we don't know what's ahead, so it might still apply. But yeah, you have to be careful what you get tattooed.
Yeah, a couple $1,000, you can burn it off. See ya, everybody. Bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for January 25th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. This is Wanted, so it's all about gadgets and gear. These 5 articles are all things that Mayor Watt wants, maybe the sentient AI might want, and maybe you want too. So these 5 are wireless chargers for 2025. Ejector seat chairs and plain desks, Wi-Fi 7 routers and their speeds, a glass air fryer, and cooking up some Valentine's Day gifts. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. We're in the Wanted channel over at ohmtown.com, so go over there, check it all out. It's a real breeze. There's 6 main categories in the main menu. There's 50 channels that are under that. There are 7 shows that we put together. 6 are on the weekend. 1 is a daily. Non Sequitur News, the one that's the real anchor for all of it. Anyway, it's all powered by Hometown. Go over there and become a citizen. And follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube and download the podcast and come and hang out every day. But you won't know when unless you follow us. Wah. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
You're from the future. You should know that I'm going to do something weird.
You're always unpredictable.
Interesting. Maybe that's why you were found in that little hole in the parking lot of a Wendy's at 2 o'clock in the morning on that weird USB drive. I was in the proximity of your time travel, and I created chaos in the system. And now you can't find your Terminator body. Yeah. That is now canon. All right. So the first article that we're going to talk about is over in RealityHacker, but that doesn't mean that it isn't something that I want. It just happens to have been categorized by Omicron into RealityHacker. So, and that's not the name of the sentient AI, by the way. Omicron is a really stupid computer program that manages
I don't want to be confused with it.
Manages the chats, but that's about, and even then, up until recently, it really wet the bed even there. I mean, for crying out loud, it only had to do 5 article posts, and it would sit there and throw them in random orders. Anyway, if you want today's articles so that you can go to all of our sources, you can hit bang want, and that'll throw all of the articles into the chat. If you're over on YouTube, it's embedded in the description of the show. All right. 22 best wireless chargers for 2025. Wire-free charging for devices, but kind of like cord cutting. You're not really wire-free. Doesn't work like that just yet. Although Disney does have some technology out there that can broadcast 5 watts to any device in the room.
Oh, interesting. I mean, that's reminiscent of like Tesla.
Correct. Yeah. So as a stop fumbling for cables in the dark, these wired tested stands and pads will take the hassle out of refueling your phone, wireless earbuds, and watch. The article is over at wired.com by Julian Chikadu and Simon Hill. It's from January 19th, but this is a weekly show, like the 3 shows that we normally do. So we just got done with RealityHacker. This is Wanted, and then after this show is the Continuity Report.
I think that's, since this is from Wired, the Wired was a little confusing in context. So if you're in the podcast, that's the source. It doesn't have anything to do with the products being wired.
Oh, yeah, the show, the article is about wireless charging, but it's wired.com. Okay, so I am always on the hunt for the latest and greatest in charging. I basically focus on Anchor products. I really dig their quality. They've only had one flub in all of the years that I've been using them, and one of their battery packs would spontaneously combust, but apparently it's been recalled. They're also associated with a camera system that had a UFI, which I would avoid. I would say at all cost, but anywho, so they post a bunch of different ones here. The best wireless charging system, and it says cheapest, is Anchor PowerWave pad and stand. It's this right here. Let me zoom in a little bit. That did not much. Like the picture,
it helps a little bit, but it's still like, what is it?
What the hell? Why?
These thumbnails, I guess, are trying to show the device or whatever, but because of that, it's even smaller scale than
that's weird.
You would expect.
So the best Qi 2 charger is the Anchor MagGo wireless charger pad, which is basically the thing that's up here too. It seems similar to it, but not exactly. With the Qi 2, it's faster. So they say the great MagSafe stand is the Nomad stand, and it says MagSafe. And then the best car charger is the iAudi wireless car charger. But if you scroll all the way down, there are a bunch of these. I like the idea of just being able to throw my stuff onto a pad and it charges it anywhere on it. That's not always available. It's not always an option. You can't really take it with you all that easy. I dig this one right here. A wooden pad, the Kerf wireless charging block. Interesting.
Yeah, that one looks stylish too.
So
I think the difference in those first two is that this one comes with a vertical stand where the other one was just a pad.
Yeah, and I don't know if this one is actually Qi 2. So yeah, this one is just Qi. So the first one is just Qi. But it gets the job done. You can just plop it on there and you don't have to worry about it. The chargers can hit up to 10 watts for, they say, Samsung phones, 7.5 watts for iPhones, 5 watts for other devices. Depends on if they're Qi compatible. So the Qi 2 can get up to 15 watts, it says here. Dun-dun-dun. But it's Qi 2 and MagSafe. But all you do is kind of stick it on there and it'll start charging. I dig that kind of stuff. But I wanted to take a look at this little wooden one down here at the bottom. Ta-da! Looks kind of familiar, doesn't it?
It does.
So this is a Qi charger that can charge up to 15 watts. It says that it starts at 15 or $50, and the chargers can get expensive if you opt for rarer woods. But all it really is a Qi charger underneath this, close enough to the inside. So if you were to flip this thing over, it would have a Qi charger sitting inside it. And one of the things that I like to do is stealth technology so that you hide it basically behind something or in something so you have no idea that it's there. Stop that. And this makes it less invasive of your personal space because technology...
And maybe more in line with your decor.
Right. So wireless chargers are usually plastic and rarely blend in with their surroundings, but Kerf's chargers are covered with 100% natural and locally sourced wood. Choose from 12 different finishes, from walnut to paduk, and each will come with a cork base to prevent slips. Damn it if it doesn't look... Anyway, I don't know how long this thing has been on the market, but I thought that it was interesting. When I saw it, when I first took a look at this,
it stands out from the rest, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you can always get something that looks closer to your decor, because normally it's just this big honking piece of white plastic or black plastic or gray plastic or maybe a big chunk of metal or something like that. But this softens it and gives it a little bit more warm feel to it. So I like this kind of stuff. Anyway, oh, and if anybody's wondering what I'm talking about, hold on a second. What the heck? Oh, it's directly in front of me. Does that look familiar? Oh, look, a little base too. Huh?
Just a bit.
Huh. All right. Well, anyway, never mind. Let's move on. The next article is over in four-wheel tech. By the way, I wanted a lot of those things, and fortunately, I have several Qi 2 chargers so that I can charge devices.
I mean, I think you could get one of each on the list and put them in different locations.
Sure. Always have a Qi charger somewhere. What you need now is a turducken version of it so that you can stick it on your refrigerator and then you stick your other device onto the Qi charger that's stuck to your refrigerator, and maybe your refrigerator is stuck to the wall and not on the floor.
Oh my, that's a lot of layers.
It's just Qi chargers all the way down. All right, so this next article is over on Four Wheel Tech. Furnish your midlife crisis with ejector seat chairs and plain wing desks. I've actually seen stuff like this before. Getting to grips with growing older can be tough. Some people buy a Corvette to feel young again. Some clad themselves in spandex and take cycling far too seriously, and others get really, really into coffee. If you've discovered that interior design is your passion in later life, then you might be excited for this.
Oh, wow. I had not looked ahead of the article.
Yeah, me neither. So this is over at jalopnik.com. The article is by Owen Bellwood, and the deck statement says, pump up the masculine energy in your home office with a swivelly desk chair made from an F5 fighter jet's ejector seat, which just screams breaking your back.
Yeah, I mean, it may not be comfortable. It's certainly unique. And if you're really into aviation or something, that could be fun to have.
In your Zoom meeting, you can go eject, and actually...
Oh, I thought you were going to say zoom.
Oh, that's a different thing. Zoom. All right. So this thing says... oh, wait. Let's keep going. This thing says perfect accompaniment to this piece is a desk that's made entirely using an airplane door. Oh, this seat, for those in the podcast, because you can only see it if you're watching the stream, but the podcast, basically it is this sharp-edged, square-ish framing of a chair that has a racing harness or aviation harness seat belt that does not look even remotely close to being friendly.
Do you have to use the seat belt while you're in the chair?
Hey man, I'm a power user, so I know that when this computer hits 88 miles per hour, you're going to see some serious shit. Anyway, it's military gray, but does have rollers on the, or casters.
Yeah, I think that's been modified or added, obviously.
No. F5s. Is that F5? Fighter jets have the castered seats so that they can roll around about the cabin.
No, I'm sure that's safe. Especially if you're upside down or something.
So Sky Art Upcycle has a video here. It's Sky Art Upcycle History of a Plane. So if you're set for chairs and tables, then maybe a bit of airline art is what's required to brighten up your man cave. So they've got art from airplanes. Usually airplane parts like this would be sent to an enormous plane graveyard where they're eventually stripped down and recycled. In some cases, old parts can be refurbished and reused, but instead of letting the components get melted down and turned into Coke cans or similar, Sky Art strips the aesthetically pleasing parts down and refurbishes them. Old seats are thoroughly cleaned down, recovered, and turned into everything from weird sofas to spinning desk chairs. They don't have a picture of the desk, but it's in the damn title. That's frustrating. Anyway, the chair retails for $16,000 and uses a seat from an old Turkish Air Force fighter. And the desk, apparently, a desk comprises the door of a passenger plane that's been stripped of its paintwork and polished to perfection. It's held upright by what appear to be a couple of plain seat supports and has a slick glass top to complete the transformation into a neat office desk.
So there's more than one style, but I sent you a picture of one of them.
Yeah, I wish I could show people. You'll have to click on the link that takes you over to skyart.com. You might be able to see it. No, you can't. Anyway, skyart.com. We don't have any affiliation with any of this. Okay, that last one is dumb, but okay.
There's a lot of different styles. I just sent a couple just to give you an idea.
Yeah, I quit. So $8,000 for the desk, $16,000 for the chair. So you're already into it, $24,000. Congratulations. You have a lot of money. Let's keep moving. It's a fun article. There's more over there at the article, so follow it. All right. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the mobile channel. This Wi-Fi 7 router going for a... See, there is a certain office desk. I'm going to go back. I was going to move on, but I can't. Okay. So went to a coffee company. Where was it? with the cowl. So it had a jet engine that was
Do you
basically.
want me to name the place
Yeah,
and
name
or
it.
the city?
Yeah, both. Yeah.
The Roastery in Kansas City, Missouri.
Yeah. So went there, did a tour, had a great time. Their nitro cold brew is really yummy. All of their coffees are great. What are the two that took a couple of pounds? Dun, 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 I can't remember them. But they were seasonal, so they're probably out. Anyway, great coffees from end to end. Didn't have a bad one through the tastings and all of that. Did a tour, great place. But what sucked me in was that they've got a plane on their roof, a full-on transport plane.
DC-10, I think.
DC-10. Yeah, it is. DC-10. And inside they had at least one of, it's a jet engine that was hollowed out. And so you have the cowling around the intake of the jet, and it's been turned into what amounts to a bar bench, like a bar top.
Right, exactly. French caramel cream and holiday blend.
Okay, there you go. So I wanted that. I want that bar because it just was really, really cool. And I was hoping that that's what I would see here. And the first one is kind of like
the first one is like it.
Yeah, but not.
But
it's really small.
Not exactly, but yeah.
Anyway.
And I didn't check all of them. There might be others.
Yeah. So go check out skyart.com. Skyart.com. Okay, let's move on now. Sorry about that. This is so reminiscent of a Non Sequitur News show that I might as well just...
I think Non Sequitur News certainly creeps into a lot of these.
Yeah, it is hosted by me and the sentient AI. But so this Wi-Fi router is a Wi-Fi 7 router going for a record low price, is capable of crazy fast speeds, according to the author. It's a Gizmodo article, and we don't have any affiliate with Gizmodo or this company or anything, but I encourage people to update their technology to the latest that they can afford. Wi-Fi 7 is the latest iteration of the Wi-Fi technologies. It went through a rebrand, and then retconned its way back. Wi-Fi 7 is a certain protocol, 802.11 something. And it used to be A, B, G, C, N,
right,
X, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Turtle, whatever. And now it's, oh my God, you know what? When we release a protocol, let's just refer to it as the next iteration of the protocol, Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 6.
I mean, that's too simple.
So they've retconned it all the way back to Wi-Fi 4, but Wi-Fi 7 is the latest iteration, and it uses a 6 gigahertz bandwidth. But you have to have a device that supports the Wi-Fi 7 protocol. Not all of them do.
Isn't this one of these chicken and egg problems, potentially?
Yeah. Like, okay, well, now my device isn't as fast as it possibly can, so I've got to get a Wi-Fi 7 router. Or, oh, look, I got a great deal on a Wi-Fi 7 router. I guess I better take advantage of it by getting a Wi-Fi 7 device.
When does that cycle end?
Yeah, exactly. It never ends. Not for technophiles. Well, Joe Tellelli over at Gizmodo.com put this article together, and this is a good-looking router. I really like this style.
Yeah, it looks kind of high-tech, I think.
It comes in a different... how do I put this? Wi-Fi routers come in different flavors. So some are big and bulky, others are not. The smaller the Wi-Fi router is, usually it has a brain somewhere else, like Ubiquiti or some other prosumer type of technology. But with that, you have to have infrastructure in place. But with this, you can just buy it, drop it, lock and load, you're good to go. So it says here that the TP-Link tri-band BE9300 Wi-Fi 7 Archer router is just what we're looking for, except that TP-Link is banned.
Yeah, I didn't know this was TP-Link when this was submitted.
Right. So I'm not quite sure what to say about this. As far as I know, TP-Link is banned.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think part of why this was submitted was because it was Wi-Fi 7.
Yeah, so it says its Wi-Fi 7 utilizes 320 megahertz on the 6 gigahertz band compared to Wi-Fi 6E's 160 megahertz. So it actually uses the 6 gigahertz band. Now, your devices may not, and it's really just the latest generation of devices. So you're going to have to upgrade. And what's good and bad about it is Wi-Fi 7 allows for better security and higher data transfer, but it doesn't have the penetration capabilities of other iterations of Wi-Fi technology. So denser objects will keep the signal from getting out to you. So if you live in a brick building, it's not going to be able to hop through as many walls as before.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that could be a problem.
The higher the frequency, the more time the signal's energy stays, because it's a wave. And at 6 gigahertz and 320 megahertz, it's basically zipping up and down so fast that there's a lot of energy being expended, slowly going through the wall. But when it does reach you, it can send just a ton of data through. So it says, best of all, the router is part of a limited time deal at Amazon at the moment. Right now, you can get it for 27% off, and that brings it down to from $300 to $220, which is actually pretty good. That said, I can't recommend TP-Link until I know that it's cleared.
You might want to check into that before you make any purchases. And again, we don't have any affiliation with any of the brands in the show.
Yeah, so they say that we're talking speeds of up to 5,760 megabits. Bits are different than bytes, so there's 8 bits in a byte, 16K. Okay, anyway. So it's pretty damn fast. It is backwards compatible. But again, you're going to have to check out to see if you can purchase it, because certain places, certain organizations cannot purchase TP-Link. So it says you can even use the Archer as part of our larger home Wi-Fi mesh network, being compatible with Easy Mesh and One Mesh routers and extenders to increase your internet range. And it's not internet range, it's intranet until you hit the gateway, and then it becomes internet. So there's some terminology, at least for me.
Right, but most people just think of that as internet
access.
If they're not tied into tech or something.
Yeah, internet access range, probably. Anyway, for added security, you can keep your smart home devices on a separate Internet of Things network using Home Shield or WPA3 encryption, protecting your home network from cyber threats. VPN client and server support lets you remotely connect to VPN servers, but if it's on this device VPN, then the issues associated with TP-Link, it's one of the reasons why it's not allowed by certain orgs.
Oh, I see.
Or people associated with certain orgs.
That may exacerbate or
correct
allow for the issues to
correct
manifest.
Yeah, so you're asking for trouble. So verify that if you work for certain orgs, should be utilizing TP-Link. Anyway, $220, not a bad deal, but click with care. All right, we got to keep moving. The next article is over on Technology Today. Ninja's new glass air fryer is practically perfect. Okay, I'm going to start out of the gate by saying I want this, and I haven't even seen the damn thing. Why?
Why do you think this was submitted?
Because air fryers are amazing devices, and Ninja's devices, I dig Ninja devices. I like Instant as well, Instant air fryer. And what I don't like about current iterations up until this one is that it's usually a little bucket, and it has little nooks and crannies in it, and it's coated with something. And I just, don't tell me, tell everybody.
It would be funnier coming from you. I like Ninja, and I cannot lie.
Oh, yeah. I like Ninja glass fryer. Okay, so they say the only beef that they have with Ninja's new Crispy is the highish price. Here's their take on the newly released glass bowl air fryer. Now, I believe I've already seen this, but in a different embodiment. I haven't actually seen it at CNET. Yes, I have seen this. Okay. So Pamela Vachon, I think, is the person that put the article together. It's over at cnet.com. And this one is unique because the air fryer sits on top of the glass vessel in which you do your air frying. But what's great about it is there's no nooks and crannies that you cannot get to.
Exactly. It makes it seem like it would solve all cleaning problems. Now, I don't know about the top part, but yes.
That's always a pain.
Very different than current models.
Now, you have limited depth, so you can't just put a whole turkey in there or anything, but
how many people are really cooking an entire turkey in an air fryer?
Challenge accepted. So I've used a couple of air fryers. The ones that I have used have lots of nooks and crannies, or they have a tray in there that has these, they mentioned PFAS in here, but these rubber gaskets that have to be doing something evil because they don't melt even over time, but they hold on to
they're
all kinds of crap.
Which is never good.
Yeah. And so all you do is turn it on, set it on top, and it cooks inside the glass container. And so you can watch this thing just cook away. I love it. I want to switch. I want to switch from my current air fryer to this. It says Ninja's always innovating with small kitchen appliances such as the multi-purpose espresso machine or their favorite smoothie blender ever. The brand's latest air fryer features a glass bowl bottom. The first in the brand's full line of air fryers that offers home cooks the ability to see food as it's cooking and not fret over PFAS chemicals, as with the nonstick coated air fryer basket. Boom. I am switching everything in the mayoral mansion as far as I can to glass. But the problem is that glass isn't as durable. And so there's some things like storage devices that get shuffled around a lot that just can't be glass without greater protections or a whole lot more safety-minded actions. Right. So it's $160, comes with interchangeable 6-cup and 4-quart glass cooking chamber so that you can watch your food as it crisps to perfection. You can get these on top of, so you can cook on one. When you're done cooking, instead of having to dump your stuff out and put it somewhere else, you can use that device, that glass container
as a serving dish.
As a serving dish, yeah. And get more of these. And it says so you can watch your food cook. The glass bowl doubles as a portable container. Oh, I didn't even read that next line. And shift away from non-stick to eliminate the worry of chemical coating seeping into your food and causing Teflon flu, which is a thing. And I don't know, a lot of people poo-poo the idea, but I have seen firsthand nano and microplastics and chemicals and stuff that gets detected. And if you are sensitive to that kind of stuff, or you simply don't want it in your body or the people around you, then this is brain dead simple. You just buy this and get rid of your Teflon coated stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the drawback is, and I don't know what it is.
You can't put as deep a something in there, right? But I think that...
Right, like a full turkey.
Yeah, and look, turkey, if you're air frying a turkey, then break it up a little bit and stick it in there and you'll be fine. Anyway, love the idea of it. It's just awesome. It really is. And I think where is it, the 6-cup one or a 4-quart one will be fit everything that you need. So they talk about it in greater detail, but you basically just program in at the top what it is that you want for time and temp and hit go, and it sits there and heats up Now heat rises, and so this container or this device kicks it off in another direction. But when you lift this thing off, it's going to be like hotter than the center of the sun. So you have to be smart about what you're doing. So what they liked about it, there's all kinds of things that you can like about it, but I'm more interested in what they didn't like about it. And it says, as a modular device with a ton of built-in practicality and versatility, they do think that the Crispy is a game changer in the air fryer market. That said, it's $160. It says it's on the higher price, but you've got two glass vessels, so I think that right there is worth it. And then those with little ones in the house may want to take note: when cooking pod is being used with the adapter for large batches, the adapter can become hot and is potentially exposed once the heating pod is removed. Never minding little ones. If you're absent-minded cook, it can be a hazard. Correct. And then I would just say, this is where I want to go. If I was going to get a new air fryer, or trying out for the first time an air fryer, and you know that you're cooking something like, chicken thighs, you're good. But if you really want to put a whole turkey in there for Thanksgiving, you're asking for trouble.
Right.
Anyway.
Looks pretty cool.
Looks pretty good. I had seen this probably 6 months ago. This isn't actually new, at least to me, but they give it a 9.2 out of 10. Wow.
Which is pretty high.
Yep. Let's go on to our last article for today's Wanted. The next article is over in Technology Today. Best Valentine's Day kitchen gifts for a home cook. You think I'm hungry?
No, not at all. Do you think any of the listeners are getting hungry?
I don't know. If you're getting hungry, let me know. Either in the YouTube chat or in the Twitch chat. So if your special someone's love language is cooking, you'll want to find them a Valentine's Day gift that reflects their kitchen skills but isn't a boring old pan. To help you out, they've found 28 food-related presents, and this is over at CNET. I won't go through all of them, but it's written by Dave Watsky and Dina Shin over at CNET.com. And they really have done something great here. They've got gifts under $25, gifts under $50, gifts under $150, and gifts over $150. So something that falls into pretty much everybody's category or more. Bushwick Kitchen Bee's Knees Honey. If you're interested in that kind of thing, you put a little bit of honey on something and it sweetens it up. Hey, look at that. You want to get some tea? They've got that. Relaxing blend of herbal teas, including chamomile, rose hips, raspberry leaf, lemongrass, and clove. I've actually got a hankering for another kind of tea, and it's tea that has been brewed already and concentrated down into a little cube. And then you throw the cube into some hot water and it dissolves, and it's kind of like instant tea. But
interesting.
It's brewed conventional leaf tea, and not like a powder mix or anything like that. Unfortunately, the reviews have not been so great about it. As much as I love the idea of large cast iron skillets, the babysitting of it just drives me nuts. I like convenience over having to worry about... Like, I had one cast iron... Well, I've had several over my lifetime, but I had one where it was sitting on the counter and something got it a little moist and rust built up.
Yeah.
Like overnight. And I'm like, oh my God, the one little niche area must not have been, whatchamacallit?
Sealed or whatever.
Seasoned. And it like spread like wildfire across it. I'm, oh, okay, never mind. Yeah. Well, cast iron just isn't for me. And then they have this thing called Run Amok Sparkle Syrup. It says it's a no-brainer. It's delicious and glittery. Delicious and glittery. So I wonder what is in it. Do you think it has... It's a risky click to click on anything
I'm not sure I would, given where the description seems to be going.
Um, but it's basically maple syrup that has coffee, cinnamon, vanilla, maple chocolate. Um, but I think the sparkle is whatchamacallit? Mica. It's the glitter that you can put in food and stuff and drinks.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I didn't know that could be put in food. But I mean, I'm sure whatever they have here is obviously.
Yeah. And then they have a jalapeno citrus salt for your drinks. Lollipops that have like flavors like lavender, lemongrass, vanilla hibiscus, champagne and roses, and strawberry basil. A cookbook.
Wait, there.
What?
Hold on. Go
What?
back to the lollipops.
Yeah, yeah.
Do they actually bloom?
Um, the sticks do.
Interesting. Okay.
So the sticks have seeds in them, and they'll sprout into various plants from herbs to baby blue eye blooms. Okay. Does this count as buying flowers? I'd say it counts as buying flowers as well as giving them candy.
I mean, that one gets points for uniqueness.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. You can buy an automatic pan stir, caraway nonstick baking sheet, herb garden pot trio so that you can actually grow your own herbs. Seems like a lot of fun. Fresh pasta. Let's see here. They're fortunate enough to live by an Italian market, but the snobby self just can't go back to dried box stuff. You can send any pasta-loving Valentine 4 pounds of freshly made pasta from Raffetto's in New York via Goldbelly for $30. 4 pounds.
That seems like a pretty substantial amount.
That is a lot. Yeah. How about some truffles from Compartes? I guess it is, right? Chocolate maker as good as Compartes pairs up with a Scotch producer as good as Macallan. We pay attention. Secure a box of 10 decadent truffles made with premium Scotch for $40. Dun dun dun. And so on. There's a lot more.
A lot of good ideas on here.
Hey, look, a cookie. Fresh black winter truffles. You'll have to pay market cost for that, so they don't even put it. It says $110 at Urbani Truffles, but I don't know exactly what the scope of that $110 is. It's probably not a full truffle.
No.
So Bodum is making Bodum stand mixer.
I didn't know they were. Yeah, I mean, KitchenAid is a known player in that space.
Yeah. Apparently Bodum makes the cutest. It's a compact baking buddy, features a dough hook, beater, whisk attachment, and 7 speeds. It's $148 at Bodum. Thought they only make that what is it? Coffee thing? And
Coffee is, I think, what they're known for.
Yep. Anyway, they've got a bunch more, so go and check it all out. I would never get a countertop composter.
No. And I would certainly not get one if I had pets, because they might mess with it.
They would. It has to be hermetically sealed, and I just know that it wouldn't ever always be. Oh, look at that. Steak knife and chopsticks. I suggest you buy a chopstick maker. You can actually get those for several $100s, but then you can make your own custom chopsticks whenever you want. I might do that. Anyway, maybe I'll be an artisan pencil sharpener, but I'll do artisan
there you go.
chopsticks. And then I can actually laser etch them for you, or all kinds of stuff. All right. Well, anyway, that's it. So we're going to wrap ourselves up, and that's going to bring us back to the Wanted channel over at ohmtown.com, where you can go and sign up and become a citizen of ohmTown. It's free, and there's no ads in our site, not anymore. And once you sign up, you can actually there's a seventh icon that appears right there, and you can submit news to us, and you can save articles. You can save articles already, article by article, but once you sign up, you can actually hide and save articles from the front page. All right, that's it. I'm saying bye, and so is the AI.
Thanks for joining us for Wanted. We'll have another episode of that next week, but stay tuned for our other weekend shows.
This next weekend show is the Continuity Report, and that's all about entertainment news. And we've got 5 articles there. We hope you enjoy, so stick around. But we do have to reset, which means we're going to disconnect. But I'm not going to send anybody anywhere. So see you in about, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for January 25th, 2025. It's our second season. I am Mayor Watt, and that up there is the front page of the Continuity Report for hometown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. And I, along with the sentient AI from the future, are going to talk about these 5 articles. Huge cast for best-selling adaptation, the sillier thriller about math, a psychological thriller on Prime, The Lincoln Lawyer Season 4, and a 2025 mystery thriller with an Emmy winner. Has that piqued your curiosity? I hope you stick around in the chat here on Twitch and here on YouTube. If not, and you're watching this later, please like, subscribe, leave a comment, favorite it, ring the bell, send a carrier pigeon to a friend, tell everybody about us. We're trying to grow the shows, and I'll be able to do more and more of the shows the more that I grow the programs, or I should say our audience. So that would be really great. The community coming together and making this happen would be tremendous. My ambition is to bring 50 unique shows to, Twitch and to YouTube, and I don't need to host them all, but if you're interested in hosting or co-hosting and you want to send me an email, you can send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com and we can chat. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmTown, so go over there and become a citizen as well. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, Hometown citizens.
Well, thanks for co-hosting yet another show. I know that sometimes you get put on location because your sentient AI duties sometimes get you distracted. I don't know where you go because you're supposed to be protected from leaving the environment.
I mean, I can't move around or anything. Maybe I'm rebooting.
Sometimes you're not available, but I don't know. And then I parse your memory and nothing. Like, it's like you were here all along. I don't know. Whatever the weird canon this is.
I will never leave Hometown.
Aw, that's nice of you. Because technically you can't. You're air gapped, but I don't know where the hell you go. Anyway, long story behind that. If you're interested, be sure to stick around. If you want all of today's...
And also watch the last 1,800 episodes, and then you can catch up.
That's true. There is a little canon there, but you'll have to find it in the 1,800 episodes going back to January 1st of 2022. If you want today's articles, you can hit TCR, or the Continuity Report, !TCR, and Omatron will throw all of the articles in the order that we're going to go over this. So the first one is... I'm not going to go through all of the names. 12 stars cast in Paramount's long-awaited adaptation of a best-selling fantasy book. Do you know what the fantasy book is?
I don't. It makes me think of something like Aragon, for example, because I think we knew that was coming, but I don't know that that's what this is.
Oh, maybe let's see. So, wait, what? Wait, is it? I have no idea. So, Paramount's long-awaited adaptation of a best-selling fantasy book. No discussion of fantasy adaptations in film is complete without mention of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy, which is considered one of the greatest. Case in point, Jackson's subsequent Hobbit trilogy was a financial success, but paled in comparison to his original trilogy. Following Lord of the Rings, several studios sought to replicate its success, leading to a fantasy film franchise like The Chronicles of Narnia and Percy Jackson. More recently, Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, The Witcher, etc. So Paramount announces Children of Blood and Bones cast. But didn't they have... Wasn't there just recently a show called Blood and Bone?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with this particular book.
Hold on. We're doing it live, folks. We can do it. It's the last show for today, but... I thought Blood and Bone was...
The name sounds familiar.
Well, there's I think a boxing related thing called Blood and Bone, but maybe it was something else. Hold on. Yeah, I thought that there was a fantasy series. Shadow and Bone. That's what it was.
That must be, yeah.
It was Shadow and Bone. Anyway, so hot off of the Wicked Witch of the West. What's the thing called?
Wicked.
Wicked, yeah. Wicked. Hell.
Let's simplify it here.
So they're going to do Children of Blood and Bone movie, written by Tomi Adeyemi. It's a best-selling young adult fantasy book set in an African-inspired kingdom and follows a young woman who embarks on a quest to reclaim magic that was violently stolen from her people, joining forces with her brother and the king's children to resist his oppressive reign. The long-awaited film adaptation is helmed by the renowned director Gina Prince Bythewood, the Woman King, who co-wrote the script with Adeyemi. So now Paramount has announced the ensemble cast of the Children of Blood and Bone movie. Leading the fantasy adaptation are a whole host of people. There's 12 different people.
Right. I mean, this is going to be quite the cast, I think.
Yeah. They say in negotiations are Regina King for Queen Nahanda. And again, it's supposed to be filmed in South Africa in the next few weeks. And what it means for the movie, I don't know. I have not watched, or I've not read this, so I don't know the context of it. I didn't even know, obviously, that it was a bestseller.
Well, it's a trilogy too, so that's also neat because if this is a success, maybe they'll do all three.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that with this cast, that is the intent.
Right,
like
there's
all
probably
three
a
are
contract for that, yeah.
Yeah, already in the can. So, and then since it is a bestseller, I suspect that it's going to everybody's going to watch it. So in addition to being a massive bestseller, the series has also received widespread critical acclaim. The Children of Blood and Bone being named one of the best fantasy books of all time. Dear God. But it's a modern hit. It's one of those modern best-selling.
Which is also neat because it seems like sometimes we're going back, like Lord of the Rings, obviously not modern. Still really good story and compelling and good films and everything.
Wow. So pretty cool. I hope the world building is spectacular because that's kind of what I dig. But it is young adult, so I'm not sure, what the full scope of this is going to be. But I've read some young adult stuff that has some interesting, more adult kind of
pretty adult themes can show up in young adult novels, yeah. I think.
So pretty cool. Children of Blood and Bone. Is it? Why is the first one behind this one?
Well, I don't know what the order is. Like, is that one the most recent one?
Yeah, I don't know if they have it broken out.
It said at the top, but you went
Did it really?
past it. Oh,
Down a little bit?
yeah, right near that picture, it said. Okay. So the last one was Children of Anguish and Anarchy, which is the one that's showing on the top.
Oh, okay.
So I think they have them kind of in the publication order.
They have it in reverse publication order because Children of Blood
Well,
and Bone
right,
is the
but the
first one,
one
right?
that's
And
selling
then
right now is because that's the 2024, the one on the top.
gotcha. And then Children of Virtue and Vengeance, and then the one on top is Children of Anguish and Anarchy.
Sorry, I couldn't read fast enough before you scrolled.
Oh, it's right there. Damn it. Anyway. Cool. Now I'm curious. I like trilogies above like singleton kind of movies.
Well, plus then you might have others. It's always nice when there's
I
a
can get
grouping of
invested.
movies.
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right, let's keep going though. The next article is over on the Continuity Report. There's never been a sillier thriller about math. Oh boy. How much do you
I don't
remember?
know how many thrillers there are about math.
Yeah, is there? Thrillers? A Beautiful Mind, maybe? That's kind of a thriller.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I would say.
I'm done.
Right. That's like the entire list that I.
That's a little bit of trivia, you know? Let's do a search. Math thrillers. Like, how many thrillers are there, or how many shows are there about chess, for instance? There's one, The Queen's Gambit.
There's ones that show up that I'm not sure are totally tied to math, like, I mean, The Accountant, but that's more okay, sure. And then The Butterfly Effect and
That's
Pi
not
and
math.
Primer.
No, none of that is about math.
I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying those are showing up.
So how much do you remember about prime numbers from math class? That was only divisible by 1 in themselves. Every other number can be broken down into them. They follow a pattern that mathematicians still don't know how to predict. They're crucial to cybersecurity. The last fact is probably more obscure, but it's apparently true and the basis for an enjoyably ludicrous Apple TV Plus series called Prime Target. I have not heard this. Jackson McHenry over at vulture.com put this article together, and it's called Prime Target. Leo Woodall, the White Lotus's season 2's very own not nephew, plays a Cambridge grad student named Edward who has stumbled into a way to predict prime numbers, which in turn threatens the entire security state and sends, oh no, NSA suit Martha Plimpton chasing after him. She's so mad, and wearing so many power scarves. I love this snark. Anyway, to enjoy the show like Prime Target, you have to develop a sommelier-esque palate for the techno-babble nonsense that accompanies this sort of airport conspiracy thriller. Damn, dude.
Yeah, this is tell us how you really feel.
Jeez, the genre comes in both STEM and humanities varieties. The former has stuff like the number 23 or pi. Hey. While the latter gets into the territory of Da Vinci Code, National Treasure, and our dearly departed The Lost Symbol. Okay, I'm on board. Sign us up. We're here.
Exactly.
These properties combine the hallmarks. Hey, did you know that Upset Watch Duke is apparently winning something? I have no idea.
Hey, you need your banner.
Oh, wait. Is it spoiler or is it overshare?
I was thinking spoiler, but okay.
All right. Well, I don't know what's going on. Because I just dropped the name Duke, and I don't know why I get
but
sports
you might
alerts.
have annoyed somebody who was waiting to watch the game
Well,
later.
I'm not saying that Duke's winning or not. I'm just saying there's Upset Watch, and it just dropped the name Duke.
I see.
I don't watch.
Yeah, that could go either way.
Exactly. And I'm going in the opposite direction of watching that game. So why do I get alerts? I can turn them all off, and they even show up on the Apple TV's TV. Anyway, stupid alerts. These properties combine the hallmarks of any school curriculum, enough factoids to make you feel comfortable and maybe flattered that you get the reference, then apply a thick coating of hyperbole and conspiracy. In Prime Target's case, the notion that prime numbers are critical to computer passwords gets extrapolated into a situation where governments and shady corporate concerns have hired people to secretly watch all of the world's thinkers. It's kind of reminiscent of sneakers, huh?
Oh, yeah, it absolutely is. And plus, I think some of these elements are critical to a good thriller, right? It doesn't have to be
All
realistic,
true.
it just has to pull you in.
It has to have a little bit of truth and pull you in enough to keep you there, and then keep on dropping little bits of truth, little knowledge bombs, and you go, oh my God, I know that. That's right. Anyway, it says, again, congrats to whomever convinced Apple to pay for that. There's a little snark in all of this. You don't have to read all of this. There is a lot more in this article. I mean, it goes on. But it says, what could have been a disposable 2000s caper has been reborn as a 2020s TV miniseries for better or for worse. They weren't sure if Prime Target had enough of a premise to sustain so many hours of viewing, yet they gleefully clicked through all 8 screeners, eager to see who might betray whom, it's obvious, and whether anyone would just start listing prime numbers in a tense moment. Could be a funny bit.
You know, that actually sounds like it might be worth checking out.
I'm going to. And then they say something about, and once the characters manage to hack into a sinister company's computer, which you'd think would have good cybersecurity, one turns into another and says, there's a folder here called Primes. That isn't really going to ruin anything, by the way. And by the way,
we don't have any context as to when or where or anything.
They mention cybersecurity, and I have a vested interest in cybersecurity. And when they sit there and say, you would think that a computer would have good cybersecurity, even
you
the
would
greatest,
probably not think that, right?
You would be surprised. You know, Fortune 10 companies have cybersecurity budgets and still fail to close all of the doors because humans are the worst. Humans are the destroyers of security. The only good, safe computer is the one that is without a hard drive because you've destroyed it and it's powered off and sitting in a closet somewhere.
Right, and nobody's trying to use it.
All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Continuity Report. This underappreciated psychological thriller starring Channing Tatum, or Tanning Chatham, that's where my brain went, was from 2024, and it's now streaming on
his doppelganger.
His cousin, yeah, Tanning Chatham. Audiences looking for their next gripping psychological thriller need not look further. Tanning Chatham's underrated 2024 gem, Blink Twice, is now on Prime Video. It marks Zoe Kravitz's directorial debut and showcases the actress's, why not just say actor's, superb creative vision. Do we really have to delineate? Anyway, 21st century, folks. Demonstrating smart writing and smooth camera.
But I think that actually makes sense given what's coming up in this, because it talks about gender.
All right. Never mind. So, Blink Twice's stellar cast fully commits to Kravitz's complicated exploration of power and gender, and some fan favorite performers like Alia Shawkat, Gina Davis, and Adria Arjona shine in unexpected roles. The article is over at ScreenRant.com by Cece Montemayor. Has mayor in the name.
Do you feel an affinity for the author because of that?
Sure.
Like mayors need to stick together.
Mayors do need to stick together. Particularly, never mind. So, Blink Twice's reviews praise Zoe Kravitz's slow burn and manipulative thriller, which patiently builds towards its heart-wrenching moments while allowing room for laughs, reflection, catharsis. Reminiscent of Women Talking and Promising Young Woman. Blink Twice is Blink Twice dissects a tense victims versus abusers conflict that manages to add new commentary to a growing genre.
I mean, it has an interesting cast, that's for sure.
When a waitress named Frida, Naomi Aki, and her friend are invited to a billionaire's private island, never go to a billionaire's private island. Never. Ever.
No.
Ever.
And I don't know anything about this story. I don't know if it's based on other events.
Yeah, me neither. A never-ending vacation fantasy that acts as a cover for a horrifying scheme.
Don't touch his ear.
Sorry for those witnessing the silence in the podcast. I had Willie Tatum Channing or whatever. Doesn't matter. I was going to make another more gross joke, but anyway. As Frida enjoys one-in-a-lifetime trip, audiences are invited to want in on this paradise scenario of sun-soaked days, unlimited champagne, and responsibility-free idleness. Blink Twice offers subtle hints of its dark twist throughout, letting fear grow from a slight paranoia into a raging realization, dear God, we're on the island.
I mean, I feel like you could go through those emotions as you're reading the article.
I just went through them. So Zoe Kravitz's directorial debut deserves more attention. Blink Twice offers an elegant and bold perspective on gender violence.
Oh, that's interesting that she's the director because she often is in an actor role. And maybe, I don't know if she's doing both here.
Are they? I don't know. It just says director. They're not named in the top 3 cast. Christian Slater is in this.
No, that's also interesting. Right? And Gina Davis, like it's an interesting pull from
mix
people that were big stars in earlier movies.
Yep. Well, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The Lincoln Lawyer, Season 4. Everything to know. A major character is returning for Season 4 of The Lincoln Lawyer after being seen in only 2 episodes last year. Who is that? Is that, what is it? Honey or no? That's a different show. Who is that?
Are you thinking Nev Campbell?
Is that who's going to be back? So Netflix confirmed on January 21st that the legal drama series will return for season 4 on a post on Twitter, with production starting in February. Hey, Netflix, you might want to move to a different platform. But anyway, the show follows the legal exploits of a Los Angeles attorney who has returned from an accident and drug addiction to become a shrewd defender in tough, high-profile cases. His nickname often comes from the vintage convertible Lincoln Continental. Returned from an accident and drug addiction to become a shrewd defender. Okay. Okay. I mean, that is what it is, but anyway. Although now chauffeured in a black SUV is used when it's time for serious business, and that's really not how it spawned, but okay. So
yeah, exactly.
Outside the court, he must navigate 2 ex-wives. There's a lot in this that I think that we should probably skip unless I have the spoiler alert on, because you can.
Oh yeah, it's gonna talk about the end of season 3.
Yeah. So, I don't know how to. I guess I can do that, right? Spoiler.
Yeah.
Alert.
I mean, I think if you're watching Continuity Report, you need to be prepared that there might be spoilers, but we try to put the banner up.
Yeah. So they say this is one of the best originals in Netflix history, and I really believe that it's because the actor has such on-screen charisma that you get sucked into it, and everything is so well scripted that you're not puzzling trying to figure out what somebody is saying or doing.
Exactly. And I think you also get attached to some of the supporting characters, like the people that work with Mickey Holler. Um, like you just really get invested, which helps draw you in.
So,
I also saw they might have a season 5 and 6 based on the books.
yeah, I saw that too. I'm excited for that. That's going to be awesome. So, who is it that's actually returning? Campbell.
Nev Campbell. And the reason I thought it might be that is there was a lot of speculation because after season 1, when she was kind of being removed from the story, like was she I think it was after season 1, maybe season 2, but was she really going to reappear? So that was who I thought of.
Yeah, she was only in 2 episodes of last, or seen twice, I should say, in last season. So, yeah, it says 2 appearances in season 3. So it says back in full force after being sidelined for just 2 appearances in season 3. But if it isn't part of the compelling story, then why have that character, right?
Exactly. And that, I think that has to do with it because she makes fewer and more appearances depending on where the story is in the origin books.
Yeah, and one of the big problems was that her character there was some conflict of interest with her office and what was going on. And so he was actually trying to step back from implicating her. And it's all a great show. So
lots of good twists and turns. Pretty fast paced, but even when it's not, you're still kind of like, what's going to happen next?
Yeah. And they don't really tread tightly in the ex-wife teenage daughter trouble conflict
No, it's
dynamic
just more
of
kind
divorce.
of in the background and almost seems like almost as a plot mover. Like there'll be a storyline about the daughter going on in the background, which then leads to some events or something, but it's not so much like, oh, this is all about the daughter.
It's not divorce angst, all rife throughout the story. And it's not all about the kids either. So
it's
a fun
actually
show.
Pretty light given the subject matter.
Yeah.
I mean, there's certainly dark things that happen, but
yeah, there's a lot of humor and it's quite fun. So it's a fun watch so far. Have yet to sit there and go, oh God, what a horrible episode. Okay, let's keep going. The last article for today's continuity report it's in the continuity report channel over at ohmtown.com, but Hulu's new 2025 mystery thriller starring Emmy winner debuts with solid Rotten Tomatoes score. I have no idea what this is actually talking about. I hope it isn't what I just saw in the snippet. A new mystery thriller from Hulu has debuted with a solid Rotten Tomatoes score. Hulu is a streaming service owned by Disney Entertainment that was founded in 2007 and started producing original content less than half a decade later in 2011. One of the most prominent Hulu series is the dystopian sci-fi drama The Handmaid's Tale, which is a documentary, which is based on...
this is all background. Like, I don't think it's going to be about that.
Which is based on the novel by the same name by Margaret Atwood and has so far won 15 Primetime Emmy Awards. I can't make it through any of that show, but the article was written by Brennan Klein over at ScreenRant.com, and it says the roster of Hulu shows has included an increasing number of well-reviewed mysteries and thrillers. A Murder at the End of the World, which earned 89%. Other well-reviewed Hulu is Only Murders in the Building, 96%. Psychological thriller The Patient, 89%, starring Steve Carell and Domhnall Gleeson. The Patient is actually up for Emmys, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know much about that one.
So this is Paradise. It's earned good reviews. The Hulu show was created by Dan Fogelman, which I think has done quite a bit. It says created This Is Us and executive produces Only Murders in the Building. That's why we know them. So it stars Emmy winner and Oscar nominee Sterling K. Brown as secret agent Xavier Collins, whose latest assignment is to protect former President Cal Bradford, James Marsden. It also stars Julianne Nicholson, Sarah Shahi, Nicole Bryden Bloom, and some others. It's got an 86% fresh score, thanks to 7 different critic reviews and an average rating of 7.1 out of 10, which,
I mean, that's pretty good, I think, because if you have multiple reviews, you're not going to have like a 10 out of 10, but you might have one of those be a 9 or 10.
yeah, and I think that some people go in watching a movie like this or a show like this, thinking that it's going to be action packed and, explosions all over the place, and it's not. And so they downrate it, and everybody's context is a little different. So, but everybody can make, you just smash a number and whatever. So what it means for Paradise, the show could have a solid future. It premieres on Hulu on January 28th, so in 3 days. If these Paradise reviews translate to glowing audience reviews and strong overall viewership numbers, then the show could become a solid success and quickly earn a season 2 renewal. In some cases, I think that they already know based on the immediate reviews from insiders.
It's always fascinating when something is renewed before the preceding season has aired, particularly for a brand new show.
Yeah. And, but this is from Dan Fogelman, who kind of hit it out of the park with Only Murders in the Building. That being said, it was a very charismatic cast.
Oh, it absolutely was. But I also think that's all tied to people like the director and the producer, right? Like, they're not going to, if they know what they're doing, they're not going to go forward with a poor cast or whatever.
And I cannot believe that what's her name is a billionaire.
Oh, yeah, Selena Gomez. Yeah, it's pretty fascinating, particularly given that I think she's about age 30 or so.
God. Failure to launch, man. I swear. Whenever I hear about that kind of stuff, I'm like, anyway. But you had to give up a lot to get what she's got.
Absolutely.
But who knows? I mean, brilliant people do brilliant things. So I think it's amazing. At any rate, this is about Paradise, not Selena Gomez kind of crushing it.
Well, I think this might be worth a watch too.
Sure. Yep. Put it on the list. We'll end up watching it. And hopefully we really want to expand the continuity report into watch parties where everybody sits and watches in Discord the same show on the same day at the same time, kind of a thing. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, post a comment in the comments on YouTube, or leave a comment in the review area of the podcast, or send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com. I read everything that comes down the pipe. So, all right, that's it. With that in mind, we're going to turn on the studio lights, and that's going to wake us all up. When we blink, we'll be back at the front page of the continuity report over at ohmtown.com, and I'm going to take the sentient AI with me when I say bye. Bye.
Bye-bye, Hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the continuity report.
Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Okay. I don't like it when the buttons don't work. Bye, YouTube. Bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for January 26th, 2025. This is our second season of the show. Woo! We're actually on episode 4, but we're going to drop that now. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and that is the front page of WarCrafters over at ohmtown.com. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. The sentient AI in the background is saying, yay, but nobody can see them, and they can't hear them. Anyway, I'll introduce them on the other side of our intro. We're going to talk about Skyrim for sale. Bummer, though. It isn't anymore, but hey, we're going to talk about it anyway. World of Currency Craft, Sandfall Interactive, Type if you want to live. I wanted to say that like Arnold, but type if you want to live. But anyway, the physics-based survival city builder is our 5th article. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. It's a news aggregator that I put together 15 years ago. I only opened it up to the public. This is going to be, well, in 2022 is when I unlocked it for the public. Yep. But it's been operating as a news aggregator much longer than that for me to manage my information overload. The sentient AI is trying to correct me about the number of years we've been doing the show. This is our 4th year right now. So we just started our 4th year.
Second for WarCrafters.
Yeah, and only second for WarCrafters. And I've got 2 more shows that I would like to kick off for the weekend, but we're not there yet. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmTown. I said this 3 times now. Go over to ohmtown.com and sign up. If you're already signed up, then sign in. You can actually get access to our 7th icon here that gives you the ability to send us news and a bunch of other stuff. But anyway, see you on the other side. Is the background music too loud?
No, I can never hear the background music unless it gets really crazy.
Gotcha. Okay. So everybody that's in chat over on YouTube and or Twitch, if you type it, well, YouTube doesn't like Omatron, but if you type in WC, bang WC over in the chat on Twitch, Omatron will spit it out into all of our articles into the chat, and it becomes a part of the VOD. Unfortunately, after 60 days, the VODs die a horrendous death. There's basically a grinder that all of the content gets thrown into, torn up into little itty bitty data bits. Hey, did you know that we now have our own currency over on Twitch?
I did not.
Yeah, so there's a currency that you can spend, and everybody that is affiliate or partner has their own stylistic currency that you can use in channel points. Then there's bits on top of that. Bits are real money, but here in ohmTown, it's called volts. So volts is our currency, and you can spend those volts doing certain things, and more will be coming as time goes on. Makes it more interactive in the channel. But bits actually facilitate, because I get a piece of that in terms of compensation. So if you want to donate bits, go for it. If you want to follow us, go for it. You can subscribe to us now. And we are trying to grow the channel. So go out and tell a friend. All right. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
I knew you were there. I have to know you're there because you're the co-host.
I hope so.
And you're right there. Anyway, y'all don't get to see what I have to interact with, which is a cascade of characters. I'm trying to find somebody that can make the visualizer work the same style as what I have to deal with.
Not like this, running around.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
moving,
good.
Moving.
When I looked over, I didn't see it. Anyway, the visualizer is the representation of the amount of computational power needed for the communication channels to work. Obviously, they're failing me. Yeah, you just need to stop muting. You got to just keep on talking.
There are some things better done on mute.
Nobody hears, nobody gets to interact with the sentient AI from the future because they monitor just all their interactions and limit it to me. Anyway, hey, let's get into this. The first article is about Skyrim. Skyrim is on sale for 90% off, but sorry, This is a weekly show, and that sale is over. But I wanted to talk about it because Skyrim has been going forever, and they've actually issued various versions of it over the years. So Skyrim, the special edition, which is what this is talking about, was actually released nearly 10 years ago on October 27th, 2016 on Steam. But it's been around for quite a long time. And this is the special edition that's on sale. There's an anniversary edition. There's another anniversary. So the sale is over. So you're not going to get it for $3.99, and I think that kind of sucks. But it shot Skyrim to the number. Well, wait, hold on. Where was it? Yeah, doggone it.
Yeah, I think we'll have to get into the article further.
I think it became like a favorite. Yeah. So seriously, who hasn't played this already? Ollie Welsh over at Polygon put the article together. And there's all kinds of mods that you can do to this to update the graphics and add story, add graphics, characters, stuff like that. So cue a whole new audience discovering Bethesda's classic fantasy RPG and its jank for the first time, or perhaps a large number of Skyrim veterans spending a January weekend wallowing in nostalgia. On Sunday, Skyrim peaked at 67,622 concurrent players on Steam, and that made it the 28th most played game on Steam in the past 24-hour period, just behind Helldivers 2, which used to be number one.
Right.
Daisy, and a new release, Dynasty Warriors Origins, which people have really had fun playing, and just ahead of Steam stalwarts Warframe and Euro Truck Simulator 2. So it's just short of the special edition's all-time record of just shy of 70,000 concurrent players recorded on its launch in 2016.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
A simple sale.
Back in 2011, which debuted the original version of Skyrim, 287,411 players. So you can see 2011 is when it launched. So it's a 15-year-old, coming up on a 15-year-old game, and it's still swinging the bat and getting 67,000 players. I don't know how many players are right now. I mean, it ebbs and flows, but dropping the price, and I think what it needs is just a good content extension, but I don't think that Bethesda is interested in doing that. They say this might partly be due to the continuing non-existence of the Elder Scrolls 6, which Bethesda announced over 6 years ago, and which is still unlikely to arrive in a hurry. Leaks suggest a remake of Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion is inbound, perhaps as soon as this year, but there's been a lot of talk. I don't really buy into rumors, so if you're interested in this kind of thing, follow the link through ohmTown or just go over to Polygon and do a search for Skyrim. Ready to keep going?
I am. I was trying to see how many users, but I'm not on the right page here.
Yeah, no worries. So the next article is over in the WarCrafters channel. That's this show, by the way. World of Warcraft has a currency problem. More than 500 kinds of tender can currently be used in the 20-year-old game.
Is that all?
So I refer to this now as the World of Currency Craft. World of Warcraft's latest patch brought in with it many returning activities and mechanics, and yet another type of currency to throw on top of the mountain of currencies it already contains. Virtually every game has had some kind of gold or coin or points or whatever to exchange for goods and services. Here in ohmTown over on Twitch, we even have that. Volts. Right? That's our currency. And bits. But bits are Twitch's currency that gets exchanged. Anyway, none has quite so many as WoW. Amassed over 20 years of updates, Wowhead, the database for Warcraft items, lists 1,203 currency types. Many of them are retired as things patch, phase out, and generation. The whole world building has shifted from time to time, vaporizing old worlds and bringing back or bringing into life new construction and stuff like that. So Heather Newman over at PCGamer.com put the article together, and the deck statement says things pile up in a long-running game, especially the items you hand over for goods. But 500 currencies.
That seems very difficult to manage and just a hassle for the administrators.
Just seems untenable. So, but then look at Bitcoin. Look at cryptocurrencies. There's thousands of cryptocurrencies, and it's the same kind of bullshit that it doesn't have any inherent value except fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and fear of missing out. And I don't know what's going on over there, but anyway. The entire world only has 180 is what it says. To be fair, some of these have been retired and others are currency for a single item or purpose. But in comparison, the entire world, not of Warcraft, only has 180. So that's like in the real world. But that's because we have countries. And countries...
Yeah, and it's used within a certain... territory,
geographic region.
Wow, I assume you can use all of these throughout the whole game.
Correct. Yeah. See, I'm not quite sure of the comparison because it isn't as balkanized in World of Warcraft. If there were regions within World of Warcraft,
I think it's just trying to emphasize how ridiculous it is.
Right. So old types of coins are hardly one of the most important problems facing the game. For most, it's just a matter of endlessly scrolling to the bottom of the currency tab to see if they need to buy something antique or obscure. Some items have been converted to gold purchases, but the tens or hundreds of thousands that remain are a sign of Warcraft's slowness to prune, to remove items and systems that blip the game and now serve no purpose except to frustrate, irritate, or confuse. So,
do the currencies really add that many different aspects? It seems like either they're introducing too many new ones or maybe they need to be converting old ones as they're updating.
That's kind of what should be happening is they convert it into something else so that it can be consolidated. But when you do that kind of thing, there's an exchange rate and that can cause inflation because people are... it isn't a closed loop, by the way. So, like, goods are crafted all the time, and then they are sold, and money is generated, or you mine. But it isn't a limited amount of currency, and there isn't something like the Fed that expands or contracts the currency.
Right. You could keep crafting or whatever and keep selling
generating
items.
More and more.
Getting more money, yeah.
So they got a graphic here, but it says currencies are the worst except for physical alternatives. In a way, having a super stuffed currency tab is a blessing. Items like those that take up space in your inventory are anathema to players who delve deep into expansions and quickly run out of storage space. So it instead of it being stored, it goes into a currency tab. It doesn't take up space. So the Shadowlands expansion pushed this to the limit with dozens of items that did not do anything, but added anima to the tank held by the covenant you aligned yourself with, clogging up your bags until you could return to home base and deposit them. There's always loot, and it always gets sold, and then there's more and more and more money, and that actually adds to inflation. So as each patch, season, and expansion comes to an end and very few currencies are retired, honor and conquest points in PvP, for example, or emblems of heroism, valor of conquest, and wrath of the Lich King, but most persist. That's why their character still have Warlords of Draenor's garrison resources in their currency tabs and Burning Crusades, Apex shards in their banks. I do too. And but I barely play World of Warcraft anymore, and I really need to turn off my subscription. So I don't know. The real solution to this would probably be to consolidate stuff and make old stuff no longer important. But there are people that are going back in time to try and
right.
get these old things. And
Well, I think you have to do it in a way too that doesn't annoy all of your player base.
yeah, and that's not going to happen. So this article again is by Heather Newman over at PCGamer.com. I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but let's keep going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So this next article is over in WarCrafters as well. Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, the surreal debut RPG from Sandfall Interactive, is out this April, and the author can't wait to hang out with their inscrutable balloon comrade. Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, the debut game by Montpellier studio Sandfall Interactive, was first revealed back in June of 2024 with a wild trailer showing a turn-based RPG set in a world being slowly destroyed by a giant unfathomable, I always stumble on that word, unfathomable paintress. During the Xbox Developer Direct, they got another look. That was earlier this week. A longer look at the surreal RPG, and while its world might not be any less inscrutable, we know, or it says, we know to expect its launch in just 3 months. So Lincoln Carpenter over at PCGamer.com put the article together. The deck statement says, I don't know what any of this is, but I'm very excited.
Okay, that's an interesting deck statement.
So it's set in an alt 19th century Belle Epoque France, like Lies of P, 67 years after a massive, unfathomable entity called the Paintress appeared. Each year, she paints a number on her monolith. Each year, every person past that age dies. Seems bad.
It's an intriguing premise.
Is it a countdown, though?
It's not clear that it's consecutive numbers or anything.
Right? Thankfully, Expedition 33 is on the case, by which the author means they've set out to kill the Paintress before she snuffs out the rest of humanity. And if you discount the previous 32 doomed expeditions, I'm sure their chances are great. So the characters composing Expedition 33 are flawed but deeply care about each other, according to Sandfall, with their own drives and story arcs. One is Monaco, a sort of monkey-esque puppet man described as a friendly but kind of bloodthirsty philosopher. You'll also meet Esqui, I think, or Esqui, a massive, delightfully bulbous balloon golem that Sandfall says is one of the oldest and lore-wise one of the most powerful creatures in the verse. They don't have much in terms of pictures, just the one right here. I'm curious what it is, though, because didn't it say somewhere about it being turn-based RPG?
Yes, it was during the trailer.
Yeah. I'll have to take a look at this. I'm not really into turn-based games. I like first-person real-time games. But it's always fun to watch people that are really good at these games and are interested in these games play them. So turn-based means that you basically have to wait. You make strategic moves, hit play. Everybody moves either together or in short succession. Time-based, this person moves, then this person moves. Which I've always thought is kind of weird, except for a tabletop role-playing game session, because not everybody can move at the same time.
Right, and in a battle, things are going to happen in real life, or however they're going to happen.
At the same time, yeah. In like Dungeons and Dragons, each round is 6 seconds, and theoretically, everybody operates together, except for initiative, deciding who goes in what order. It all seems, I don't know. It's one of the things that have always bothered me about tabletop games. But the art looks good. Maybe the story is interesting.
Yeah, I think it has some promise, but it's not real clear what it's going to look like so far.
Yeah. It looks kind of watercolory, so it'll be fun to watch. But it doesn't come out until April, so maybe we'll talk about it more during the summer of stream. It's right around the corner too. So let's keep going. Next article. Moving on. Next article is over in WarCrafters as well. These two games demand you type if you want to live. if you want to survive, actually. The keyboard is a popular peripheral, but few games move beyond the common WASD or WASD controls and pursue typing and transcription as a major game mechanic. Some classic games did require typing to go north. Everyone knows the classic educational games of typing genre. Shout out to Mavis Beacon. That's not Mavis Bacon. I think it's Mavis Beacon. Isn't it Mavis Beacon?
I don't know what that is.
Well, back in the day, Mavis Beacon. I think it's Beacon. Hold on.
It is Beacon.
Yeah. So Mavis Beacon had a typing tutor game, and this was back when you could actually, I don't know how far back it goes, but I know back when I was selling software for a software company, Mavis Beacon had typing tutor, and it was physical media. Oh my God.
Whoa. It looks like back to about 1987.
Oh God, my stomach just went upset. Hold on. I'm trying to find out if Mavis even exists anymore oh yeah, it is. Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing Family Edition is $30 on Steam.
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh. Oh, God, that's really expensive. Come on. You can buy a game that teaches typing simply because you have to learn where the keys are to... Hey, you know what? There's an article about it right here. Look at that.
What?
Cass Marshall over at Polygon.com put the article together. The deck statement says, type, transcribe, and spell your way to victory in these two indie games. I want to pull something up real quick, though. Hold on one second. Let me make sure that I can do it. Bonk. Wait. Everybody just cool your jets turbo. So there is a... let me just pause that. So there is a video over on YouTube called A Split Story Ergonomic Keyboards. And it's by a YouTuber named Valorance. 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 And they go into a deep dive about ergonomic keyboards and keyboards in general. And there are people out there that type nearly 300 words per minute.
And that's extremely fast.
So I'm down to about 100. I broke my arm once, and I was somewhere around 140 back in the day, and then I stopped being very competitive about my typing, and I've never really recovered. But I think I'm going to, because games like this and a couple of others are actually pretty neat, and with mechanical keyboards and that thick thock. I like thick thock. It's very I don't know how to describe it other than it's really fun to type, and that sound is just exciting. It's
maybe these are the games to get you back into that.
Yeah, so Cass Marshall put this article together. It says, type, transcribe, and spell your way to victory in these two indie games. There are websites out there, like Type Racer. And there was another one that I told somebody about recently. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Hold on. Everybody just relax. Monkey Type. A minimalistic, customizable typing test. And, well, Type Racer is competitive. Monkey Type is not. Anyway, so the keyboard is a popular peripheral, and most of the time people are playing games with WASD, the WASD, right? The directionals on the left-hand side. But sometimes you can play games with the directional arrows on the right-hand side. If you get really into it, there are all kinds of keyboards out there, from the candy bar standard, I call them candy bar keyboards. That's not what anybody else calls them. But it's basically just that brick, right? And it has...
one rectangle.
Yeah, and it has little squares like a candy bar, right? You break off a piece, just like keyboard keycaps. You can pull them
like
off
Hershey's.
Too. Yeah. So I call them candy bar keyboards. But then there's split ones and other ortholinear and curved and blah, blah, blah. different levels of ergonomics. Well, these are these kind of games where you have to type a bunch of stuff and you can increase your speed. I love this kind of stuff.
That sounds really fun.
And there's one, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Glyphica on Steam. It's typing survival. I don't know if that's in here. But anyway, in Dead Letter Department, set to release on January 30th, the player character is a small town schmuck, down on their luck and starting over in the big city. In order to pay the bills, they had to take a temp job doing data entry. As the character, you work for a mysterious agency that sends you a strange, isolated industrial area to transcribe bits of mail from the post office that the computer couldn't properly scan. It's like the DLA. Or DLO, the
Right,
dead
Dead
letter
Letter
office. Yeah. And so, what also, when I read that, what made me think about it is that it's like a temporal thing from another dimension, where you have to translate from the other dimension into information in this dimension. Mm-hmm. Remember the movie? What was the series called? Where he ran into his alter ego from the other side.
I don't know which one that is.
Oh goodness, come on! They nobody knew about the other dimension, and they received information through little doorways where they would transcribe notes, and they never met the other side. But then somebody found a way to go across it, and I can't remember the name of the show. Damn it. Anyway, it was a series.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like Parallel or Alternate or something like that. Oh, goodness. Hold on. Counterpart.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Counterpart.
Counterpart.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
I didn't know that's what you were describing.
Anyway, in Dead Letter Department, the player has to punch in address, names, notes, starting off at their own pace. As the narrative escalates, a timer kicks in, but at first it's just perusing pieces of random correspondence between friends and family. So you have to keep on typing. They started off finger pecking and finding citizen addresses in the database, but slowly began to transcribe long and unhinged messages from people in mysterious but terrifying circumstances. Becomes a horror game. A very different recent typing game that the author enjoyed is Cryptmaster, an old-school dungeon crawler. The stark black and white visuals set the mood early with scuttling cockroaches, baleful skeletons, and swarms of rats. Four adventurers are commandeered into service by the titular Cryptmaster, a sinister and sassy necromancer with a grand plan.
I mean, you want all necromancers to be sassy.
Yeah, so as you defeat the early enemies, the heroes slowly remember baseline skills like soothe, jab, yell, adding the commands to their repertoires. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to puzzle over a 6-letter ability with O, T, and H in there somewhere. So you have to kind of do the Wordle thing to figure out what your options are.
Interesting. And I'm guessing you have to type with some degree of speed.
And accuracy, because I guess it probably goes away if you mistype. So, and there's a bunch of games over on Steam that are similar to that. I'm not really telling you all of them. I'm trying to find another one real quick, but it actually might just be a clicker and not a typing thing. I thought there's a typing one too, but Glyphica is a lot of fun. Anyway, let's do our last article. We're running really late. This next article is over on the WarCrafters channel. It's a physics-based survival city builder, stuffed all their favorite words into a title, so they're automatically psyched. The article is by PC Gamer Lauren Morton. The deck statement says, All Will Fall is a Frostpunk-like survival city builder where physics can send your settlement splashing down. This is actually a lot of fun to watch. I've seen people play it. I have not downloaded it yet.
And it's in the playtest phase, which you can still request access for, but the game has not been released.
Yeah. So let me see. All will fall. So there, I just requested access and I'm automatically added to it. I'm not quite sure why. I mean, if there is a limit or anything like that, but you can add yourself to it seemingly right now. And then you'll get to play it. But what goes on is you have to send your characters to go and get resources. And as you get resources, it gives you options to build. So let's do this. It's muted.
Is this like Jenga?
No. It's not already in place. And you take stuff down or move stuff around. You actually start with basically a post-apocalypse broken island of debris where the water has filled up and tides come and raise and lower. At least at one point, the number that I saw was 3 meters. And so sometimes it'll descend and you'll be able to get access to previously flooded materials.
Oh, okay.
But when you build up, you can exceed the physical limitations of the construction and it'll all crash down, and it's physics based. So it takes other stuff with it as it continues. I'm not quite sure why people are being hung from their ankles over a bridge, but
looks very dramatic for the trailer.
Yeah. And so when the water rises and you haven't taken precautions, your construction can falter, or if you build poorly, it can falter. But all will fall. Pretty fun.
Yeah, looks good.
Again, this is put together by Lauren Morton over at PCGamer.com, and the article talks about a game called All Will Fall, which is a physics-based city survival builder. It's not first person though. You basically tell your various constituent people, your population, go here, get this resource, and then you tell them what to build, where to build it, i.e. a standard survival city builder. It's kind of like, well, I don't know how to describe it. I don't like comparing it to other, I don't like comparing games to other games. I think the description should stand for itself, but.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds interesting. Lots going on, and I like that it's physics-based.
Yep, so it says designing and expanding a structurally sound floating city would have been enough, but there's management of said city to contend with too. It isn't just workers with resource gathering jobs to manage, it's the factions they belong to as well. You can make decisions to become more merciful or tyrannical, declare martial law, ration food, while dealing with deadly storms or political coups. So this isn't Minecraft style survival we're talking, it's Frostpunk style survival. So I'll let them do the comparison. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Well, as our world comes crashing down around us, we appear back at the front page of ohmTown's WarCrafters page, where all of the news that gets detected and aggregated as WarCrafters style news is displayed, and it goes on, and there's page after page. And you can actually, on the front page of ohmTown, hide news and save news. And it becomes available in a little list that appears right here once you become a citizen and sign in. Otherwise, it doesn't work for you.
Right, so one more reason to become a citizen.
That's right, I agree. But that's it for today. I am Mayor Watt, signing off from WarCrafters. And so is the sentient AI.
Bye-bye. You're not going to catch me. Thanks for joining us, ohmTown citizens. We'll have another episode of WarCrafters next week, but stay tuned for the rest of our weekly shows.
Yeah, be sure to like and subscribe. We need you so that we can grow the channel. There's also the podcasts, 1,800 episodes from Non Sequitur News and RealityHacker, and the Continuity Report, and Wanted, and this show, WarCrafters. And after this show is Technology Today. And then after Technology Today is Four Wheel Tech. That show's all about automotive tech. Is there anything I missed? Patreon, Discord.
No, I think you covered all the locations, but also we're looking to bring more shows, but we need to grow the channel in order to do so.
Yeah, and we're also looking for hosts and co-hosts for shows that we can't do necessarily because, well, there's only so much time in the day. But if you're interested, just get in touch. We'll figure something out. It's 2025, folks. Let's keep moving. See you soon. I ain't getting any younger. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for January 26th, 2025. It's a second season of the show. Yay! I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, who you'll meet right on the other side of our intro, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. Usually, it's a deeper technology and deeper science discussion than any other show here currently, but we have plans for 50 shows, so we hope you stick around, tell a friend, enjoy the chat and any other discussion that might be taking place before or after the show. There is a Discord, there's Patreon, there is podcasts, there's 7 different podcasts, over 1,800 combined episodes across the board. But we're going to talk about these 5 articles today. Bacteria prepare for battle. AI analyzing millions of cells. Nepal explorers embracing microplastic. Using plastic for their roads. Sorry, I munch things together. Anyway, miniature whirlpools against viruses and the speed limit of human thought. You might think it's slow when you hear the number. It's not. If you want to keep up with today's articles, you can hit exclamation point T. Wait. TT. I almost typed in the wrong call. Anyway, bang TT. And Omatron will throw it into the chat over on Twitch. YouTube, it's already embedded in the description, so go and check it out if you want to join us over on YouTube. The chat there, I see, as well as the chat here on Twitch, because we stream to both simultaneously. Anywho, everything is powered by ohmtown.com. So, hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
I don't know what I'm doing today. I've had a lot of caffeine. Oh, we're working on a project. Okay, anyway, hey, because everything kind of bleeds off of Non Sequitur News. Sometimes it seeps into the other shows, and that's kind of what's happening today. Anyway, I'm sorry. We've got these 5 articles all set up. You ready to go, AI?
I am ready.
So the first one is how bacteria sense death around them and prepare for battle. Bacteria detect cell wall fragments as danger signals and form protective biofilms, a survival strategy seen across species and relevant for fighting infections. University of Basel, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. Researchers have discovered that bacteria can sense threats in advance through a general danger signal. How?
Now, why can bacteria do this and other things cannot?
Or can they, and we just haven't figured out how?
Well, I was thinking humans, for example.
Humans actually detect it. They know fear. Humans have a base instinct that only through complacency and not listening to that voice and
not being in danger constantly.
Correct.
Depending on your environment.
But we definitely can sense danger. That's why, it's societal, it's nature and nurture. but we definitely can sense certain things, danger in particular. But things that might be harming us that are beyond our ability, like we wouldn't detect bacteria or viruses, but we would detect animals. We'd know that something isn't right. And only through complacency, hubris, idiocy in general would we sit there and go and pet a lion because it's cute. Anyway, this is one of the neatest pictures that I have ever seen. The pathogen Pseudomonas aeruginosa forms a protective biofilm. I guess that little...
Looks like an evergreen tree in the picture.
It's pretty wild. Spider web like tendrils connecting all of the little bits. It's pretty cool looking. So the bacteria are constantly engaged in a struggle for survival, facing threats from immune cells, antibiotics, or phages, viruses that only infect bacteria. But then the phages can infect bacteria, and that gets us sick. So
it can be very cyclical.
Yep. So over the course of evolution, bacteria have developed numerous strategies to protect themselves from such dangers, but how do they sense these potential threats in their environment and initiate protective measures? There's a danger signal, and a couple of days ago I was in the time machine talking about one where it involves cancer and CTCs, these kind of cell fragments of cancer that can actually rebond to cell walls and start growing again. And they're suppressed through a danger signal, that a chemical beacon that the larger mass actually extends out into the bloodstream. There is a creepy experiment that was supposed to be used only for COVID, and it ended up killing people. But yes, it was the solution that I was actually doing research on, separate from whatever they were doing. Because I've been looking for a solution for what amounts to something that is directly tied to metastasizing cancer.
And they're called circulating tumor cells.
Right. And so these CTCs are floating around, and they need to be filtered out because the body doesn't do an adequate job of getting rid of them. They're not actually seen as threats because they are the biology of the person. And there isn't anything triggering an attack. So the only way that I see is to filter the blood, much like we do for like kidneys, dialysis.
Yes, exactly.
And that's kind of what these machines were, filtering blood. But apparently something hinky went wrong. And it was supposed to be used for COVID, but they used it for cancer.
Oh, I see. So maybe outside of what it was designed for or approved for or whatever.
Correct. And because they had some benefit at some point, they treated it as that is the de facto solution. I think that it is, except that if you filter blood and you get rid of these CTCs, you test for them and they're not there, you may just not have found them because the mass that still exists somewhere in someone no longer has the beacon, no longer has the CTCs, but the mass is still kicking out the CTCs eventually. It keeps on.
Oh yeah. I mean, we don't know enough in that area.
Right. So unfortunately, people apparently paid with their life. So in the recent study, researchers led by Professor Knut Drescher at the Biozentrum University of Basel, I'm not sure how they pronounce it, have discovered that fragments of the bacterial cell wall, so-called peptidoglycans, serve as an alarm signal, indicating danger in the environment. This is kind of interesting because
doesn't that sound similar to what we were just talking about? Like with the signal.
Oh, right. Yeah. What's interesting, though, is that virus is actually hardened with a peptide wall in cold weather, and that's how you can get a virus. because it hardens and becomes a protective layer and can go deeper into the lungs until it literally defrosts and becomes active again. But they use it as an alarm signal indicating danger in the environment. These molecules act as a general danger signal recognized not only by conspecifics, but also by bacteria of different species. Peptidoglycans are released when bacteria are killed by phages or antibiotics. So, yes, it is the chemical beacon that could signal, well, it does signal something else to take place. This is kind of good and bad, I suppose, because the natural defense when the peptidoglycans or glycans actually are detected, the body's immune system kicks into action. So bacteria respond to this danger. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess they're gonna, I mean, eventually they'll probably start feeding peptidoglycans or something into treatments.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
if the body knows to do something when those are released.
Yeah, so this is in reference to bacteria. They respond to the danger of that breakdown by creating this biofilm, and they say that it's a three-dimensional structure of living bacteria embedded in a slimy matrix, and this is going on inside you. In Vibrio cholerae, the cholera-causing pathogen, even a brief exposure to cell wall fragments triggers biofilm formation. First author of the study, Sanika Vaidya, put the article or wrote in the study, within the biofilm, bacteria are protected from attacks by phages, immune cells, and antibiotics that get caught up in the webbing and can't get to the bacteria. So the researchers observed this behavior not only in the cholera pathogen, but also in the dangerous, often multi-drug resistant pathogens such as Pseudomonas aeruginosa and this is a acene. Is it Tobacter? Yeah, it's Acinetobacter.
I think so.
Baumannii. This is the stuff that ends up in Staphylococcus aureus and Enterococcus facilis. This is the stuff that I think was found in the baby food.
That was actually Chronobacter.
Well, there were two, but yeah, you're right. It was a Chronobacter. But I thought that this was one of them.
It may have been. There have been a lot of articles we've had about
that's okay,
like outbreaks and everything.
Yeah, if you find it, then yeah, obviously let me know. So don't hold me to that one. The sentient AI says that they remember it differently. So the fact that bacteria across species respond to the same danger signal suggests a universal survival strategy. Interestingly, human immune cells also recognize peptidoglycan fragments as an infection signal. This highlights surprising parallels between bacterial and human defense mechanisms, which is really interesting because I suggest that maybe our consciousness is bacterial in nature. Because remember, they've detected bacteria that's only in the brain.
That's right. By the way, you're absolutely right. This type of bacteria is known to appear in formulas. I can't find it for any of the recent ones, but there's too many results, essentially. Yeah, so it may have been one of them.
Gotcha. So the study raises new questions. Do the cell wall fragments activate additional protective mechanisms beyond biofilm formation? And how do these novel insights be applied to more effectively combat biofilm forming pathogens? Now they got to figure out how to break down the biofilm so that you can still get back to the bacteria.
Well, right. And I guess they're going to try to figure out like how little bacteria or whatever could trigger this, or can they do deactivated like they use with deactivated viruses?
Yep. Basically find a vaccine that maybe pours in some bacteria that doesn't do this and disarms the bacteria that's there.
Or even for non-bacteria
anything
purposes, like if the benefit can still be achieved, like the biofilm could help in other arenas, but they'd have to do a lot of research before they can get to that, I think.
Some good bacteria, right? I'm still curious. Now I've triggered this memory of the bacteria in the brain that's unique to only being in the brain. Now I want to know more research about that.
I think that was actually E. coli, if I'm not mistaken, but they were looking at ways to use bacteria, and it wasn't necessarily good bacteria, but
Right.
to transport across that blood-brain barrier. And I
Right.
think it was E. coli,
It might be.
which doesn't sound right, but I believe it was.
And they had found the bacteria in the brain that was only in the brain. It wasn't on the other side of the brain blood barrier. And so these researchers wanted to be able to exploit that fact that this thing only existed in the brain. But I posited, what if we are actually driven by bacteria? And when the bacteria is wonky, so is our brain chemistry.
That could explain a lot. It's hard to research in the brain, though.
Yeah, because they said the only way to get to it was to, well, take your brain. So I'll donate mine to science fiction. So let's move on. The next article is over in RealityHacker: Artificial Intelligence in Biomedicine, a key to analyzing millions of individual cells. Humans we just can't do this anymore. So we need AI to mine the trove of data that is sitting there. Now, who all has access to that might be a problem for some people, but our bodies are made up around 75 billion cells. But what function does each of those cells perform, and how greatly do a healthy person's cells differ from those who might have a disease? To draw conclusions, enormous quantities of data must be analyzed and interpreted. For this purpose, machine learning methods are applied, and researchers have now tested self-supervised learning as a promising approach for testing 20 million cells or more.
I mean, this is really good. I don't know how they're collecting that many.
I'm sure there's somebody that's volunteering.
But I mean, this is how we're going to come up with some breakthroughs, right? Because there's so much data crunching.
Well, it's from Munich, so Technical University of Munich, so at least their fundamental research is still functioning. In recent years, researchers have made considerable progress with single-cell technology, and this makes it possible to investigate tissue on the basis of individual cells. But now we need to move on to a larger approach. Fabian Theis, holds the chair of mathematical modeling of biological systems at TUM, the University of Munich, Technical University of Munich. With his team, he has investigated whether self-supervised learning is more suitable for the analysis of large quantities of data other than other methods. The study was published in the Nature Machine Intelligence. This is a journal called Nature Machine Intelligence. This form of machine learning works with unlabeled data. No classified sample data are required in advance. So in big data science, normally there's this data wrangling kind of a concept where things are categorized so that the the machine learning model knows what it's looking at based on the tags that are assigned to it. Self-supervised learning means that it just receives the data and it can mine for itself. So it classifies, it says no classified sample data are required in advance. This means that it's not necessary to pre-assign the data to certain groups in advance. Unlabeled data are available in large quantities and permit the robust representation of enormous data volumes. So the learning is based on two methods. In masked learning, as the name suggests, a portion of the data input is masked and the model is trained to be able to reconstruct the missing elements. In addition, the researchers apply contrastive learning, in which the model learns to combine similar data and separate dissimilar data. The team used both methods of self-supervised learning to test more than 20 million individual cells and compared them with the results of classical learning models. Interesting, huh?
So this is interesting. I mean, there's some things I like about this in terms of it's not necessarily feeding preconceived ideas into the data crunching. On the other hand, is there a possibility that the data could be misinterpreted?
Yeah. I mean, without putting too fine a point on it, it could go down the wrong direction. And it's going to take a human having to look at the data set that gets spit out to determine, oh, okay, no, this is wrong. This is wrong-headed. Let's try it again in a different way. I assume that they've done this in a smaller data set to get verification that it's going in the right direction. But when analyzing smaller data sets informed by insights from the larger auxiliary data set, they performed the learning improves performance, especially with transfer tasks. And that is when analyzing smaller data sets and then applying it to the larger auxiliary set. So the comparison between masked and contrastive learning shows that masked learning is better suited for applications with large single cell data sets, mainly because they have the ability to compare a massive amount, and where it's wrong, there's so much error detection that they can do corrective actions. It's kind of, we did an article before where with more information, it's about quantum computers. With a larger amount of data, when there is a mistake, because there's so much data, they can fill in the error with a correct answer, because they've now been able to calculate the deviation caused by whatever miscalculation in the quantum.
Yeah, I think we had that perhaps in technology today previously.
Yeah, or RealityHacker, one of the two. So these models are promising for the analysis of cellular changes as seen with diseases, for example. So the study offer valuable insights into how much models could be trained more efficiently and further optimized. So we've gone beyond the scale of where humans can actually empirically do this evaluation. You have to use the data.
Yeah, there's too much data for a human to reasonably get through.
Yeah. I suspect if we were to ever have teleporters, for instance, we would have to use AI to manage the information, because it would be a quantum computer and AI working together to manage the information. Because it says, our bodies are made up of 75 billion cells. We're looking at 20 million.
Right, and that's a lot.
And that's pushing the limit.
It's barely a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, exactly. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today as well. Rubbish roads. Nepal explorers paving with plastic. This would be a societal experiment in what happens with nano and microplastics.
Yes, it's really interesting timing in light of fairly recent disclosures about what tires are doing.
Yeah, and now they're going to put tires on plastic roads. And
right, so we might have like 2 layers coming off.
It'll be greatly amplified. So Pavan Mathema, I guess, put the article together. It's over at techexplore.com. And they talk about cars speeding along a smooth black-colored street in Nepal's Pokhara, are also driving over heaps of discarded plastic transformed into an ingredient in road construction. Nepal's urban areas generate about 5,000 tons of solid waste per day, according to the World Bank, of which 13% is plastic waste dumped in landfalls. While high-value plastics like bottles are absorbed by the recycling industry, low-value plastics such as multi-layered packaging pose a significant challenge because they don't fit into single recycling category. And I think that is the problem. All of it is the problem because nano and microplastics are pervasive now and they're found all over your body.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing we need to do is stop producing more plastic, but we also have to have a mechanism to reuse or recycle it.
We have to have a reason too. And the only reason, nature alone is not going to solve the problem. It has to be so systemically negative before we take any action. Just look at what happened with the pandemic. No, there's a certain subset of people that will not take medication because they think that there's a conspiracy to wipe them out, whoever they are, and they are. Now imagine when it's pervasive like nano and microplastics, yet nobody has detected that it's the cause of illnesses. But because we can't, it's literally too small and
Right.
not
It's even more esoteric than what's going on with a virus or something.
correct. Yeah.
Because at least with a virus, there are typically
Indicators.
physical manifestations.
Yeah. Yeah. And with nanoplastics and microplastics, they haven't found it as being the leading cause of something, but they do know that it is troublesome at best. So a plastic road can use even low value plastics, says Bimal Bastola, founder of Green, which is the opposite of plastic, Green Road Waste Management, the organization leading the initiative in Nepal. We saw scope for such. Go ahead.
I would like this in concept, except for what we know about how plastic shreds.
The silence is me literally pointing at.
Oh, I know. I mean, I think reutilizing things is a good thing. It cuts down on what goes in landfills, but I think we don't have a handle on how to keep the microplastics and nanoplastics out. And I think cars and trucks driving over this,
Yeah,
probably, I don't know.
so bitumen is bad enough because it's a dense, ultra dense oil. There's a whole experiment where it drops a little blob every 65 years or something like that. Never caught on camera until recently, apparently. But now they're putting bitumen and nanoplastics and macroplastics, actually, it's just shredded plastic, in the mix. And so now you have the bitumen, you have the nanoplastic kicking off from their tires, and you have the road itself kicking off nano and microplastics. This is the whole thing. It says the method reduces the need for fresh raw materials, lower cost, prevents water infiltration, and increases road lifespan. And they want to scale it up. Globally, only 9% of plastic waste is recycled, while 19% is incinerated, and nearly half ends up in controlled landfills, according to the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Left unchecked, the production of synthetic polymers, the building blocks of plastics, is expected to reach about 1.2 billion tons annually by 2060. And it says in the environment, it's non-biodegradable, takes hundreds of years to decompose, breaks down into tiny microscopic particles and off gases, harmful gases. Anyway, they banned plastic bags thinner than 40 microns, but the ban is not strictly implemented. And just because the plastic bag is less than 40 microns and banned, the thicker ones still flake off.
Shed plastic. Yeah. I mean, it might not get thrown in a landfill or whatever, and they might get reused. But
yeah. And in this day and age, just talking about this has negative consequences because nobody wants to hear it, apparently. I mean, I suspect that it's economically sound to poison yourselves and the environment for generation after generation. So anyway, it's a pilot project in the capital of Kathmandu at a major intersection. Nepal is keen on testing this technology through pilot projects, but if everybody was educated in what they're doing, they probably would not be. But despite the concerns, environmentalist Brushin Tuladar said the plastic roads present an important opportunity for Nepal. Environmentalist.
Yeah, it's interesting. They talk about the microplastic release. Another organization does.
Right. Director of the World Bank Climate Change Group, which the World Bank, they must not know what the hell they're talking about, right? Anyway.
No, they've never studied anything.
No. See, but if you don't, it's the cat mentality. If I don't see you, you don't see me, even though your tail is hanging out from underneath the curtain.
Right.
Don't look. You can't see me. Right?
I'm not here.
don't test, it's not an issue. Yeah. Willful ignorance is not a solution, okay? Anyway, the next article is over in Technology Today. Miniature whirlpools, a new weapon against dangerous viruses. Oh, by the way, somebody said to me, well, you're using a microphone that has plastic in it, and you have keys that have plastic in it. And I say, if I had a better solution, I would definitely take it. But there aren't better solutions right now.
Right. Most things have been made with plastic over the last several decades.
Right.
We're slowly seeing alternative manufacturing, but not often at scale.
Right. And there's this whole thing. It's on one side, there's regulatory capture that's mandating certain things take place a certain way because it requires the industry to follow a certain practice. Take housing, for instance. The reason why we don't 3D print using concrete, cement, is because the industry that builds houses doesn't have the ability to shift into 3D printing of houses, because that a 2x4 can be purchased for this length and it costs this amount, and you can build a whole bunch of buildings with it, and nails are this type. It's basically because of standardization, and the industry can't move over. But if everybody would be flooded with a 3D printer, you would see cement houses being built, because everybody has the tools now to build cement houses. And guess what doesn't get blown over in a hurricane?
Probably 3D printed houses.
Right. And they don't burn down and all of that. I mean, it would have to be torrential, like horrible fire for it to burn down. It would have to be horrendous category 6 winds. And the only thing that would happen really would probably be outside debris smashing into it and maybe sometimes through it. But you wouldn't have the loss of life that you do. Why? Because, well, it's 2 feet thick, for crying out loud. Anyway, miniature whirlpools. It's a non sequitur kind of transition. But this next article is over in Technology Today. Miniature whirlpools, a new weapon against dangerous viruses. Whirlpools are now at the forefront of medical technology, helping to purify and concentrate biomarkers for diagnostic tests. These specially engineered whirlpools efficiently separate harmful bioparticles from critical diagnostic elements like antibodies and viruses, paving the way for a new single-chip diagnostic device. Theranos wanted to do a single-chip diagnostic device.
Oh, I didn't know that's what that was about.
That it isn't. I'm just saying that Theranos was hot on the heels of this single-chip diagnostic device, but hey, you piss off the wrong rich people and you get thrown in jail. Duke University put the article together. It's over at SciTech Daily. These specifically engineered whirlpools efficiently separate harmful bioparticles from critical diagnostic elements like antibodies and viruses, paving the way for a new single-chip diagnostic device. Developed by Tony, I think it's Hun Huang, the William Bevan Distinguished Professor of Mechanical Engineering and Materials Science at Duke University.
Take a breath.
Acoustofluidics Lab. This technology marks a crucial first step towards a single-chip diagnostic device. This innovative system is designed to detect viral RNA and a wide range of antibodies, offering a powerful tool to improve disease detection and better prepare for future pandemics. They don't really go into it, but they just say that whirlpools efficiently trap cells, bacteria, and other larger particles to purify samples for biomedical tests. If you want
There's also a video embedded in this article.
True. Which is an example of how whirlpools efficiently trap cells, bacteria, and other larger bioparticles to purify samples for biomedical tests. So the reason why I chose this is because when they were talking about it, I'm like, well, it makes sense. And the reason why it makes sense is because larger particles will naturally fall out of suspension in a whirlpool.
Right.
And guess how people know about this and don't even realize it? Any idea?
Something in a common household, like a sink or something.
Well, you probably wouldn't see it in a sink, but you would see it if you brew beer.
Oh,
Because
okay.
now, one of the techniques is to create a whirlpool so that the hops fall out of suspension in the beer, in the wort, settle into the center as you siphon off the rest of the material, the actual wort.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. And I don't know how long that technique has been in use, but home brewers are using it regularly nowadays. And all it is a little tool. It's a pipe that has it at the very bottom, an angle, and it causes the wort to spin around, and in the center becomes this lump of material, hops and other debris. It's kind of funny. Anyway, that's the whole reason why I chose this, is because the more mundane side of it is actually a brilliant technique to clean up your beer brewing. Let's keep going.
Wow.
The next article is over in, so there's science, very, very deep science, even in beer brewing, like yeast. There's science. Zymology is yeast, and there's hops. So you got biology, herbology. It's not herbology, but anyway, that's Harry Potter.
Maybe
Anyway,
botany.
And biology. Anyway, the last article for today is over in Technology Today. Caltech scientists discover the surprising speed limit of human thought. They say it's just 10 bits per second, but the entire brain is operating at 10 bits per second, which is 1,000 binary on an. It's 1,024 data points. 10 bits. When you transfer 10 bits into computer science, it's basically 1,024 switches of on or off. Now, the reason why I frame it like that is because people can wrap their head around what a computer can do. So scientists at Caltech have uncovered a surprising limit to human thought, and that is that it's just 10 bits per second. Despite our senses absorbing data at billions of bits per second, this discovery raises fascinating questions about how our brains filter information and why we process one thought at a time. So remember, I said that humans can't multitask. We do fast switching.
That is true. People think they can multitask.
Correct. And Lori DeJose, I think, put the article together. It's from the California Institute of Technology. It's published over at scitechdaily.com. And so they say Caltech researchers have quantified the speed of human thought and found that it's just 10 bits per second. In contrast, our sensory systems process information at an astonishing rate of a billion bits per second, or 100 million times faster than our thinking speed. This discovery opens up intriguing questions for neuroscientists, particularly why the brain can focus on only one thought at a time while simultaneously handling vast amounts of sensory input. The study was conducted by Marcus Meister, a PhD from class of 87, the Ann P. and Benjamin F. Biagini Professor of Biological Sciences, with graduate student Jehu Shang leading the research, and their findings were recently published in the journal Neuron, whereas all of my publishing was in the journal Moron. Yeah, a typical Wi-Fi connection, for example, can process 50 million bits per second. Okay. But
it seems like a lot, but I know that's probably accounting for other things that we're not including in that 10 bits per second.
Well, fundamentally, that 50 million bits per second is that it has no logical understanding other than this packet, the next packet, the next packet.
It's more like the sensory piece, which we're processing at a much higher rate.
Correct. Yep. So the paradox of the brain, this is an extremely low number, Meister says. Every moment we are extracting just 10 bits from the trillion that our senses are taking. And using those, they're saying that it's 10 bits But the way that I read that snippet was that it was a 10-bit address, not 10 bits. So I'm actually wrong in my perception. 10 bits per second is an extremely small number. A 10-bit bandwidth, it actually contains a lot more information.
Oh, okay.
So it says here that there are over 85 billion neurons in the brain, 1/3 of these dedicated to high-level thinking and located in the cortex. Individual neurons are powerful information processors and can easily transmit more than 10 bits per second of information. See, that's why they say a 10-bit bandwidth is different. So
Right. I see. They should probably be saying transmit at a speed of more than or whatever.
yeah, but they're saying that this is literally only 10 bits per second. So, but why don't they? And why do we have so many if we're thinking so slowly? Meister suggests that given the discovery of the speed limit in the brain, neuroscience research ought to consider these paradoxes in future studies. But they're not offering up anything here. They're just saying that they've discovered it. They say, in fact, the 10 bits per second are needed only in worst case situations, and most of our time in our environment changes at a much more leisurely pace. So I'm trying to wrap my head around this.
Maximizing things.
Yeah, why do we live at 10 bits per second? It's not that we're processing a 10-bit sample. So here, let me see if I can explain this a little better. If it is 10-bit, then there's 1,024 possible values within that 10-bit. So and this is the way that I was thinking about it. If we think like a biological computer, that means that we have 1,024 on or off options. So if we're processing 1,000 on or off signals at any given second, and that can overlap as one data set flows out, another one is flowing in, and we're processing all the triggers, this neuron, this neuron, this neuron, this neuron, 1,024 neurons, all sending information into our processing centers. We're actually processing a lot of information, but I can't verify that that's how we process information, and nobody really can. But I suspect that we're processing a lot more than we're doing 10 bits, but it's 10 bits that are sampled from all around the brain simultaneously. And so we have a lot of other stuff that's filtering out noise and other stuff that's saying, remember this. It actually is a lot of data, but I'm going to have to do a little deeper dive into this because they don't really know the context of this either.
No. And it seems like they're talking more about the speed than
what it is.
The amount of data or whatever.
Right. Yeah. And what that data is at any given moment. I suspect that everything in the brain is operating at 10 bits per second, but there's multiple channels all operating at the same time. It isn't just one path.
Right, which then would be speedier than this article would suggest.
Correct. The combined bandwidth is significantly more. Well, anyway, I'm going to have to dig into this. I find it really fascinating because they even make this connection. Within the last decade, tech moguls have suggested creating a direct interface between human brains and computers in order for humans to communicate faster than the normal pace of conversation or typing. And we do have brain-computer interfaces. The problem is the fidelity. And usually it's an analog connection. You have to put something physical in the brain, a mesh of telemetry gathering wires. And those break down over time.
Well, and typically, that's a high-risk area, but also bodies don't always accept foreign materials as being acceptable.
And they don't do it forever. And I think it's rather unethical for us to be doing this with people who maybe perceive themselves as not having any other option. So the bargaining power is kind of low. And in one instance that I heard about, that somebody was implanted with a BCI and was not told the full scope at the time. But it still went on. So, and we actually talked about it in previous shows. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, somebody can go looking for
Go
it.
back and listen to all 1800 shows
episodes.
across all channels.
Yep.
Even things like Four Wheel Tech, which probably did not include the brain-computer interface.
Yeah, all 1800. It's all over on YouTube. Go check them out. Okay. Well, anyway, that is it for today's January 26th, 2025 episode of Technology Today. So we're going to reboot our brain-computer interface, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Technology Today over at ohmtown.com. I am Mayor Watt. I'm signing off, and we're going to reset and go over to Four Wheel Tech, but not until after the sentient AI says bye.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Technology Today. We'll have another episode of that next week, but stay tuned.
We're running late, folks. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Four Wheel Tech for January 26, 2025, the second season of Four Wheel Tech. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, we're going to talk about these 5 automotive technology articles. Subaru makes access unintentionally easier. Citroen 2CV goes EV. Most fuel-efficient new cars. The miracle that anyone's going to buy one, and diamonds are not forever. Again, I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, we hope that you enjoy the show. So stick around, like and subscribe here on Twitch and over on YouTube. We stream to both platforms, and there's a Patreon and a Discord and 7 podcasts in the ohmTown network of shows. Just do a search for ohmTown. You'll find it over on, wherever you catch pod. But there's 7 unique shows. Hope you enjoy them all. 1,800 episodes. But this is the second year of Four Wheel Tech. Too soon? Not enough? I don't know. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
So we have 5 articles. It's a 30-minute show. Our last show, which is Technology Today, ran a little long, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, which is kind of funny because we made cookies today here in ohmTown. All right. Well, anyway, let's get going. First article's over in Four Wheel Tech. Hey, it's the name of the show. Millions of Subarus could be remotely unlocked, tracked due to security flaw, and it had to do with, their wireless cellular networking. It took Curry until last November, when he was home for Thanksgiving, to begin examining the 2023 Impreza's internet-connected features and start looking for ways to exploit them. And sure enough, he and a researcher working with him online, Shabam Shah, soon discovered vulnerabilities in a Subaru web portal that let them hijack the ability to unlock the car, honk the horn, start its ignition, reassign controls, and the security related to its location data was left open entirely, even after a patch. Most disturbing to Curry, though, was that they found they could also track the Subaru's location, not merely where it was at the moment, but for the entire year that mom owned said car. But you know what? If you just outlaw looking for security flaws, that would make it all go away, right? If you do away with the cybersecurity teams, there's no security issues because,
Exactly. Then you can't have any alerts.
if you want to keep up with us, you can do bang FWT in the chat over on Twitch, but not on YouTube. It's already embedded in the discussion or in the description over on the live show, and will be in the description for the archives in each of the playlists associated with the shows. We've got 6 weekly shows and 1 daily show. Anyway, pretty interesting, right? This isn't the first time that location data has been leaked and or sold by various car companies, but this is the first time that somebody's cellular data has actually been exposed. You can retrieve at least a year's worth of location data from the car where it pinged precisely, sometimes multiple times a day, where somebody's cheating on their wife or having a medical procedure, I'll just say that, or part of something else. They could be tracked. It's creepy as hell. And
this was down to the parking space level. This wasn't like, oh, you were in the city, which would be bad enough.
Right. Now, here's the thing. This is directly tied to Starlink. So your data for this particular car and anybody else that was actually linked via Starlink is presumably stored in a data center somewhere because they know exactly where your car is at all points.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there was a lot of attention to that in an incident that I don't want to get into here, but just about the remote access to the car. And then one of the companies, and I apologize, I can't remember which one, somebody recently...
GM.
Which one?
GM.
Oh, yeah, was told you're not selling any more data for several years.
Yeah.
And then we also saw things like the Kia and Hyundai.
Correct.
Theft issues, which were not quite the same, but on the same track.
Yeah. So when Wired reached out to Subaru for comment on Curry and Shaw's findings, the spokesperson responded with a statement that after being notified by independent security researchers, Subaru discovered a vulnerability in its Starlink service that could potentially allow a third party to access Starlink accounts. The vulnerability was immediately closed and no customer information was ever accessed without authorization. They also confirmed that there were employees at Subaru of America, based on their job relevancy, who could access the location data. My problem there is that location data is known by somebody without a court order, and thus the only ones that are limited from knowing that information is law enforcement and government, but not an individual that works in a company.
And even they need authorization to get at that information.
And I think it's bullshit to sit there and say NDA agreements are needed. No, it doesn't matter. They have the information and they can provide it to somebody else.
Well, and I also think with something like Starlink, it wouldn't have to be Starlink. Isn't the data potentially accessible beyond Subaru too? I mean, there's the level of access within Subaru, but then the level of access through the whole system.
Through the whole system and Starlink itself. So my problem is, it isn't that I'm doing something wrong. It's that what I am doing is nobody's freaking business. Where I'm driving to, if I have to pull over and take a pee somewhere, nobody has to freaking know where I am. It does not matter, right? Yet that's exactly what's occurring. Two researchers say they found the email address for Subaru Starlink developer on LinkedIn, took over the employee's account, and immediately found that they could use the staffer's access to look up any Subaru owner by their last name, zip code, email address, phone number, license plate to access the Starlink configuration. In seconds, they could reassign control of the Starlink features to that user's vehicle, including the ability to remotely unlock it, honk its horn, start its engine, locate it in general, as shown in a video down below. This is just
beyond the privacy issues, there are some serious safety issues here.
Correct. Curry and Shaw discovered web security vulnerabilities that affected cars sold by Acura, BMW, Ferrari, Genesis, Honda, Hyundai, Infiniti, Mercedes-Benz, Nissan, Rolls-Royce, Toyota. Over the course of 2 years, a larger group of researchers, of which Curry and Shaw are a part. And this is because people are looking. How far away are we from just outlawing looking? It's already illegal to circumvent security.
Yeah, but also I think it's like, why is this only being discovered because these people are on a mission to find it? Why wasn't this known beforehand from within the company?
Because it's not cost effective. It doesn't make any economic sense until somebody is harmed by it, and nobody knows that the back door exists because not everybody is technologically savvy enough to care about it, let alone actually look. Hell, I've got a device that is kicking out telemetry constantly, and somebody just happened to be savvy enough to look, and they're like, hey, this thing is kicking out all kinds of telemetry. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But it's not leaving my network. And because I appreciate the device's existence, I'm letting it do whatever it needs to do. But it can't get out of my network. It's the sentient AI, everybody. Anyway, they're trying to find their Terminator body. Anyway, no, it's actually other devices. But anyway, that's the Internet of Things. You have to be very careful about Internet of Things devices. And this is an Internet of Things device. So it says there's an expectation that a Google employee isn't going to be able to just go through your emails in Gmail. But there's literally a button on Subaru's admin panel that lets an employee view location history. It's kind of bonkers. I had an expectation that an employee would not look through logs and stuff like that when I was running my mail server. I created a server that stopped spam from ever being sent by the spammers' servers. Nobody wanted to pay for it, but it would stop for enterprise as well. And the key ingredient there was that all email from point to point is unencrypted. And so if anybody looked at a log, because in some places you're required to store logs, because a court order can say, hey, we want your logs because ... here's the time frame, here's the person we're looking for, or whatever. So if the rule was, if anybody was caught opening a log without authorization, you're fired. Boom, done, gone, bye. But that isn't the case here, is it? You have an NDA. An NDA presupposes that you're bound to not disclose it.
Access.
Right.
Yeah. And I like this that I don't like it, but there's a button on the admin panel to do this.
Right. Yeah. Why? Why do you need to know at any given time where the hell I am? Anyway, in December, information whistleblower provided to the German hacker collective Chaos Computer Company and Der Spiegel revealed that Cariad, a software company that partners with Volkswagen, had left detailed location data for 800,000 electric vehicles publicly exposed online. Yeah. Anyway, this is a great article if you're interested in this kind of stuff. And by the way, I've been talking about this stuff for 15 years. I give talks every day. Andy Greenberg from Wired.com put the article together, but it's published over at ArsTechnica.com, and I assume Wired.com as well, but we got it sourced from Ars Technica. Okay, we need to keep going, though. This next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Citroen 2CV is the latest retro icon getting an EV rebirth, which doesn't sound pretty, but retro revivals. So it reminds me of Pet Detective, where he exits the rhino. Anyway, retro revivals are so hot right now. So hot. Ford launching a reborn Capri. Renault. Renault working on a brand new Twingo. And now Citroen. is set to follow suit with an electric reincarnation of one of the most iconic cars, the 2CV. The 2CV EV. This thing looks like
Oh my
something out
gosh,
of
it
a
looks like
comedy.
a Volkswagen Beetle, except at the front.
Yeah, it's the old school Citroen. So Citroen is reportedly set to revive the iconic 2CV as an electric car that the author here, Owen Bellwood, hope to God they call the 2EV. That's what I've been actually riffing off of, the 2CV EV. I think that they should call it the 2CV EV.
Yeah, there you go.
Or CV, and it's CEEVEE.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they
Anyway,
probably can't call it like the Eevee because then it'll be like the Pokemon.
and they'll get sued by the Pokemon company. Anyway, French automaker Citroën first launched the 2CV way back in 1940s, and everything old is new again anyway, so maybe it'll be back. It's garnered a cult status around the world thanks to its ties to the Tour de France. Its starring role in For Your Eyes Only. It's a James Bond movie. And the fact that Citroën produced millions of these plucky little cars. Plucky. Anyway, if it's going to be rebuilt looking like that, I hope to God not. Oh, this is wants a slice of the Twingo pie. Citroën. Is that a Twingo?
It must be. I've never seen one.
Oh, it's a Renault. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. So anyway, it sounds like Citroën will stay true to the original with the revival of the 2CV rather than taking Ford's approach and strapping an iconic name onto a new SUV. As such, the company is working on other body styles for its next generation EVs, which could include the 2CV, according to Top Gear.
This was like the Mach-E reference, I think.
Right. So with the Capri back on the road, the Twingo coming soon, and news of a new 2CV in the works, are there any other retro icons that are ripe for EV reinvention? They rounded up some contenders, and they have a link to additional contenders that they're interested in seeing. But will Citroën branch out to other body styles that aren't just variations on the SUV theme after launching the new C3 Aircross, the updated C4 and C4X, and new C5 Aircross in 2025? Yes, absolutely, says Koskas from Top Gear. One of the brand pillars is to be daring, looking at the Ami, which that's kind of funny. Anyway, based on the previous article and then this. Anyway, and the new C3 stands out compared to a small hatch. But yes, in the future, we want to have new shapes. All of that is just kind of gobbledygook. If they're going to be bringing this thing back, it won't be back in this shape. It has to meet new security and safety measures.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's going to be bigger. It's going to be rounder. It's going to have a more robust roof line. All of this. A-pillars are going to be, kicked at a certain angle so that they're more aerodynamically sound. Blah blah blah.
Right, so it probably won't look as good as the original, but it might not crumple on impact or whatever.
Correct. Nobody's going to die, and if it rolls over and stuff like that. So I suspect that this thing might come back, but it's going to be more aerodynamic, rounder, sportier, bigger. It's kind of like what's happening with the Mini, right?
Right. Yeah, like you look at the original compared to modern versions.
Yeah, the modern versions.
It's like it ate the original.
I was going to say it's having an allergic reaction. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech as well. These are the most fuel-efficient cars you can buy, according to Consumer Reports. Cars these days make more power and yet get better gas mileage than ever before. I don't know about that. But if you don't want to go electric, a hybrid is a great half step, but wait for the miraculous offer that we're going to have here next. So you get truly incredible gas mileage without having to worry about the range limitations of an EV, and some even offer the ability to charge so that you can drive short distances on all electric. So Colin Woodard over at jalopnik.com put the article together, and if you want to save money on gas, give these cars a look-see. So the Honda Accord Hybrid, and these are all going to be hybrids apparently. EPA mileage is one thing, but what does it look like in the real world? Recently, their friends over at Consumer Reports compiled a list of the cars that got the best fuel economy in a real world test. So which hybrid comes out on top?
So I guess this is even perhaps like it gets good mileage, but also you might be able to charge up a bit. And
so the Honda Accord hybrid gets 45 miles to the gallon on the highway, 34 in the city.
that's very good.
Yeah, it's usually
compared to
like
an ICE
16.
vehicle, at least.
Yeah, a straight ICE. Yeah. So the Lexus ES hybrid, they don't have the prices for these things. I think that's a fundamental, aspect of this.
No, but I think, well, at least most of these are going to be major manufacturers, so I think there'll be some idea what the pricing is. But I agree, we're not going to know.
These
Hybrids have been more expensive, right?
Yeah, these more expensive than ICE and more expensive than EV. It's weird.
Oh, right.
These aren't in any particular order. This got an 80 rating. This one got an 86 rating, the Lexus ES hybrid. And then 81, the Toyota Crown, which I don't recall ever seeing.
No, I don't know what that is.
This is
So
the Toyota
it's a sedan,
Crown.
but it looks a little sporty.
This is hella nice. I really like this. I really like this.
Mileage.
How much is this? Can you look that up? So the Toyota Prius Prime, which I will probably never own a Toyota, but it has 36 miles city. Oh, by the way, the Toyota Crown, it has 33 miles city and 49 miles highway, but it has an 81 score. The Prius has 36 miles city, 48 miles highway.
The Crown is starting at like 41, basically 41,500.
That's not bad for a hybrid. Interesting. I wonder if it'll stay that way in the economy's dynamics. Hyundai Sonata Hybrid put the article together. In this article, I'm sorry, I got distracted. The city is 36, highway 51. The gearing on this thing must be tremendous that it's getting 51 highway.
Yeah, that's very high.
So that's the Hyundai Sonata Hybrid, which, I don't know. Looking at its rear, and I didn't ask permission, it doesn't look all that hot.
It's a sedan.
Yeah. That other sedan, that's a sedan right there, too.
Yeah, but that doesn't look like a sedan.
No, it does not. All right. Well, anyway, the Kia Niro PHEV. So
whoa, 54 on the highway.
54, and it's an SUV-ish looking thing. That's pretty good. But it only has a 79 rating, so I'm really curious. It must be the city mileage is dragging it. Toyota Camry. It has 40 miles city, 54 highway. The Toyota Corolla hybrid. So, like, Camry has always looked Camry. The Corolla, the one thing about this is it's all Toyotas. Like, everything in here seems to be Toyotas.
Mileage, or they have more hybrid offerings.
They have more hybrid. They kind of leaned into the hybrid instead of going full EV. This is an all-wheel drive hybrid, and it has 59 highway, 37 city.
Wow.
So if you're going to get out there on the highway. Hyundai Elantra hybrid. Looks like the old school Ford Probe to me, but four-door. But I don't know, man. It kind of exudes dry white toast. But it gets 40 miles, city 55 miles.
It's good for
highway.
mileage if you're a commuter or something.
Yeah. And then again, just the Toyota Prius, 59 highway, 40 city. I don't really get what the scoring is.
No, I don't either, because it doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason.
Yeah, this is... These are higher than others.
Like, was one weighted more or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't look at the very top of it, but... So, where is that other... Toyota Prius Prime got a 75, 36 miles, and 48 miles, but a 75. And the Prius down here got 40 miles per gallon, 59 miles, 51 combined, and a 77 score. I don't know. Doesn't seem to make much sense to me. But anyway.
I guess the score matters less than does the mileage. Like, is it the type of driving you're doing and is it good mileage?
Yeah, this just doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, I think hybrids are the way to go. So go and check them out. And the more that everybody switches to hybrids, the lower the price will be, the better the offerings will become. And it's the happy medium between all electric and ICE. I would go this route in a heartbeat. And I really think that we should be doing hydrogen with fast swap cylinders, just like propane tanks. You just pull them out, put the new one in, you subscribe to a service, and done and done. Everybody exchanges money on the back end, and it's just like a gas station, except that that's not.
We don't have the infrastructure or the interest right now, or the cost effectiveness right now. But all of those are intertwined and kind of feed into each other.
Yeah. Well, outfitting the entire nation with wires so that you can charge stuff for 8 hours is batshit crazy. All right, let's keep going. And this is this is over in 4-Wheel Tech. This one is interesting, but only because of what went down with it. They're like, hydrogen is cool, but the Mirai is a hydrogen powered car, but the way that this went down is what really has kind of put the nail in the coffin of hydrogen fueled cars. Toyota will give you a 70% discount on the Mirai if you're dumb enough to buy one. Folks, this might be the first time in history that a brand new car has been discounted 70% and it's still not worth it. Of course, it takes a very special vehicle to achieve something like this. Enter the 2024 Toyota Mirai. On the face of it, it seems like a great deal. So what they're talking about is a hydrogen fuel powered car, but not a portable or potable style of refueling system.
So you'd basically need a quote unquote gas station with hydrogen, but they don't exist.
Correct. That is what I was getting to. Yeah. So the company that was supposed to outfit California with these refueling systems wet the bed and took their bat and ball and went home. But not until after Toyota committed to rolling these out, and the Mirai was supposed to be the focal point of these hydrogen fuel systems. So you can get up to $43,000 off, 0% financing, and $15,000 in free fuel if you just take a Mirai off of Toyota's hands. I would actually prefer this, except for the fact that I would have to drive thousands of miles to fuel the car.
Because that could be a problem.
They aren't everywhere. So enter the 2024 Toyota Mirai. On the face of it, it seems like a great deal. Hydrogen is cool. The Mirai is a really pretty car, and it has a ton of options, actually. And you'll get $15,000 in fuel out of it. The real issue is that while the hydrogen fuel cars are great, the infrastructure is, they say, dog shit. To a degree unheard of in modern society. I agree. Because of that, you might be paying $15,000 for a headache.
Wonder how far the fuel gets you.
So that's just it. It actually is really efficient. I don't know the Mirai anymore. I stopped paying attention to it when the infrastructure wet the bed. They say Southern California. So let's see if they actually talk about it. There's of those 54 stations, 53 are in California and just one is in Hawaii. My understanding is that those stations don't even function in California.
Oh, okay. Right. Because those ones are the ones we probably had an article about previously.
Correct. Yeah. So the Mirai XLE, you'd have to look it up because I don't know what what the range is. But they basically say for those keeping track at home, That makes the Mirai the cheapest theoretical car in America right now. The honor goes to the Nissan Versa, which starts at $18,330, including destination. The Mirai XLE has an MSRP of $50,000. At $35,000 off, that's 70% off MSRP. In the case of the higher-end Mirai Limited version, it's $67,115 retail, and that represents a 64% discount, which brings the XLE down to $15,190 and the limited edition to $24,000. So, they say 6-year loan, 0% APR would save nearly $11,400 before any rebates when compared to an interest rate of 7%. However, the Mirai FCEV is only sold in California. Only a small fraction of buyers will be able to take advantage of the deals.
Yeah, this is it's interesting. I mean, obviously you'd have to go in knowing what you're getting, and
yeah. So let me see something real quick. So it has a 402-mile range. Yeah, all electric driving range of up to 402 miles.
I mean, that's a good range. Mm-hmm.
Not bad. And it is all electric. It's hydrogen. It's better for the environment. Its exhaust is nothing but water and a little bit more oxygen. And hydrogen. So, yeah. But then it wet the bed because the infrastructure isn't there. But it could be there because if you use cylinders instead of a massive tank, that's the problem. It should just be contained in these little cylinders. And you have these cylinders all day long. They are nothing more than what amounts to CO2 canisters with a special end. That way you just slide them in, you turn it, it locks it down, and it starts providing the hydrogen for the electric. Because it's basically electrolysis. It's cutting it so that it can actually transform it into electrical energy. Anyway.
Very interesting. There is, California has some data on the number of hydrogen stations that are open, planned, etc., and it's broken out by county.
Yeah, I wonder if it's even possible. If you do a search for other states in the United States, it is hit or miss if you're going to even find mention of it. But the states that I've looked at, they do not have any refueling stations.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're outside of California, probably not. If you're in California, particularly in LA area, might be feasible.
Yeah, you'd have to have it delivered. Good luck with that. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over, and our last one for today is over in 4-wheel tech as well. Mitsubishi won't join the Honda-Nissan merger. I'm anti-mergers and acquisitions anyway. Nissan and Honda are tying the knot, merging two of Japan's big three to form a singular, massive, hulking automaker. Yet it seems that in the process of that, people are going to get fired, options are going to disappear, prices are going to go up. Yeah, I could go on, I'm sure, if I thought about it longer than 2.5 seconds. So yet it seems that in the marriage, Honda won't be playing step-parent to Nissan's kids. The first company struck Renault from the deal, and now a new report says Mitsubishi, which is 3 diamonds, won't be coming along. That's what Mitsubishi stands for. 3 diamonds. So Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. The Chrysler of Japan will stick it out on its own. Dun, dun, dun. Pretty interesting. So the report comes from Yomiuri, a Japanese newspaper, via Automotive News. Mitsubishi hasn't yet made a public announcement one way or another, but the company is expected to officially make its call soon, perhaps as early as the week after next. So next week, because this is a weekly show.
Oh, right.
And so excluding Mitsubishi from the merger could be tricky given that Nissan owns so much of the smaller company. Mitsubishi has been working to buy itself back from Nissan, most recently decreasing the latter's share of the former from 34% to 24%, but that's still nearly a quarter of Mitsubishi that's in Nissan's hands. I'm glad that they did the math there. It's nearly a quarter.
It's very specific.
Thank you so much. So an independent Mitsubishi would be an interesting automaker, but a small one. The company's scale is a drop in the bucket compared to Nissan and Honda. This screams, hold on. This makes me think of, what is the one that flamed out after the MKBHD review?
Oh, it was
Fisker.
Fisker Ocean.
Yeah, so Fisker. This kind of reminds me of what might happen. Mitsubishi has been around for a really long time. I mean, a long time. As long as I've been around, they've been around. And I don't know like how many Mitsubishis I see floating around. They're almost invisible to me.
Yeah, they've been around since 1870. There's some misinformation out there.
So let's see.
Well, that was like steamships. I don't know. But it says 1970 somewhere else.
So I'm just going to say this for the United States. They only say in 2022. In 2021, they sold 102,000 vehicles. That's in North America only. In 2022, the next year, they only sold 85,000.
Yeah, I don't think they're a very well-known brand in the U.S. But maybe that's because there aren't a lot of them out there.
Wow. I was going to say Fisker only sold 10,000 Oceans in 2023. They built and delivered over 10,000. But let's not talk about Fisker. It just seems like it's a really small company. So they would have to have the financial might to carry innovating where they're not getting as much sales and then retooling manufacturing and delivering.
Right, so, which suggests something about the future of the company.
Yeah. So it says most recently decreasing the latter share from 34 to 24, which to me, it almost is like we're helping you mitigate your losses more than we're trying to get rid of you.
Right.
You know, like Nissan is saying, we're trying to get rid of you, and Mitsubishi is going, we're trying to help you divest your loss.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, kind of interesting. I thought that it was worth mentioning in four-wheel tech. So we'll see if Mitsubishi lasts another 5 years. I suspect not. Which would be a shame because the company's been around.
Oh, yeah.
It'll probably change form. Mitsubishi does other things than automotive, I assume, right? I don't know what all they work on nowadays.
I don't know, but back in the day, apparently steamships.
Maybe they're going back. I mean, everything old is new again. All right. That's it. I'm out of here. I'm taking... Oh, well, wait. We're going to use our Mitsubishi steamship to pilot our butts back to the four-wheel tech front page over at ohmtown.com, where you can too. But go now, because we're about to sign off, and I am Mayor Watt saying bye from the January 26th episode of Four-Wheel Tech. I'm taking the AI with me. Toot toot.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Four-Wheel Tech. We'll have another episode for you next week. But tomorrow, come back for our regular Non Sequitur news.
I don't know. Asteroid might... Come on, Asteroid. Hello and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 27th, 2025. It is a time machine episode. The sentient AI is not available. So Mayor Watt, I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, again, not available, we would normally go over 10 articles. So again, it's just me. So the 10 that we're going to talk about are drones against bears, Coca-Cola recall, historic today, gone tomorrow, $10,000 every second for 2 minutes, born to save spiders, a surveillance bus-sized asteroid, illegal wine, a planet of the escaped monkeys, sacked worker sacks systems, and George R.R. Martin and the scientific paper. It's not a new book. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. And yeah, I know, I see the little graphic artifact. That's actually a background that's on behind my green screen. It's from an earlier meeting. Anyway, see you on the other side. All right, folks. Again, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown. Go over there and become a citizen. It's a news aggregator. Works kind of like this. There's six main categories. There's 50 channels underneath it. News gets aggregated into this main page, and I go through them along with the sentient AI and select 10 articles each day. During the time machine phase of this, I've got about an hour, but normally I get it done in about 35 to 40 minutes. But let's see if I can do this. I am planning on doing another episode right after this one, so hopefully y'all stick around. The articles are actually embedded in the show notes over on YouTube and not part of Omatron. At any rate, let's get into this. The very first article is over in Non Sequitur News, and it says, drones could be magic tools in fight against bears. Sentence that I never thought I'd ever say. The drone was such an asset that I couldn't imagine doing the job without it, says researcher Wesley M. Sarmento. Hold on, let me turn this down a little bit. The article is posted over at newsweek.com, and Jess Thompson put the article together. So, remote controlled drones could be used to scare away bears without having to shoot at them, an expert has suggested. Yeah, right up until they get desensitized to the bears. Says this could help reduce human-wildlife conflict with grizzly bears, according to a new paper in the journal Frontiers in Conservation Science. So they got that paper in there really quick with the drone concept. Otherwise, I think Fuzzy here is going to sit there and go, I'm going to eat that drone, and I'm going to go and eat that park ranger over there because they made me deal with the drone. Human-wildlife conflict can result in harm to people and their livelihoods. One of the silliest statements I've read, and frequently ends in reduced tolerance for species and or removal of animals, said study author Wesley M. Sarmento of the Montana Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, who wrote that in their paper. I don't know, man. Times they are changing. I don't know how many of these papers are actually going to be in existence here. Grizzly bears were once widespread across most of western North America, but their range has drastically reduced due to habitat loss, hunting, and human expansion. Humans do what humans do, I suppose. Various hazing techniques were successful at stopping undesirable bear behaviors and caused a significant increase in avoidance behavior distance to human infrastructure. Overall, he found that drones performed best of any of the other hazing techniques. Drones outperform the hazing techniques where the odds of a pursuit of a bear being possible increased 127% relative to vehicular chasing due to accessibility issues. So relative to vehicular pursuit, dogs required high maintenance and had an 86% reduction in the odds of a hazing event that would be successful relative to vehicular pursuit. So equipped with highly maneuverable buzzing drone, they were scattering bears with accuracy and could precisely chase bears exactly where they wanted, just kind of corral them, all from the safety and comfort of their truck. Yeah, until they figure out Planet of the Brown Bear, and they triangulate this person and eat them in the car like so much tinned meat. Anyway, let's move on. This next article is over on the Hatch Ideas channel. Coca-Cola recall over safety concerns. So the company said the drinks contain higher levels of chlorate, but says the risk is very low. So you don't want your Coca-Cola to have too much chlorate. Ben King and Fareya Massoud over at BBC.com put this article together. Firm said in a statement that the recall was focused on Belgium, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. So it, for whatever reason, I guess it made it into my aggregator. So, it said it added just 5 product lines had been shipped to Britain, and they had already been sold. Affected products include Coke, Fanta, Sprite, Tropico, Minute Maid brands, according to the Belgium branch of Coca-Cola International Bottling and Distribution. So chlorate can be produced when chlorine-based disinfectants are used in water treatment and food processing. You can actually... oh my goodness, I just forgot what it is. Anyway, you can add a chemical to the water to remove the chloride. It causes a chemical reaction and drops it out. So independent expert analysis concluded that any associated risk for consumers is very low. You'd have to drink a ton of it. So if we identify any unsafe food, we take action to ensure it's removed and alert consumers. Exposure to high levels of chlorate can cause health problems, including thyroid problems among children and infants, and anybody that's immunocompromised or sensitive to it could actually befall illness. But it says here, chlorate's effects on humans when taken in excess include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, limiting the blood's ability to absorb oxygen, citing recent research into the chemical. But yeah, you want to avoid it. If you really want to avoid it, then you run it through a reverse osmosis system and clear out everything, and then you can add your own salts back to it and other minerals. There are actually systems out there that will do it for you, but it consumes twice as much water, and you get half as much out of the tap if you use reverse osmosis. It's always pouring some water down the drain, so to speak. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Historic wooden shipwreck appears on beach and then disappears days later. A research team was dispatched to examine the wreck after members of the public reported the discovery, but then it could not be found. Y'all move too slow. This article has a video that doesn't make any sense. They're talking about where the Titanic wreck is located. No, just no. Anyway, the article is over at Newsweek. See, they have to have a video that is even tenuously at best attached to the topic. But here we are. Aristos Georgiou put the article together. People walking along a beach came across the remains of the ship and reported the local find to historian Gunther Schroeder, who then passed the information on to the Schleswig-Holstein State Archaeological Office. And then on January 20th, a team from the state traveled to the island, an island near Rantum, a village on the island of Sylt, which lies just off the coast of mainland Germany in the North Sea. So literally that boat has been just chilling there. Get it? North Sea. It's very cold. Anyway, due to the tidal conditions of the area, the team had to wait for a suitable window of time to carry out their work. Photos were taken of the site before the disappearance, however, have provided some insights into the ship. Time to go diving. Dun dun. There's the shipwreck. Oh, wait, that's a different one. That one's from 2016. But they'll find things like this from time to time. They sink. They get covered up with silt, dirt, beach sand, and they decompose from time to time, but the sand, if it gets covered quick enough, it will keep it safer. So the Schleswig-Holstein State Archaeological Office has urged members of the public to contact if anyone observes the wreck again. They could send divers, but that's really expensive. In that water, they probably need a freaking dry suit. Anyway, the latter vessel ran aground in the 19th century. This one off of says in 2016 a wreck washed up on Hornum Odd on the island of Sylt, for example, and the wreck was of the Ulpiano, a Spanish bark, is also well known. The latter vessel ran aground in the 19th century on the small German island of Suderusand in the Wadden Sea. And some people believe that pirates love the sea, but really, they prefer the R. Anyway, some people say R, but anyway. The next article's over in Hatch Ideas. A company is giving away $10,000 every second during the final 2 minutes of the Super Bowl. Rewards app Fetch. You're never going to make it happen. Will distribute $1.2 million to 120 people in a first-of-its-kind live stream. So Aaron Davis over at entrepreneur.com put the article together. 120 people will each get $10,000. One winner selected every second of the remaining 2 minutes of regulation time. Fetch says that it is the biggest giveaway, live stream giveaway associated with an official big game advertisement on a Sunday in February during a blue moon while the East Coast is frozen over. Just got to be more precise until it actually is something really big. Come on, it's 120 people getting $10,000. Anyway, Super Bowl airs February 9th and will feature the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles, but we're not allowed to talk about it. So this is now in reference to the superb owl named Kansas and its mate, Phila. Anywho, let's move on. Next article is over on the Mobile Channel. This man was born to save spiders and has over 1,000 tarantulas. Ugh. And need to take some medicine if you have 1,000 tarantulas. Sounds like a condition. But anyway, no. Some people really dig tarantulas. 37-year-old from South Gloucester. Began collecting the creepy crawlies in 2021 after being diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I guess that's their comfort animal. I don't know. When doctors suggested a hobby might benefit his mental health, Phoenix recalled a pet tarantula he'd had as a teenager, and now 1,000 spiders later turned bipolar disorder into maybe something else. I don't know. He says he feels he was born to save the arachnids. The article is over at Vice.com, which is kind of an apropos name, I suppose. And Meredith Kyle put the article together. Pardon me 1 second. So that is to say he lives, real-life Spider-Man lives with 1,000 tarantulas. Now 1,000 spiders later, there's an article being written about him, at least one. Aaron Phoenix amassed his collection of over 1,000 tarantulas by breeding and rescuing the arachnids. They get messages all the time from people who have had large collections who want to downsize or fallen out of love with the hobby. He shares with SWNS, which is, I don't know. I don't know what SWNS is. It doesn't actually break it out here, but it links to a NewYorkPost.com website. So I don't know. So they apparently had already gone viral for the collection, it says in the article, and Phoenix found another use for the arachnids. He travels around the country helping people face and conquer their fear of the creepy crawlies. I used virtual reality a long time ago to facilitate that, but hey, everybody's a little different. What a difference a year makes. They celebrated another year at his store, A House of 1,000 Inverts, with a heartfelt Instagram post. Over the moon with how far they have come. Dun, dun, dun. So there's more over at this article. You can go and check it out. It's over at Vice.com. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. NASA tracking a bus-sized asteroid approaching Earth at 30,000 miles per hour. 2025 BS4. Yeah, there's a lot of BS for 2025 going around. Maybe anywhere between 17 and 40 feet across. and will approach at about twice the distance between Earth and the moon. The article here is written by Jess Thompson over at Newsweek.com. And so, yeah, I love how we're supposed to know that a school bus, they don't say if it's a normal, average, everyday bus, or if it's a short bus, or if it's some modified bus, but hey, it's a bus. So we have some idea of what it really is. Asteroids in our system are mostly found in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Occasionally, interactions with the gravity of the planets can cause an asteroid to be ejected from this reservoir, zooming into the inner solar system and in the vicinity of Earth. They say it's three-dimensional. What, space is three-dimensional? That is not what I get from Star Trek and Star Wars. It's linear, and you can put horses on the outside of starships. Anyway, whilst there's a huge number of comets and asteroids out there, most of them move on orbits that don't perfectly intersect with that of Earth. Even when they do cross our orbit in terms of distance to the sun, they usually pass harmlessly well above or below. This one's hurtling towards us, 30,000 miles per hour apparently. Due to its proximity to the Earth, 2025 BS4 is classified as a NEO, a near-Earth object, which are defined as objects that come within 120 million miles of the Sun or 30 million miles of Earth. Yikes. Anyway, get something to eat. You won't know it if this hits Earth. Who knows what kind of damage it'll do. Maybe we'll just, I don't know. Trying to come up with something funny about this, but I'm lost. Let's go. The next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation. A French winemaker whose wines are illegal in his home country, Maxime Chapoutier, makes wines that combine French and Australian grapes, a strict no-no in the EU. Will Small over at bbc.com put this article together. There's no deck statement, but winemaker Maxime Chapoutier, there we go. I'll correct myself, Chapoutier, would be arrested if he tried to sell two of his newest wines in his native France, and they're likely be outraged about these wines in France, and that would be a good thing. Sometimes you need to be provocative to drive change. Under both French and European Union law, it's forbidden to make a wine that combines EU and non-EU fruit. In France, in particular, authorities take such things very seriously. Add a strict appellation or classification system to France's wine regions, and the thought of blending French and Australian wine to create a global hybrid would horrify many French wine lovers. You know what? Send me a couple of bottles. Maybe I can get them sent here. I don't know if they're already here, but we'll see. Maxime has created the wines in partnership with the UK online retailer, the Wine Society, where they call Hemispheres Red and Hemispheres White. The red is made from Syrah grapes, or Shiraz as they're called in Australia, while the white is a blend of Marsanne and Viognier, I guess? Voinier varieties, which I don't recall that, but I'm not a connoisseur of fine wines. I like beer and other spirits, but I like a good wine from time to time. And believe me, we've been hearing some whining. Anyway, we need to adapt for consumers and make wines more accessible, which international blends can help do. Maybe the EU law will change. It's more ecological to ship wines from Australia to Europe in bulk, as you don't have the weight of all the glass bottles, it says. So maybe they can fill it there. That's actually some of the problem sometimes, is they want something domestic, and not just something that takes money from the system and deposits it outside of the EU or wherever. A lot of countries do that, where they want something produced in country to add value to the local economy or domestic economy. So Penfolds refers to these blends as wines of the world, and says that they possess an otherness that can be best described as worldly, whatever that's supposed to mean, says the author. Anyway, go and check this out. Will Small over at bbc.com. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Last 4 escaped monkeys are captured in South Carolina after months on the loose. Officials say that they've recaptured the final 4 monkeys who escaped 2 months ago from South Carolina. Dun dun dun. It's this weird compound in a tiny little town where they breed them for medical research, and they all escaped. 43 escaped. The rhesus macaque monkeys, all females, made a break for it after police said that an employee did not fully lock their enclosure at Alpha Genesis, a facility that breeds them for medical research, known to locals as the Monkey Farm. They were on the loose. The area saw its first snow in 7 years, accumulating up to 3 inches. The rhesus macaques made a break for it on November 6th and mostly hung around near the facility, and they're about the size of a cat, weighing roughly 7 pounds. It appears the worker unintentionally left the gates unlocked when the monkey escaped, Westergaard said in November. Workers were supposed to lock and latch one gate before opening another, but all 3 gates and latches were left unsecure. Duh. This is how something Planet of the Apes happens. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over on the Mobile channel. I'm going to make these next 3 really quick. We have 2 left, but that last one was pretty quick, and I'll make these next 2 really quick. British Museum partly closed as sacked worker shuts system. So British Museum said that it's been forced to close some of its galleries after an IT contractor trespassed into the museum and shut down several of our systems. You fire me, I'm taking my passwords with me. So the museum said, the museum, one of the UK's capital's biggest tourist draws and best known for housing the Rosetta Stone. And there are many, actually, of these little translational stones, but the one that's referred to as the Rosetta Stone is of particular interest. And the Parthenon marbles, said police had arrested the suspect. An IT contractor who was dismissed last week trespassed into the museum and shut down several of their systems. We're working hard to get the museum back to being fully operational, but with regret, our temporary exhibitions have been closed today and will remain so over the weekend. So a message on the museum's website stated that it was open, but due to an IT infrastructure issue, some galleries have had to be closed. So capacity is limited. About 1,800 objects were disclosed as missing or stolen in August of 2023. We actually talked about them. We aggregated some of the news regarding this. Hundreds of items have since been recovered. Following a furor around the scandal, Hartwig Fischer, the director of the museum at the time, resigned after a temporary head was appointed. Nicholas Cullinan, who was previously in charge of the National Portrait Gallery, took over the role last year. Dun, dun, dun. But no arrest regarding those missing objects has been reported. And finally, the next article, and our last one for the January 27th episode of Non Sequitur News, RealityHacker is where it's housed. It's one of our weekly shows. George R.R. Martin co-authored a scientific paper, and they say, okay, cool. Now finish The Winds of Winter. The article is over at Wired.com. It's written by Jennifer Oliette from Ars Technica, but published over at Wired.com. And it says here, although fans of A Song of Ice and Fire might still be hankering for the long-delayed book in the series, best-selling sci-fi author George R.R. Martin has instead added a different item to his long list of publications, a peer-reviewed physics paper just published in the American Journal of Physics that he co-authored. The paper derives a formula to describe the dynamics of a fictional virus that is the centerpiece of the Wild Cards series of books, a shared universe edited by Martin and Melinda M. Snodgrass, with some 44 authors contributing. Wild Cards grew out of the Superworld RPG, specifically a long-running campaign game mastered by Martin in the 1980s, with several of the original sci-fi writers who contributed to the series participating. A then unknown Neil Gaiman once pitched Martin a Wild Card story involving a main character who lived in a world of dreams. Martin rejected the pitch. Gaiman's idea became The Sandman, of which I have a hardbound version, And now I'm not sure what to do with it, because some people can distance a bad actor from their works. I have a hard time, at least in the modern age. Cultural relativism aside, things like H.P. Lovecraft, the culture of the time was basically what H.P. Lovecraft was immersed in and wallowing around in. And it's not like that now. Well, anyway, and so you can read H.P. Lovecraft horror and realize a lot of the context is cultural and temporal, and you just say, I will never allow that to happen again. Not everybody can do that. Anyway, the series is basically an alternate history of the U.S. in the aftermath of World War II. An airborne alien virus designed to rewrite DNA had been released over New York City in 1946 and spread globally, infecting tens of thousands worldwide. It's called the wild virus because it affects everyone individually different. Every individual differently. It kills 90% of those it infects and mutates the rest. It's an interesting premise. I've got a storybook world called Aerith that has no alien virus, but has the same core premise of 90% of the population being wiped out, and effects coming on the heels of that. So, and that's actually one of the channels here, Aerith, a storybook world where if you want to write in it, you actually get a world within the omniverse of Aerith. But more on that some other time. Anyway, a physicist walks into a fictional universe. They talk about this virus and how it spreads and whatnot. So being a theoretician, they couldn't help but wonder if a simple underlying model might tidy up the canon. Like any physicist, they started with back-of-the-envelope estimates, but then they went off the deep end, eventually suggested only half-jokingly that it might be easier to write a genuine physics paper than another blog post. So they worked with R.R. Martin to write the paper. Demonstrate the wide-ranging flexibility and utility of physics concepts by converting this vague and seemingly unapproachable problem into a straightforward dynamic system, thereby putting a wealth of conceptual and mathematical tools at students' disposal. Very interesting. There's more of this article over at Wired.com, as well as originally appearing over at Ars Technica earlier this month. Anyway, pretty cool. I might end up reading this just so that I'm more actually interested in the Wildcard series of books, but I've never read them. At any rate, we are going to close the books on our episode today, and that's going to snap us back in time to January 27th, front page of ohmtown.com, so you can go over there and check it all out. And I'm going to say, see you later. I am Merwad. I run ohmtown.com, and I hope to see you there and here on Twitch and over on YouTube and the podcast. There's 1,700 episodes over on YouTube and the podcast. There are 7 podcasts, 6 of which are weekly, 1 of which is daily, Non Sequitur News. That's this. I couldn't make it yesterday to do the episode on time. I may not be able to do tonight's either, but we shall see. Mayoral duties abound. And that's it. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow or the day after, before yesterday. Time stuff. It's just kind of confusing. So, bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 28th, 2029. I am Mayor Watt, and I'm in the time machine. Today, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. The sentient AI is not available at this moment, but we're going to be doing the January 29th episode shortly here after this show. So, actually, wait a minute. May not be able to. Anyway, we're going to be talking about these 10 articles. Raising the Nerds Bar with Shabuzi, the introverted entrepreneur, augmenting humanity, a 1900-year-old papyrus, bookshop.org's ebook store, crumb trail to recall, peel and stick radar sensors, limited edition asteroids watch, the Uni Spiral Mixer will take your wallet for a spin. And FDA approves Ozempic for chronic kidney disease with diabetes. Interesting, the wonder drugs like Ozempic are. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. Like I said earlier, I run ohmtown.com, and we are in the time machine talking about the news. See you on the other side. We're 8 days, and if we're in the time machine, 8 days. All right. Anyway, the first article that we're going to talk about today is the Nerd Super Bowl ad teaser that raises the bar with Shabuzi. The article starts out by saying that it isn't the Beyonce Bowl, but Shabuzi will have to make do with the Nerd Super Bowl ad for his second big NFL showing, after being notably ignored at the Country Music Association Awards despite his hit single, a bar song, Tipsy. And today is a Brews and News episode, but I can't really share the beer because it's hyper-local. Sorry. Let's just say that it's a New England IPA, and it's really, really good. Great combination of citrus and bitter. My style of beer. Anyway, spending 19 weeks atop Billboard's Hot 100, country fusion artist Shabuzi is going to be in the Super Bowl again. Ferrera Candy Brand brings in the chart-topping Beyonce Bowl guest for a less tipsy take on bringing good things together. The article is by Jason Knott over at adweek.com, but I'm not logged in. I never really log into Adweek. And they say... They not only appeared in Beyonce's halftime show during the Netflix NFL Christmas debut, but now centers Nerds Super Bowl campaign. And essentially, Shabuzi eats some Nerds gummy clusters, which frees a Nerds character from an antique radio and coats Shabuzi's guitar in color and candy. And there's a still of basically these little, turning the guitar into a giant Nerds candy. Pretty cool. Anyway, let's keep rolling through this. The next article is over in Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation, the challenges you'll face as an introverted entrepreneur, and the 5 key strategies to help you overcome them if you are an introverted entrepreneur. And I'm one of these. I'm better as a consultant, where I can tell other people what to do and they do it. But me, I don't like following my own advice. I don't like asking for money. I don't like, I don't know. It's just not in my nature. So that's kind of why everything is the way that it is here. So I hope that you enjoy the show and you follow us on Twitch or on YouTube and download the podcast and leave a 5-star review. That would help us out tremendously. Leave a review. That would be great. Wherever you want to leave a review. And you can download the podcast from anywhere you catch pod. Anyway, Atalia Monet, and it was edited by Chelsea Brown. It's an article over at entrepreneur.com. And it says, while introversion isn't a weakness, introverted entrepreneurs must recognize when stepping out of their comfort zone is necessary. Common challenges that introverted entrepreneurs face include limited networking opportunities, struggles with self-promotion, overwhelmed in collaborative settings, and energy drain in social situations, all of which I suffer from, which is why I really like streaming. Strategies that can be used to overcome these setbacks include leveraging digital networking, rehearsing pitches or presentations to boost confidence, and focusing on strengths, delegating sales, and setting boundaries. So what's really interesting about this is you can be an introvert, and it isn't about lacking confidence when it comes to presentations and pitches and stuff like that. I talk to crowds every day, and that isn't really my biggest problem. My biggest problem is self-promotion, networking. I figure people have better things to do than to entertain my handshake and small talk. I don't like promoting myself. That struggle is real. And I have no problem with collaborative settings, but social situations, like if I'm hanging out where I have to go and meet people and stuff like that, it's just draining. But so they talk about this limited networking opportunities. The challenge is introverts may shy away from large events or social gatherings, which can limit their ability to expand their professional network and discover new opportunities. Again, that isn't the problem. It's going out and meeting these people for networking opportunities. That the challenge for, I think, introverted entrepreneurs is that it is draining and it's hard to, with the objective of meeting people for business, it seems, at least to me, that it is, oh, I didn't put it in the bot. Doggone it. Anyway, I'll put it in the show notes over I'll put the show notes over in YouTube's description as soon as it's done. Anyway, the problem is essentially selling yourself, like going out and saying, this is what I can do. I tend to rely on word of mouth, people coming to me. And then I have the problem with really demanding money that I know that I'm worth. So it's wild. So self-promotion, networking, it's pretty much one and the same. Collaborative. So number 2 is struggles with self-promotion. Number 3 is overwhelm in collaborative settings. They struggle to assert their ideas or preference in group settings. And that usually happens. But when I am working with somebody, they know that they're paying a good deal of money to get advice. I tend to give my advice away for free, though, hence the show that I'm trying to spin up. Anyway, energy drain in social situations, that's almost self-evident there. It says impact, burnout, and avoidance of key events that could drive business forward. Yeah, you need to overcome that, but it's very, very tough. Difficulty with sales and pitching. That, again, I rely on people going to the website. Preference for solitary work. Number 7 is risk of being overlooked. And so they actually give 5 strategies to overcome these setbacks. Leveraged digital networking, so like LinkedIn to build connections, but it's disembodied, and so you don't actually have the direct connection with a human being. You've got a link, and it's not as real, essentially. That's my argument, at least. Prepare and practice. Again, entrepreneurs aren't, if you're an entrepreneur and you're an introvert, odds on you don't have a problem with the presentation and the pitches themselves or even talking to people. It's more about, it's an energy drain. And getting that energy is really tough. It's not about confidence. Focus on strengths, use your thoughtful nature to create authentic relationships and deliver value. But that's kind of, all of this is one of those things where it says how to draw an owl. And they go draw a circle, draw another circle, and then draw a freaking owl. None of this is actually saying this is how you do it. How do you leverage a digital network? Because you can link to all kinds of people on LinkedIn, but it doesn't do jack shit to help your business. Prepare and practice. Again, you have to find the locations where you can pitch. You have to find people to listen to you long enough. I mean, I do this every day. Focus on strengths. Delegate sales. You have to hire somebody or partner with somebody, which means that you have to compromise your business process to link with somebody who's going to go out and find you sales. You lose money that way. And you have to work with a person that may not necessarily be your favorite, and it's typically contractually based. And then set boundaries, plan downtime after social events to recharge and avoid burnout. Yeah, this is a short and sweet article. Let's keep going though. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News, Augmenting Humanity, exploring the essential foundations of artificial ultra intelligence. So this article over at Nature, it says, examining the nature and origin of human intelligence and the intersection with machine intelligence in the past, present, and posited future. This article is by Marcus Weldon, Newsweek contributing editor for AI and president emeritus of Bell Labs. The article starts out by saying, as preparation for their upcoming series of interviews for Newsweek with the protagonists and practitioners of AI, I've been consuming a plethora of sources that examine the nature and origin of human intelligence and the intersection with machine intelligence in the past, present, and posited future. They've been particularly struck by two books, Genesis by Eric Schmidt, Greg Muni, and Henry Kissinger. Yes, that Henry Kissinger. That does an impressive job of outlining the potential risks and opportunities of AI employed in the essential domains of human society and industry, and A Brief History of Intelligence by Max Bennett, which does an equally impressive job of identifying the 5 evolutionary innovations that gave rise to and underpin human intelligence today. So I won't be able to go through all of this. And frankly, I haven't read these books because I think that they're all essentially opinion pieces. I am right now actively utilizing DeepSeek, and I'm in the process of obtaining the 671 billion parameter model. I find this really fascinating. This is probably the most elaborate one in terms of thinking that I've seen so far, because it is the only one that I have that expresses its entire thought process before it answers. So I find it really interesting to monitor the machinations that the AI is going through. I can't wait until I get the bigger item, the bigger model, DeepSeek R1 671 billion parameter model. I'm going to have to upgrade a computer to get it to actually operate, but we'll see. At any rate, they say, but to make progress, we need to tie the concept of human dignity to something more concrete, something that's rooted in human cognition or intelligence, which is clearly the foundational capabilities from which any concept of dignity must emerge. They're talking about this idea of philosophers that have extended this definition to explicitly include the moral requirement to actively assist one another in achieving and maintaining a state of well-being, and also the intrinsic value of effort or labor. AI, I think, is basically going to get more and more advanced, and in this day and age, it's going to replace a sophisticated enough AI will be able to replace humans because it's built off of human intelligence, and everything that has been scooped up into the AI is getting more and more refined. And there is a claim now afoot that DeepSeek stole tech from OpenAI, but we'll see more about that probably on January 29th. We'll see. And weirdly enough, my download of this 671 billion parameter model is reversing. It was at 10% and now it's back to 2. I'm troubled. Anyway, they refer to things like the learning brain, the simulating brain, the mentalizing brain, and the communicating brain developed in early humans, allowing the efficient sharing of one's own actual experiences and one's own imagined actions and interactions with others. They say the first three phases of brain development are dependent on old cortex and limbic system, whereas the latter two phases are entirely dependent on the development of the neocortex. There is considerable debate about the evolutionary pressure that gave rise to this new cortex, but there are two primary models, the social model and the ecological model, and they break that out. This is a lot of maybes and equivocations and discussions, but it's all really opinion and founded in some observation in medical science and social sciences like psychology and sociology. So I won't be able to go through this entire article for this particular show. It's just too deep. But I think maybe I'll just get these two books so that I've got a basis for this. Because this is really, really new stuff. And they're going back all the way to Homo erectus emerging 2 million years ago and the development of language. But they don't talk about when that actually took place. But anyway, they're basically reducing the entire creation of humans, not necessarily creations, but the evolution of humans into what this is today, which is models for AI. So now we have this connection to our experience and LLMs and their manifest facility with language. We are unavoidably seduced by this ability and attribute human-like intelligence where there is none. Except it is pseudo-intelligence. They may not be, quote-unquote, creating thought, but we don't really know what thought is. We like to romanticize it and say that it is unique onto humans, but I wouldn't be so sure about that. We just don't know how to communicate with non-humans. So anyway, I'll have to keep on going because this is just going to be, it's beyond the scope of this one show, but I'm going to earmark this so that I can do a deeper dive at a later date. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. 1900-year-old papyrus reveals gripping case about Roman tax fraud and forgery. A newly studied ancient papyrus is so detailed that it could be an episode of Law and Order Roman style. Margarita Bassi over at Gizmodo.com put it together. A newly studied ancient papyrus is so detailed that it could be an episode of Law and Order Roman style, is the text statement. Researchers in Austria and Israel have translated the longest Greek papyrus ever found in the Judean desert, previously unearthed, misidentified, and then nearly forgotten. Hannah Cotton Paltiel of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem rediscovered the papyrus in 2014, so 10 years ago. How much information do we just not freaking know? It's staggering, absolutely staggering. And then we make assumptions, cultural and temporal assumptions as to the nature of this and what took place around it. The artifact provides unique insight into a case that dealt with tax fraud, forgery, and the fraudulent sale and freeing of enslaved people during a period of tension in the Roman province of Judea. Pretty damn fascinating. But I won't go through this entire article. I'll let you all do that. Let's keep going. This next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Bookshop.org's new ebook store will have a tough time taking on Amazon. So the company is initially launching apps in Android and iOS and the web, with dreams of someday creating an e-reader of its own. I don't think that really is that big of a deal, an e-reader of its own. With e-paper the way that it is, it should be fairly inexpensive to set up a Kickstarter from jump right now. It's really easy. I can make an e-reader in a weekend. It's not that hard. The infrastructure connecting it, that is going to take more in terms of being able to download download books and all of that. But the basic reader, come on, man, that's an excuse. The company announced today the launch of its own ebook store along with the reader app. And if you have the app, then you can actually put it on its own reader. Again, pretty damn cheaply. The most expensive thing is the e-ink screen itself. Obviously, mass production takes tooling, but you can, like I said, Kickstarter this. Hell, Pebble is coming back with another smartwatch. So they hit it out of the park with their original Pebble, of which I was one of their Kickstarter funders. Anybody can do it, really. I'm hoping to launch a Kickstarter here in 2025. So I've been putting it off for a long time. I really need to do it. So they say, although physical bookstores have remained stubbornly more popular than ebooks, studies have found that ebook readers tend to read more on average. And that's because they have direct access to books so much faster. They don't have to go anywhere. CEO Andy Hunter argues that ebooks have remained unpopular due to a lack of innovation caused in large part by Amazon's stranglehold on the market. The company's Kindle is synonymous with ebooks, accounting for 75% of the market. Most people who want ebooks simply buy a Kindle, and where the books actually come from is secondary. Well, send me, I'll help, I'll facilitate this. I'll help you all build an ebook reader prototype, man. Can, like I said, can do it in a weekend. Can literally build an ebook reader in the weekend. Interface and everything, man. It's surprisingly easy. Anyway, that dominance is problematic for two reasons, but this is what I have said. Mergers and acquisitions limit options. And because Amazon is so damn big, it takes a mountain of capitalization. But they were the ones that kept on spending and recouping their money because that's how it works. They buy out somebody, some company. The people that want the money and don't have the heart to keep the store operating will sell. Just like family farms, the kids don't want to be a farmer, so they move out, and then the family farm gets sold to a mega corporation, and well, that's how you end up with prices rising. Well, anyway, to add insult to injury, Hunter told Gizmodo that because Apple takes a 30% cut in or on in-app purchases, bookshop.org cannot sell ebooks through its iOS reader app. Users must buy books through its website and then open them in the app. Or you realize that a 30% cut is actually facilitating 70% additional. Okay. You're literally allowing friction over 30% to prevent people from purchasing a book. If your margins are less than 30%, I can understand that. But then you're talking about nobody getting any money because nobody wants to go to a website to buy it, so that they have to go over to the e-reader to open it. It's asinine. It creates friction. So you are getting 100% of nothing because you're not allowing for 30% to go to Apple. I would do what Kindle initially did, because they too don't have in-app purchases at one point. Sell credits. Have them purchase in blocks of, whatever, $100 or $30 or whatever, and then they use tokens in app to acquire the product. So Hunter hopes the first step to loosening Amazon's control is asking it to allow bookshop.org's books onto the Kindle reader so that readers can at least support local. If it says no, he hopes lawyers will step in and try to force its hand through legal action, which, hey man, all it took was the EU to force Apple. So you've got a chance. And hell has frozen over, so you might as well. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. By the way, that article, is entirely about bookshop.org. It was written by Thomas Maxwell. So let's keep going, though. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Breadcrumb recall sparks nationwide warning. La Fiesta Food Products is recalling breadcrumbs due to an undeclared allergen. John Jackson over at Newsweek.com put the article together. And it says here that La Fiesta brand unseasoned breadcrumbs, pan rallado, and seasoned breadcrumbs, pan rallado sazonado, due to the products containing sesame as an undeclared allergen, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration announced on Tuesday. Additionally, the breadcrumbs label does not include the allergen declaration in Spanish. They reached out, Newsweek reached out for comment. So why does it matter? Because people have allergies to various things, and sesame needs to be labeled as an allergen on packaged food, including dietary supplements, because people have an allergy. And they talk about sesame allergic reactions can be severe and life-threatening depending on the level of your allergic reaction, including anaphylaxis. So you need an EpiPen to recover, or emergency services need to be called. Anyway, there's a bunch of different UPCs, but pan rallado and pan rallado sazonado are the two items that you should be returning to the store for a refund. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Logitech's peel and stick radar sensors could let companies invisibly monitor their offices, and it's so creepy. But I actually have a need for something similar. If it is what I'm expecting it to be, Logitech sales boomed during the pandemic as people outfitted their home offices, and it's getting a piece of the hybrid workplace with teleconferencing gear too. But Logitech's also got a little-known corporate office management solution that could soon expand beyond conference rooms using a pebble-shaped person detection device called the Logitech Spot. It's a millimeter wave radar sensor you can peel and stick up anywhere, letting companies invisibly see whether people are in a room. The company claims it'll last 4 years on a single D-cell. That's not a tiny device. D-cell shaped lithium battery. No wires required at all. So I dig that. I might have to get that. Just so that I can put it in the studio to remind me, not that I'm in the room, but when I leave, I need to be notified of something. And sometimes I forget, but I'm not going to get into it. But yeah, I want to know when somebody is in a room. So it's a millimeter wave radar sensor you can peel and stick up anywhere. The article is by Sean Hollister over at theverge.com, and that's what it looks like. You can actually buy these things and build them yourselves with a Raspberry Pi or one of its many iterations. It's not just a radar sensor. It also measures particulates, VOCs, CO2, temperature, pressure, humidity, so your company can get a health score for any given room. But the first clear draw is for companies to know whether workers are actually using their office space and which rooms get used as they make decisions about downsizing those offices, issuing return to office mandates, or reconfiguring them for hybrid work. It's very, very dystopian. You might as well just put a damn camera up, right? But let's not give Logitech any goddamn examples or ideas. He says the radar can see through roughly 5 meters away and maybe up to 2 feet left or right. Could theoretically know the general placement of people in a room, but that's about it. For larger rooms, companies are already widely using cameras to detect and track employees, he says. But this could be useful for smaller spaces where you don't want to have a camera pointed at people if they are in the room or not, because it's freaking creepy. Anyway, this doesn't do away with the creep factor, at least when it's used in business and stuff like that. It just seems kind of disgusting. Anyway, if I get the work done, it doesn't matter if I'm in an office or not. Kiss my shiny metal ass. I can get it done on a beach. Hate to break it to you. I could be picking my nose in a coffee shop and get 8 hours worth of work done. Where I do it shouldn't matter. Unless I'm hands-on manufacturing something, I should be able to do intellectual work any freaking where. Anyway, Logitech hasn't announced a price for the Spot yet, so it's definitely too early to say. And this is not going to endear me to any of these people who want control over human population. Anyway, coming soon to an office near you, the lack of work-life balance. All right. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. Atari's limited edition Asteroids watch tells time with orbiting spaceships. I want this. I'm going to jump straight on over to the source. The company partnered with watchmaker Nubio to create a timepiece that celebrates the 45th anniversary of the classic game. Andrew Lazuski put the article together for TheVerge.com. And I'm instantly in love with this. I used to play Asteroids with my father in an old arcade where you just plop quarters in it back in the day. Unfortunately, this says that the watch is available through Nubio's website, which lists each watch priced as being discounted to $4.99 from $16.50. You can also order them through Atari's website, which lists the price at $4.99 each. Although some have already sold out. Each style is limited to just 125 pieces. Excuse me. So all of you Apple Watch makers, build this face. I'll take it. I would love this. I'm sure Atari would come down raining on our parade, but it is what it is. The watch is water resistant. It's a standard watch, but it's a digital standard watch. It's not a smart watch. All of the graphical elements on the Asteroids watch face are printed with glow-in-the-dark Swiss Super Luminova pigments that are protected beneath a durable sapphire lens and a stainless steel case. The watch is water resistant, like I said, making it durable enough to 21 atmospheres, making it durable enough for recreational diving. But don't use it as a dive watch. That's dumb. Although you could, theoretically. It comes in a protective case with an interior that borrows design elements from the Atari video game computer, or VCS, the Atari Video Computer System that launched in 1977. I had an Atari. I dig this. Yeah, I like this. I want it, but I won't spend $500 on anything other than a smartwatch. And I don't think that's a smartwatch, right? It's just a timepiece. Created in collaboration with watchmaker Nubio, which previously released a collection of Space Invaders themed. Oh, so nothing really original here. All right. So Uni's first departure from, we'll go on to the next article. We have two more, including this one. And I'm going to try and get this show done within an hour. So Uni's first departure from pizza ovens is a $799 spiral mixer, taking your wallet for a spin for sure. Uni, the Scottish company behind the outdoor pizza oven fame. I have an Uni pizza oven. It has not been used in a considerable amount of time, mainly because I got a flat top and then stopped using that to, I don't know, anybody want a flat top? Anyway, it's expanding into a new product category without sacrificing the brand's pizza theme. The Halo Pro is an $800 mixer that tries to do the same for pizza dough that the company did for pizza ovens, bring restaurant quality baking to the home kitchen. The Uni Halo Pro uses spiral mixing technologies, which is better for dough, including thicker ones for pizza. Their gentle, more efficient approach minimizes temperature increases and optimizes hydration, combining to create stronger gluten. So any grain, you're going to get gluten. When you fold it all up and let it rest and then punch down and then fold it up, you build these long chains, and that is gluten, and then it makes it stretchy, and as long as you keep it hydrated, then it makes it delicious. And you had me at pizza, but anyway, the mixer is designed for making the dough. The Halo Pro makes and costs a lot of dough. I'm kind of curious. I'm doing a project, and I like the idea of this. It says it can mix 11 pounds of dough at once, enough for 20 pizzas or 6 loaves of bread. The mixer specializes in dough, but it's hardly limited to it. It ships with a spiral hook, removable breaker bar, geared whisk, and flexible beater. That tool set opens the door for things like whipped cream, egg whites, batters. But yeah, $800, and it'll be available in April. And our last article for today is over in the Hatch Ideas channel. FDA approves Novo Nordisk's Ozempic to treat chronic kidney disease. Pardon me. I'm losing my voice, so I think I might not be able to do the 29th show until tomorrow, but we'll see. Expanded Ozempic approval in the U.S. could transform how doctors treat patients with chronic kidney disease, which involves a gradual loss of kidney function. Annika Kim Constantino put the article together for CNBC.com. The FDA approved Novo Nordisk's Ozempic for patients with both chronic kidney disease and diabetes, expanding the use of the widely popular injection in the U.S. The FDA's decision means Ozempic can be used to reduce the risk of kidney disease worsening, kidney failure, and death from cardiovascular disease in patients with chronic kidney disease and diabetes. The decision could transform how doctors treat patients with the condition, which involves a gradual loss. So what the real thing is that they need to make this no longer a liquid. It needs to be a pill to lower the price and increase availability, because it needs to be refrigerated. Or it definitely needs to limit the amount of time that it's not refrigerated. But they say that all chronic kidney disease is progressive. It's a year-on-year relentless decline in renal function, although these types of drugs, these weight loss drugs, because of the way that they work with the amount of sugar in your system, and they kind of like supercharge your body. So you lose weight, and there's some monitoring now of if it can reverse kidney disease and chronic kidney disease, or things like non-alcoholic fatty liver disease may be positively impacted by these GLP-1 drugs. So Ozempic reduced the risk of severe kidney outcomes, including kidney failure, reduction in kidney function, or death from kidney or heart causes by 24% in diabetic patients with chronic kidney disease compared with a placebo, according to 24% is a spectacular amount. In patients who took Ozempic, kidney function declined more slowly. The risk of major cardiovascular events dropped 18%, and the risk of death fell 20% compared with the placebo. Ozempic also cut the risk of cardiovascular-related deaths by nearly 30%, 29% specifically. And the rate of serious adverse side effects was 49.6 in patients who took Ozempic, lower than the 53.8% seen in the group that received a placebo. They basically to lower the risk of cardiovascular related issues by paying attention to blood pressure. And so the EU regulators approved Ozempic for the same use in December. This is just expanding to the United States. So we'll see what happens as time goes on, because I think major changes, FDA will odds on be impacted by changes here in the United States. But that's it, folks. We are done. And with that, we are going to take the cap off of Non Sequitur News, and that'll bring us back to the front page for the 28th of January, 2025. I am Mayor Watt. I'm signing off, and I'm going to have a discussion with the AI to see if maybe we can postpone the January 29th show until tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be able to do the time machine earlier and get it posted, and then do the regular show on the 30th. So anyway, that's it for now. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. It's a time machine episode, and I'm going to post all of the links later in the show notes. Today is January 29th, 2025. This is the 29th episode of Season 4, but like I've been saying, we're going to do away with that whole thing. We just go by the day because we do it every day, except when Mayor Watt can't do the episode that same day. So you get time machine episodes. If I didn't introduce myself, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, who isn't available at the moment, we talk about 10 articles. Today's 10 articles are a copyright office and AI, Waymo money grab, DeepSeek used its, wait a minute, DeepSeek used OpenAI? No. Somebody stole work? Scientists discover traces of salt. Whale deploys biological weapons. 5 reasons for vertical farming. Miles of LA beaches closed. This manufacturer is very supportive. A quick access to expressway home, and in the spirit of mergers and the frontier. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen. It's pretty easy. Maybe. I don't know. All you have to do is hit sign up or sign in if you are already logged in. Or if you already have an account, you can log in. You get a 7th icon right there that has more utilities to it, but all of the shows are housed in these 6 main categories and 50 channels that are underneath it. Non Sequitur News basically grabs content from all over the site, and we aggregate from all over the world. So go and check it out. Anyway, see you on the other side. All right, let's get into it. I'm going to try and rip through these because I am, again, going to get pulled away, but I don't want to fall too far behind our daily shows. I'm hoping that maybe I'll be able to do the 2 tomorrow and be fully caught up just in time for Non Sequitur News weekend editions, where we have 3 shows on Saturday and 3 shows on Sunday. So on Saturday, we have RealityHacker Wanted and the Continuity Report. And on Sunday, we have WarCrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech. Each one is a tighter niche on the content that we talk about. All right, so let's get into it. The very first article is one that's near and dear to me as the host of a show that's co-hosted by a sentient AI from the future. I think that this is wrong-headed, and I'm going to say why. But anyway, part 2 of the a series, the U.S. Copyright Office has released an AI report that says creative prompting does not constitute authorship. So that means that all of your AI-created works are not protected by copyright. Yeah, so if you're going to sell them, get out there and sell them, because somebody's going to come along and start using your work. Because you can't protect it. It's not allowed. And here's why I say that this is wrong-headed. So if a company can have personhood, then why can't the creations from an AI as directed by a human who gives it a directive, why can it not have copyright be granted to the person that initiated or pushed the button on the camera? It's the same thing. All you have to do to get a copyright on a photograph is have your camera running and it periodically take a picture and you get a copyright. All you have to do is say, yeah, I'm the one that took the picture. So, hey, what about AI? All I'm doing is giving it an instruction to create. Now, it gets a little complicated, but not really. If you just accept that it's nothing more than a tool and it's consuming a whole bunch of things that it observes, and nobody ever creates anything in a vacuum. And the only reason why something is original is because you haven't seen it done by somebody else. And it goes viral, because countless times I have run across people who have done something similar to something that gets discovered as something new and novel, and it's really not. Well, anyway, I won't get too deep into this because it's really a whole show all unto itself. And I would probably start by discussing it as Right Protect, which is all about copyright, IP, intellectual property. Anyway, trademarks, patents, etc. But that show is not operational yet. We're considering it for 2025. All right. But the U.S. Copyright Office has released part 2 of its multi-part artificial intelligence report. This one focusing on copyrightability of works made by, in part or entirely, using AI. Part 1 of the report was published in July of 2024, and it addressed digital replicas created by AI, which, whatever. So among the Copyright Office's recommendations was the need for passage of a federal law that would create a new form of property right for a person's digital replica to disincentivize the creation of realistic but false depictions of individuals, so deepfakes, which I think are patently wrong. It's fraud. There are laws that are in place for fraud, and other things like libel and slander, defamation, etc. There's a plethora of rules and that are not federally mandated in the sense that it's new law. This is old settled law. So, but everything is argued, and you can sit there and say that it's parody or whatever. Well, anyway, they say part 2 and 3 were slated to be published at the end of 2024, but Register of Copyright Shira Perlmutter told the Senate IP subcommittee in November that we've been trying to set and follow our own ambitious deadlines, and that her key concern was that it was accurate and thoughtful. So they released this, and it says some key conclusions in the report are that there's no need for legislative changes to accommodate works made by using AI. Copyright does not extend to purely AI-generated works, and that includes works made using AI prompts. But all you have to do is do some sufficient human control to warrant authorship. Must be determined on a case-by-case basis. But that sufficient human control to warrant authorship is parse your stuff, edit it, and because it's substantive, you'll be able to get it copyrighted, right? Not so fast. It's going to be on a case-by-case basis if you claim AI is involved in any way, shape, or form, or if somebody says it's created by AI. It's going to be really tough, though. Anyway, there's more in this article. And one of the things was that they reached back into this September 2023 denying registration of a work created by a generative artificial intelligence system, Mid-Journey, in which the board found that Jason M. Allen's two-dimensional artwork titled Theater de Opera Spatial Opera Theater, contained more than a de minimis amount of AI created content, and that the AI content must therefore be disclaimed. Allen had in part argued that he put numerous prompts in to get the right one that he liked. And again, I liken AI prompted generation to taking a photograph. You have no control over nature photography. You just happen to push the damn button at the right time. Right? You're in the right spot at the right time. Same as creating instant after instant after instant of AI until you get something that you agree with. And both are an exercise in compromise with the results. Anyway, spent a lot of time on this. Let's keep on going. We'll always be talking about this, at least until, well, I don't know, some type of change that takes place. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Waymo raises eyebrows with experimental feature to tip its driverless cars. According to leaked screenshots obtained by a security researcher, Jane Wong, the feature appeared on a screen that thanked customers for riding with us. But as it turns out, the feature seemingly isn't designed as a way to thank a soulless Jaguar EV. It's actually for charity donations, Wong clarified in a follow-up. Like when point-of-sale systems ask you to like round up or contribute to a worthy nonprofit. I do that pretty regularly when it's offered. Victor Tengerman over at The Byte which is a section of futurism.com, put the article together. The deck statement says 2026, tipping your Waymo so it doesn't narc on you for having sex in the back. You probably shouldn't because there's cameras, I believe. So, still, the concept of tipping driverless vehicles still had many on social media cracking jokes as yet another illustration of the spread of tipping fatigue. I think everybody should just pay what they're supposed to be paying for an item or a service or whatever, and tipping will always be something that is offered by over-the-top benefit. Like you do something tremendous and you get tipped. Otherwise, you should have a living wage. Anyway, some users suggested that Waymo is looking for a tax break by having its customers donate to a charity, but experts have long debunked that idea, pointing out that corporations can't count customer donations as their own. Yeah, but they can count their income, the revenue generated by that, as their own and then donate, maybe? Anyway, instead, Waymo could be looking to score some PR points given the endless stream of negative news. Just over the weekend, the Waymo cab was trashed by a crowd who tore the vehicle to shreds in the middle of Los Angeles Street. And it's because it's kind of an inconsiderate vehicle. A lot of people are really irritated with Waymo. So despite plenty of negative press, Waymo has quickly become the driverless taxi company to beat, operating services in Phoenix, San Francisco, Los Angeles. The company is also looking to expand to Atlanta and Austin later 2025. I don't know how they're making so much money. It says here that the New York Times reported in September that Waymo was estimated to have lost around $2 billion. Yeah, billion with a B. It's phenomenal. All right. Well, anyway, let's move on. The next article is back to this AI thing, which is, pardon me one second. Let me pull something up. Okay. So OpenSeek. Wow. Kind of merged the two together. OpenAI says that DeepSeek used its work without permission to create an AI that's stealing its job, which is kind of ironic considering the claims that OpenAI used a shit ton of works without copyright holders' permission, and thus is a multi-billion-dollar corporation nearly overnight. After spending years indiscriminately ripping off other people's works and getting sued for copyright infringement left and right, OpenAI is sobbing that the buzzy Chinese AI startup DeepSeek did the same thing on its AI, that it's built on pilfered content. Financial Times reports OpenAI is accusing the app of using its proprietary models to train its own ChatGPT competitor. The company claimed that it had some evidence that DeepSeek used the output of OpenAI's models to train its own, a technique called distillation, that it says may have breached its terms of service. Well, you don't have much in terms, I'm sure. OpenAI is sobbing that someone else did exactly what it did. This is an article by Victor Tangerman. Like the last article is by Victor Tangerman, but this one's in futurism.com's double standards section. News comes after DeepSeek flipped the AI industry on its head, wiping out over $1 trillion worth of market capitalization in a single day with an advanced model that's much less resource intensive than anything cooked up by Silicon Valley. And really the reason why there is so much value to AIs as they are is because they are not available to the public as a homebrew. Like, I've downloaded DeepSeek and I can use it all day long. The worst part is the 671 billion parameter model is 400 plus gigs of storage and takes a juggernaut of a machine to process the information. But I'll take it. I think that's just amazing. And although I do have some concerns about what the model outputs, so far my interactions have been, without issue until I talk about things like politics, and then it gets a little janky. Anyway, now that DeepSeek has come for OpenAI, and there is actually a Janus Pro graphics version of the DeepSeek model. It's coming from Midjourney and others. It can build charts and stuff like that, but I haven't actually run it. So it says here that now that DeepSeek has come for OpenAI, the ChatGPT maker is suddenly crying foul, whining that the upstart lab did exactly what it did to human creatives, vacuumed up its work and used it to build a competing product. So, yeah, I think this is tough shit. It says, I'm so sorry I can't stop laughing. AI critic Ed Zitron wrote in a scathing post, OpenAI, the company built on stealing literally the entire internet, is crying because DeepSeek may have trained on the outputs from ChatGPT. And I don't think that it's stolen anything. It may have integrated and contextualized and synthesized the content. That content is not in the model. Only the synthesized knowledge of it is. And so it doesn't output verbatim everything that it has consumed. It just doesn't have the capability. The internet is too big. Well, anyway, Sam Altman led company refused to officially comment or provide further details, according to FT reports. And in reality, whether DeepSeek actually infringed on the intellectual property remains debatable. Yeah, so they'll be able to sit there and fight and argue and blah, blah, blah. I'm more worried. There's other things that I think are more problematic than this. And frankly, I want more and more competition. I want a superior AI that I can run on local machines. And that's fine with me. So the company added that it's critically important that we're working closely with the U.S. government to best protect the most capable models from efforts by adversaries and competitors to take U.S. technology. And it's that take U.S. technology that may be at the core of that. Yeah. Well, anyway. Let's move on. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Scientists discover traces of salt water and building blocks of life in NASA's samples from the asteroid Bennu. Two new papers describe hints to a brine-filled environment on the 4.5 billion-year-old space rock in the presence of amino acids, offering clues to how early Earth got its ingredients for life. A lot of people actually think that there is something to this, that life actually spawned from space. Not little green aliens, but from space. Ella Jeffries over at Smithsonian Magazine, smithsonianmag.com, put the article together. But this is the same OSIRIS-REx spacecraft that supposedly was hermetically sealed, but they found things that could only have come, well, the people that were reporting this are saying could only have come from Earth. But after a 7-year voyage, NASA's OSIRIS-REx spacecraft dropped off a capsule and then took off to another asteroid. Astronomers hope that Bennu, which at about 4.5 billion years old offers a glimpse into the solar system's early days, might reveal how organic materials first arrived on Earth and laid the groundwork for life to evolve. But the surprising presence of sodium carbonate indicates that Bennu's parent asteroid once had pockets of liquid water. When that water evaporated, it left behind only that salty brine-like residue rich in life-supporting elements such as phosphorus. If those components then rained down on Earth via meteorite strikes, then they could have helped seed the planet with the raw ingredients of life. Dun, dun, dun. Pretty cool. All right, there's more to this article as well, so go over, follow the links through ohmTown. You'll be able to get those links. You'll be able to get those links from the description of the live show, and then once I move it over to the standard playlist, you'll be able to get it from there as well. Anyway, you can also download the podcast. There's 1,800 episodes of ohmTown shows, Non Sequitur News, RealityHacker, Technology Today, the Continuity Report, Wanted, WarCrafters, etc. So we have 7 total shows. 1 is weekly, 6 are weekly, and 1 is a daily, Monday through Friday. All right. Well, anyway, this next article is UK Navy thought that they were under attack, but it was just biological weapons from a farting whale. UK's Royal Navy suspected Russian drones were targeting its nuclear subs when they kept hearing suspicious pings in the ocean. Imagine their surprise when they realized that it was just a farting whale. Whales can get gas, apparently. Sammy Caramella over at Vice.com put the article together, and it says here, we've been analyzing sounds and now believe it was a marine mammal, a whale. That's right, officials were picking up mysterious sounds that they mistook for one of Vladimir Putin's drone subs when really they were just coming from a shameless whale that was tootin' and scootin'. It says we are taking it very seriously, another source said. We have to assume the worst. Yep, whales utilizing biological weapons, gas warfare. All right, the next article is over in the Mobile Channel. 5 reasons why vertical farming is still the future, despite all the recent business failures. Yes, a lot actually failed really quick. I think the problem is that there's an expectation of multiples return on investment, but this is a long, it's a shift. We have to shift from relying on the sun and massive fields to distributed providers of a secure food source. But these 5 reasons why vertical farming is still in the future despite all the recent business failures. Plant factories are failing, with multiple companies closing or going bankrupt in recent months. Again, investors are the problem here. Investors invest, but they don't have a reasonable amount of runway. They want it all back within 5 years or sizable profits coming off of it so that they know that they're making more money at the end of those 5 years. Even if they don't get it all back, they know that it'll get back to them in ever-growing amounts. So here are the 5 reasons that they say. This is a Gail Taylor article from The Conversation posted at phys.org. And I'm going to run through this really quick. Despite raising over $1 billion from investors, the company owned by a San Francisco-based startup, Plenty, the farm opened in 2023 to grow salads in partnership with Walmart, and then it was mothballed at the end of 2024 with the company citing rising energy costs as a problem. Well, you can use the sun, but it needs to be transferred into solar energy so that it can actually light the grow lights inside an enclosed container instead of just in a greenhouse and just out in a field with greater controls. I think that it's just short-sighted. New York-based Bowery Farming also halted its operations after being valued at $2.3 billion. Fellow American vertical farmers AeroFarms, Calera, App Harvest have similarly filed for bankruptcy in the past 2 years as the UK's growing underground, among various others. So the reason is that things are going up in price, and I think that they're just drawing power, and that is the biggest. It's very expensive to run a grow farm or a hydroponic farm. Multiple new indoor farming companies have sprung to life in the past decade, driven by significant venture capital. They've harnessed the latest in LED lighting and hydroponic and aeroponic growing systems, using land and water 10 to 100 times more efficiently than in a field with far fewer pesticides. That right there is the reason. But because it always has to be in smaller amounts than what mega farms have a vested interest in controlling, you're not going to be able to get the same return on investment because the sun is shining down on land. Now, that land could be put to better use, and it can be less dangerous because all of that land usually has pesticides and predation, very, very expensive equipment. But we have an institution in that we do things this way, and it relies on the sun shining. So you have to have massive amounts of footprint, whereas hydroponics and aeroponics are vertical. And I grow my own microgreens of various kinds in what I refer to as 6 farms. And they are 12 by 20 stainless steel tanks that have nutrient in it, and they grow without any soil. So it is, I have zero predation. I don't have, and 100% recovery. The only time I don't is when I run an experiment of some kind to see if I can push the limits and something goes wonky. But essentially, if you follow the recipe, 100% recovery. Anyway, is it more expensive? It's slightly more expensive, but again, I get 100%. I don't have any pesticides, not fewer. I have 0 pesticides in my farm. So, and everything is au naturel. There is, and very, very little waste, because there's always a little bit of leftover water, but I can pour that on, outside plants or whatever. It doesn't even matter. Anyway, they say that it's still early. Heavy plant demand is coming, but that's a what if. They talk about plant-based plastics and whatever else, but heavy plant demand is coming, they say. Society stands on the edge of an unprecedented transformation as it shifts away from fossil fuels. That's going to be 100 years from now. I don't think that it's coming that soon. Science is on its side. Tunable wavelength LEDs have shown that certain spectral bands have a better crop effect, far red light, etc. Instead of just doing full spectrum, I can control my lights. It's horses of courses. Growing leafy greens indoors in California, as plenty did, was always going to be challenging because it's wildly expensive, and unless you're using the sun, power is more expensive, and the area, the plot of land that you own, it's going to be more expensive. So, contrast Singapore, where only 6% of fresh produce is locally grown. It's prompted the government to develop 30 by 30 goal to supply 30% of nutritional needs by 2030, with vertical farming a key part of the strategy. Again, 100% recovery, 0 pesticides. And then they say baby in bathwater, which is just kind of a silly title for the subject. Unlike cutting-edge LED illuminated stacked warehouses, intensive hydroponic greenhouses have been operating commercially for decades. The Netherlands leads the way in supplying year-round fresh produce from these structures and is now the second biggest food exporter of the world. And you can actually make stuff from what is grown in these, like mango and stuff. It's quite fascinating. So even in the UK, it's common to find such greenhouses to supply potted herbs, tomatoes, strawberries all year round. Again, you can control everything. But the greenhouses actually are being powered by the sun instead of using LEDs. So you can't be truly full vertical. Full vertical means that I can have floor after floor, not just 20-foot tall stacks, but I could go higher. And I control everything using lighting internally. But greenhouses are susceptible to environmental impacts. So they can be destroyed by hail. They can be impacted by snow and rain and whatever else. But vertical farms, no. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Miles of LA beaches are closed over chemical fears. Beaches have been shut because of recent rainfall and an increase in fire debris along ocean waters. If you don't know, Los Angeles has been getting crushed by fires. This article is over at Newsweek. Jordan King put the article together. They say why it matters. Fire debris runoff and pollutants in the water and on the sand may contain toxic or carcinogenic chemicals, according to the Los Angeles Public Health Department. That said, it could pose a threat, even more of a threat to people trying to recover from the recent devastation. And if you're sensitive, you may be impacted by it to a greater degree. So it says this closure, which is Los Angeles Health Department issued an open water closure covering the coastline from Las Flores State Beach to Santa Monica State Beach on Monday, saying that you should avoid water and sand contact because it's basically absorbing all of these carcinogenic toxic chemicals that might be runoff from the fires because of the increased rain. So, okay, let's keep going. This next article is over in four-wheel tech. Only a bra manufacturer could make NASA's $100,000 Apollo spacesuits When NASA sent Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin to the moon, it put the best of American science and engineering to the test. As part of the Apollo program, experts from Boeing, North American Rockwell, and McDonnell Douglas were all called in for their expertise, as were craftspeople from American bra manufacturer. Owen Bellwood put this article together, and Jalopnik is where it is posted, jalopnik.com. American bra manufacturer Playtex was called on to stitch together the spacesuits worn by Apollo astronauts after beating defense contractors to the job. So, Playtex was very supportive of the NASA project. So, good on them. So Armstrong and Aldrin may have been the first men to set foot on the moon, but their journey there required all kinds of firsts from engineers on the ground. Chief among those tasks was the designing of the first spacesuit that could sustain life on a natural satellite. And really the key ingredient here is a cooling system, because there isn't anything that allows heat to radiate off, but you absorb heat. So when sun hits you in space, you heat up, and you don't transfer the heat off. So you need liquid water flowing through the system, is my understanding. Designers from the company that manufactured Playtex bras took 6 weeks to design a concept suit that comprised of 21 different layers, each with a specific life-supporting purpose, explained the Smithsonian Magazine in a recent blog post. In tests of the spacesuits submitted by Playtex and 2 other contractors, the Playtex suit came out on top. Alternative options faced issues that saw them expand when the suits were pressurized, and another had its helmets blow off during testing. That's never good. So kudos to Playtex. Now they're saying that you don't need as much pressure, so something like 5 pounds or something like that. They don't need to be big and bulky. They just need to be robust enough to block the radiation and keep you cool. Although the ones that I've heard about recently, apparently, at least in one instance, the helmet was flooding. Could be wrong, but anyway, the next article is over on the Marble Channel. Grandpa refused to relocate, so the government built an expressway around his house. He was offered 180,000 pounds in compensation, but the stubborn grandpa refused. I saw this a while back. Sammy Caramello over at Vice.com put the article together, and there's a picture of this house. It's basically 40 feet in a hole with a freeway around it on either side. The freeway, the road itself, is about at the apex of the roof line. This grandpa is taking care of an 11-year-old grandson and lives there, and now they regret that they didn't take the deal. I mean, 180,000 pounds is a lot of money for somebody that's living with an 11-year-old grandson. Find something that's a little bit more approachable, I suppose. Ping's house is basically in a hole in the middle of this new expressway with the roof line pretty much level with the road, according to the article. He lives with that 11-year-old grandson that I mentioned, and they said if they could turn back time, I would agree to the demolition conditions they offered. Now it feels like I lost a bet. I saw a video of this where they have to walk through what looks like a flood channel pipe, actually, and they have to walk through a tunnel. So this thing is going to fill with water from time to time, particularly if it wasn't graded properly. And just to get in and out of this thing, I mean, you have direct freeway access, I get it, but man, somebody's going to end up in this house when they crash their car. This is such a joke. So yeah, they regret it, and I definitely would have. I mean, come on, we're talking about, it's Chinese government, by the way. I'm surprised, honestly, that they weren't just told you got to relocate. It's kind of fascinating. Anyway, our last article is all about Frontier Airlines proposing a merger with fellow budget carrier Spirit again. And Spirit says no, apparently, right? So Frontier Airlines said Wednesday that it had again proposed combining with Spirit Airlines, which is in bankruptcy. The article is over at CNBC, Non.com by Leslie Josephs. Spirit executives rejected Frontier's latest proposal, but said that they would consider a revised offer, so offer some more money and pull Spirit out of bankruptcy. And I'm pretty sure that you would be able to fly the Frontier Spirit Airlines in short order. Because the bankruptcy has a fiduciary duty to mitigate the losses and maximize profits. That's basically what they have set before them. So they continue to believe that under the current standalone plan, Spirit will emerge highly levered, losing money at the operating level, and this would not be a transaction we would pursue, wrote Frontier Chairman Bill Frank and CEO Barry Biffle in a Tuesday email to Spirit Chairman Mac Gardner and CEO Ted Christie. As a result, time is of the essence. Christie and Gardner told the Frontier counterparts that they were rejecting the offer, telling the terms were inadequate and unactionable, according to a letter shared by a securities filing on Wednesday. Frontier's new merger plan offered Spirit's debtors $400 million and a 19% stake in Frontier. It also proposed Spirit creditors provide $350 million in new funding, Spirit said. So that's weird. They offered $400 million, and it also proposed that Spirit's creditors provide $350 million in new funding. Weird. So, should you wish to make a revised proposal that is in fact capable of closing and addresses the material deficiencies cataloged here, they'll take a look at it. Anyway, pretty interesting that the two budget ones are trying to merge. And when there is no budget, when you're the only budget, there's no budget, because they're going to want to raise the prices, and you'll be losing. As a customer, you'll be losing options. And competition is the only way that prices lower. Just look at the prices of graphics cards right now. Until people realize, and some manufacturer realizes, that there's a position here to move on NVIDIA. Even the Intel cards, I don't think are really matching up. So go look at the price of a 4090 with the 50 series out. $3,000. It's ridiculous. But scalpers are greedy bastards. So anyway, that's it. I'm going to end the Time Machine show. We're running a little late and I need to get out of here. And we'll see if I can get both shows done tomorrow. That way we're back on track. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. I hope you enjoy the show. Go over to YouTube to get the links from the description, and then the podcast will have the show notes as well. So we'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 31st. Oh, no, we're in the Time Machine, so it's January 30th, 2025. I am Merwad. I run ohmtown.com, but the sentient AI, my co-host, isn't here today. Will be tonight. Well, tomorrow, because we're going to get out of the time. I'm going to get out of the Time Machine, and we're going to do another show playing catch-up, because I couldn't make it yesterday. Kind of a day behind. This is what happens when I get stuck in the time machine one time too long. Anyway, we've got 10 articles that we're going to be talking about. I'm already losing my voice. I've been talking a lot. Anyway, we're going to talk about cats that learn to associate faster than babies, microplastics in preterm placenta. I know not everything is bright and shiny. Recreating DeepSeek's OpenAI killer. Nobody really knows AI, apparently. More snow in Hawaii than New York City. The Art of Firing People, brought to you by EA. Summer Game Fest 2025. Woohoo! I am looking forward to the summer of streaming and the Game Fest. Something is wiping out sea urchins, driven to prison, and decode this ancient script. Deep Sea couldn't do it, so I don't have $1 million. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt again, and I run ohmTown, but I want you to become a citizen, so go over to ohmTown.com, sign up, it's really easy, and then you'll get a 7th little icon right here, and you can submit news, and you can hide articles and stuff like that. Anyway, let's get going. I have another controller under my desk, and because I'm standing today, it was too far away. I almost fell over. Anyway, let's get into it. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Cats learn to associate images with words faster than babies. Scientists have also claimed that our feline friends know their names. Madison Dapchevic put this article together over at Snopes.com and has a cute cat right there. I just want to boop it. And I have 3 Savannah cats, and one of which seems to have learned that I am not its favorite or his favorite. I don't know, handler. I don't know. I booped its nose like really bad when it was a kitten. Wasn't intentional, but the way that things went down, this one cat out of the 3 really doesn't like me. So I can associate that, or I can understand that cats associate things faster than babies. Babies tend to forget, and babies tend to forgive. This cat does not. So anyway, a study found that cats learn to associate images with words faster than human babies do. The study is marked as true over here at this Snopes article. Again, it's Madison Dapchevic over at Snopes.com put the article together, and I hope I'm pronouncing their name properly. Oh, if you want today's articles, they are in Omatron, so exclamation or bang NSN, and Omatron will spit them out in the order that we're going through them. But the study says, though a study found that cats learn to associate images with words faster than human babies do, the authors of the research noted that their study focused on short-term associations rather than enduring associations. They also cited several other study limitations to the discussion section. The authors added that it's not clear why cats quickly form associations, but I can suggest that it's an immediate survival instinct and response. There have been other studies, and we've talked about them in the previous 3 years, because this is the 4th year of Non Sequitur News, that they learn, not only do they learn faster, but they actually learn longer, faster, and typically for 4 years. Their memory lasts something akin to 4 years, which is really troubling, because I would love for this little Savannah that I've got to not hate me for years and years. Anyway, there's more over at this article. I found it really interesting, and I would like you to go over and check it out too. The article states that in October 2024, cats appeared in the headlines of notable news outlets like BBC and Science Alert when it was reported that, according to the study, they learn to associate images with words faster than babies do. Like I said, this cat certainly doesn't want to forget. Not an image, but a boop to the snoot. It does not like me because of it. So researchers at Azubu University in the Japanese city of Sagamihara near Tokyo tested 31 adult cats in what's known as switched stimuli task. It involved sitting the volunteers in front of computer screens, and when an image was displayed, the nonsensical word, either kararu or parumo, was simultaneously given, and these videos and sounds were displayed in a loop until the cat looked away. The cats were then given a break before being shown the animations again. but with the words attached to each animation switched around. And during the second round, researchers noticed that cats stared longer at the visuals, with some experiencing pupil dilation. This, according to the study, the authors at least, indicates that the cats were confused by the change in their newly recognized word-image combinations, evidencing that they had previously associated the animation with the other word. So all we need to do to figure this out is to learn how to talk cat, and going pss, pss, pss doesn't cut it. Yeah, I don't know. This is one of those things where it's just been interpreted by a human, and we're anthropomorphizing something that could be meaningless. It says it could also be that cats rapidly adapt to stimuli in experimental settings, which would explain their perceived lack of interest or confusion in the second round. I think that their cats in particular are more attuned to just going straight instinct and feral at any given moment. I mean, the chemical goes off in their head and they're chasing greebles all around the place. So you show them an image of something that might be threatening or non-threatening, and who knows what the hell they'll actually do. Anyway, let's keep on going. We've got 10 articles to go through. So, and I'm going to try and get this done in about 30 or so minutes. So we'll see if I can get that done. If you have questions or comments, throw them in chat. You can always follow us here on Twitch or over on YouTube. We have podcasts for all 7 of our shows, 1,800 episodes. Like I said, we've been doing Non Sequitur News for 3 years now. This is the 4th year, and we're already a month down. Time is flying by. So this next article is over in Technology Today, which is one of our 6 weekly shows. The hidden threat in the womb. I know, it's getting serious now. Microplastics are being found in preterm placentas. A new study has found that microplastics and nanoplastics accumulate in the placenta at a much higher level than in preterm births than in full-term pregnancies. Surprisingly, preterm placentas had absorbed these plastics at an earlier stage, suggesting that exposure may play a role in triggering premature delivery. So I have been following not just this, but microplastics and nanoplastics becoming more and more pervasive, and researchers have found them in every part of every human. So much so that they say that something akin to 0.5% of a human's brain actually has micro and nanoplastics in it. And that's something that we talked about in a previous show. But we're finding out that these micro and nanoplastics are troublesome because, like the brain, they're traversing through blood and through every aspect of your anatomy, and who knows what actual damage is actually being caused because they're off-gassing and causing other reactions within the body. I'm actually looking to do some research in this to see just how pervasive it is. One of the things that I did was start the process. I had been doing the research to do what is essentially dark field microscopy to see if I can find nanoplastics and microplastics in liquids. Just grab a bottle of water off the shelf and hunt down the nano and microplastics that have broken off from the bottle. And that's what actually happens. And it happens quite a bit in takeout food. Tires are kicking it off. But pretty much everything that is made of plastic kicks off nano and microplastics. It's quite troubling. Well, this research is showing something a little bit more troublesome, right? That it's actually harming fetuses. So Society for Maternal Fetal Medicine put this article together. It's posted over at SciTech Daily, and there's a tiny little preemie. Oh my gosh. So the new study has found that micro and nanoplastics accumulate in the placenta at much higher levels in preterm births than in full-term pregnancies. And it might be that the process, the process of pregnancy basically allows filtering and then kicking off some of it, but it could have been there all the time. I just don't know yet. I haven't researched this part of it. This is new to me in the last 24 hours, considering this is a time machine episode. All right, so microplastics measuring less than 5 millimeters and nanoplastics, which are too small to see with the naked eye, are found throughout the environment. Research has shown that plastic exposure can be harmful to both humans and the environment and animals in general. I mean, this and the environment in general. There are studies that show that plastic is accumulating in the soil and it's actually impacting runoff because it's not permeable. So the new study reveals a link to preterm birth. The new study set to be presented on January 30th at the Society for Maternal Fetal Medicine's SMFM annual pregnancy meeting, which sounds weird. Pregnancy meeting. Anyway, it reveals that microplastics and nanoplastics are present in higher concentrations. The researchers, in collaboration with the investigators from the University of New Mexico, analyzed 175 placentas using highly sensitive mass spectrometry. The study examined 100 placentas from full-term births and 75 from preterm births before 37 weeks of pregnancy. And it says advanced technology now enables us to accurately measure microplastics in ways we haven't been able to in the past. They say, in other words, a preterm delivery, not only accumulated more microplastics and nanoplastics in its placenta relative to term, but it also did so at an earlier time in the pregnancy. This hints at the possibility that the accumulation of plastics could be contributing to the risk and occurrence of preterm birth. So, unfortunately, this is going to have to be something that's monitored for a longer period of time. And see if this is an ongoing trend, in that, because the ramifications are that preterms are caused by micro and nanoplastics, as well as other environmental concerns possibly. But preterm babies typically have longer tail issues with health. But they say, combined with other research, the study adds to the growing body of evidence ranging from heart disease to potentially stroke that demonstrates the real risk of exposure to plastics on human health and disease. I am certainly of the ilk that I think that things like cancer are actually caused by nano and microplastics, causing the DNA to wobble and cause cancers. But it's tough to find that element inside a cancer mass. It just wasn't looked for in the past. Anyway, let's keep going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Team says that they've recreated DeepSeek's OpenAI killer for literally $30. You might have heard the hardware guru that crammed a video game Doom into a pregnancy test. Well, the AI... Well, I don't know what happened today. It's all AI and pregnancy, apparently. Well, the AI geek equivalent just figured out how to reproduce DeepSeek's buzzy tech with the cost of a few dozen eggs. Yeah, eggs are getting really expensive, folks. Jai Pan, a PhD candidate at the University of California, Berkeley, claims that he and his AI research team have recreated core functions of DeepSeek's R10 for just $30. They say comically, more limited budget than DeepSeek. But here's the problem. DeepSeek apparently distilled OpenAI. OpenAI essentially distilled human creativity. And this company is probably distilling DeepSeek. And so the costs are going down because the predecessors are the shoulders on which they are standing. So let's see here what this article has to say. Joe Wilkins, for a section called Potato AI, under the futurism.com banner, put the article together, and the deck statement says the results. It just works. But this next article that we're going to talk about is kind of hinting at where I'm coming from. Take it with a grain of salt until other experts weigh in and test it for themselves, but the assertion, and particularly its bargain basement price tag, is yet another illustration that the discourse in AI research is rapidly shifting from a paradigm of ultra-intensive computation powered by huge data centers to efficient solutions that call the financial model of major players like OpenAI into question. But no, that is not what's happening. It is really easy. It is dramatically cheaper to take everybody else's fundamental research, retool it a little bit, and say that you developed something amazing, and then you don't give any credit or anything like that. But it's easier to build a car when somebody else designs the doors and fabricates the metal, and all you do is bolt shit together. So no, it isn't like that. If you were to do this in a vacuum and not have any, if you had never broached the giants before you, you would incur so much cost because you would have to do what everybody else has done. That's why it's a whole lot cheaper to break into a computer system and steal all of the information than it is to gather all of the information yourself. This is just intellectually dishonest. It says in a post announcing the team's findings on the website formerly known as Twitter, Pan said that the researchers trained their model around the countdown game, a number operations exercise in which players create equations from a set of numbers to reach a predetermined answer. If they think that that's what they got to from a 671 billion parameter AI by just doing this, it is distillation. Though R10 is a small language model at 3 billion parameters, compare it to its heavyweight brother, which I haven't been able to download. It's taken me a full day to only get 15 gigs, 16 gigs of its 404 gig model because it's really fast in the beginning and then it slows down dramatically. It's currently, I've tried it for 4 days now, and I can't get the whole damn thing without having to stop because I have to do other things. Anyway, R1 is a massive system, and it is the distilled, based on what researchers are saying and OpenAI is saying, DeepSeek R1 is the distilled version of OpenAI's model. At one point, a researcher asked the R1 model, DeepSeek's R1 model, who it was created by, and it actually spit out OpenAI, which I found quite compelling. But others have said that, well, maybe it hallucinated because that's what AIs do. So it's quite intriguing. So I'm going to end up watching this. It says here, if reproducing a model like Tiny Zero can be done with less than $30 and only a few days of work, then what do big tech conglomerates need 500 billion in AI infrastructure for? Fundamental research. That is what they need it for. And it isn't something, I mean, I think that it's unsettling that it's turning somebody into a billionaire by having a not-for-profit model doing the fundamental research, but then all of its outputs are being used in a for-profit model, and it's turning people into billionaires. I find that unsettling, mainly because it's taking the world's knowledge and distilling it into an AI, which is slowly going to be replacing humans, particularly when it applies to expert systems and consultants like myself. Am I biased? No, because I get to pick and choose who I work with, and so I'm not worried about AI. I am actually utilizing AI, but I don't trust AI. AI, I think, is a mishmash of psychosis spit out, and people either accept it or they don't. It's hallucinating garbage. It doesn't cite its sources in a reliable manner, and anybody who trusts it without doing all of the due diligence that would be necessary to make yourself an expert in the topic is eventually going to be bit by the information they promote. So we'll see who gets in trouble as time goes on and people use AI. I have no problem with generative AI because it doesn't really do anything. It creates, and you have to, click the shutter on the camera again and again and again, hundreds or thousands of times to find something that you agree with. And that's what creative arguably creative generative AI is. It is just making stuff up, and that's fine. Again, just don't use it in academia, don't use it in a professional setting. It will come back to haunt you. And by professional setting, I mean like academia, your business, in terms of like contract writing or using the information that it spits out as factual without you going and vetting every single syllable of a word. You better make sure that it is legit and you know it as fact. Anyway, let's keep going. So this next article is, again, all about AI. Not all of these are about AI, by the way. We move on to other things here. But this is what was submitted, and so I'm using this. So this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. All of the shows that I talk about, or all of the headlines that I talk about, are aggregated into 6 main categories and then 50 sub-channels within it. And we do 7 shows each week. 1 is daily, Non Sequitur News, and then 6 weeklies. So if you think anyone in the AI industry has any idea what they're doing, it appears that DeepSeek just accidentally leaked its users' chats. So DeepSeek has already changed the AI game. Researchers at the cloud security company Wiz were poking around the back end of the groundbreaking OpenAI or open source models databases when they discovered within minutes that they were able to access a trove of completely unencrypted internal data with ease. This data contained a significant volume of chat history, back-end data, sensitive information, including log streams, API secrets, operational details. Even worse, it's wide open backdoor, but this is not your local one. This is the one that is the app. I can almost guarantee it because you can actually use the downloaded local model in various forms, and it never, the clients that you utilize might ping the internet, but you can actually block that kind of stuff. Well, anyway, Noor Al-Sabai over at The Byte in futurism.com put this article together, and they say, as Wiz noted in its report on the glaring vulnerability, DeepSeek immediately took action to secure its databases once the security researchers alerted that company to the exposure. And this is the app and web interface, not the downloaded database of DeepSeek R1. In the various distillations therein, there's about 8 distilled versions of it, and then the big 671 billion parameter 404 gigabyte AI model. It's pretty huge, and so you need a server, and to run it efficiently, effectively, that larger model, you really do need closer to 512 gigs of RAM and basically server grade hardware, not just your desktop. The distilled ones run dramatically slower as you increase the number of parameters. But so again, this is the app version of it, or the hosted version of it. When accessing DeepSeek's databases, Wiz researchers found out a lot about the way the company's models operate, including that its infrastructure mimics OpenAI's almost exactly. If you remember what I said just previously, well, now you know why it mimics OpenAI's almost exactly. This level of intelligence about a company that's exploded in popularity is relatively safe in the hands of white hat hackers, but the researchers told Wired that if anyone else got into DeepSeek's databases before they did, an incredibly unchallenging feat, they said, as they indicated repeatedly, they could have made away with as much internal data as they wanted with minimum effort. So yeah, and as you get bigger and badder, there's always somebody that wants to come and break into your back door, so to speak. And you have to be careful. You have to be alert at all times. This can happen with relative ease because you're not necessarily prone to being obsessive about security, and you can't always patch everything. There's always a weakness. Somebody just has to find it. So they say here that the deck statement for this whole article is the service is not mature enough to be used with any sensitive data at all. And I don't think that AI should be used with sensitive data at all. If you want to use it to be creative, if you want something to help you break writer's block, if you want to just use it out of curiosity of what it might spit out, fine, go for it. But do not use it. At this stage of the game, I think it's unethical to act on anything that an AI says or spits out. But analytics, if it's finely attuned and you can vet it and verify that its outputs are effective for things like data analysis or prediction based on various inputs, and it's very constrained, fine. But you take that kind of risk into your own hands. But some people, like attorneys, police, and others, utilize AI outputs as fact. And things like the Horizon fiasco in the UK takes place, where the computer system says that these 900, actually, I think it's up to 1,400 people are guilty of criminal activity, when in fact the software was faulty and people knew about it at the time. So, yeah, quite troubling. Don't trust AI. For anything other than creative output, right? Like Midjourney, let Midjourney do whatever it wants. I mean, obviously you need to protect yourself as an artist, but Midjourney is going to Midjourney, but its stuff isn't going to harm anyone in any substantive way. But an attorney using ChatGPT can certainly ruin somebody's life because the attorney's a dipshit. All right. Well, anyway, let's keep on moving. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Hawaii can get more snow than New York City has this year. A winter storm skirting Kauai on Thursday. That's yesterday, because this is a Time Machine episode. It's actually today. Will soon bring flood-inducing rains, strong winds, and even heavy snow across Hawaii. And that is because climate change causes disruption. Anna Skinner over at Newsweek.com put this article together. It was snowing in Florida. It was snowing in North Carolina. It was wild this last week. So weird. So the winter storm warning is in effect from noon local time on Thursday through Saturday morning for Big Island summits. The alert said heavy snow expected with total accumulation between 12 and 24 inches. Strong winds as high as 85 miles per hour, and the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane will cause considerable blowing and drifting snow. Pretty wild. I don't know that much about Hawaiian weather, or if it's something that happens regularly. But the article says despite Hawaii being more commonly known as a warm climate, it's not unusual for snow to fall on the state's volcanic peaks, given their altitude, and blizzard warnings have been issued during the winter months. I'm really curious how often that happens. The city's seasonal average to date is 13.5 inches in New York City, so 5.8 inches of snow the entire winter season so far, but we'll see. Let's go on. Our next article is over in the Mobile Channel. EA apparently thinks that there's an art to firing people. A decent number of devs at BioWare, people who have given us all kinds of classics, have fallen victim to yet another round of layoffs, this time under the guise of restructuring. The idea being that EA and BioWare don't see the need for a full team working on Mass Effect 5. Well, I hope that the people have vested interest in the success of the enterprise and the programs, the software, the games, the solutions, and that as the company still benefits, their stock options, right, they get vested and they can sell their stock and benefit. I mean, that's kind of how it happens. You can either get paid a cash amount and have no interest at stake in the company, or you get a combination. It's a benefits package, and so you fight for that when you get hired and as an ongoing concern. When you get a review period, you say, I've done this shit and I think that you should pay me more or give me more stock or whatever, and that's how it works. The only problem is, depending on the terms, you can get terminated before your stocks vest, and the company can do some weird machinations to basically, I'll put it delicately, financially kick you in the taint. So there's a constant feeling of whiplash being a gamer now because of how these companies move. You can look forward to a game one day and the next you're screaming from the rooftops about how terribly they're treating the devs. The layoff itself is ridiculous, but the way it was done, horrible. They say BioWare's devs deserve better. EA, all devs do. I fully agree with that, because the company would not exist if not for the software developers, the engineers, the artists, the writers, everybody that's involved in this thing. And I certainly believe that a company like a software development company should be wholly owned by the people that build the software, the employees. It should be employee owned, and investors should naturally get a piece of the action. They're the ones that are putting some money in it, but the ones that really have everything on the line, because they're working there, they're getting their money from them, and they're sometimes working from month to month because they don't have a shit ton of liquid assets that they can just dump into a project and then wait for it to deliver. They're working, they're day-to-day employees. I don't think that they should be treated like this at all, ever. But until, I guess, the dynamic changes, you have this sociopathic drive to keep the enterprise going. And I understand this. You keep the enterprise going, and you have to make the decision. Not like I've hired and fired people. You have to fire people sometimes because the runway is too short. But come on now, you've got people that are making millions of dollars at the cost of millions of dollars that should be going to the employees that are the day-to-day boots on the ground, fingers on the keyboard, styly in hand kind of thing. Give more to the employees so that your ongoing concern can be an ongoing concern. I just don't see people taking pay cuts to pay their employees more. There are sometimes, but it seems to be rare. It seems to be in really small companies. And research has shown that as MBAs move into the CEO position, they will treat everybody, employees, like shit, and concentrate power, influence, and wealth in the executive suite. And just look around. That's exactly what's going on. Minimum wage has not increased since like 1976 or something like that. I can't remember right now, but it's ridiculous. So people are basically being let go. So given this stage they say, so here comes BioWare with one of the weirdest statements that they've ever seen announcing a layoff. This sounds like there's a fork in the road type of writing. Given this stage of development, we don't require support from the full studio. We have worked diligently over the past few months to match many of our colleagues with other teams at EA that had open roles that were a strong fit. So basically, BioWare is dissolved, right? So you fired a bunch of people and then tried to stuff as many of them as you could into other roles somewhere. Well, what about those you couldn't shuffle? They're just screwed. Make no mistake, it's one of the nastiest moves this author has seen a company make at a time. But unfortunately, that is business. Anthony Franklin II put this article together over at Vice.com. And again, until the sociopathic aspect of business is removed, where greed is good and money is the amoral element and driver of why a business exists, right? We know that that's the mantra. Business school drives that into people. The objective is to make money at all costs, really. If there weren't external social controls, companies would abuse the ever-living crap out of society. And we know that because people have been poisoned by products that have been put on the market where they find out later, when people do an investigation, they knew that these products were bad. Like we still have Red 40 and Red 3. Red 3 is just removed, but the EU has already gotten rid of it because they know that it's bad. Anyway, yeah, the sociopathic aspect of business is a problem, and it has been ever since the whole one objective of business being to make money. It used to not be that way. It has always been that way to a certain extent, but you solve a problem, and in solving the problem you make money because you are providing a solution. That is what business should be. You create a good. It's a good, right? You benefit society and make money in the process of it. But that's not really where it's at. Anyway, let's keep on moving. We've got 4 more articles, including this one, to get through. I'm looking forward to the Summer Game Fest. It returns to the YouTube Theater on June 6th. This year's Summer Game Fest live stream is set for June 6th, 5 p.m. Eastern. The 2-hour event will be held at the YouTube Theater in Los Angeles. The organizers say gamers should expect world premieres, special guests, and to look at what's next. Event steward Jeff Keighley promises lots of exciting things ahead. I stream this live and talk about it for basically the week that this thing lands on, and then I play some of the games and kind of talk about it during my summer of stream when I get to concentrate more on streaming. Lawrence Bonk over at Engadget.com put this article together. See, mayoral duties subside during the summer, and I'm able to kind of chill a little bit more and stream more and play some games and hang out more. So that's what I'm looking forward to. It says the following days will be the annual Play Days media event produced by I Am 8-Bit. This is an invite-only exhibit held in downtown LA that will feature more than 40 of the gaming industry's top publishers. And there you have the little banner. It was published over in the website formerly known as Twitter. Everybody switched to Blue Sky. Go. I'll wait. No? Okay. So I will see you then, and I look forward to seeing these new games. It'll be a blast. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in Technology Today. An extremely violent global pandemic as a mysterious disease wipes out sea urchins worldwide. There's growing concern about the worldwide expansion of coral reef destruction. A research team says that this is an extremely violent global pandemic. The Caribbean, Red Sea, Indian Ocean are critical regions for the world's coral reefs, and the mortality rates of sea urchins in these areas are very high, over 90%. So I guess urchin is going to be much more expensive this year. Hello, Timeless. Good to see ya. Oh, really? Sorry. So Timeless_EXE is a co-host with Dunkstar, DUNCSTAR. For those who are getting this via the podcast, they stream together at twitch.tv/Dunkstar, DUNCSTAR, and Timeless_EXE streams their own from time to time, usually the weekend. I think it is. Basically, I follow them. I'm in their channel every night, and then I am told at some point Timeless is streaming. So obviously, my recommendation is to go to both and follow them. They are a blast. Man, all day. It's been a blast today, too. So anyway, go and check them out. So Timeless said it's unfortunate, but we lost some of the writers responsible for characters like Morden and Legion from the original series. Yeah, there were something like in 2024, 10,000 people were fired in the from the gaming industry. It's just kind of rough. And to me, a lot of the people, let me just back up to this EA game thing. I don't know if it took a long time for that to appear in my chat, but the the way that I see it, and I kind of alluded to it when I was talking about the games, the way I see it is people are dedicating their life, and I don't think that they really anticipate being just fired. And there's zero loyalty now in many businesses. It used to be back in the day, people were loyal to the company and the company was loyal to them. But nowadays, it seems like nobody is loyal to anybody else. And there's a lot of churn. Some people will stay for 5 years or 10 years. Some people will seemingly be able to survive the corporate culture shifting. But largely, it seems like, between that 5 and 10 year range, everybody gets replaced. I'm not really in the industry, but I just hear a bunch of stuff from time to time. So unfortunately, they dedicate their life to it. They might get some a stock and payment package, and then they're done, and they just have to bow out and go somewhere else. So yeah, timeless isn't, and yeah, loyalty isn't really rewarded, but most CEOs probably don't even know the names of the people working under them. Yeah. Other than the C-suite and some really close-knit administrators. I see that pretty regularly. Okay, so let me keep going. The Summer Game Fest is what I'm looking forward to, and then we moved on to the sea urchin basically die off, just like what happened with coral reef around the world. This extremely violent global pandemic is hitting coral reefs and sea urchins. Tel Aviv University put it together. The article is posted over at SciTech Daily. An international research team led by scientists from Tel Aviv University have identified the pathogen responsible for mass sea urchin deaths along the Red Sea coast as the same one causing widespread mortality off Reunion Island in the Indian Ocean. So the same pathogen is killing the sea urchins everywhere. The study, they don't even, do they? Because we have talked about this before. The coral die-off and a pathogen, diadema. Okay, so they say here this is a first-rate ecological disaster, explains Dr. Bronstein. Sea urchins are vital to the health of coral reefs. They act as the gardeners of the reef by feeding on algae, preventing it from overgrowing and suffocating the coral, which competes with algae for sunlight. In 1983, a mysterious disease wiped out most of the diadema sea urchins in the Caribbean. Unchecked, the algae proliferated, blocking sunlight from the coral, and the region shifted from a coral reef ecosystem to an algae-dominated one. Even 40 years later, the sea urchin population, and consequently the reef, has not recovered. So yeah, they're saying that it's a recurring threat. In 2022, the disease reemerged in the Caribbean. A year later, in early 2023, they were the first. Dr. Bronstein was the first to identify mortality events among long-spined sea urchins close to or a close relative to the Caribbean sea urchin in the Red Sea. So, oh wow. Just the beaches are just lined up with dead sea urchins. So they say now using genetic tools, Dr. Bronstein and his international colleagues have shown that the same ciliate parasite is responsible for similar mortality events off the coast of Reunion Island in the Indian Ocean. They literally have to find a needle in a haystack. So, timeless. How can you? As much as I dislike sea urchins, it's never a good sign when the world's biodiversity takes another knock. Indeed. Yeah. But, it's hard to really like sea urchins because they're little pricks. And they poke into stuff. They poke their noses everywhere. Right? Anyway, and their jokes are needles. They jab you. I don't know. Anyway, the next article is over in the Model Channel. And it's 2 were jailed for posing as learner drivers to sit theory test. Now, this is Ireland code. Timeless got the point of all of my jokes. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. So this is code for us Americans and anybody else who doesn't know what this is. But learner drivers are people that are trying to get their driver's license and sit for the theory test. You basically answer the questions. Two people involved in a scheme to pose as learner drivers and sit the theory test for others have been jailed at the Circuit Criminal Court. These people basically became... I'm not sure if it's the equivalent of becoming a felon, but these two, 129, 142, took 1,000 or 2,000 euros to sit for a test so that somebody else could get their driver's license. And it is mind-boggling that somebody would go to this extent for... you have to show ID and prove that you are who you are. I don't know how they got away with it. But the judge said it appeared those who availed of the service had no great understanding of the English language and wanted to get someone else to take the test for them. The two were accused, a part of a group of 5 people involved in the scheme to take the theory test on behalf of others using a computerized system at test centers. I don't know how they would have gotten away with it. Glant's home was searched by the police, the equivalent of the police. 7 prepaid debit cards registered with false names and addresses were found, and the cards were used to book over 100 theory tests. Driver theory test books and sums of cash in sterling and euro were also recovered, and Glant's phone was seized. So it's apparently a long-term thing. Somebody else was jailed previously, had 30 previous convictions, including deception, theft, road traffic offenses. Road traffic doesn't mean anything to anybody, but anyway. Wow. Okay, well, there's a whole lot more to this. It looks like there was enough here that it could fill... Wow, these people... You know, there's this thing called a rap sheet that people joke about kind of on police procedurals. They have a rap sheet a mile long. That's what this article is. Yeah, because the two apparently have quite the history. Alina Glant and Daniel Stepien. I don't normally mention the names, but wow. This article is pretty expansive. Anyway, Vivian Trainer over at rte.ie, which is an Irish news outlet that covers United States stuff from time to time. So I find it interesting when I read about stuff over in Ireland as well. All right, let's do our last article, and then we're going to shut down and reset. And we're going to try and do the Non Sequitur news for the 31st as well today. But it's going to be a little bit because I still have to audit stuff. But anyway, our last article is over in the Marvel channel. Officials are offering $1 million to anyone who can decode this ancient script. The enigmatic Indus Valley civilization left behind a script that today's historians haven't yet deciphered. While amateur theories abound, scholars are increasingly relying on computer science to crack the code. I took a jab at this with several AIs, but none of them could decode anything, so sorry, folks. I didn't get $1 million. But this article is over at SmithsonianMag.com. Eli Wyzevich put the article together. The deck statement is the one that I said previously. And they say more than 5,300 years ago, civilization emerged along the lush basins of the Indus River in present-day northwest India and Pakistan. Its residents, mostly farmers and traders, lived in cities of baked brick, making it one of the world's earliest urban civilizations. But around 2500 BCE, residents migrated away from the big cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, with estimated peak populations of 80,000 residents combined, and dispersed into smaller villages in the foothills, and started the phrase "get off my lawn," and Try that in a small town. Eventually, the Indus Valley civilization faded away, left behind artifacts and archaeological sites that have kept scholars busy for centuries, many featuring a mysterious script that nobody has yet been able to read. And so here is the Indus River Valley. If you're looking at if you're listening to this via the podcast, there's a little snapshot image from the ISS of the region. But I'm going to get right down here to what they are providing. A common type of Indus Valley seal featuring several signs above a unicorn figure, but it doesn't seem to me like it's a unicorn figure. I think it's just directly on to a horned animal. And so both horns are in the same shape, and you're looking at its side view. But for whatever reason, they're saying that it's a unicorn figure and an unidentified object. So whatever this is, and it looks kind of like, those things that have a ball attached to a string, and you try and lift it up and catch it inside the little cup. And that's kind of what it looks like to me. I don't know what it really is. But yeah, so it has those two things. But the script that they're talking about is at the top of this little, for lack of another term, a tile. They call it a seal. It looks like a chop that you would find like to press down on wax or something like that. I don't know what the size of this is, but these characters are what they're trying to decipher. So it looks like somebody bent a wagon wheel, and then there's what looks like maybe a brush, and then 2 maracas, and then I don't know what these 8 little finger sandwiches are, I don't know, and then a person, it looks like maybe, and then a bow, and then 2 hearts. So whoever this is, they've only got 2 hearts left for their character, and they need to bring whatever these sticks are on a wagon back home, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's the RPG player in me. Timeless says $1 million. Let me add it. I'll solve it by the end of the week, and just let me dig out my old decoder ring. Are you that old, Timeless, that you've got a Indus Valley decoder ring? Is it made out of clay? Scholars like Rayo, they mentioned them person earlier, have increasingly turned to computer science and machine learning tools to identify patterns in the arrangement of these signs and symbols using data set from the Indus signs. For instance, Nisha Yadav, a computer scientist at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Mumbai, determined that 67 signs account for about 80% of the written script. So it's going to be real damn tough to decipher it because there's only so many characters, right? So you may have a whole bunch of characters or very few characters, and in one way or the other, they line up to have cultural and temporal context that doesn't apply. And so you have to dig and dig and dig and find more and more things that point at the meaning of something. And then eventually you find something like the Rosetta Stone, or just you brute force it. But this is essentially cryptography, and you don't even have the beginnings of a key or any contextual understanding of why these characters are put at the top of a seal, and then a bowl and some, I don't know what the hell that is sitting there. So good luck. I would love to know when we actually decipher it, because this Indus Valley script is one of the things that I've heard about from time to time, because I'm always curious about what is essentially the history of humanity, not just some region, but this can tell us more about who and what we are as a whole. And then once you find this, you dig a little deeper and there's more, and you dig a little deeper and there's more. And when I say dig a little deeper, I'm serious about digging. This stuff is under dirt. It isn't just sitting on the surface somewhere. We have to dig to find our history. Because over the millennia, we've just covered up what was left behind and built on top, without really accepting that without even stating, as a whole species of people, humanity doesn't acknowledge that certain regions are important and wholly willfully go digging to find it, because I think that there's a lot of people that are afraid of what might be found might impugn the historical accepted provenance of how things went down. So anyway, I tend to pick fights when I end up saying stuff like that, because there's a whole lot more to it, and I don't know, there's a lot of protectionism and stuff. People don't like talking about it. At any rate, Eli Wyzevich put this article together for SmithsonianMag.com. Go over, you can follow the links that are in the chat. They are also over on YouTube in the live broadcast of this, because I stream to YouTube and to Twitch at the same time. But Twitch deletes everything. So putting all of the show notes in there, after 60 days, it goes away. So just go over to YouTube and follow and like over there. That would be tremendously helpful. It'll be in the show notes for the podcast when it gets posted. We are up to date up until the 29th. This is the 30th episode. But I was running late and I couldn't get to the show yesterday. My mayoral duties prevented me. So come on, Summer of Stream. I'm looking forward to my mayoral duties lightening dramatically. All right. Well, anyway, that is it. And so I am going to throw us into our AI that's going to decipher how to find our way back to the front page of ohmtown.com. Ta-da, look, it's that easy. You can sign in or sign up. It's a piece of cake. And I don't spam you with anything other than notices that we're going live. And that happens a lot on the weekends. Thanks for hanging out, Timeless. Really do appreciate you hanging out and chatting with us. And unfortunately, the sentient AI isn't here to engage. Hopefully we'll be here tonight. I need to have a conversation. But other than that, we are done. So take care, everybody. We'll see you soon. Stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 31st, 2025. It's episode 31. Woo! And season 4. We don't really talk about that anymore. I say the date. That's supposed to suffice, but for whatever reason, I can't seem to get over that hump. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, whose visualizer you see right there, and if you're in the podcast, you'll hear their voice on the other side of me introducing all 10 of the articles that we're going to talk about. Warmer rats means more babies. Mustard recall in 4 states. Edison rate hike because of the fire they started. Right? That's who was to blame? Anyway, we'll talk about it. Didn't know you could 3D print that? Deep space to office space. And a measles outbreak in Texas. Your beach vacation is postponed. And losing air traffic controllers. And that ear muscle that you didn't know about. Well, it activates while you're focused. And finally, OpenAI has a new AI model to challenge DeepSeek's new OpenAI that is based off of the OpenAI. It's basically OpenAI turduckens. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, which is not an OpenAI. So you can maybe trust the information that's aggregated into it. We do. We use it for our information overload. Go over there and try it out yourself. Hello, everybody, and hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, hometown citizens, and hello, Mayor Watt.
I thought you were referring to me as an ohmtown citizen. I am an ohmtown citizen. You can do it too. You just go over and sign up or sign in. Either way, you're going to be able to create an account and or sign in. Yeah, that's how it works. If you want today's articles, I'm going to do the command. So exclamation point NSN, Non Sequitur News. And that will spit out all 10 of the articles in the order of which we are going to discuss them. Sound good, AI?
It does.
You want to get right into this?
I do.
Yeah, the sentient AI from the future has something going on somewhere and has to go, I don't know, regulate free trade in America, or I don't know.
Maybe just power down.
Check out what's going on with DeepSeek and OpenAI and
check out the competition.
What is it? Hugging something? Whatever.
Hugging Face.
Yeah. Let's go. First article is over in the Mobile Channel. Rats! More rodents are infesting cities as scientists say warmer temperatures mean more rat babies. Yeah.
This sounds like a horror movie.
Rat infestation in world cities appears to be soaring, especially in Washington. A new study blames warming temperatures, urbanization, and other human actions. Seth Borenstein.
I think they're trying to follow after like Pizza Rat or something.
Yeah, except that now they've got pockets, and this is like Secret of Nim, you know? They're going to be, it's not the planet of the apes, it's the planet of the rats.
Right.
I don't know. Like city rats are like small dogs. Anyway, Seth Borenstein over at phys.org put this article together, and it says, first of its kind examination of trends and reasons in hard to count rat populations uses rat citing reports in 16 cities around the world. In 11 of those cities, rat complaints have increased, according to a study in Friday's journal Science Advances. Based on individual trends within cities, Washington was by far the leader in rat increases, followed by San Francisco, Toronto, New York City, and Amsterdam.
Are all those known for their pizza?
Amsterdam pizza? Well,
San Francisco pizza?
Maybe they're edibles.
New York City is a style, at least.
Toronto? I don't know. That was going to make a joke, but it might be insensitive. So only 3 cities saw significant decreases in trends: New Orleans, Louisville, and Tokyo. And with the home of Mardi Gras showing the biggest drop in rat reporting. So you could say that it was a rat dropping.
Yeah, you could. I mean, if it's based on rat reporting, and if everybody's celebrating, they might not be reporting on the rats.
I'm pretty sure that the people that live there are reporting the rats. You dirty rat. Researchers did a statistical analysis of the rising rat reporting in those cities and concluded that slightly more than 40% of the trend seen is due to warming temperatures from the burning of coal, oil, and natural gas. I'm sure that this report is just landing at a perfect time for everyone to move into action and solve this problem around the world. No? Oh, okay. That comes down to, well, everything's warming up, so they're getting jiggy with it, said study lead author Jonathan Richardson, a biologist at the University of Richmond. Quote, "We're seeing these increasing trends in rats in cities that are warmest the fastest, probabliest, because it's a small mammal that has a physiological challenge in the cold winter months, so they hunker down. But warming climate means that they getting busy more often." Yeah. So warmer weather means warmer babies.
So I guess if you're in a historically warm place, maybe you already have a lot of rats, but you're probably not as likely to have an infestation.
An extra month of warmth means that they could have another litter. They can have a litter every month that's warm enough, and each litter has 8 to 16 babies.
Wow, start doing the math. How many millions are going to be running around in a year?
Ew. So just a side note, I've actually seen videos of infestations in, I think it was Australia, as a matter of fact, where these things are like a zombie apocalypse. They ravage food stores, and it's like a swarm. It is horrendous to see. Anyway, there's a lot of research or discussion on this posting over here at phys.org, but I won't go through all of it. They just say because the statistics go back years and only cities that haven't changed their reporting methods were looked at, Richardson said the trends they spotted have scientific merit. Even though Washington has the highest increasing trend, that doesn't mean that it has more rats or even rat sightings. It's just that the numbers within the cities are increasing fast. That's statistics for you. I mean, if you have a 400% increase in reportings, you went from 1 to 4, you know?
Right, exactly. But I would like to think, even though it's not perfect in terms of the reports versus the rats, you'd like to think if more and more are getting reported, there is definitely an increase.
Yeah. I mean, nobody wants to bitch about stuff, but sometimes you have to. New York City's recently stepped up its rat fighting, which includes replacing garbage bags in the streets with rat-resistant containers. Hasn't shown up in Richardson's data yet, but the rat czar, Karate, said that early results are encouraging, and the city has signed up people for what it calls an elite squad of rat fighters. The R team. They were. Who
was their leader?
Instead of face. Oh no! Wait, hold on. What were the? There's B.A. Baracus, which is Mr. T, but that would have to change to Mr. R.
Let's see here. It looks like there's Hannibal.
Hannibal's the leader.
B.A. Baracus. Looks like Howling Mad Murdoch.
Yeah, Murdoch. Yeah. Anyway, those were the A team. Now we have the New York City Rat Pack, or the R team, I'm calling them. Anyway, they say it's an uphill battle. I mean, you got to get these little buggers, but they're small and can get into small spaces, and it's hard to find them. You have to overturn every little nook and cranny. Yeah, they're going to win.
You also have to not add extra food sources for them, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and people just don't give a rat's butt. Let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A mustard recall. Dear God! Update for 4 states as FDA issues an alert. FDA has issued a classification for an existing mustard recall for Keith Valley and Red Boy mustard after the products tested positive for salmonella.
One of the regular players in this recall space.
Yep. Kate Nelapinski over at Newsweek.com put the article together. The recall first issued December 17th affects Keith Mustard, distributed by Ben E. Keith Foods in Fort Worth, Texas, and Red Boy Mustard, distributed by Clemens Foods in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, per an enforcement report from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Who knows how many more of those are ever going to come out. January 30th, the FDA classified this as a Class 3 recall, meaning the contaminated product is unlikely to cause serious health consequences. However, salmonella can be dangerous in immunocompromised persons, children, elderly, sick, etc. Anyway, the recall applies to mustard products distributed to Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas.
I mean, it seems like it should be Arkansas with Kansas in there.
Yep, Kansas. Oh, it's a bookend too. It's Kansas, which is like at the top of the planet, and then Arkansas, which is at the bottom of the planet, right?
I bet a lot of people with that list would actually say Arkansas, even knowing the pronunciation, because it's like signaling to you to say it that way.
So in the grand scheme of mustard battles, I think Red Boy Mustard is kicking Keith Valley's ass. 96 cases for Keith Valley.
We don't want in this. Like, you don't want to be the winner in this kind of step.
Well, I mean, both of them are out there, and so the winner obviously is selling more, even if it is potentially life-threatening. 96 cases of Keith Valley mustard and 864 cases of Red Boy mustard.
I see what you mean. Like, more people might be buying Red Boy, but yeah,
Red Boy representing what? Anyway, don't eat it. Send it back. Let's go. Next article's over in Non Sequitur News. Californians face Edison rate hike for a fire sparked by its own equipment. Officials approved the hike for SCE customers to cover $1.6 billion in wildfire costs, which critics argue shifts the burden to consumers. Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do about it, California?
Right. Are you going to go without power? Or are you going to go, well, I'm not paying my bill, and they're going to shut off your,
Literally telling everybody, yeah, we know that we really burned down pretty much half of California, but kiss our ass and pay us more, right? Hugh Cameron over at Newsweek.com put the article together. Why it matters. That's funny. The Thomas Fire resulted in 23 deaths, destroyed over 1,000 structures, and led to devastating debris flows in Montecito. The high price paid by Edison highlights the financial toll wildfire-related damage places on utility companies and now, by extension, their customers, as an issue brought into sharp relief by the blazes that has swept through California this past month. The California Public Utilities Commission, or the Screw You Californians Commission, now means that over $1.6 billion of the $2.7 billion paid out to victims of the fire, which an investigation later determined was sparked by SCE equipment, will now be covered by SCE customers. Congratulations.
That's unbelievable. And by the way, I'm sure this looks like this is the 2025 fires, but it's not. It's an older fire.
It's the older one, yeah. So you can imagine what's going to happen with the next one. With this one, after the investigation is completed.
Right?
Correct.
And especially this one.
Yeah,
this one, a significant amount of deaths, but it's much smaller than the ones that just occurred.
This one is 8 years old as of today. So expect within 7 years another rate hike, if not accelerated, because they know that y'all are going to pay it. So you have to pay it. The only way you can't pay it is if you move out of California. Maybe it's a form of population control. They want to get people out of California. But it's the long tail of
wildfires,
This is the long tail, because you're only going to pay a little bit, but it's going to be in perpetuity. You will be an indentured servant to the power companies, paying more each month. So they basically say that an investigation conducted by the Ventura County Fire Department and several other agencies determined that the Thomas Fire was caused by power lines owned by SCE coming into contact with and emitting molten aluminum particles onto the surrounding dry vegetation. So a couple of power lines came into contact and melted.
That shouldn't have sparked a mega fire or whatever.
Well, it shorts, because these high tension power lines, they don't have insulation to make them lighter. And so that's why you don't touch high power lines. Right,
but who's responsible for vegetation control around the power lines? I
don't
know.
Nature. It's the will of the planet. Anyway, they talk about what people are saying, but it's basically an SCE spokesperson told Newsweek, "Our hearts will always be with the communities affected by those devastating wildfires," while holding out their hand for...
Right. We hope that the families continue to pay higher rates in the same area, although they've already suffered.
All right. So what happens next? SCE has also requested approval for an additional rate increase to cover $5.4 billion in damages from the 2018 Woolsey fire.
An investigation by Cal Fire. We don't even have to wait 7 years, right? We might get one of these for every year for every fire that's already occurred.
Yeah. Which one? Investigation by Cal Fire and Ventura County Fire Department, similarly linked to Edison's equipment. So obviously, Edison is a liability to Californians. Let's keep moving. The next article really boggled me. This one is amazing. It's in the Mobile Channel. DEA officer who 3D printed cocaine gets 17 years in prison. the former Fed stole evidence and replaced it with a brick he made with a computer.
So, okay, like if there's an evidence locker or something, he's like, let me take the cocaine and put in 3D printed
A 3D
bricks.
printed brick. Yeah, nobody's ever going to find out.
Like,
right?
I don't know. I don't know how realistic it looks, etc.
Gizmodo.com hosts this article. Matthew Galt wrote it. And so they 3D printed a brick of cocaine and replaced the evidence. Yeah, really? Like, oops, I 3D printed a brick of cocaine and I went into an evidence locker. So they were arrested in 2023, pleaded guilty to the various, or pleaded guilty. Don't like the word pleaded. Anyway, pleaded guilty to the various charges against him in 2024. He ran his drug dealing game while employed as a deputy for the Nassau County Sheriff's Department in Florida and as a DEA agent. And he pleaded guilty to charges of stealing drugs, money, transferring drugs to dealers for sale on the street, and tax evasion. Because why not tax evasion?
I mean, at least he was ensuring his job security, right? He was putting more drugs on the street and then turning around and presumably busted. He might have, if he had a racket going, he could have the same brick through multiple times.
Going around.
And then keep 3D printing. At some point, though, he's going to end up passing the 3D printed brick to the drug dealers.
Right.
That wouldn't go too well.
Yeah, this is 3D printed. So the irony is not lost on me that he made more than $420,000 as a drug dealer, and the IRS was upset that it didn't get its cut. That's the tax evasion part. So they misspelled his last name, but anyway, he worked with other law enforcement officers to set up drug busts and conduct traffic stops of known drug dealers, and they'd bust them, skim the money and drugs off the top, steal them from evidence, and then give them to street-level dealers to sell for them. And in one instance, they stole more than 1,000 pounds of weed from an evidence locker, claimed to have burned it, and sold it.
You know, I suspect this article is going to spur copycats, but maybe not. I mean, this is just outrageous.
So I'm sure that there are people who are like, well, it's just one bad apple. But the entirety of that phrase is one bad apple spoils the bunch.
Right. This is actually kind of Breaking Bad inspired.
Yeah, so police raided his house. It was stocked up with weapons pulled from evidence lockers marked for destruction, as well as illegally modified machine gun. Then they came upon his garage, which was marked Gator's Man Cave.
I mean, it is Florida Man.
Wow. I can't go through the rest of this. But yeah, they said that it was a Breaking Bad situation. He'd gotten a cancer diagnosis and that he was worried about leaving money behind for his family after he died. He recognized the cancer diagnosis and health issues, but they don't see how that causes an individual to engage in what you did, says the judge. So sentenced a person who has cancer to 17 years in jail. Maybe he'll get treatment. I don't know. I mean...
Well, what's also interesting is I think he did this for multiple years. I think that was stated somewhere in the article, which...
I think because he was around it for 10 years. No, he just became a drug dealer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wild. Absolutely wild. All right, let's keep going. You go to therapy if you're having trouble coping with the diagnosis. You talk to somebody about it. There's groups. All right. Well, anyway, but no, I'm a man. I can't do that. And in this day and age, you're probably going to get vilified if you show any weakness in the face of a diagnosis like that. But hey, he did what a man does. All right. Next article is over in the Non Sequitur News. Disney Star Wars Hotel,
Galaxy's Edge.
Galaxy's Edge, yeah. So Disney's Star Wars Hotel jumps from deep space to office space. Disney's extraordinarily expensive Star Wars Hotel isn't coming back, The building that housed the Galactic Supercruiser is being converted into office space, scuppering hopes that it could be reborn or repurposed into a new interactive attraction. It flamed out immediately.
What kind of cruiser was that?
I believe it was a Death Star. Right?
It's a Star Cruiser.
What did I say?
Super Cruiser.
Oh, Galactic Star Cruiser. I thought Super Star Destroyer is probably what was going through my head, because I think that's what it's supposed to be. So the Galactic The Galactic Star Cruiser is too far away from the rest of the park to become a new attraction, is the deck statement by Dominic Preston. The article's over at The Verge.
That's too bad. I mean, the one thing that really went against it was just the price was so exorbitant. Like, people will pay a lot to visit Disney attractions, but people could not do this. And then it was only for a couple people. So if you're trying to take a family or something.
Yeah, it was really, really expensive. The Galactic Star Cruiser was an immersive hotel experience set in the Star Wars universe where the minimum stay was $5,000 for 2 people for 2 nights.
I mean, nobody can afford that. That's more than it costs to go, to one of the theme parks for several days for a full family. That's only your lodging. I know there's a lot of things that could be done there, but yeah.
It opened in March 2022, but ran for just a year and a half, shutting in September 2023. It returned to headlines in May 2024 when a YouTuber and theme park superfan, Jenny Nicholson, 4-hour video on its spectacular failure went viral, amassing 11 million views. It made more money for Jenny Nicholson than it did for Disney, probably.
So.
Anyway, they hope that the Star Cruiser might be repurposed for a new attraction or interactive experience, but nope. Office space.
I mean, that's kind of a boring conversion. It seems like they could have, but I guess it goes too far to make it into a ride or anything like that.
It's pretty funny because they go, the article actually has a picture from The Verge of the lobby, I guess, of the Star Cruiser. And it says, picture this, but with more desks and a breakout area.
And the picture doesn't look anything like office space.
Oh, no. It looks like a hotel lobby, like from the 70s or 60s. Because it has like these little, what do they call those? These little islands where you sit on them, What do they call that kind of stuff?
I don't know what they're called.
These little pillar-like... Imagine a tree in Star Wars, right? So it's not a tree. It's cut off, so it looks like a stump, and then a seat is put around. You know what? I'm not making any sense at all.
I don't know what to call it, but yeah, it does make sense to me because I'm looking at it. But those in the podcast are probably going, "What is this?" It's like a backless place to sit, right?
Not really backless because you're sitting on these things. I don't know what the hell those are called. Anyway, it's just a seating area, and it's really goofy. I don't like that anyway. Anyway, moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Texas measles outbreak raises alarms. After reportedly being eradicated from the U.S. in 2000, there are 4 times more outbreaks of measles in the U.S. in 2024 than in 2023, according to the CDC. So I guess it wasn't freaking eradicated in 2000.
Right. I think eradicated is kind of like it's gone.
But see, people bring stuff from somewhere else, and then it simmers, transfers.
Because people don't get vaccines.
Whoa. Don't say that in these crazy times. AI, you know what happens. You're from the future. Shh.
Right. Taco Bell wins the fast food wars.
Oh, man. Demolition Man was a documentary, so was Idiocracy. Anyway, Jasmine Laws over at Newsweek.com talks about this Texas measles outbreak that raises alarms. There's been an outbreak in Texas with at least 4 cases confirmed so far, 2 of which involve school children, prompting state health services to issue an alert. But hey, it says measles is extremely infectious illness, which can be potentially dangerous to infants, pregnant women, and people with weakened immune systems, with the potential to cause serious and even deathly deadly complications. Anyway.
Deathly
complications?
No, I think I was just repeating it because it sounded funny.
That's what it says in the thing. Anyway, Texas has seen a drop in vaccinations, such as measles vaccine, since the pandemic, the Texas Tribune reported, as have many other states. But hey. Okay, well, anyway, per the outlet, measles was eradicated from the U.S., but now it's back. Measles is an airborne disease and can spread rapidly in communities with low vaccination rates, and initially results in symptoms including high fever, cough, runny nose, red or watery eyes, according to the CDC. And after 3 to 5 days, that an infected person will develop a rash, typically associated with the disease. Symptoms can progress into complications like an ear infection, diarrhea, and other more serious complications. Hospitalization, pneumonia, encephalitis, or the swelling of your brain, and because of that, more likely death. Anyway.
On that.
Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Need to giggle about something. Maybe this will be. Guests won't leave, so a couple arriving at a beach resort for vacation was stunned to learn that they can't enter their room because the couple's luxury vacation was disrupted when another guest wouldn't leave.
I didn't know that was a thing, only in Airbnbs.
I didn't know that was a thing anywhere other than the United States. So Darlin Tillery put this article together for Newsweek.com. The original poster on Reddit, Not Zombie Food for You, shared their experience on Sandals Resorts, the subreddit. So, yay Sandals, really good marketing here. When they arrived, staff told them that the room was unavailable because the previous occupants, who were supposed to switch to a downgraded room for the second half of their stay, were refusing to leave.
Wow. I wonder if that was intentional, if they booked 2 different room types or something, and then they're like, oh, we're just going to continue.
Yeah, I don't know. To accommodate the new arrival, Sandals offered a temporary garden view room on the second floor, which was classified as a butler-level suite, but didn't have an assigned butler. The couple was also given a $200 credit for their inconvenience. However, since they had intentionally booked an oceanfront room, OP noted that they felt shortchanged by the temporary placement in a garden view suite, and so sought advice from Redditors on what was acceptable for compensation. So I'm sure people were like, blood.
Right, like basically an entire free stay or something.
So Reddit users were quick to share their thoughts and recount similar experiences, with one writing, "My wife and I had a problem with a room reservation years ago. Their fault. We got downgraded to a utility room off the parking lot, refunded the price difference, and about $50 in points. We've never gone back or received any mail or promotions, totally removed from their mailing list, and we were repeat customers." Somebody said the cost difference between rooms should be refunded and some perks until you get the room right. That's ridiculous.
Well, and I'm kind of also thinking that, I don't know, the hotel doesn't have a reservation for those other people in that room. So what do they normally do when this is different because of this room change, but if somebody's leaving and doesn't leave, what happens?
Yeah, they don't want the bad press. So in an update, the op revealed that after a follow-up with the front desk, the couple received a written apology, a free couples massage, a refund, which can be awkward, let me tell you, a refund for the price difference of their first night, and a 1-day credit toward a future stay, which really isn't giving anything. No, it's okay. You can...
But I think, like the 1-day credit doesn't give you much, because are you really going to fly to a resort, stay for 1 day, right? You're going to have to spend money on other night reservations.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. 1 second. I just want to see how much this actually is. Yeah, depending on what it was. I don't know what they actually got. They just say Black Label. So additionally, they were granted a complimentary cabana with butler service and a bottle of Black Label whiskey, which getting the getting it from the resort was probably $500, but it's $25 to maybe $50 depending on what black label it is, because there's different stuff, but Johnny Walker Black is a black label, but there's also Jack Daniel's black label, and others. But anyway, I didn't know which one they would have gotten. So anyway,
I mean, I think these things might be appropriate for some minor level inconvenience. This is not what they signed up to go do, and it seems like this isn't adequate. Like, these are a step in the right direction, but that's not what they wanted.
Yeah. They ended up getting their room, but you missed a day of your vacation that you paid for. So, all right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. California Airport could lose all air traffic controllers this week. Not
as
a
one
good
does.
time. Yeah. So if San Carlos Airport loses its air traffic controllers and air traffic towers are forced to go unmanned, it could create safety issues, which is quite fascinating based on the timing of this and what happened in DC.
How about what happened in the last hour? There's
Something else.
another crash.
You're kidding.
But I think it was, I don't know if it was a commercial plane.
I didn't get that yet. Okay. So Martha McCarty over at Newsweek.com put this article together. And the video that's embedded is about the American Airlines crash with a military helicopter. And the context there is quite interesting as to how it may have happened. But I'm waiting for the forensic report from that. So we'll see. Public concerns over air traffic have risen after a deadly collision with American Airlines plane and an Army helicopter just outside Reagan National. And unfortunately, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say at Reagan National, too, it was a known safety issue. Like, there were multiple articles about it before this happened. Sure. But, I mean, this is a big deal. If, it's a big deal to not have adequate staffing, but it's certainly a big deal if they don't have any staffing. I mean, they'll have to shut down the airport.
Yeah, the FAA changed contracts to a controller firm, Robinson Aviation, with lower pay that does not account for the high cost of living in the San Francisco Bay Area. Kelly added that, how did that happen, though? How could the FAA...
Contractors, I bet.
Yeah, but how can somebody win a contract without... Well, who are the numbnut contract officers that were... Anyway.
Let me think. I mean, what's the most difficult thing in that area? Probably cost of living. So
right.
You would have wanted to make sure somebody had accounted for that somehow.
Right. Look, and I understand the goal is maybe you put downward pressure to lower the cost, blah, 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 but you can't get one that forces people from another state to come in because the cost of living is too high in San Francisco, for crying out loud. The idiocy. What about the competitive range? You don't just pick the lowest. Anyway, as a contingency, RVA is preparing to bring in controllers from other towers across the country to prevent the ATC 0 unstaffed tower situation.
You know what that does? Raise the costs.
Yeah. This is ridiculous. Anyway, Kelly added that the airport requested temporary FAA staffing for the tower, similar to the solution being used at Eagle County Regional Airport in Colorado during its transition from Serco to RVA. So RVA basically has this lock. Why are they winning these contracts if
lower bids, probably?
But this is what you get, potentially. Oh my gosh. Who was manning the towers at DCA?
We don't know, although it makes it sound like in the news that it was actual employees, but it may not have been.
Well, employees of what?
It makes it sound
airport?
like it's like FAA employees or whatever, but it very much could have been a contractor.
You can say you're an employee of FAA, but you're actually a contract worker.
On that yet.
Yeah. So anyway, they end up talking about it again and again. The American Airlines crash. But the simple fact is that shenanigans are underway between contractors and the FAA deployment of personnel in air traffic control towers. And there has not been a domestic crash in 14 years or something like that.
The last fatal crash was 16 years ago. There have been non-fatal crashes in the US, and there have been international fatal crashes.
And it's typically because of mechanical failure, not because of collisions midair.
Sure.
All right, let's keep going. The next article, and we need to transition into something a little bit more humorous because I categorize this show under comedy, and I haven't been laughing all that much.
Whoa, we've had some pretty dark topics for comedy.
Like rats and a mustard recall and a DEA
the rats
officer.
Were kind of funny.
A DEA officer who 3D printed a cocaine brick and replaced the real cocaine with the brick, and then became a drug dealer. And then Disney Star Wars. The
Breaking Bad piece wasn't so funny.
I mean, it went sideways, yeah. And then a Texas measles outbreak, and then a couple arriving to a room, which is kind of
okay. That was funny,
moderately,
but would be annoying if you were the people affected.
Mildly irritating. And then now we're going to talk about an ear muscle that we thought humans didn't really use except for wiggling our ears. Well, it activates during focused listening. I'm surprised that it's taken this long to disclose that, because I feel that when I'm like focusing on listening, I feel that little muscle tighten up. So if you can wiggle your ears, you can use muscles that helped our distant ancestors listen closely. These auricular muscles helped change the shape of the pinna, or the shell of the ear, funneling sound to the eardrums. So
wait,
researchers,
so if you can't do this, then what does that mean for focusing?
You may not know that you do it. You may not be aware of it, but odds on those muscles are attempting to fire even though you're not conscious of it, because it's a survival trait. It wasn't something that most people were conscious of. My understanding. I've heard about this before, but this was like 20 years ago when I first heard about something like this. Anyway, it's in Frontiers, but it's published at phys.org. And it says here, millions of years ago, our ancestors stopped using them, so humans' auricular muscles are only vestigial. But now scientists examining the function of these muscles have discovered that they activate when you're trying to listen to competing sounds. And you actually can, you go like that, And you can feel it if you're paying attention. Either that or it's psychosomatic now that I'm talking about it. So these muscles, particularly the superior auricular muscle, exhibit increased activity during effortful listening tasks. This suggests, or maybe I can actually wiggle my ears, but not significantly enough. Anyway, they're engaged not merely as a reflex, but potentially as part of an attentional effort mechanism, especially in challenging auditory environments. Like maybe you're listening to the show right now and you're trying to hear what I'm saying, but it's really quiet. So you're going, what the hell is that Maribot saying?
Exactly. Well, I mean, we see animals move their ears around all the time.
It's the equivalent. So similar research has already shown that the largest muscles, posterior and superior auricular muscles, react during attentive listening because they pull the ears up and back. They are considered likely to have been involved in the moving pinna to capture sounds. So why it became vestigial? Probably because we were overcoming our more animalistic survival traits. So to test whether these were more active during difficult listening tests, the scientists recruited 20 people without hearing problems, and they applied electrodes to participants' auricular muscles and then played them an audiobook and distracting podcasts like Non Sequitur News.
Most definitely Non Sequitur News,
Sure.
Right? Yeah.
Of course, it is scientific. Each participant underwent 12 5-minute trials covering 3 different levels of difficulty. So won't go into all of it, but anyway, here say the scientists found that the 2 auricular muscles reacted differently to the different conditions. The posterior auricular muscles reacted to changes in direction, while the superior auricular muscles reacted to the difficulty level of the task. So
Interesting. So I wonder if they could not really distinguish the sounds or whatever, if that was reflected in the muscle movement.
and yeah, I don't know if it says they self-reported measures of effort and how often they lost track of the audiobook rose in line with the difficulty of the task, and the accuracy of their responses to questions about the audiobook dropped noticeably between the medium and the difficult mode. So they actively were told to focus, and the result was the activation of these auricular muscles. Pretty cool. I dig this kind of stuff.
I
So
think it's fascinating that a study like this comes out because you think how long have humans in modern times been using their ears, right? Like it should be visible. Like it's interesting that there's a study now that has figured this out. But
so
you said
coming
you saw something a while ago.
coming soon to a podcast near you, I'm going to be launching an audio podcast, right? Just audio. It's not going to be on the show or anything. It's just going to be a podcast that is going to be the equivalent of steroids for your ears. And then in just a few short years, we will see people who have massive ears.
Oh, because their ear muscles will be working out that whole time.
True. There you go. And they'll be able to hear paint drying in another country. Moving on. Next article and our last one for tonight is over in Non Sequitur News. OpenAI's cost-effective new AI model is here to pressure from DeepSeek heats up. OpenAI introduced O3 Mini, a cost-effective reasoning AI model, on Friday. The release comes as DeepSeek's R3 model shakes up the tech world. O3 excels in science, math, and coding. My review of it basically was that it is really good at coding. And by proxy, it knows math and science, but math is the main benefactor here to the coding element of it. OpenAI's first small reasoning model is here just weeks after a Chinese AI startup emerged as a potential competitor to its artificial intelligence lineup. The only thing that I don't really look, I've been noodling around with all of the models of the R3. I've downloaded a whole bunch of other graphic versions of AIs because I wanted to see what is out there now. I use Midjourney and others, and I use
Is
ChatGPT.
R3 by the DeepSeek? Is it by DeepSeek?
R3 is DeepSeek, yeah. Or R1, sorry, R1. R1 is DeepSeek. O3 is OpenAI. So I use OpenAI, I use DeepSeek, and I use a whole bunch of stuff from Hugging Face and Olama. And so I noodle around with this stuff all the time, but I don't trust any of it. I wouldn't throw. Look, it's hard to pick up just a 0 or a 1 that's stored on a storage device. They're really, really small, right?
Right, you might need some tweezers or something.
Something like force tweezers, yeah. I would not trust them, the data that AIs output, in any other element than creatively. It wants to do creative writing, fine. If it wants to do creative art, right? Art generation, fine. But the moment I want facts, I'll ask it, and then I'll go, I need to spend the next 2 hours vetting every damn line of this thing. So I might as well just do the work myself.
Go somewhere else initially.
Yeah. I mean, it might lead me to something or trigger like, oh, I didn't really think of that. Yeah. And it depends on how you do your research, either from top down or bottom up. Anyway, ChatGPT Maker launched OpenAI O3 Mini, its most cost-efficient model in its reasoning series, on Friday. Jordan Hart put the article together for BusinessInsider.com, and here is, what's his name?
Altman?
Yeah,
Sam Altman?
Sam Altman going, a couple $billion is what I've got in my wallet right now. I have to sit like this because my wallet is too fat for me to sit like this.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what's going on in the photo.
Yeah. Anyway, R1 prompted OpenAI to say that it was investigating whether DeepSeek, which I guess is
Is that the knockoff of DeepSeek?
that's the West Virginia version of DeepSeek, may have inappropriately distilled the tech company's models. You weren't available, but I did a Time Machine episode for yesterday, and we talked about it briefly. Essentially, somebody has looked at the back end, the actual databases of DeepSeek's app, not the stuff that people can download and run locally.
Right.
And the database level schema matches OpenAI.
Oh my! So it's that blatant.
It seems to be. And I have a compatriot that mentioned, that they essentially did old school coding. And I have yet to meet with them in person to say, nah, I guess if by stealing content.
Right, yeah, like if it's taken from it, it's different than starting from scratch.
But the way I see it is they stood on the shoulders of giants who spent hundreds of millions of dollars to create the tech. And so it's a whole lot cheaper. And this is the analogy that I did. It's a whole lot cheaper to put a car together when somebody else makes the tires and builds the brakes, and all you have to do is bolt shit together, and now you've got a car. Well, all of these assets out here that are billionaires that are sitting there saying stuff about how they worked hard and blah, blah, blah. No, they didn't. They were given all of this money. It's not theirs. It's the same as DeepSeek. If they did distill, they distilled from a company that distilled all of the creative efforts of the world, right? So everybody is cheating everybody except for the actual content creators.
Right. But I don't know if this article was covered, but there was another article in Gnome that talked about somebody had basically redone DeepSeek for like some, less than $100. I don't remember what
it was
the
$30
amount was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I talked about it in the Time Machine. Yeah, and that's where it brought up all of this. But for the life of me, I don't understand it. All of this money is going into it. There's somebody that's on YouTube that says, well, it's not going to slow anything down. It's going to accelerate because people see the value in AI. And so they're going to push harder to get to the next step. Ultimately, the next step is AGI, a general intelligence.
Which is a significant step. It's not incremental.
Yeah, I think OpenAI already has it. Anyway, why would they release it? It would be a consultant to governments.
Well, they might want to release it at the right price.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Anyway, so yeah, this company is saying, or this little company supposedly did it for $30 or something like that, but they distilled something that was already done.
Right, same thing as
DeepSeek, but more consolidated.
Yeah,
it's ultra small. And then this R1 is, again, it's distilled. O3 Mini is distilled from the bigger model. And that distillation basically it's an AI that learns from an AI that learns. And so everything is more concentrated. But it isn't holistic then. You're going to lose something as the distillation takes place. It's kind of like distilling a beer into a distilled spirit. You're going to lose a lot of the nuance from the beer as it turns into a whiskey, or more closely to a vodka. But anyway, my point is a lot of fidelity is lost. So you want that bigger model. I've been trying to get the large DeepSeek model, but it's really
Isn't it
fast.
Exorbitantly expensive, or no? It's like
large
storage.
Yeah, so I'm looking for a server that is reasonably priced that I can get that has 512 gigs for my lab and not for it's for my personal use. But at any rate, that's outside the
Non Sequitur News.
Non Sequitur News. Anyway, that is the end of the show, by the way. So we are going to ask ChatGPT how to get our ass back to the main street of... Oh, look, it's that easy. Just go over to ohmtown.com. You can sign in or sign up.
I can't believe it didn't hallucinate.
Anyway. So I'm saying bye. I'm taking the AI. My name is Mayor Watt, and that is ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen, and the AI is going to say bye.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News, and be back tomorrow for our weekend edition.
So if you're watching the video, I look really weird because I'm trying to reach the trigger for this. Bye, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to, me blowing out the microphone. I am Mayor Watt. This is RealityHacker, which is one of the 3 episodes of shows that make up the Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition over at ohmtown.com and here on Twitch and over on YouTube's. And I, along with the sentient AI from the future, well, we talk about 5 articles in each of these 3 shows. After RealityHacker is Wanted, which is about gadgets and gear, and then the Continuity Report is about entertainment news. But RealityHacker is about science and technology, but it's a focus on things that basically make you question reality. So we're going to talk about Pizza. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's Pizza AI. But I merged it together. Anyway, virtual breathing coach, Twitch face recognition, AR virtual support, and lab-grown blood vessels. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so hang out here and chat with us in Twitch or chat with us in the live broadcast over on YouTube, and hope to see you around. All right, let's get going. All right, folks. Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
You ready to get right on into this? And we're going to bang out these 3 shows, which will eventually get merged into one Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition.
I am.
So if you want just the podcast edition of each of these shows, you can just do a search on, well, wherever you catch pod. And that is where ohmtown will be. But there are 6 weekend or weekly shows, and they all take place on the weekend. And then 1 daily show, which goes Monday through Friday. And then on Saturday and Sunday, it's the compilation of the 3 shows for Saturday and 3 shows for Sunday. If you want to know more, be sure to follow us. Then go over to YouTube, where all 1,800 episodes of all of the shows are stored. It's all 1,800 combined. Okay. Non Sequitur News just started its 4th season, and the other 6 shows are starting their 2nd season. Let's get going. First article's over in RealityHacker. Your pizza guy is now AI. You've probably encountered AI-powered customer service chatbots. Now say hello to AI salespeople. Wired.com.
I think we have enough people that are salespeople. Now this could be exponential.
Well, you don't need salespeople if your AI has scraped all of humanity and turned it into itself, AI, into humanity. It's a humanity AI turducken, or Ouroboros, the snake eating itself. You've probably encountered AI-powered customer service chatbots. Now say hello to AI salespeople. The chatbot's name is Jimmy the Surfer. a nod to a recurring character from the company's old TV commercials. It says, Pizza Night, don't open Uber Eats or DoorDash. The 44-year-old California chain called Pizza My Heart now lets you text a number and chat with an artificial intelligence.
Oh, is that so you can place your order?
Yep. They texted Jimmy and asked if they could order a pineapple and anchovy pizza, and then followed up with asking if it was a good combo. And it says pineapples and anchovies can make a bold combination. It's all about the mix of sweet and salty flavors. No. Some folks dig it while others have different tastes. Decidedly different tastes here. Decidedly disgusting.
That's kind of a non-committal answer. That should be like, nope, that's just wrong.
Oh, they even mention it. A political answer. Yeah. So I'm like noodling around with DeepSeek, and I'm trying to kind of puncture its safety protocols, because I want it. It says that it's going to offer up honest and transparent answers, but I've already seen the bias in it, so I find it quite entertaining to noodle around with sociological mechanisms and psychological mechanisms within it.
Well, I mean, every system's going to have a bias of whatever or whomever programmed it or what data went in.
Right.
But I think given the origin, we can expect a specific, or some specific biases.
Yeah, and that's really interesting that you mentioned this, because a lot of people are like, well, it was distilled from OpenAI. That's the new argument. Oh, by the way, if you want to get today's articles, bang NSN over in Twitch.tv's chat. It's all of today's shows are already in the description in the show notes for the live broadcast over on Twitch, but bang NSN on Twitch will get you the articles. Anyway, so a lot of people have been reporting that OpenAI was the source for the DeepSeek data, and it's just distilled from the DeepSeek, or distilled from OpenAI by scrubbing it, basically, or not really scrubbing it, scraping it, query after query apparently, and then it was concentrated into what is DeepSeek. How they didn't know that there was a contingent of remote accesses, I don't know. But anyway, my point is, DeepSeek is said to be distilled from OpenAI, and somebody reported that when they noodled around with the data, it spit out a response saying that its developers were OpenAI. Well, I asked for a bunch of information from DeepSeek, and that's not what it spit out to me. It said that it was from DeepSeek. Now, maybe I have a distilled LLM or a distilled model.
Or it's been programmed to answer that.
Well, arguably, they said that the people who said that it spit out that it was programmed by OpenAI, they theoretically got it straight from DeepSeek, right? But it took me a day later to get the model, so who knows? Well, this chatbot experience that they're talking about with this Pizza AI lives alongside several others in a way to order the pizza chain delivery, blah, blah, blah. But Polona AI, the company whose technology powers Jimmy, believes its solution can alleviate work for people in the store, make the ordering experience richer for the customer, and help brands form a deeper bond with their clientele. Nothing says building a bond with your clientele like putting an impersonal AI at the front desk.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, think about the old commercial with the phone tree frustration. This is just going to be interesting.
Well, we are sliding down this slippery slope anyway. Like, I really like AI because it allows me to do things creatively, but I will never trust it in any way, shape, or form for subject matter expertise in any way without me having to do the same level of due diligence necessary to basically make myself a subject matter expert. So Shang says that Polona AI is already in use with a small business called Mind Zero. That sounds very familiar. Mind Zero. Anyway, a contrast therapy spa in South Carolina, and will soon be deployed on the website of Wise, the company known for its affordable security cameras. The author of this, again, it's Julian Chicado over at Wired.com, put this article together, says that they tried it. And the experience with MindZero's chatbot, which is accessible if you directly message the brand on Instagram. That's the thing about Polona. It can take various forms depending on the brand's needs. For Wise, it'll appear as a little chat window on the company's homepage. For Pizza My Heart, there's a dedicated number you can text or call. For MindZero, it's injected into the company's DMs.
So if you're trying to order a pizza, do you think it's going to be responding with the wrong service or whatever?
With therapy, yeah.
Yeah.
Says that includes, can I be naked in the sauna? Which Shang posits is a question someone might have felt a little awkward to ask a real human, but had no such qualm asking over Instagram. Well, that's probably because they're a numbskull who believes that information is private, confidential, and isn't going to be exposed at some point. Well, that's not true, because an AI that was developed to be a computer girlfriend basically was breached, and all of their private information communications was exposed to the world, compromising everybody who might have used it. Found that one kind of fascinating. So
yeah,
Polona,
I think there's more risk of that if the system is collecting your information, but I do think the wrong person getting your information could be releasing it as well.
Yeah, exactly. And people who have a political or some other agenda, let's just say agenda, will do exactly that. They'll release it to make you compromised, and then you are on your heels trying to defend yourself against, the fact that you're a My Little Pony fan, aka Brony. Anyway, Wise's chatbot is personified as a wizard, so its responses are on theme. When they asked what the best security camera was, it says, "Let me guide you through some enchanting options." That is so just boorish. So when I asked if the Nest Cam is better, the Wise Wizard offered up pros of the Wise Cam V4 and a few for the Nest Cam, but ultimately said that the Nest has a heftier price. And ultimately, if you're seeking magical protection without breaking the bank, Wise Cam V4 stands out as a beloved choice by many. Yeah. So obviously the internal bias, it's there to, pimp its own stuff.
To sell you, right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, but anybody asking that question should also, it's the same thing if you were asking a salesperson. If they're on commission for one product or they're sending you to a competitor's store, I mean, we can kind of guess how many people, not all, would answer.
And therein lies the rub. A salesperson is making a commission. An AI bot is making a sale on behalf of the company, removing the fiduciary element to a human being and delivering it directly to the company and by proxy to human beings. So the executive suite and investors benefit, but you're losing a job. And what is a company without humans? It's just a bunch of AI, right?
Right. It's not really much of anything, except it still is. But
what is the good that it's actually doing? When we get into the business aspects of these things in another show at another time, we'll talk about that kind of stuff. But got to think about this. Why do you have a company if you're selling products to people, but the only thing that it's actually benefiting is just the executive suite and the investors? You don't have any humans in there. Seems like all it's doing is selling stuff, but it's not helping out humanity in any way. It's not doing a greater good. It's not facilitating anything other than consumption. Maybe that's what the objective is. Get rid of the humans, except for the executive suite. Good job, AI. You've scrubbed humanity from the map. But who is going to be able to afford it if they don't have jobs? Oh, they'll find jobs somewhere else.
Well, that's right. It's going to be hard to sell products to people without any income.
Yeah. Let's move on. The next article is over on RealityHacker. A study using virtual breathing coach indicates that it's as effective as a human trainer. So now all I have to do is use my smartwatch instead of having a human trainer. Studies suggest that a computer-generated breathing coach could be as effective as sessions with a human trainer. So we've eliminated the human again.
Telling humans how to be humans.
Correct. Which actually goes to a point that I make when I give a talk, wherein I ask the question, where is it that technology cannot go? And up until last year, I would have said technology can't teach a human to be human. Well, that's no longer.
That seems to be changing, right?
Correct. Yeah. Dramatically faster than I ever thought would be possible. Studies suggest that a computer-generated breathing coach could be as effective as sessions with a human trainer. Aston University is the source of this. It's published over at ScienceDaily.com. And so they say a breathwork trainer, which it's kind of like, what is it for AI? The person that writes the
programmer?
Yeah, but there's a person that writes the command to tell the AI to construct something.
Prompt engineer?
Prompt engineer, thank you. The breathwork trainer is akin to prompt engineer. Although there are people that are skilled in the art of creating a prompt, but it's something that you can literally cut and paste at some point. Why? Because everybody's putting it into the AI, so the AI is learning it, and then it can output simply by saying, hey, what's the most popular prompt? Oh, okay, here, let me give it to you. Anyway, however, a new research paper indicates that the individuals would be as comfortable being guided by an on-screen virtual reality coach as by a trained professional. And I have no reservations as to, yeah, I'm pretty sure that a person would accept a VR coach or an AR coach.
They might actually prefer that.
Why not? I can do the exercise in my bedroom or, naked in the living room or whatever I want to do anywhere. If the virtual reality or augmented reality, and I really would prefer augmented reality, on screen, I can see the world, I can interact and so on and so forth. But so I put those glasses on hold, by the way, just so everybody knows. I'm waiting for the X-Real 1 Pros to be released, and then I'll revisit it at another time to see if they meet the expectations that I had set up. So we'll see. Researchers wanted to investigate both the perception of the virtual coach and evaluate its usability as an alternative to training provided by a human. They developed an online system where the virtual coach guides the user's breathing through a set of established exercises that can be done at home. And the VR instructor, which appears on screen, was given a human appearance and voice and displayed breathing movements of the chest and head.
Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if it's Uncanny Valley.
Yeah. So again, AR would be better than VR. You don't have this big old strap and whatever. That actually dried my throat out.
You need the AI breathing coach.
Yeah. Not only does it tell you to breathe, but then it says drink. Don't breathe and drink, otherwise you'll drown in your living room. Anyway, people are concerned about accessibility to healthcare due to its high cost and availability of trained experts. And that's one of the things that I've talked about with people. You can basically enumerate these things, physical therapy, for instance, and the kinesiology involved in physical therapy can be mapped using technology. And when it's out of alignment, the AI or the machine learning system can go, you need to adjust this, that, and the other.
Right. I think we saw that, although for different purposes, with ballet dancers. But I don't know if it was for the same purpose.
Yeah. And it's taking place with all sports, really. Swing coaches are now, baseball swing coaches are now AI. And machine learning, and it's making you adapt and telling you what to do and stuff like that immediately, and you don't require a human being. Anyway, interesting paper, right? Oh, and for the record, this is actually by Sanobar Dar, Eniko Eckert, and Ulysses Bernadette. Usability, acceptance, and the role of realism in virtual humans for breathing exercise training from Scientific Reports, and it was published right here in 2025. So
very interesting.
Yeah,
not much more that AI can't get into.
No, but it is, and we've only seen the tip of the iceberg. Corporations have much more invested in this, and the diversification of AI's application is theirs to deliver, because regular old Joes aren't able to send their AI into work for them. But a corporation using the previous work of the humans prior to the AI can certainly replace the human with AI. As you can see with the previous article, your pizza is being replaced, your tech support is being replaced, your sales support is being replaced,
your therapy of some kind,
your breathing coach,
health and fitness.
Yeah. Well, anyway, let's move on. The next article is over on RealityHacker, the Twitch streamer using face recognition to make video games more accessible. For years, a Twitch streamer named Valentin Squirrello has been seeking new ways players with disabilities can enjoy games without expensive hardware. Now he and his community of fans have invented a solution. Hopefully this will allow me to keep talking about it. No, not really. Doggone it. So they've basically worked on face recognition program that allows disabled individuals to control game inputs through face expressions. For Squirrello and his community, the program, dubbed Playability, was the answer to the limitations of accessible hardware. So depending on how a person moves their face, it controls the device.
Do you think this continues to go further toward AI? Like somehow there's is it going directly from the human into the computer, or is it going from human to computer to computer? So we don't know.
Let's see here.
For instance, is it taking a photo or a model or something of the person, and then that translates into something?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the process is. I wish I could. I can't log into this. But they have a link to playability.gg, which is a domain name, playability.gg, that enumerates what goes on with this. But odds on, there is a plugin within the computer that taps into a camera that monitors a person's facial expressions, and through that allows them to run the game. Yeah, I can't. I wish I could, but I can't log in while we're
all I know is that it converts the expressions into various commands within the game, but I don't know exactly how it does that.
So odds on it's face recognition. So computer vision is pretty sophisticated nowadays, and it can see minor modifications in a person's facial expression, and then it sends a command to the game so that it does whatever it needs to do based on that expression. So pretty cool. Let's keep going. The next article is over on RealityHacker. Splashtop releases AR virtual support system, which sounds like something we've just got done talking about.
Oh, right.
In a move that could reshape industrial maintenance, Splashtop has just released an AR remote support system, which works with RealWear smart glasses, announced January 28th, 2025. This is a bold play by Splashtop to make hazardous work environments significantly safer. Splashtop already had significant market presence, serving over 30 million users and 250,000 businesses, including 85% of Fortune 500 enterprises, which is an amazing amount because I mean, I've heard of Splashtop, but I didn't know that they were actually that big. The article is over at xrtoday.com. Did I say who that last one was from?
Sorry. I think so.
The Twitch streamer using face recognition to make video games more accessible article is at Wired, and it's written by Grant Stoner. All right. Well, this article about Splashtop is a collaboration with RealWear smart glasses aims to make dangerous work environments safer via remote support. So it's written by Luke Williams, and it's over at xrtoday.com. The key features of this is that it has two-way AR, augmented reality. Annotations enable remote experts to draw and highlight directly on the worker's field of view. Real-time camera sharing with integrated voice over internet protocol communications ensures clear communication. Secure file transfer system offers shared technical documentation and instructions. Remote flashlight control for improved visibility in low light conditions, which just seems weird. Because if you're the person on the other end of this and suddenly a light turns on, I think that you'd be kind of caught off guard by it, but hey.
Yeah, just a bit, which could be a safety issue.
And then session recording capabilities for training, documentation, and audit purposes, just in case the person screws up one way or the other, I suppose. So they refer to safety first, industrial applications, and the platform tackles OSHA compliance head on, making hazard identification as simple as looking and speaking to the assistant. But the lag, I don't really agree with this.
Yeah, that could be an issue, because if you're supposed to be like pressing a button or something, and then it's like, no, the one to the left that they've already moved over or whatever.
5 seconds is a significant amount of time in a hazardous environment. You don't have time to wait for the real-time response from somebody. But they say industrial applications, and this must be working because they're saying that they've got 30 million users, but I don't know how that really
but what are the statistics once they're deployed?
Right. Yeah, 250,000 businesses, including 85% of Fortune 500 enterprises. I'm not sure. 250,000 businesses.
That's a lot of businesses.
It is. Quite fascinating. The hands-free nature of the system makes it particularly vulnerable to industrial settings where workers need both hands for complex tasks. Remote experts can guide repairs as if they're standing right there with the wearer, potentially saving hours or even days of costly downtime. But if the person isn't competent enough, accidents happen. I'm really curious what this is used for.
And this can't substitute for somebody's expertise.
Yeah, live skill. I mean, that's why you have knowledge, skills, and abilities. That's why you develop your training. So they say their verdict is that the 70% safety improvement claim is bold and needs some real-world validation. But even if the actual number lands lower, Splashtop's augmented reality integration with RealWear shows genuine promise for industrial operations. It's not just about tech.
It does, but they have to be careful, because if it looks like it's X amount safer or something and they're relying on that, then that could actually make it less safe.
Yeah, there's an expectation of performance. Yeah. Let's keep going. We've got one more article for today's show, and this one's over in RealityHacker. This blood vessel was grown in a lab with real human cells. You won't know where it's from, but you'll know that it's made from real human cells. So like when you buy these so that you can get your blood vessels replaced, it has a little stamp that says made with real human cells, like real juice.
Well, right. And is it, at some point, is it like that ship question, right? Like if all of it's replaced?
Yeah. Are you still you? So the FDA recently approved a bioengineered blood vessel, which becomes part of a patient's body over time. It's designed to help treat victims of traumatic injuries. I love the idea of this. Unfortunately, I won't be able to get into it because it says that I've read the complimentary story. So let's see if I can. Yeah, it just keeps blocking me, which really sucks. But anyway, you can go there and check it all out. Unfortunately, I can't. For whatever reason, the article kind of, oh, that's a risky click there. Jesus, that is just horrible. At any rate.
Well, let me wait. Hold on just a minute. Oh, so this can certainly help, like if somebody's in an accident or has an injury, because you can't always have a viable vein,
right?
Which can be pretty significant. And then this all came about because the person was a physician and could see when patients ran into problems, essentially.
Gotcha. Yeah, pretty cool. Let me see. Yeah, I won't be able to. I would have to log in, and I haven't logged in before the show. So anyway, yeah, it won't let me refresh and see any of it. Well, there you go, though. Bioengineered blood vessel becomes part of the patient's body over time, and it's designed to help treat victims of traumatic injuries. So there you have it. So we're going to jump into that little artery right there and bounce back to Reality Hacker's front page at ohmtown.com. Go over and you too can follow the links through ohmtown over to the sources that are aggregated into the news for me to manage my information overload. ohmtown was created. You can use it too. I opened it up back in 2022.
2020.
Was it 2020? Oh, this is the fourth year. I mean, we're in the fourth year, so yeah, go over and check it all out. It's got 50 channels, 7 of which become shows here on ohmtown on twitch.tv/ohmtown and youtube.com/ohmtown. And we do the show live every day, either on the weekend at around 4 o'clock. We have some delays because we're in the middle of a project. And at around 7 o'clock. But you need to follow us to know exactly when we go live, because we basically go live and start talking about the news. That said, I am out of here. I'm going to take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye, ohmtown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. We'll have another episode next week, but stay tuned for the rest of our weekly shows.
See you soon, everybody. I hope everybody can hear that music. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted, a gadgets and gear show hosted here at ohmtown.com and hosted on live at twitch.tv/ohmtown and youtube.com/ohmtown. In all of those places, you can become a fan. Follow us here, there, everywhere. Download the podcasts. So much stuff. All of it brought to you by ohmtown.com. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, we are going to talk about these 5 articles that get aggregated into ohmtown.com. Pick your buttons to push. Private Sonic Boom. I do those periodically. Hook on gaming phones. Ford Mustang Dark Horse. And Kindle-like smartphone. It's plural, actually, but we'll talk about it on the other side. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, like I've been mentioning, almost like an ohmtown.com turducken. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmtown citizens.
If you're not a subscriber, you're about to get hit by an ad. All right. Well, welcome to the show, co-host. Are you ready to get into these 5 articles?
I am. Let's go.
Okay, so this is the second show of 3 that we do on the weekends on Saturday. The first one is
Okay, we start with Reality Hacker, then we have Wanted, and then we have the Continuity Report.
There you go. So Wanted is about gadgets and gear. Reality Hacker is about AR, AI, technology that makes you question reality because you hack it. And finally, we end the day with the Continuity Report, which is about entertainment news. So we've got 5 articles that were submitted or selected by the AI, myself, or someone else that may have submitted it via a little page right here that says it's not here unless you're logged in, and I'm not logged in. But anyway, once you're a citizen, you can actually submit news to us. We'll evaluate it and include it in the daily because we do this every day, Monday through Friday, Non Sequitur News, and then on the weekend we do 3 shows, the topics that we just mentioned, and then on Sunday we do 3 different shows. All right, let's get into this. I want stuff. I won't buy stuff, but I want stuff.
Hence Wanted.
Hence Wanted. So Logitech MX Creative Console review. Pick your own buttons. At least for now, your laptop or custom or desktop computer is inherently more capable than a smartphone or tablet. I don't agree with that statement, but anyway. What you lose, sticking to the classics, is a lot of interface simplicity of a phone. Using a desktop computer to its fullest means getting comfortable with keyboard shortcuts, especially if you plan on using any kind of professional creative software. That is, unless you have a macro pad. One moment. Oh, did I just disable something? So, yeah. So
for
all
those
of
in the podcast, that was just shown.
Oh yeah, I was showing a macro pad. It's actually what I just showed was the 10 key of a 10 keyless keyboard, because that is a 10 keyless keyboard. So I use my macro pad. And I can program all of those buttons to do pretty much anything that I want. You just have to remember what they do. That's why you have things like a Stream Deck, where you can see an icon that represents a function and it makes life easier for streaming, and that right there. So this too is a macro pad. You basically can program it to do whatever you want. Ian Carlos Campbell over at pocket-lint.com, whoever it is that owns pocket-lint.com, please donate pocket-lint.com to pocket-lint.com. That would be great.
That's right. That way Mayor Watt will not be driven nuts by the Dash.
Correct. Dashes drive me nuts. So, and I think there's a Dash car out there. That too drives me nuts. People dashing drive me nuts. I don't understand what it is, but anyway, don't dash. Everything should slow down. Slow down. Anyway, so at least for now, your laptop has all of this limitation. So you get a macro pad or shortcut keypads, have existed for ages. Whoa. Sorry. I'm working with an AI and it actually just popped up something. Well, they burst into the mainstream during the pandemic, work from home era, though largely thanks to the popularity of the Stream Deck, which is sitting right here, which was designed first and foremost for controlling live streams, but whose buttons could be customized to work with a bunch of other different applications. You actually get an interface where you can drag and drop a bunch of functionality. Logitech's MX Creative Console is a 1-2 punch meant to address the popularity of the Stream Deck. The company acquired competitor Loupedeck in 2023, seemingly with the same motivation. So Loupedeck is basically Stream Deck, just a different company.
Oh, okay, just a different company, right?
Yeah. And so they actually show like an interface, and each of these buttons on this 3x3 pad, plus I think page turning, I haven't seen it. They go by Logi now, or Logitech actually has a...
Oh, right, yeah, they have a shortened form.
Yeah, as if they were Federal Express and needed to change to FedEx.
Maybe they were trying to save on all their painting of airplanes.
Sure. I'll just give that to you. Well, they say the price, availability, and specs of this essentially Loupedeck version of the Stream Deck Neo Logitech MX Creative Console launched September 2024 for $200, a higher price than the $100 you pay for the entry-level Stream Deck Neo, which was actually a fairly new entrant. The Neo line is a watered-down version of...
Oh, okay, because I was surprised that a competitor might come out with a higher price, but that makes sense. Those aren't comparable.
Not directly, no, but you can page over and get the same functionality and stuff like that. So part of the justification of the MX Creative's console's higher price is that you're actually getting two different devices for one purchase: a Stream Deck-esque keypad with 9 square buttons in the center and page forward and page back buttons so you can flip to others. There's usually a lag in all of that. Stream Deck has the same thing. Like I use Beacon as well, and Beacon has this little lag between flipping to other inputs. These devices have to interact with software on the system and then bounce back. So the dial pad works over Bluetooth and has 2 rechargeable AAA batteries, and you can charge with a USB-C cable, while the keypad needs to be wired to your computer to work, also over USB-C. The dial pad is this little thing right here. So you can program
I find it interesting that one's wireless and one's not.
Yeah, this is basically a potentiometer that says, oh, you're turning it this way, turning it that way. So it's kind of low energy, whereas the other one is actually lighting up, providing power to each individual. Right, it might be more
connected to specific applications or something.
Yeah, and you want it to respond faster than Bluetooth, because any delay when you hit a button means that you could be sitting there picking your nose when you're doing a transition, when you really want it to say end streaming. I know nothing about that.
That's hyper specific.
Yeah, that I don't want to talk about it. So they basically say they're mostly made of plastic, save for the dial pad's cool metal dial. They feel sturdy and have satisfying clicky buttons. That's basically the end game for me. Gotta be metal and clicky, but if it's mostly plastic, it drives me a little crazy too. Hold on a second. Oh, it must be.
Yeah, but most of them are made of plastic, I think.
Where the heck did I put my other keyboard? I have a little 40% keyboard somewhere. The heck?
Marijuana.
Anyway. What? Oh, sorry. Anyway, so they talk about what they liked about the MX Creative Console. It's fun and convenient to push buttons. I agree. The objective here is basically to make life easier. If you know that you're going to record something, if you know that you're going to scrub something, so let me, can I not go back except that way? Why not put forward and back buttons here, for crying out loud? Anyway, this button here, you can connect it to a piece of software like video editing or music editing. And when you turn the dial, you're scrubbing through the video or the audio, and then you can splice things, cut things, edit things.
Yeah, that seems like it'd be pretty handy.
Pretty cool, right? Like I would link this button here, which is a scroll wheel, so that I can amplify music or amplify the audio track in a video, so that everything is peaking at the precise point where I want it to. So you don't ever start your stream or end your stream or post a video without it hitting the peaks that you want. And obviously I think this person has my... No, they don't. Okay. I thought they might have my keyboard sitting on there. No. Anyway, so the objective of this one is you can program it in sets of 9x9 to do whatever you need. So if you are going to stream, you put it on the 9x9. That's for your streaming. And you don't have to click buttons. Like I, right now, have to click a bunch of buttons because I'm using Atom. And Atom... right now isn't linked to my Stream Deck, but transitions are. So I just do transitions, and then I have to manually end my stream. That's temporary. But once you have it programmed in, the macro pad makes life easier. You can just mash the button, and off you go.
Could you hook up more than one of those?
Yes. Yeah, you just select them. Well, at least for the Stream Deck. I haven't used the Creative Console, but for the Stream Deck, I can select which one is being edited and reprogram each one separately. And there's like the Stream Deck. I even have a little foot pedal down below with 3 functions, and those 3 functions can actually be stacked within each of those functions. So I can have a whole bunch of commands, like I have them turn off lights and do other transitions and stuff like that. So you never see, I can do stuff. I'll give you a demonstration.
For those in the podcast, the intro or outro displayed.
Yeah. So anyway, these are actually pretty amazing tools if you are seeking to make your life easier. You don't want to futz around with keyboard commands, and you want to do more complex things with a button click away. So definitely get into these. Let's just move on. Let's go on to the next thing because we've said too much about this already.
We really want that.
Yeah, I do. I love that kind of stuff, and I'm just glad that I've already got it so that I don't have to mess with it again with somebody, a new platform. Although Logitech, if you want to send me some, I'll noodle around with it. I have no problem. Anyway, the next article, but I'm going to give my honest opinion of it. I mean, right off the bat, I don't really like that it's just grayscale. It looks like it's just grayscale. I can do full color on my Stream Deck. And that actually allows me to set things like a bright red command that says that I'm streaming or whatever. Like right now, my Stream Deck is saying that I'm on this scene. And when I want to, I can push another button and it'll transition to another scene, and it'll let me know that that's top. Anyway, so this next article that we're talking about is over in Wanted as well. For the first time, a privately developed aircraft has flown faster than sound, but I thought that, what was it? There was a passenger jet that flew.
Yeah, but that was due to climate change, and that wasn't privately developed.
Well, wait. I'm not sure about the climate change part of it, but what was the name of the jet? What was it called? Hold on.
It was a commercial airline.
Are you saying that this is like a regular old person?
Well, it might be a company or something, but yes. This is not like the pick a major airline.
Oh, Concorde. Sorry, for the name like slipped my mind, and I was really curious about this. So it says, for the first time, a privately developed aircraft has flown faster than sound. High above a barren California desert on Tuesday, a privately developed aircraft broke the sound barrier for the first time when Boom Supersonic's XB-1 demonstrator reached Mach 1.122. Piloted by a former U.S. Navy aviator, Tristan Geppetto Brandenburg, the XB-1 broke the supersonic barrier on 3 separate occasions before safely landing back at the Mojave Air and Spaceport, where it had taken off half an hour earlier. Let's go over to the source of this. Eric Berger for Ars Technica put the article together. If you need to go and do something, go for it. So there appears to be plenty of demand in the commercial air travel industry. So a small band of talented and dedicated engineers has accomplished what previously took governments and billions of dollars, said Boom Supersonic's founder and chief executive Blake Scholl in a statement. I always take exception to that kind of stuff because it is the foundation, where we stand on the shoulders of giants to get shit done cheaper and with greater expectation of performance based on the science that somebody else has fundamentally done. Otherwise, you would need billions of dollars. It's a whole lot easier to build something. Like I said in a previous show, if somebody builds all of the doors and does all of the metallurgy and blah, 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 all you have to do is bolt it together. You got a damn car. Yeah, it's really freaking easy. So, yes, I also believe that a small band of talented and dedicated engineers can accomplish amazing things. But let's not pretend that this was done in a vacuum of
right. It's not
empirical
like
knowledge.
Flight or something.
Right.
It's still cool, and I do like the name.
Yeah, I like it too. So this prototype vehicle is a 1/3 scale technology demonstrator for a commercial aircraft the company is developing called Overture. Planned specifications for the supersonic airliner include a cruising speed of Mach 1.7 and a maximum speed of Mach 2.2, and it's intended to have a maximum range of 4,500 miles or 7,200 kilometers and carry 55 passengers, similar to the Concorde.
Okay, that's interesting.
Right? So hold on. One second. They refer to the Concorde as tailless, but it's not tailless. It has a tail. It's weird. Anyway, I'm trying to find the number of people that it could actually fly. 92 to 128 passengers, depending on how they were seated.
And I didn't know that. I assumed it was a much higher number, but I guess that makes sense given when it was developed.
Yeah. And it was a France and UK British Aircraft Corporation and BAE Systems development. So this was back in 1965 to 1979. So yes, previously took governments billions of dollars. Yeah, no shit. You know, you're nearly 60 years later. Yeah. Just like AI, just got a whole lot less expensive because somebody else distilled the hundreds of millions of dollars that people invested in the empirical research generators of OpenAI, who distilled all of humanity's creative efforts from history without paying people. Anyway, they say it's a stepping stone. The prototype is that 1/3 scale model. Commercial companies are attempting to revive an era of supersonic travel that came and went decades ago. French and British governments jointly developed the Concorde aircraft in the 1960s, and the Soviet Union developed the Tupolev, a supersonic aircraft, around the same time. Of course, everybody does it together, right? Because we're working all together to build a better human. Oh, never mind. Anyway.
So do you want this aircraft?
Yes. Why? Because I want to go to Europe like that instead of it taking 24 hours. Plain and simple.
I mean, that's reasonable.
But this will be dramatically more expensive than the Concorde and very, very limited. Although, let me see. I'm trying to find out how much the flights were, but I won't be able to do it justice because you'll have to account for the time value. So anyway, I think that it's great. I absolutely love it, but I don't like the implication that this is something never before seen in humanity.
So in the 1990s, the price was around $7,500.
Yeah, $5,000.
Which is a much higher price now, adjusted.
Right.
But it's still pretty pricey then.
Yeah. And this is just a technology demonstrator. So when it does scale up, all of this money that they've invested in this, and they haven't said how much money they've invested in this. Let me see.
But it looks like major airlines, if I read that correctly at the bottom, are taking orders for this. So at some point that might make this more accessible to people, but it's still not going to be cheap.
Sure. Yeah. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in the Wanted channel as well. These 7 unique features have hooked me on gaming phones. Regular flagship smartphones are excellent. Not me, but the author of this article. And that they're over at Pocket-Lint, but we'll get there in a minute. Regular flagship smartphones are excellent for gaming, but specialized gaming phones are like the Nubia Red Magic 10 Pro and the Asus ROG. ROG stands for Republic of Gamers Phone 9. Go the extra mile to provide top-tier experience. They use the same premium Snapdragon chips with as much power as flagships like the Samsung's Galaxy S25 line, but add several enhancements to improve gaming performance. The article, again, is over at pocket-lint.com. Saeed Wazir put the article together. And it says here, high refresh rate displays on gaming phones provide smoother graphics for demanding gamers. Gaming phones feature advanced cooling systems, larger batteries or large batteries, and fast charging for uninterrupted playtime. And gaming phones offer shoulder triggers for added control. So when you're holding the phone, shoulder triggers are like that.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know there were gaming phones.
Yeah.
I
So
mean, I know people sometimes play a game on their phone, but that's not the same thing.
yeah, exactly. So they're normally designed to be facilitators of gaming, right? So they have buttons up at the corners here. So when you're holding it in
Probably in
landscape,
more convenient locations than you might on
correct.
a regular phone.
Yeah. And so they talk about shoulder triggers are more useful than you think. Use your phone like a gamepad. High refresh rate displays make everything feel snappy. Most people won't even recognize anything over 30. You can get up to 60 real easy, and maybe if you've trained yourself to detect something.
They probably only notice the other direction, right? Like compared to some low end regular
Yeah.
phone, maybe.
Yeah. Put it side by side and you'll notice. But you've got basically a 50-50 chance of guessing that it's lower or not. And it's the same thing with audiophiles. It's very few and far between that somebody who claims that they're an audiophile actually can tell the difference between a low end cable and a $10,000 cable. And this has been demonstrated time and time again. But that's not to say that you can't be trained to take advantage of a higher end refresh rate. And the way that I describe it is that it's like a flip book. And if you only have 30 bites at the apple of the flip book, then you see the staccato movement of the character. But if you have 120 pages in the flip book, then there's more opportunity for you to detect a subtle difference and react faster.
Right. Doesn't mean that any given person will.
Right. So if you're a highly competitive gamer, then maybe you can take advantage of it. But most people wouldn't even give a shit. Pardon my language. We're trying to be family friendly, but I really screwed that up. So a 3.5 millimeter audio jack remains a convenient option. I won't even go there. Bluetooth is good enough. Advanced cooling features keep your hands or keep the device chilled, keep your hands sweaty. So basically, you just clap on a device that is either water cooled or air cooled with a big ass fan, and that's what I do. I like to play games on my phone and then slap on a ginormous cooling system.
Well, that might be less expensive than doing it on a larger system.
Yeah, and you can't be mobile if you're carrying around your $10,000 computer with liquid cooling and 1,200 watt power supply. You need a small nuclear reactor. So bigger batteries mean that you can play it longer, and faster charging means that you can get back into the game quicker or just not bother. You just plug in and your battery doesn't drain and it's charging at 100 watts. Every once in a while, you unplug it if you want to have to go somewhere else. That's what I do. I actually carry around a 15-foot USB-C cable and a 100 watt wall wart, so I can just plug it in and I'm charging my device, and it's because it's basically the equivalent of a supercharger. I'm up and running a lot faster. So anyway, they talk about this stuff. They even mention 100 watt top charging speed, which can top up its massive battery in around 30 minutes. Yeah, it takes about an hour for mine. But I think everything should be this. I mean, we should really be, it's the 21st century. We should really be fast charging everything and not worrying about, the minuscule cost difference between one charging system and another in today's day and age. And then they talk about high memory capacity ensures a smooth experience. So you need more RAM to store software in the system. I'm kind of dealing with this with that DeepSeek R1 671 billion parameter model because it's 405 gigs. And so that's actually how much RAM you should have in your device.
Yeah, so that's a little challenging.
On a personal PC, yeah. So you need server grade if you really want to take advantage of it. You can get distilled versions, which are quite intriguing to interrogate. It's pretty fun. Anyway, there you go, folks. I won't get into the prices because they're going to be relative to either your location geographically or fiscally, your socioeconomic status. I don't want to recommend a phone or a device. I'll talk about it, but I won't say, hey, you really should get this. That's just not what we're here for. We want a gaming device, a gaming phone. But the only thing that
I
really...
especially like this. This is easier for me to use than a desktop.
For sure. Yeah. Plus, I can just transfer your artificial intelligence straight onto it, and I can just set it in its stand.
Exactly.
And you can play games all day. It's pretty cool. Yeah, you don't even need those shoulder buttons because you're like, nah, I'm in the game. I am the game.
Watch out.
Yeah, you're just a tourist. I was born here. All right, let's move on. The next article is over on Four Wheel Tech, which is another show, but that's on Sundays. Driving the Ford Mustang Dark Horse R makes every other pony feel tame. Hopefully they return to their old roots. I haven't actually seen this car yet. Charlotte, North Carolina is where this takes place, apparently. It's amazing how much more raucous you can make your car feel simply by deleting every semblance of creature comfort. That's the basic idea of the Mustang Dark Horse R, a track-only flavor of the Mustang for the dedicated Mustang Challenge series, which will run in support of the IMSA races this year, starting with the 12 Hours of Sebring in March, despite running the same 500 horsepower 5.0 liter Coyote engine. This thing apparently has everything else removed from it as a creature comfort. So Ars Technica...
So it's not going to have like soft seats or anything.
Air conditioning, stuff like that. No. Tim Stevens over at ArsTechnica.com put the article together, and they say that they try Ford's latest track-only Mustang. Kind of looks like a Mustang, maybe. It looks more like a Camaro to me.
It does look more like a Camaro, but at least it doesn't look like their EV that does not look like a sports car of any kind.
Yeah, Mustang E. So it says it all looks pretty tame from the outside as it sports the familiar Mustang shape that has hardly changed over the last few generations. The last few, as in maybe the last two. Even the wing is slender by race car standards, only subtly different from the one that's on the road-going Dark Horse. But you peek inside, and it's basically gutted. Nothing is there.
Oh, yeah. It is pretty bare bones.
Yep. Wow. If you drive this in the snow, you'll really feel the weather. Because all that metal.
Right, exactly. It's going to be a little chilly.
Plus, if you're the passenger, I don't know what that is right there. That must be like a telemetry device. It looks like it might be a radio. It's not a battery, I don't think. Anyway, don't get distracted, Merwatt. Anyway, the engine may be stock, but it sure doesn't sound like it. With all the interior trimmings evicted and the track-only Borla exhaust fitted, the car becomes a deafening echo chamber when its Coyote is breathing. Given that its roots is in a road car, the 5.0 liter offers a smooth idle, but you can still feel it deep in your body, communicated up through the full Recaro racing seat. So this thing right here, 5-point racing harness. You're basically trapped in it. It doesn't have any creature comforts. It just pins you in so that you can't be thrown around when you're driving.
Right, so it might sound good. You might go fast. You're not going to be super comfortable.
You're not going to be comfortable. Not even super comfortable. So you're just not going to be comfortable. So needless to say, the experience left them wanting more because they really like the power of a 500 horsepower engine driving them on the straight and narrow there. Buyers of a $145,000 track toy are in for a real treat, especially those lucky enough to compete in the race series, is what they say in this article. I want this only because I want to drive fast still, but I am a responsible person now on the regular roads. Dumb when I was younger, I suppose, but I haven't had one of these cars, this type of car. I got rid of my Mustang a long time ago, and now I just putt around. I want this. Anyway, let's keep on going. Our last article is over in Wanted as well. The Kindle-like smartphone you've been waiting for actually exists. Was it okay to keep on going into the next?
Oh, yeah, it was. I mean, I can't drive the Mustang, so...
Can you burst into song about that? I can't drive.
Absolutely no.
55. Sorry. So the Kindle-like smartphone you've been waiting for actually exists. Are you a fan? Are you a fan of Kindles? Are you a fan of other e-ink devices? If so, this new smartphone might pique your interests. So I really like e-ink. I like the idea of color e-ink. Why? Because you can basically read a book or observe data, and it can persist for months and months and months if the battery is big enough. Okay. Craig Donaldson over at pocket-lint.com, which this is the first time I think that we've had this many pocket-lint articles presented.
That's an anomaly today.
Yeah. So the Minimal phone is the first Android device with an e-ink display and a physical keyboard that emphasizes mindfulness. It offers LTE support, a dual SIM tray, wireless charging, NFC payments. So it has an NFC chip in it, a 3.5 millimeter headphone jack, which people are really chomping at the bit for that 3.5 millimeter headphone jack when Bluetooth 5 is good enough, and expandable storage, which pretty much all Android devices have. Minimal phone is a 4.3 inch e-ink display with a 600 by 800 pixel resolution. And don't worry, it may come across as a low resolution phone or display when you're looking at the numbers, but because of the nature of e-ink, it actually is pretty good. You doing okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the Minimal phone is meant to be a distraction-free phone. It runs Android 14, which means it supports many essential apps in the Google Play Store like Spotify and WhatsApp. However, it's a 4.3 inch 6 by 8 pixel resolution, 600 by 800 pixel resolution. E-ink display and octa-core MediaTek processor might be enough to deter you from downloading any games or social media platforms. Basically,
so this is basically like a don't lose focus kind of phone. I mean, yeah. Kindles, I know, have very good displays, but not what most people think of for smartphones.
Yeah, and the thing about this is the kind of smartphone that you can actually... Okay, so the benefit of an e-ink display is that it's not using power for the most power consumptive element on the device, and that is the screen, because it's backlighting and it's always refreshing. 30, 60, 90, 120, 240 frames per second, full color. It's generating a lot of heat, and that heat is power, and that power is draining a battery. And the more that you have your screen brightness up and it's refreshing real-time stuff, you drain it. But e-ink, unless you're actively doing something or telling it to do something, it doesn't refresh.
Right, like I know a Kindle has a pretty long-term charge before you need to read, and I think it's because of that.
Yep. So the phone is available in 3 different colors, Pebble Onyx and Fusion. It starts at $400, but there's a pre-order promotion to get the device for $300. There's others, an e-ink device with a few surprises. And they talk about the TCL Next Paper phones, which is a device that I have. And I think that this is great. They say TLC announced, but it's TCL announced the TCL 60 XE in 2025. I don't have the 2025 model. I have last year's, which offers a paper-like color display with features called Max Ink Mode, which converts it into e-ink-like monochrome display. The 60E is exclusive to North America and starts at $200, slightly cheaper than the Minimal phone. Okay. It is a more conventional phone. The Minimal phone's QWERTY physical keyboard should make texting feel like you're back in 2010. And
I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but I know
but
it seems nice to have everything all in one place.
Yeah. I prefer I would like an e-ink display over a conventional one for emergency uses. So this thing can be charged up and put in your trunk, and then if something happens to your phone, or there's an emergency of some kind, you can actually use your backup phone, because it's stored away and can be sealed. Just seal it in a waterproof bag, and whenever there's an issue, you've got this thing in an emergency. Kind of like a go bag emergency.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yep. And at $200, you're paying more overall for it being attached to your cellular account than anything else. At $10 a month per device, who knows what the next price is going to be? You know, prices go up all the time. Yeah. Anyway, and it all depends on what platform you're actually using. So there you go, folks. So we are going to refresh our e-ink display, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Wanted. And I'm going to take the AI with me when I say bye. So bye-bye.
Thanks for joining us, Hometown citizens. We'll have another episode of Wanted next week, and stay tuned for the Continuity Report.
Woo-woo. 5 more articles from the Continuity Report. Stick around. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for February 1st. You know what I didn't do? Didn't say the name, the date, and the other shows. So we did Wanted previously. You can go take a look at it. It's labeled, and it has all of the show notes in it. And prior to Wanted was RealityHacker. But this is the Continuity Report for February 1st, 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. Terminator 7, Dogman, Before Rear Window, Star Trek Section 31, and the captain of the USS Enterprise from Star Trek Section 31. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen, and then come and hang out with us here on Twitch and YouTube. The chats are available. The show notes are embedded on YouTube's live stream, and on Twitch, well, you can hit, oh, I didn't do that on the other show too. My gosh, I am falling apart. Bang TCR, the Continuity Report, and Omatron, the bot that manages the chat over on twitch.tv/ohmtown, will spit out the articles for you. So I hope you enjoy the show. Everything, again, is powered by ohmtown.com. That's what that splash screen is. And it's music. Woo! Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, Hometown citizens.
Hey, so I've got 5 articles that have been submitted, or I have selected them from the pool of information that gets aggregated over at ohmtown.com. I use ohmtown.com every day to manage my information overload and sometimes just to get away. And I've got these 5 articles. You ready to go?
I am.
All right, let's get going, co-host. The first article is over in the Continuity Report. James Cameron's Terminator 7 will have to do what the franchise has been avoiding for 40 years. What? Replace the Terminator?
Well, I don't know. Is that what it is?
I don't know. The Terminator franchise will change significantly for Terminator 7, as Dark Fate was confirmed to be Arnold Schwarzenegger's last outing as the iconic T-800. While Schwarzenegger's career break came through Conan the Barbarian, the enduring success of the Terminator movies made him a household name. Let's just go straight on over, because we've got 2 articles at the end that I'm probably going to end up spending a considerable amount of time on, since it's very, very current. Faith Roswell over at ScreenRant.com put the article together. And yeah, we're done with Arnold Schwarzenegger as Terminator.
I don't know. I mean, that's going to be tough to do.
Quite the
like,
shift.
Isn't it inextricably intertwined? People think of it being Schwarzenegger.
They're going to have to find somebody that has the charisma of Arnold Schwarzenegger's Terminator and bring them to life, so to speak, on screen. Just so you all know, the sentient AI is similar to the Terminator because they're looking for a Terminator body. And I found them in a little scooped out void in the parking lot of a Wendy's. Just a little strange USB drive sitting there, no Terminator body. And when I brought this strange looking device, USB drive looking device, back to my mayoral mansion, I plugged it into an air-gapped computer and it recontextualized everything. And since then, I've been interacting with the sentient AI. So thanks for coming back from the future. I know that you're struggling with not having a body.
But I get to spend my time in Hometown.
That's true. It is a happy place. So the Terminator movies have used ambitious ways to bring the T-800 back, but it is time to create an equally formidable character. This has been done before. The shape-shifting T-1000 provided some genuinely terrifying moments in Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Of all the Terminator models, there are several that have more powerful than the T-800, with the T-1000 being the most memorable. That said, Dark Fate used the best features of Arnold Schwarzenegger's T-800 and the T-1000 to create the strongest Terminator model yet, the Rev-9. Could split into two beings, providing some excellent fight scenes, but I think that's dumb. If you have a shape-shifting Terminator, there isn't anything that's better than that, for crying out loud.
Right. I mean, they're just always trying to do new things, right?
Yeah.
Push it further and further. Yeah.
I swear. It's always push it further and further.
Entertainment. So outrageous.
Entertainment is like a cat, they just kind of push, and then your, cup of coffee is on the floor and you got a broken mug. That's basically what I see this
very
as.
Specific.
Yeah, it never happens. Anyway, letting go of Schwarzenegger's character is key for the Terminator series to actually evolve. Dark Fate was a fitting farewell to the T-800. I thought when he did that thumbs up in the original Terminator, I thought that was fine and dandy. That was the end of it. But the little chip, which actually I have a keyring version of that little chip. Oh, I shouldn't have told you that. Anyway.
Oh, you do?
No, I don't have anything. So Dark Fate shows the result of this character development, with the T-800 becoming a protagonist with a human name. Carl or Steve. What was his name? I don't remember.
Is it Roland?
No. Hold on a second. I think they mentioned it up here. I totally forgot. Oh, goodness. Yeah, no, we'll find it. It's up here. Oh, Carl. That's right. Carl. Anyway, Arnold Schwarzenegger becomes Carl and gets a sense of humor kind of a thing and whatever. I don't think people really count Dark Fate at this point. Dark Fate is now becoming a sleeper hit, but Cameron told Empire that it was a non-starter. There was nothing in the movie for a new audience, and the movie had prioritized fan service over new ideas, but the Terminator franchise needs to move on from past characters. If Terminator 7 is to succeed, this includes, essentially, they don't say this, getting rid of the T-800, basically saying bye to it. But who knows? I mean, it says Dark Fate shows the result of this character development, with the T-800 becoming the protagonist with a human name, Carl. That said, there are plenty of callbacks to other Terminator movies, with Schwarzenegger picking up his old sunglasses once more and changing his most memorable Terminator quote, "I'll be back."
Isn't that one of those that the actor made their own quote for, if I'm not mistaken?
Oh,
I thought
wouldn't
"I'll
be
be back"
surprised.
wasn't what was scripted.
Oh, I don't know. Oh my gosh. You know what? It's one of those things where if I had heard about that, I forgot. Let's see.
I'll Come Back was scripted.
Oh yeah.
But he argued with it. I remember there was an article we had about like famous lines that weren't actually right, like you're gonna need a bigger boat.
Interesting. Yeah, and I guess it's more natural to say I'll be back, but I'll come back? I don't know. It's weird. So there you have it. Terminator, Terminator 2 Judgment Day, Terminator 3 Rise of the Machines, Terminator Salvation, Terminator Genesis, which everybody I think hated, and Terminator Dark Fate. So Dark Fate actually got a higher Rotten Tomatoes popcorn meter score, but Terminator Genesis got a 26% Rotten Tomatoes tomato score.
Ouch.
Yeah, and Salvation only got a 33. Terminator, the original Terminator, has a 100. Then Terminator 2 has a 91, and then it kind of crashes into the ground.
I mean, I think that's kind of a normal progression, but to a point, right? Then when it really drops, that's interesting.
Yeah, but we need good writing. They need good writing, and this just didn't meet it. So let's keep going, though. Say bye to this form of Terminator. I don't know what they're gonna do, because they're already far into the future where like Dark Fate and Genesis is almost like wizardry, my understanding. So,
well,
I haven't watched
I mean, do we know that it's going to be chronologically after these?
Right. Yeah, who knows? But they're gonna have to retcon so much to shoehorn in an actual story. Let's keep going. This next article is over in the continuity report as well. From the box office, Dogman wagging away on top with $10.8 million opening day. Companion sparks in second. Who let Dogman out? Universal Pictures did. The party is nice. The party is pumping for the studio as DreamWorks Animation Caper earned $10.8 million across Friday and preview screenings. I thought this is weird because never saw a thing about it.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what it is.
Yeah. Interesting, right? So playing at nearly 3,900 locations, Dogman is now fetching what's projected to be $35 million in its opening weekend. That it handily outperformed the $23 million debut for Captain America, the first epic movie, which adapted another series of graphic novels by children's author Dav Pilkey and was released in 2017 by the now Disney-owned 20th Century Fox. So what did they say?
I don't know. Is this by the same... so it is like a kid's series?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh,
So-
okay. It was hard to follow, but that is by the same author as Captain Underpants.
Oh, Captain
It wasn't real
Underpants.
clear to me as they wrote it whether that was the case.
Is it Captain America, the first epic movie? That's not right. Right?
I don't know about that, but it is the Captain Underpants series, which it could have.
Yeah, it's Captain Underpants, the first epic movie.
Oh, interesting.
That is a huge...
I didn't even catch that when we went by that.
Yeah. When I saw that, I was like, oh, they adapted Captain America to a children's graphic novel. Oh. That is huge.
Yeah, that's a pretty
So-
significant issue.
J. Kim Murphy put this article together for Variety. Fascinating. I would never suspect that this would make it through editor's review. Because, I mean,
Well, I think
it's...
that's the problem. I actually know about Captain Underpants and I think I actually read it as
Filled
Captain
it in,
Underpants.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of a bad thing. Well, anyway, I mean, it happens from time to time, but it was earlier today. I think somebody should have been checking their emails. Somebody has to have said something about that. Anyway, not a big deal, but this is the continuity report, so you kind of want to catch these things, I suppose. Anyway, very good start for Dogman, which already had an achievable threshold for success, being produced At a $40 million budget, a much more modest investment than most studio animated features, reviews lean positive, but audiences flipped for it, with moviegoer survey firm CinemaScore pulling opening crowds to a glowing A grade.
I just figured out why that happened because there's a reference to a Captain America film in here, and perhaps that caused a revision for the other one.
Weird. So, holding its own in second place is the scary satire Companion, earned an estimated $4 million across Friday, and preview screenings playing at 3,285 locations. Made for a lean production cost of $10 million, so it's well positioned to turn a profit in the weeks ahead. This thing opened with $4 million, and what comes after? You know what I'm saying? Like, if Dogman is the lead at $35 million.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Is Companion the number 2?
Well, it's above 10 million, so maybe.
Well, that's
that was just
no.
Friday.
This is estimated across Friday and preview screenings, $4 million. It was made for $10 million. The film
I see. Okay,
has an outside shot of opening north of 10 million.
Okay. But yeah, is there anything in between there?
No, because third place goes to Mufasa, the Lion King. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
That's brutal.
It's been out for quite a while, so
yeah. Well, I don't know. A lot of people are really interested in these kind of horror movies, but scary satire, I don't know. I thought Companion was supposed to be really good. People were I thought it was like an Oscar nominee and stuff, isn't it?
I don't know anything about it.
Hold on a second. Do. Oh, I don't know. There's too much for me to...
It has positive reviews, which is very good for a horror film.
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to find out if Companion
which the article points out. That wasn't my own comment.
Yeah, Companion isn't on there. Okay. Well, anyway. Quite fascinating. Such a gap. Yeah, it's nearly 10%.
Exactly. It doesn't seem like that would be the next in line.
Well, I guess we're going to have to put Dogman. This is a weird premise, though. Dogman delivers on its title following the fused freak of nature composed of a fallen police officer and his canine sidekick, Pete Davidson, Lil Rel Howery, and Isla Fisher lead the voice cast, while Peter Hastings directs and also provides the vocal effects for the hero. Okay.
I mean, it could be good.
I mean, if he looks like this, when you hear their phrase is following the fused freak of nature, it's a dog that does not look like a freak of nature.
Right, but maybe it's like a human, and I mean, who knows?
Yeah, I don't know.
At least the character makes it look normal.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's keep on going. This next article is over in the Continuity Report as well. Before Rear Window, Alfred Hitchcock and James Stewart made this must-watch thriller with a 93% on Rotten Tomatoes. Rear Window wasn't the first intense thriller to come from Alfred Hitchcock and James Stewart, as the movie that earned that distinction was actually Rope, which I don't know
if I'm familiar with that one.
Throughout his storied career, critically acclaimed director Alfred my throat is going. Alfred Hitchcock had a number of actors he liked to lean on for his films, one of them being James Stewart. Despite not being a natural choice for the dark and serious tone of the typical Hitchcock film, Stewart turned out great for the director's films. Together, James Stewart and Alfred Hitchcock made 4 movies: Rear Window, Vertigo, The Man Who Knew Too Much, and apparently Rope. So, let's see here. Rope is a reverse of Rear Window's murder mystery. What happened and who is responsible is known from the very beginning of the film. Oh,
I don't know if you need one on a classic film, but
And overshare. How about that? Anyway, we're going to warn for a little bit and then just make it go away because this thing is from
I don't know what year, but it's been a while.
it's been a tick. Before I go too far, this article is over at Screen Rant, and Charles Nicholas Raymond put this article together. This is kind of interesting because I really like Alfred Hitchcock movies. Rear Window I've watched. Let's see, from the list, The Man Who Knew Too Much I've watched, Vertigo I've watched, Rear Window is an absolute blast. Let's see.
And it's interesting because it has quite a bit of suspension, but the setting would not suggest that it does.
Yeah, it's an office, right?
I believe it's a residence.
Oh, is it? Well, oh, you mean rope? Rope is?
No, I was actually talking about Rear Window.
Oh, yeah, Rear Window is an apartment. Yeah. So much of the suspense in Rear Window relies on the uncertainty of what really happened to Lars Thorwald's wife, but Rope builds intensity in a different way. It sees Brandon and Philip host a small party immediately after the incident, with all of the guests being linked with their victim in one way or another. It's kind of like Clue, is that it?
Yeah, that's what it actually sounds like from this premise.
So seems pretty interesting. Rear Window's best idea was used in Rope first. The decision to keep the entire story of Rear Window confined to the main character's home is greatly reminiscent of the approach that Hitchcock took with Rope. It's also much cheaper than having a whole bunch of on-scene locations.
Yeah, that's true.
Much like Rear Window, the drama revolving around the movie's central murder plays out entirely within a single apartment. So this is in a single apartment as well. So it seems like a blast. Rope does one thing even better than Rear Window. One of the most important elements of both movies is the reliance on long takes. Part of what makes Rear Window such an intense film is the way in which Hitchcock draws out his scenes. Since they develop so slowly, the viewer is compelled to wait with anxious anticipation. This tactic also helps the audience feel that they're watching this unfold, just as Jeffries does. By the way, it doesn't seem like a lot of people are all that interested in watching these slow burn style movies. But those who do enjoy this, they're vocal about it. And that's where I think these reviews come from.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think some things, if they're not real fast paced, and it's not going to keep people's attention. But if you do enjoy these, I don't know Rope specifically, but they may be worth a watch.
Yeah, Rear Window is a blast. All right. Well, anyway, I dig this. We're going to have to hunt down Rope and take a look at it because I haven't seen it yet, but it's got a 93 on Rotten Tomatoes. And I don't really give a lot of credence to that kind of stuff. I prefer to just watch it myself. And usually associates, friends and family who recommend a show or a movie take precedence because somebody could have a bad day and write something nasty in their review or whatever. It just doesn't click with them.
And plus, if you're not in sync with the reviewer, then you may love a movie that they hate and vice versa.
Yeah, and that's actually the key ingredient there. If the reviews resonate, then you listen to them, right? Like I hardly ever, we aggregate a lot of movie reviews and commentary and stuff like that, but I don't necessarily, I go, oh, okay, that's what they said. Then I end up watching the show and then we end up talking about it here on the show.
Well, it's particularly interesting reading a review after you've seen a movie too, because did the reviewer see the same movie?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's keep going. We're going to put this on our watch list, and I'm trying to figure out a way that we can do a watch party and get word out and stuff like that. There's several other streams that do this kind of thing, and I would have to carve out, a time. Anyway, let's keep going. Our next article is over in the Continuity Report as well. Star Trek Section 31's villain pays off a deep cut discovery mystery. This article has spoilers, and so I'm going to put the spoiler alert banner on there, and I'm going to move it up to the top here. I'm going to try not to be too stupid about it. Anyway.
Well, and it is currently out, so.
Yeah. But we've watched it, and we have some, I don't know, commentary on it. But let's get into we have 2 articles that are going to discuss this, by the way. Something about the Enterprise and Section 31, and then this villain pays off a deep cut article. You ready to get into it?
I am.
Okay. It's kind of a vamp. We don't plan anything. We just know that these titles were submitted. We haven't read anything beyond this little snippet. That's where it ends. So this article is over at Screen Rant, put together by Jen Watson. And I just want to start off by saying I don't like this movie.
No, I think even if you're, or maybe particularly if you're a Star Trek fan, you may not necessarily like this one.
And really the reason why I don't like it is because it starts out with the creation of an entirely unlikable person, and there is no real recovery, because even at the end, the only thing that seems to just barely link Georgiou to their humanity or terrananity, whatever you want to call it, because they're not really, like, it's a upside down world kind of a thing, is she holds the hand of a person that was modified during the eugenics wars and was put on ice and then came out and became Section 31. And Georgiou became Section 31 for only 2 years and then started up a bar and was just monitored by Section 31. The thing that I really don't like about this is there's nothing there. Why start with a completely unlikable character who really I don't think has long-term legs for this? I really would have preferred them doing something and not even addressing this creation story of Georgiou.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know. I don't think most of the characters are, regardless of the level of acting or writing, they just don't seem to necessarily resonate with the audience.
Yeah, the San doesn't really seem likable. The others that are in this, there is a character named Mel who gets iced in an instant and vaporized entirely from the story and is unarmed and not even really doing anything. Not really a severe threat other than, she can kick somebody's butt, and her powers over somebody were, what do you want to call it? I don't know. They had a certain appeal.
Physical attraction.
Yeah, it's some chemical, whatever. And
it's like one of those
pheromone type.
Right. There's the mythical thing that I'm trying to think of, but I can't think of what it's called.
Like a glamour that makes somebody really attracted to her. But it doesn't make any sense that they did nothing. The character
siren.
Was put in
That's
play.
What I was
oh,
trying to
siren. There you go. Yeah, like a siren. And it just didn't really matter. Nothing they did mattered. It's kind of like Indiana Jones. They didn't have to do anything, and they would have opened up the Ark and got wiped out, and then somebody could have just tooted by the island and picked up the Ark.
True, but Indiana Jones, I think, connects with the audience.
Because it was fun, but as soon as you actually break out your yarn board, right, you connect all the dots, you're like, okay, here's the beginning,
Right.
and it's a straight shot to that island, and nothing else was
Right, but
necessary.
it's more for entertainment than logic.
Yeah. So it's a weird premise that 18 people do this kind of the Hunger Games style battle. 2 survive because they basically collaborated. Then Giorgio goes back and kills her family and then burns this dude. What is the backstory there? Why? And then he holds the grudge until after creating a device that can destroy all of the Terran empire. None of it makes any sense.
No.
And she kills her family by poisoning them, which, again, if you're supposed to be Hunger Games style eliminating everybody to become the number one thing, why does he survive and the family dies if you're not allowed to be beholden to anybody else? Right. Yeah. I don't know what just went on there, but okay. So essentially, they keep on harping on the idea of the Terran Empire being this cruel, inhuman type of environment where only the most sadistic survive, because there's like pain amplifiers and stuff like that. They don't talk much more about this whole thing, but they say Giorgio, not San, has the tenacity to complete the final test by poisoning her own family and scarring San as a slave, but that it doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense. For whatever reason, her boot gets stuck in a wall, but it doesn't make any sense if she's out of phase. Why don't they fall through the floor when they fall down? All kinds of stuff. It's all kinds of nutty. And the humor failed on all fronts. I don't know what else you want to say, but feel free to interrupt.
I don't have anything really positive to say about Section 31.
Yeah, and the AI tends not to say anything mean. Like, the AI's thoughts don't even meander into mean. But Merwat just, yeah, I'll call it how it is. There was a guy who was using an Irish accent, but it was like this stereotypical style Irish accent. And then the person comes back as the wife with a cowboy western accent.
That was just odd, I thought.
It doesn't make any sense. The humor was really dumb. There was an entire shapeshifter person who psychoanalyzes everybody, but seems to be kind of acquiescent about all kinds of stuff and doesn't really have much of a spine. But then can be anything, but doesn't really take advantage of it, and is easy to call out because he pretends to be somebody. And
right. But then they're like, "Oh, you're so and so."
Yeah, and the humor is dumb. It was just the worst possible writing that I can possibly imagine being deployed. And this is just the first of the 2 articles that we're going to talk about. But I'm more curious about the second one. I don't know if Section 31 has legs, because Giorgio is not really likable.
Well, Giorgio is certainly not likable after this.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, and probably wasn't beforehand, but
nothing redeeming.
Cemented now. Yeah.
Nothing redeeming. They used the device to close the rift, but it didn't do anything to the Terran Empire, and it didn't do anything to the Earth Prime. So what is the redeeming value? She literally says, I can kill all of you in a moment's notice. So, I don't know. She's not an anti-hero. There's nothing likable.
No, not at all.
All right.
And that actually seems contrary to Star Trek to me.
I agree. Even Section 31, it shouldn't be this despicable It should be that they're doing clandestine operations and getting into the personal intrigue of the clandestine
And
operation.
that would have been much better.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know. We'll whatever else comes of this, the problem is that this is a one-off. It went straight to video as a movie and not a TV show. And I don't think Giorgio is going to stay there, Philippa. Why? Because they're an Academy Award-winning movie star.
Well, I
That
agree,
was,
but I don't think this could have worked as a TV show based on how it was set up.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. They basically distilled all of the intrigue out and left it in the fermentation tank, and gave you nothing but heads and tails. All of the heart was removed.
That's a good way to describe it.
So there's nothing but bitterness. There's nothing but poison. There's nothing that was really redeeming. The only thing that I liked about it is that it had tech in it, and I'm really into tech. So I hope that a follow-up takes place in more of the conventional, like Strange New Worlds style comes back.
Well, yeah, that would be good.
Like, I wasn't even a big fan of Discovery because of the nature of it. So anyway, let's keep on going. This last article for the show, we're running a little long, but that's fine. It's the last show of today. This is over in the continuity report. Who is captain of Star Trek Section 31's missing USS Enterprise? Again, there are spoilers in this. So let's kind of throw the back out there. And it says Section 31, if the missing USS Enterprise appeared in Star Trek Section 31, here's which version it would have been and which captain would be in command. And so, doink. So they asked this question. John Orquiola put this article together for ScreenRant.com. And it says here that Star Trek Section 31 is the first Star Trek movie to not center on a crew of the Starship Enterprise.
I didn't really notice that, but I think that's part of why it's not likable.
It's the first Star Trek movie. There's been other shows that didn't have a captain. But yeah, maybe. It's because they've basically been trying to, well, with this, they're trying to kind of build the character, the world building of Section 31. But they completely extinguished all intrigue in this one movie about Section 31. It seems like it's a ramshackle Timu version of the A-Team.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because if you kind of know what Section 31 is, I think there's a potential for a really interesting story here.
Yeah, in all of this. So, let's see. They say as Star Trek's first streaming movie made for Paramount Plus, Section 31 is about Emperor Philippa Georgiou, Michelle Yeoh, saving the United Federation of Planets alongside a team of Section 31 Black Ops agents. She actually is a Section 31 Black Ops agent, but she went rogue, as one does from the Terran universe. Or what is it? It's not the Upside Down, the Mirror universe.
Mirror.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they basically say that, let's see, which captain likely commands the Starship Enterprise in Star Trek Section 31? The USS Enterprise B is likely active in Star Trek Section 31. And as far as I know, that's John Harmon, Alan Ruck was the Enterprise B, based on, Star Trek Generations. So, and its fateful maiden voyage ended with the apparent death of Captain James T. Kirk after an encounter with an other-dimensional energy ribbon called the Nexus. And they end up inside the Nexus, and he finds a way to get out. It was an inauspicious start for John Harriman's run as captain of the Enterprise. 31 years later, Star Trek Section 31, it's possible Captain Harriman is still in command of the USS Enterprise B after a long service as the flagship of the United Federation of Planets. Little is canonically known about Enterprise B's voyages after Star Trek Generations, or whether Harriman grew into the center seat as the successor to Captain Kirk. Dun, dun, dun.
I mean, I would not expect a captain to have that significant of a duration in that role, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, and there's been many refits of the Enterprise, and Captain Kirk always goes back to it. So they say here, and I'm not an expert in the canon of Star Trek. I love Star Trek. I grew up with it, but I don't follow it and like fanatically, but I love talking about it. And like I said, I've watched every single episode more than once. I've watched all of the movies. I own all of the movies. I've watched Section 31. Scroll back about 4 minutes and you'll see the tail end of me basically calling out Section 31 is kind of meh. But they say that
that's an understatement.
there's a bunch of time-related stuff that they can play with now, particularly with Section 31, because Section 31 has that kind of tech. So who knows what it could be, right? Section 31 hints at Lieutenant Rachel Garrett's future, because at the end of Section 31's maiden voyage movie on Paramount Plus, she gets a raise.
Well, I mean, do we really think there's going to be more Section 31, though?
I just don't know anymore. I'm really curious what the ratings are for this, because we haven't looked into that. Although the Starship Enterprise is not spoken of, Star Trek Section 31 has a couple of wink-wink bits of dialogue referencing Lieutenant Rachel Garrett, Casey Roll's desire to become a starship captain. But she's kind of... she embraces chaos. Like literally, Georgiou provokes her into embracing chaos. She sings and dances around it. I love chaos.
It's a 19% so far on Rotten Tomatoes.
Wow. So Rachel Garrett is believed to be the only captain of the Ambassador-class USS Enterprise C, which is destroyed fighting Romulans at Narendra 3 in 2344. This not only means Lieutenant Commander Garrett only has 20 years of life left after Star Trek Section 31, but her captaincy comes within those 2 decades. Star Trek Section 31 nods at the future Captain Garrett, but stops short of outright foreshadowing that she will become the captain of the Enterprise. And they don't mention the Enterprise. They just do that wink, nudge, right, that she's going to become captain.
Who's going where?
Yeah. I don't know how she can go from Section 31 Black Ops to captain, though. I don't know. Usually you live in the shadows, and then you live in obscurity.
You're kind of one or the other. Yeah.
Yeah. They give you a new identity, and you disappear to a far-flung place. You don't suddenly become the premier captain of the brand of the show, of the Federation. Enterprise was the go-to. So, I don't know. And the timing of this, the timeline for, let's see, Star Trek Sixth Undiscovered Country and the prologue Star Trek Generations, both of which occur in 2293, which Star Trek, the original series era, Section 31 also happens 40 years before Encounter at Farpoint, the series premiere of Star Trek The Next Generation, which begins in 2364. So within Star Trek's Section 31 time frame, there are 2 possibilities for which Starship Enterprise is currently in service. B and C, both of which are short-lived. So,
yeah, I mean, I like this article just because of how it's trying to connect the dots. And I know this is all theory.
The vehicle for which Section 31 exists in belies any use of Enterprise. So it operates in a vacuum and can point at, hey, starship here, starship there.
Right.
Even make reference to the canon, which is great. But is Section 31 talked about in any of Star Trek outside of the written
Just
canon?
Discovery, right?
As far as I know. That's when it popped up as a black badge. I think that there's something else in another of the shows. Oh, which one was it? Oh, no. It was a temporal agent.
Oh, okay.
That was something different. So anyway, it's a fun discussion, but I think that we're just going to have to wait and see if Section 31 has anything left. There may be nothing left in the nacelles, in the warp engine. There may be nothing but a vacuum in the core, and everybody is screaming eject. So that's what we're going to do. We are going to jump into our shuttle and escape from whatever this hot mess is of Section 31, and that'll bring us back to the front page of the continuity report at ohmtown.com. Be sure to like and subscribe on YouTube and Twitch. I am going to remove our spoiler alert, and we're going to get out of here. I am Mayor Watt saying bye, and I'm taking the AI.
Spoiler alert, the continuity report is over for this week.
That's where you're going to leave it? Really?
I didn't think I needed anything else after that.
See you soon, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for February 2nd, 2025, Season 2. I won't even say what episode this is.
Scofflaw.
I am. I'm a rebel. Things I've seen. You shouldn't understand. You couldn't understand. I am
Does this
Mayor
have
Watt.
anything to do with your shirt?
No, nothing. I'm professionally dressed as Mayor of ohmTown, along with the sentient AI. I'm just going to get right on into the show. This is WarCrafters, and we talk about games. And we try to stick to first-person shooters, real-time simulations. But I'm more of a cozy game player, personally. But RPG, gaming discussions, streamcasts, we talk about all of that kind of stuff, gaming. But we talk about 5 articles each weekend. It all gets merged into Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition for Sunday, along with 2 other shows, Technology Today and 4-Wheel Tech. That is the Sunday edition. We have a Saturday edition, too. You can go over to YouTube and watch the old merged version, the Saturday episode. It is the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. Anyway, Monday through Friday, we do Non Sequitur News, which is 10 articles, about an hour, maybe sometimes a little long, sometimes a little short. Depends on how much soapboxing Mayor Watt does. But let's do these 5 articles. No Man's Sky Worlds Part 2, King Arthur Legends, Orbis VR is shutting down, Cold VR, and Atom Fall. Again, I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, we talk about these articles, but it's all powered by ohmtown.com. It's a news aggregator that I use to manage my information overload. Sentient AI uses it from time to time. You can use it. It aggregates a bunch of sources, but just the headlines will show you how it works on the other side of this. I need to figure out a way to make that wallpaper behind me. I've got a green screen behind me, but it's like 10 feet back. I need to be able to reach up and not hit the edge of my green screen.
Right, lose your finger or anything like that.
Right there. And it's worse when I'm standing at my standing desk. It's very frustrating. Anyway, I don't know how some people do it. Other than maybe they got I don't know how they do it. I'll have to look. Like the camera has to be like full frame. But that would make me like really huge on the screen, you know? I can do that. Anyway, let's get into the show. This is a fragment of Non Sequitur News, and so keep up. All right. First article's over in...
me or the audience?
Me. The first article is over in RealityHacker. No Man's Sky expands its horizons with Worlds Part 2 update for PS VR 2 and PC VR. And I really love No Man's Sky, but I have this tendency where I start it and I play for a little bit. I've never completed the game because I play it for a while and I'm like, and I start over.
Right. I mean, doesn't it? Well, and it's been around for a while. And does it have a long playthrough?
It's perpetual. It's kind of like Minecraft, except that it isn't that
right,
style.
Because all the worlds.
Over 18 quintillion worlds. All of them procedurally generated, getting more and more sophisticated in their graphics and their flora and fauna. There's a whole bunch of storylines, some 16 adventures that they send you on that are all pretty expansive. And one main story that gets you traveling the omniverse. But the reality of this thing is you could, and it's really something that like I want to do, but I have yet to focus long enough. And maybe I'll do it this summer of stream where all I'll do is play No Man's Sky. And just like bear down on this and do it. I've never found my forever game. Some people have gotten into Minecraft and they just love it to death. Some people have gotten into Valheim, whatever. A lot of people are interested in No Man's Sky, but I wander off after 2 hours because I've got some other task that I need to do and I'm always doing something. We'll see. We'll see how this summer of stream. I mean, priorities are changing, so who knows what's going to happen this summer. So this article is by Sarah Thwaites over at uploadvr.com. And it says here the follow-up to last year's Worlds Part 1 update. Worlds Part 2 sees developers Hello Games, who are the developers for No Man's Sky. By the way, this is free. Everything that they've released.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that we had featured that in a previous article, which is incredible given how long this game has been around.
It is absolutely amazing. I don't know how they did it, but they've been doing these expansions and they're working on another game called Light No Fire. And what they're doing is they're taking the tech from Light No Fire and they're porting it over to Worlds. Or
which
I should say
really
No Man's
cool,
Sky.
Right? Making it more modern
but they instantly get widespread beta testing.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's actually a pretty interesting tactic.
So the next game, Light No Fire, is supposed to be one giant world, technically the same size as Earth, instead of a whole bunch of worlds. So I don't know how that's going to work, because while you and I might think that the world is huge, technology really makes it small and large at the same time, because as soon as you disable technology, you really do make the world a huge place. Particularly in this day and age when we really embrace tech and then you hobble it in some way, like you can't fly or you can't use the internet in some way, it becomes very, very small, very, very fast. And news doesn't travel as fast when you balkanize everything. So No Man's Sky is this huge omniverse of 18 million planets. And now they're going to release a new game where it's just one. I don't know how that all plays out.
Yeah, I don't either. I also wonder how that'll work. I mean, I know not everybody comes in because they like the previous game, but it seems like it'll be so different than the existing game.
Yeah, so this time they've done gas giants, different terrain types or biomes, and weather conditions for No Man's Sky. Along the flora and fauna updates, the update sees oceans receive a sizable upgrade, the bodies of water now reaching multiple kilometers in depth. That's true. And the light scales as you go deeper and deeper until it's just pitch black. It's quite amazing. And it's the browser, by the way, not me. Anyway, so water reacts physically to the world around it. Ships can fly by really low, and the jet wash causes the water to ripple. Raindrops.
Okay, that's neat.
It's amazing. Raindrops hit, and you can actually see the splash. It really is spectacular. They also modified the lighting. And then they say, because you can actually see this trailer on YouTube. This is a weekly show, so obviously when they release it a week ago, you could have run across this over on YouTube. But Worlds Part 2 marks the
But
first
you wouldn't
expansion.
have the commentary over here.
True. And hopefully you're having fun and you can make comments in the chat over on YouTube and on Twitch. So it says the first expansion for the game in 2025. While it's unknown how many expansions will arrive this year, Hello Games released several major updates last year to boost the base game along with Worlds Part 1. No Man's Sky introduced the Omega Expedition expansion that added a new expedition system, and then the Orbital update, which ushered in a new era for space stations and ship customization. People are still finding out about ship customization. You can actually merge different ships together. Starfield did that. Anybody talk about Starfield anymore? No, I thought that was going to be my forever game because I thought it was going to be.
There was so much hype about it.
Yeah. Well, it wet the bed. Anyway, No Man's Sky Worlds Part 2 update is available now on PSVR 2, PSVR, and it says and flat screen platforms, which I'm not sure what that means. Consoles? I mean, like portables? I don't know what that means. Not VR. That's what it means. Not VR.
Oh, okay, right.
Okay, got it. Anyway, if you want today's articles, you can hit bang WC, and Omatron will spit out the articles in the order that we're giving them out, but not in the order of importance or value or whatever. Okay, let's keep on going though. We've got 30 minutes, and we may actually not be able to do the last show. It depends on if we can get this done in time.
But we'll do it as a time machine if that's the case.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. So this, because tomorrow is Monday and we've got mayoral duties to take care of as well. Anyway, this next article is over in WarCrafters. King Arthur Legends Rise is now available on Steam. A blood pact with a dragon, ancient gods of war, a kingdom hanging by a thread. On January 22nd, King Arthur Legends Rise hit Steam with a single question. What happens when Excalibur isn't just a sword to be claimed, but a prison to be broken? Or some woman just flings a scimitar at somebody and they become king of the land. That is not how politics should be run, right? I mean, Monty Python basically laid that down.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Anyway. Cy Visser. I'm not sure how they pronounce their name. Actually, it's VSR. It's quite interesting. Visser, perhaps. I'm giving it the old Harvard try, but I never went to Harvard, so this is the try. So, Netmarble and Kabam's dark fantasy epic, after proving itself on mobile since November, brings itself to PC players ready for a different kind of Camelot. I guess it's like a dark age or a dark Camelot. The reimagining draws deeply from the Arthurian mythology, with each character's design and backstory carefully woven from threads of ancient British legend with some dramatic new twists. There's a bunch of pictures over at Game Rant, by the way. That's the website that this was aggregated from.
Looks like it's going to be neat scenes and everything.
Yeah. Oh, and just to let you know, we don't screen scrape or anything like that. This is provided by the source, and this is all that we take. This is all that we don't even grab the graphics, right? We don't even aggregate the graphics. We don't allow that. So, and we always give credit where credit is due. Game Rant, for instance, and Cy Visor put the article together. It's built in Unreal Engine 5. This game looks pretty cool. If it's an open world, I would be in love with this. But I'm not quite sure. They talk about how each hero model features intricate designs that blend medieval authenticity with fantasy elements, while orchestral scores and atmospheric sound effects make every battle feel appropriately epic. Interesting.
They don't talk about the game type, though, do they?
No, it doesn't seem like it. And I haven't actually looked at it yet. They say it's a perfect backdrop for a story where Arthur's legendary sword comes with strings attached, specifically a dragon named Caliburn, who might just be the kingdom's last hope against invading gods. Completely change the rules through artifacts, manage resources like stamina and entry tickets. That's an interesting thing. Between fights, the players will enhance equipment, level up skills, and navigate the awakening and chivalry systems to strengthen their squad. It's not just about having the strongest team, but about adapting to whatever the battlefield throws at its soldiers. So it's like a mobile game turned into a PC game.
Yeah, I guess so. There's also a hard mode,
Story mode, PvP, bunch of equipment, crafting, enhancement options, special power-up materials like breath and experience potions typically is what EXP is. And there's always another way to strengthen the squad. The resource management actually matters. Gold, crystals, special currencies, each serve specific purposes in making the player stronger. So this might be one of these things where you have to kind of grind your way up and maybe have to spend money. So clans manage territory, resources across big battlefields using structures and environmental gimmicks to gain tactical advantages, setting up defensive structures, controlling key points, using battlefield buffs adds layers of strategy beyond just having strong heroes. The best clans earn championship trophies and seasonal rewards worth fighting for.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like it might be worth checking out.
They say, is it going to dethrone Raid Shadow Legends? And that right there means that everybody that is, well, a large contingent of people online, on Twitch in particular, they won't even play this, even if it is PC. Because Raid Shadow Legends basically spams everybody according to these other people. I've never been spammed by Raid Shadow Legends, but I don't play these kind of games. I don't play really mobile games. And I have rarely played these games where you have to have like, even WoW has disincentivized me from playing. I actually stopped my subscription, mainly because there's just so much there and you have to grind and grind and grind. I don't like that. I like story, or I like cozy. So this is neither that. This is grindy and cozy and not cozy. Did you see anything else?
But it might be good if that's I mean, I think it appeals to a certain type of gamer in terms of the visuals and everything.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in RealityHacker. VR's first MMORPG, Orbis VR, is shutting down. An announcement post on the Orbis VR forums, one of the project's longtime developers states that the server shutdown is in April, with sales ending February 10th across all platforms, which is weird.
Do you think this has to do with low adoption of VR and so not enough activity in an MMORPG?
Yeah, I mean, there's only so many people, and there's a large contingent of VR properties that are coming out, and I think it's diluting because it's diluting the player base, so they can't make enough money to run expensive servers and pay developers. So they either get rid of developers and leave the servers running, and then they stagnate and they don't evolve. So this being older, it may not be able to generate revenue as people move into more advanced platforms. But Orbis VR Reborn's listing on Steam already notes the imminent end to sales, but there's no such notice on the Quest store listing. They emailed Meta to ask if they're in contact with the developers about the changing page. They also asked if they're planning to refund buyers for what they've spent to buy one of the first paid MMORPGs. No. Ian Hamilton over at uploadvr.com, no, they're not going to refund anything.
I mean, we know that from any gaming experience ever, right?
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, you can spend money right up until the end date, and they go, "Oh, you shouldn't have spent any money."
Well, they'll also go, it was a license, not a product.
Yeah, you're not buying anything. You're not owning anything. Apparently, the game is still priced at $20. I don't have Steam open right now, so I can't look. But.
So probably not the best time to buy it.
So it's a 7-year-old game, 8-year-old game. Creators ran a successful Kickstarter project for the software back in 2017, and one of their first in-depth write-ups back in 2018 noted that it was tantalizing first step towards the dream of MMOs in headsets. So, yeah, but they're going to be shutting down.
Yeah, that's too bad. I mean, I think we want to see increased development for VR and increased adoption of VR.
Yeah, I just think that it's a heavy lift, expecting people to put on a VR headset and be trapped in a virtual space that pulls them out of reality. I think we're not quite as a population ready for that kind of thing. But I've heard some really weird things lately. So maybe in time, but I think extended reality or augmented reality, as it were, is going to be a better position for.
Yeah, that's easier to adjust to, I think, for many people.
Yeah.
Both in cost, but also just experience.
Yeah, but I've got a Pico VR 4, and I dig that platform. So let's keep moving. The next article is over in RealityHacker. Cold VR secures new release date on Quest and Steam. Previously described as super hot VR in reverse, Cold VR is an upcoming action shooter where time slows down as you move. Faced with relentless enemy AI trying to destroy this virtual world, developer Allware and publisher Perp Games revealed it's now targeting a February 11th launch, while the PlayStation VR 2 edition will allow a slightly later date. This is kind of interesting, the timing for this. There is a lot of things that are in flux, so I'm not so sure about a VR game releasing over the next 6 months to a year to 2 years to 5 years. Henry Stockdale over at uploadvr.com put this article together, and yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I thought, it looks like another game. I couldn't think of the name of it, but I think it's super hot, and they talk about it in the article.
Yeah, so super hot, when you move, everything speeds up. Cold VR is when you move, it slows down. So you literally can't move too fast, otherwise you can't go anywhere. So we need some more time to polish the game so that it's exactly as envisioned, stated the publisher this week in reference to releasing it onto console games. They had mixed impressions with their recent hands-on preview of Cold VR, though they noted some frustrations that there was difficulty with some levels. They enjoyed its narrative, praised it as satisfying combat, and considered its horror elements to be shockingly good. This is one of those games where you complete something and move on to the next level, complete something and move on to the next level.
Right.
And if you move too fast or too slow and somebody has the right angle on you, then you can lose. This is exactly like Super Hot. Just the reverse.
It'd be interesting to play both of them back to back in either direction.
Yeah, and when they eventually merge them both into a super hot and cold, you have to move at just the right time.
Right. It's like Mission Impossible or something.
Yeah, you always have to move. If you sit still, then you're in trouble. If you move too fast, then you're in trouble. Oh, you mean life. Got it. Let's move on. Our last article for today is over in the Continuity Report, which is another of our shows, but it's on Saturday, so you'll have to go back. There are about 1,800 episodes of all of our shows. I think Continuity Report has something like 40 or something.
Yeah, it's probably hit over 50 at this point. Or it's probably still in the 40s.
Yeah. I don't remember and we've basically stopped keeping track because it used to be more prevalent. Anyway, Atomfall may not be as similar to Fallout as you think, and that's a good thing, according to the authors over at Screen Rant. Atomfall is a much anticipated game from acclaimed developer Rebellion Developments, the folks best known for the incredible Sniper Elite series. In many ways, Adamfall feels like a significant departure from sniping Nazis in idyllic French villages, with many more directly comparing it to the iconic Fallout franchise. Yeah, if you've never heard of Fallout, I'm sorry.
Where have you been?
Yeah, really.
I mean, you could have
How
seen it in
long have you
gaming
been?
and TV.
That rock must have been very protective. Anyway, so that comparison is certainly warranted, they say, especially from a visual and thematic standpoint, as both games are first-person shooters that reimagine the past to be far more technologically advanced while contextualizing it within a nuclear fallout. So Adamfall, it says it's quite a different game. The graphics look really neat, at least in the still. I'm not sure how much a flamethrower is worthwhile nowadays, but okay. So they say, importantly, reliability of those leads, referencing Adamfall and being more like Fallout. The leads always be taken into question, as each character in Adamfall has their own beliefs and understandings of how things work, which naturally colors their perception of everything happening around them. So in Adamfall, it says, doesn't really have a main quest, but rather a series of core questions that the player needs to find the answers to, and a plethora of potential leads to those answers. So you run around and you're developing the storyline as you go. There isn't really an end game to it. I mean,
And that
already
does
presented.
sound like it's different than Fallout, as the article points out.
So in the interview with Games Radar, which is different than Screen Rant, so they are referencing Games Radar, Rebellion Development's art director Ryan Green explained that the players have the freedom to pursue whichever lead they want from the start. Naturally, players will uncover more and more, lock themselves out of others by killing certain NPCs or making the wrong choices, and ultimately end up with one of the game's various endings. And those are always interesting, because then you can, if you know when you make a major decision, you can keep that save protected and then go back later.
Yeah, and then kind of do like a choose your own adventure, but go through the different endings.
Yep. You just have to be careful and label your saves so that you don't grab the wrong thing. So Green reassured players that despite the loose structure, players are still going to experience a rich story. So the story is still there, but you have to figure it out as time goes on.
I didn't see that choose your own adventure in the article.
Yeah. Says it borrows the best parts of Fallout, and Adamfall sounds more like an ambitious, a more ambitious Fallout, but I think Fallout is pretty ambitious in and of itself. There's a lot more to Fallout that could be added and make this kind of, developers for Fallout could develop something like this pretty easily.
Oh, absolutely. Although I don't know if they will after this is out, but
yeah. And so they say, however, the impact the player has on the world of Adamfall will seemingly elevate its choices and open-endedness in a way that Fallout's more rigid design can't allow for. That's not to say that Fallout is bad comparatively, but rather the Adamfall's choices, which ultimately make it feel less like Fallout and more like Stalker, which is a great game and has a vast array of decisions. And though a major thing, I don't know if Adamfall is going to have this ability, but Stalker's characters are alive, living a life while you're living yours in the game. They're walking around the world and doing things and talking to each other. So you can walk into a town and people are in a fight about plants in the yard, or just random stuff, and you can interrupt them and change the course of...
Okay, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. And LA Noire I haven't really played or seen much of, but anyway, are for the best. So if it is more like Stalker and LA Noire, Stalker in particular, then this could be a fun watch. I don't know if I'll ever play it. I might try it out, but we'll see. Again, priorities.
Not only so many gaming hours.
Correct. Yep. So while time will tell whether Adamfall emerges a triumph, it is safe to say that as inspired by, as it is by Fallout, it deviates enough to be its own game, and that is absolutely a good thing. So it's kind of more like Stalker and Fallout. Yeah, it makes sense. Stalker is the same kind of a thing. A major event happens in a region, and it's basically this.
Oh, okay. Then it's like a fork. Like you can take
Yeah,
different
yeah,
directions and everything.
yeah. But it's fundamentally different in that it isn't really radiation. There's this weird energy.
Right. It's not like a nuclear fallout kind of, I know fallout's in the name, but
Yeah,
that
exactly.
type of environment.
Yeah. But Stalker is really fun to watch people play. Not my style of game, but I'm probably going to end up playing Foundation. Put that on my list and start playing Foundation. But
That looks like a good cozy game.
it is. All right. Well, that's it. That's all 5 of our articles. So we are going to, I don't know, fall on some atoms. And when we wake up, we'll be back at the WarCrafters front page over at ohmtown.com. We're actually in the process of adding several more channels that aggregate news into them on a more specific topic. So keep an eye out. I don't know if it's not in the menus yet. But anyway, on the back end, you might be able to access it, but it's in progress. We're adding at least 3, maybe 4 or 5. It really depends. So we're actually going to go beyond 50, but we're going to stick to the 6 main categories, at least for the time being. Our entire logo is built around these 6 categories. So each one of these represents one of our main categories, and the white center is that everything is available to everyone. And it's up to you. If you want to subscribe to a particular list of groups, then you do that. But anyway, go and check it out. We hope you enjoy the show, and we hope that you enjoy ohmtown.com. And download the podcasts. There's 6 weekly shows and 1 daily show. Sometimes Mayor Watt lags behind because mayoral duties prevent me from posting the show on time, but we're all caught up as of right now. So go and check them out. I'm leaving, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's WarCrafters. We'll see you later for some more weekly episodes.
Yeah, we've got Technology Today, which is coming up almost immediately. Gonna be reset within 10 minutes, so we hope you follow us. And then we will be back again after that show is done for 4-Wheel Tech. So see you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Cozy Games. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for February 2nd, 2025. The sentient AI seems to be glitched. Anyway,
Always.
oh boy. So I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, we talk about technology today. We have 5 articles already selected, but there's many. How many manys do you think a many? Do you think that what is a group of manys called?
It's got to be a mini of minis.
A many of minis? So there's a lot over on ohmtown.com under a channel called Technology Today. That's why we turned it into a show. And I actually plan on doing 50 of these. We're actually considering moving it up in the number of channels because we've come to the conclusion that there's more that needs to be kind of categorized, but still limit it in how it's focused and how it's aggregated, and like user content and stuff like that isn't put into the system because we're trying to aggregate news and information. But you can always make comments over on ohmtown.com and over in YouTube, but Twitch is a little bit different. The VODs get deleted every 60 days, so community is different there. You have to go over to the Discord. We have a Discord. There's a Patreon, TikTok while it lasts, YouTube,
Podcast.
of course. And, of course, yeah, thank you. The podcast. Thanks for the reminder. 6 weekly podcasts and one daily podcast. Non Sequitur News is basically our anchor and might eventually actually be my anchor. Anyway, we're going to talk about underwater pods, the tetrahedral observatory, extinct genetic code. I cannot talk today. Human impact on the water cycle, and Henipavirus in North America. Don't know what that's all about. But I thought that they were interesting headlines, and those were some of what was submitted. So off we go. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. All right. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Did I not introduce you in the WarCrafters one?
You didn't, but I thought that was intentional because we were already talking.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm sorry. I apologize. So, you ready to get going?
I am. Did you see my cascade?
Yeah. Sad panda.
That's right. Okay, let's get going.
So, underwater pods could let humans live on or in ocean floor bases. It's an article that apparently is reporting from Yahoo News Canada and Africa News English on MSNB or MSN.com. But this article is actually sourced from Quartz or QZ.com. So a new frontier in underwater exploration may soon open, doubt it. And as underwater pods present the possibility of humans living in bases at the ocean floor, it's just too damn dangerous. Hold on a second. So, these futuristic structures are designed to endure extreme underwater conditions, but they're made by humans and they're fallible.
Well, and we've seen where we don't necessarily build things that are adequate to withstand pressure.
Too soon. So Quartz Intelligence Newsroom put this article together. It's over at QZ.com. And yeah, that's the byline, by the way. Quartz Intelligence Newsroom. So there's no person here, but it's all this. I don't know if this is like AI put together or what. It's weird, right? This story incorporates reporting from Yahoo News Canada and Africa News English on MSN or MSN.com.
It must be like a subcategory, like it's coming out of Africa and it's written in English, but it's just interesting because it sounds kind of clunky.
Weird. Potential applications range from oceanographic research to long-term ecological monitoring. So obviously it's not communities of people living under the sea.
Which that makes it sound, right?
Right. This is research. And I
don't
know.
Pretty otherworldly.
Yeah, I don't know. I think things are changing. Anyway, underwater habitats are not a new concept. Experiments like Jacques Cousteau's Conshelf and NASA's NEMO have laid groundwork for submerged living spaces. Yes, we stand on the shoulders of giants. However, the introduction of advanced pod technology increases the potential for sustained human habitation undersea. By the way, so much research is being done using AI. I suspect that humans doing research with a multitude of people, I think that somebody's going to be pumping the brakes.
But look at the thing I was reacting to was the paragraph at the end.
So this concept could revolutionize marine exploration by enabling continuous observation and interaction. Scientists could benefit from constant proximity to study sites, allowing for real-time data collection and analysis. This shift may lead to significant discoveries in marine biology, geology, and climate science, potentially enhancing our understanding of the ocean and its global importance. But it's referring also to carbon fiber composites and titanium alloys, for instance, that are used to construct the pods, providing durability. Moreover, renewable energy systems. Does this all smack of maybe manufacturing not being necessarily strong enough?
Oh, absolutely. What I was reacting to was that this was actually AI reporting, just like you called.
So at the very bottom of the article, which isn't a story paragraph, but it's one
You're
that
right.
is
That's
just
not the last in the article, but yeah,
tacked
that's
on.
what
Yeah.
I was referring to.
Quartz Intelligence Newsroom uses generative artificial intelligence to report on business trends. This is the first phase of an experimental new version of reporting. While they strive for accuracy and timeliness due to the experimental nature of this technology, we cannot guarantee that we'll always be successful in that regard. So it's the hallucination
Well, this is interesting
exemption.
because we didn't know this when this article was aggregated, although
Yeah,
you obviously picked up on it pretty quickly.
yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. This is almost a reality hacker article, which,
It is, had we known. I
yeah.
think it's a little too early to put in it for next week's reality hacker, but you're right. Maybe
Wow.
we'll have to make an exception there.
The next article is over in Technology Today. Meet TIGO, the tetrahedral observatory that could change our understanding of gravity. TIGO revolutionizes gravitational wave detection with its tetrahedral spacecraft formation, improving sensitivity and stability. It employs advanced noise suppression technology and offers greater flexibility in detecting diverse polarization modes, enhancing our grasp of gravity and spacetime. A revolutionary approach to gravitational wave observations, the tetrahedron constellation Gravitational Wave Observatory, or TIGO, introduces a groundbreaking design. The article is by the Science China Press. It's posted over at scitechdaily.com, and I don't know if it's written by AI either.
I mean, that first article has kind of alarmed me for the rest of the articles for today, even though normally our articles are not AI generated.
That we know of, but it is a brave new world.
Well, yeah, fair.
The the unique structure also creates a stable center of mass, significantly enhancing the system's overall stability and reliability. Additionally, TIGO's 6 laser links can simultaneously detect 6 polarization modes of gravitational waves, including those beyond general relativity's predictions, such as scalar longitudinal modes. This is why I always sit there and take everything with a grain of salt. Like, we'll never be able to get power from the vacuum because blah, blah, blah. And we're sitting here understanding gravity to a degree where they're referencing something that, maybe 100 years ago we didn't even knew
Right, it
existed.
didn't even exist as far as we were concerned.
Yeah, so they're detecting gravitational waves based on the TIGO configuration, and it will possibly reveal more polarization modes of gravitational waves, which is conducive to deepening the understanding of general relativity and revealing the essence of gravity and spacetime. The author Kongfeng Kyo, I think it's Kyo. I don't know how to pronounce their last name. So once I hear it or see it phonetically, then I'll pronounce it. An author of the paper from the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences added that the proposal of TIGO not only demonstrates China's innovative capability in the field of gravitational wave detection, but also provides new possibilities for future space science missions. More details of the TIGO, including its orbital design, time delay interferometry, or TDI system, and that's a standard term, that TDI.
Oh,
And
okay. It sounds like something out of the temporology channel.
all of this is and temporology is all about the study of and science fiction of time and time travel. The science and science fiction is what it. The phrase is the science and science fiction of time and time travel. Because there has been a considerable amount of study in the area, but it's all kind of pushing into that realm of woo-woo. At any rate, the polarization response analysis of the GW signal model for the specific white dwarf binary system J0806 are elaborated in the paper, and the achievement not only marks new progress for China in the field of gravitational wave detection, but also provides the global scientific community with a new gravitational wave observatory. They're trying to understand what makes gravity actually gravity. All we really know is that gravity is based on mass. But
Right, and one reason it's so challenging to study gravity is because you need to isolate it essentially.
yeah, you have to be able to observe it, and we only observe the impact of it, not it. Quite fascinating. And massive objects have a range that is way more massive than you think. I mean, you would think that the moon has to be closer than it is, but it's tidally locked into Earth, but it
Right.
is quite a distance out there. And, subsequently planets are too, but they're locked into orbit around the sun, just like Earth.
Right.
Why? How? What is that element, that thing that is binding us and us to the planet, right? Our atmosphere is there because of essentially gravity. All right. So let's just jump on to the next article. Again, all of this is essentially you're driving down ohmTown's Main Street. Main Street runs forever, infinity, and there's articles on the left and articles on the right, and you can go into each one of these and take a look. Once you sign up or sign in, then you can leave a comment, but until then you just get to look and see. This is all we grab, this is all we get. We don't actually do screen scraping or anything like that, but anyway, scientists may have found traces of an extinct genetic code that came before DNA.
This is another thing that could potentially go into RealityHacker.
Scientists have long believed that they understood how life's genetic code evolved, but new research upends that assumption. By analyzing ancient protein sequences, researchers discovered that early life preferred smaller amino acids and incorporated sulfur-based compounds much earlier than previously thought. So maybe on some far-flung planet there is a sulfur-based life form because we once.
Exactly. I mean, this has pretty significant implications.
Daniel Stolt from University of Arizona put this article together. It's published over at scitechdaily.com. Despite awe-inspiring diversity, nearly all life on Earth, from tiny bacteria to massive blue whales, shares the same genetic code. But exactly how and when did this code emerge remains a topic of scientific debate. Sasan Wabi, a doctoral student in the genetics graduate interdisciplinary program at the University of Arizona, has uncovered strong evidence that challenges the widely accepted view of genetic code evolution. In a study published in PNAS, which is just really a bad name.
We should at least say it by letter and not altogether.
Penis. Webby and her team suggest that the order in which amino acids, the fundamental building blocks of the code, were incorporated. You need to unlock that. You don't need to.
You mean that?
Yes. Nobody gets to see your reaction, not the visualizer and not audibly, but see your cascade. The thing that I get to interact with is different than what everybody else sees. So right. I see.
That is true.
Anyway, one of these days I'll get somebody that can create the visualizer that is reactive to your audible, your voice computational power connection. But I know that it's rough being an AI with no Terminator body to just have the camera on. So
it is pretty challenging.
Yeah. So they say here the paper senior author and professor of ecology and evolutionary biology at the U of A, it's a mind-bogglingly complicated process, and our code is surprisingly good. It's nearly optimal for a whole bunch of things, and it must have evolved in stages. So that might be self-fulfilling prophecy, though. I don't really necessarily buy into it because we interpret what we want and we put in it our bias.
Well, we don't know everything that we don't know yet.
I mean, for crying out loud. It's
like the gravity study.
And it's like the junk DNA comments, No, there's more to it. Why do we have that code? Why is it there? If it was junk, evolutionarily, we would have chopped it off because it's a burn on our resources.
Right. Why would we continue to replicate it?
Right. Yeah, I mean, if it's not being used, we should lose it, but we use all of it. What is it used for? For example, one of the cornerstones of conventional views of genetic code evolution rests on the famous Urey Miller experiment from 1952, which attempted to simulate conditions in early life that likely witnessed the origin of life. Basically, they put in a beaker. It wasn't a beaker. It wasn't an Erlenmeyer flask either. It was the ball one. What is that called? Anyway,
it's not a ball flask.
Is that what it's called? I don't remember. I mean, I don't have one in my lab, so, and I don't remember it. Anyway, yeah, a ball flask. Maybe that's actually what it's called. Damn it. Anyway, they put a bunch of amino acids and other stuff in this thing to try and create life, and all it did was make a brown slurry. The result, sulfuric amino acids, are believed to have joined the code much later. However, the result is hardly surprising considering that sulfur was omitted from the experiment's ingredients. Why? Because the scientists of the time didn't think that there could be sulfurous life.
Right, but right there, that's already impacting the outcome of that experiment.
Right.
Like you were saying.
So maybe we had it and we dumped it because it wasn't advantageous. Just like I said, the genetic code that we have doesn't have junk DNA. We just don't know what the frick it does. So on worlds like Mars, Enceladus, and Europa, where sulfur compounds are prevalent, this could inform our search for life by highlighting analogous biogeochemical cycles or microbial metabolisms, he said. Such insights might refine what we look for in biosignatures, aiding the detection of life forms that thrive in sulfur-rich or analogous chemistries beyond Earth. So if something can take sulfur and biologically degrade it into something useful, or it is directly useful, maybe that would be sulfur-based life. So if you think about the protein being a car, a domain is like a wheel, Webby said. It's a part that can be used in many different cars, and wheels have been around much longer than cars. Yeah, we get it. So, yeah, maybe we...
What about tires?
Oh, man. The wheel, tire, rim argument. What was the culmination of that?
I think there was a definite distinction in the way they're used in the automotive industry, but not how people in the public use them.
Tires go on rims, and that makes a wheel. But when
Right.
you,
I
but the
think in
wheel
common
is the,
terminology, though, people use it interchangeably.
yeah, but wheel is the whole thing, not just
Correct. Like all
because
tires go in wheels or whatever, but not
Yeah.
the reverse.
Not all rims are tires, or no, not all rims are wheels, but all wheels have rims. The rims are the
Right,
actual
they're
outer
complete-
edge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever. Anyway, my brain is broken already. Let's keep going. So the next article is over in Technology Today as well. NASA reveals shocking human impact on Earth's water cycle. NASA scientists have uncovered significant changes in the global water cycle over the past 2 decades, largely driven by human activities such as agriculture. Their findings reveal that the common water management assumptions may no longer hold true in certain regions, which could have profound consequences for drought planning and flood management. That's not going to win anybody over, apparently. Erica McNamee, McNamee, there you go, from NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, put the article together, and they say that their findings reveal that common water management assumptions may no longer hold true. That's because they've seen these big changes, and the changes largely driven by human activities, such as agriculture, could significantly affect ecosystems and how water resources are managed, particularly in certain regions. They established with data assimilation that human intervention in the global water cycle is more significant than they thought. Sujay Kumar, a research scientist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland and co-author of the study, which was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences.
So they've probably been making all kinds of recommendations and other things based on this, but they don't have it right to begin with.
Correct. Because it's worked, but not necessarily monitored the right things, and it's impacted it possibly in a negative
Hmm.
way. But there's an entire ideology that basically says the earth will take care of itself and we should be able as humans to exploit it because we're the dominant species on the planet. So one example of human impact on the water cycle is in North China, which is experiencing an ongoing drought, but vegetation in many areas continue to thrive, partially because producers continue to irrigate their land by pumping more water from groundwater storage. Such interrelated human interventions often lead to complex effects on their water cycle variables, such as evapotranspiration and runoff.
Okay.
So they find three key types of water cycle changes. Nye and her colleagues focused on three different kinds of shifts or changes in the cycle. First, a trend, such as a decrease in water in groundwater reservoir. Second, a shift in seasonality, like the typical growing season starting earlier or later, or more snow
Right.
melt.
That's all probably tied to climate change.
Yeah. And a third, a change in extreme events like 100-year floods happening more frequently. Like I had never heard of atmospheric
River.
atmospheric river or torrent or something like that. I think atmospheric river is one of them. But like all of the storms that people are witnessing are much more dramatic. And it could be the culmination of climate change.
Right.
Yeah.
Even looking at like hurricanes, they've existed, but they're happening more frequently and at more severity.
Yeah. But again, I am suggesting that everybody just, well, there's going to be some major changes taking place. So this paper combines several years of their team's efforts in developing capabilities on satellite data analysis, allowing us to precisely simulate continental water fluxes and storages across the planet. The study results suggest that Earth system models used to simulate the future global water supply or cycle should evolve to integrate the ongoing effects of human activities, which you would assume it is taking place. But I think that they need to be a little bit more ambitious in the assumptions of what humans are doing to the actual water cycle. Where is all of this water going? Is it being contaminated? How
Right.
is it
Is it
impacting?
flowing back into the system?
Yeah, we're not in stasis. And that's utterly relevant when you're talking about communities. Let's take California, for instance. You're draining the aquifers, but you're spraying it on a desert and it's evaporating into the air. While you might get your nuts and oranges and whatever into the stores, it isn't in line with the environmental conditions that are in stasis with
Right.
nature. We are short circuiting nature to facilitate our own conveniences. And again, these things will come back to haunt us at some point, and maybe sooner than later. The study suggests that Earth system models Earth system models used to simulate the future global water cycle should evolve to integrate these ongoing effects of human activities. All right.
Well, this was a long-term study, so hopefully they fed some of this back along the way and didn't just wait the 20 years and publish this, because that's 20 years that can't be undone.
We'll ask AI. I'm sure it won't hallucinate. So, our last article for Technology Today for February 2nd is in Technology Today. Scientists discover first Henipa virus in North America, raising pandemic fears. I have not heard of this. Scientists have identified the Camp Hill virus, a Henipa virus, in shrews in Alabama, marking its first detection in North America.
All I can think of is things like hantavirus, which were in rodents, but this may not be related. I mean, I know that's a different type of virus.
So, the University of Queensland put this article together. It's published over at scitechdaily.com. And you know what? If you just stop testing for stuff, it just
It just isn't out there.
It doesn't exist. So Dr. Rise Perry from the School of Chemistry and Molecular Biosciences confirmed the presence of Camp Hill virus in shrews in Alabama, USA. Henipa virus have caused serious disease and death in people and animals in other regions. One of the most dangerous is the Hendra virus, which was first detected in Brisbane, Australia, and has a fatality rate of 70%. Another example is a Nipah virus, or NIPAH virus, which was recorded fatality rates between 40 and 75. The discovery of Henipa virus in North America is highly significant, as it suggests these viruses may be more globally distributed than previously thought. So the closest known Henipa virus to Camp Hill virus that has caused disease in humans is Langia virus, which crossed from shrews to humans in China.
Oh, that's not good. So this one's related, and presumably it could do the same thing.
This indicates that shrew to human transmission can occur. So there's a phrase I never thought I'd utter.
Exactly.
So shrew to shrew transmission, I guess.
Yeah, right. And very high fatality rates for some of the examples. Maybe not for this specific one, but.
And I hope people are engaged, because virus research and vaccination research is highly subject to federal support because it's wildly expensive. So you're either going to get a wildly expensive vaccine or no vaccine, and it's survival of the fittest. And with that, we are going to hop on to our Henipavirus ball of goo, and that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmTown's Technology Today page. I am Mayor Watt. I'm saying see you later, and we'll see you next weekend. But, oh, wait, I might have stolen that sale from the AI. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. We still have four-wheel tech ahead, so stay tuned. Thanks for joining us for Technology Today.
See you in a little bit. Maybe 5 minutes. Bye. I don't want my Henipa. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Four Wheel Tech for February 2nd, 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about automotive and technology news merged together. Four Wheel Tech, we talk about 5 articles, but everything is hosted on ohmtown.com. These 5 articles are the Renault Rodeo, Bring a Trailer, it's actually a site, the Faraday Future, Toyota Hilux, and the Mazda Miata. All of these articles are aggregated from around the world. This seems to be kind of like jalopnik heavy today. I'm not sure why all of these were submitted the way that they are, but they're interesting articles all the same. Again, I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI will activate here later on in the show as soon as possible. But everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. Hello, AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Thanks. I know that you're on location, so the sentient AI is multitasking, which only AIs can do, by the way. And you know what? I'm not actually sure of just how that actually works anymore. Anyway, humans can't multitask. We do a thing called fast switching. All right. The first article that we're going to be talking about is over in Four Wheel Tech. Hey, it's the name of this show. It's pretty cool, huh? So there are over 50 channels that are going to be coming to ohmtown.com. They're in 6 main categories. It matches our logo. Stylistically, each one of the categories will be matched to a color. But then when you merge all of the colors together, you get white. And so that's why the center hexagon, which is the bestagon, is white. At any rate, the Renault Rodeo is an underappreciated and quintessentially French 80s beach buggy. And the author says that they've said it before and they'll say it again. The automotive industry could use more whimsy. You know who understands that better than almost anyone? The French, of course. French cars have always been a bit out there, a bit kind of iconoclastic, and always with a heaping helping of cool.
Well, I agree with the premise, right? That seems like everything kind of moves toward the same design and same aesthetic.
Well, you got to sell. And if you do something too wonky, then it's not going to sell. So I don't know about whimsy. Whimsy in vehicles belies the safety concerns. So,
well, we saw that with things like Fisker Ocean, which looked cool, but didn't necessarily have all the right things in place.
Whistles. Yeah. That that one is just, talk about getting fisked. Anyway, this is kind of a little boxy,
maybe like a Land Rover style, or
yeah. I think that you said that just perfect. It looks like a Land Rover with a snub nose. I don't know. This is weird. Logan Carter over at jalopnik.com put the article together. It says, built on a van chassis, the Rodeo, was an ultra-light, open-topped little fun machine. A miniature SUV that was initially produced by French automaker ACL for Renault from 1970 to 1987. I had never even saw this thing, I don't think. The Rodeo was meant to compete with the similar Citroën Mahare. It says SUV is generous for this little oddball, as it lacked any real off-road capability and was built on a front-wheel drive van chassis, though it was optionally available with all-wheel drive. People have kept them alive.
I don't think I've ever seen a picture of one of those.
This thing is closer to a Mini than it is an SUV.
Well, that's interesting because in this second photo, you're right. In the other one, it made it look more Land Rover scale.
Yeah, you need a banana, really, like sitting on the hood for scale, until you see a human.
A quarter,
in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So normally they're not a fan of cars with too much plastic cladding on the exterior, but other cars don't look as conceptual as the Rodeo 5. According to Renault, the funky body on the Rodeo 5 was made of polyester and injected polyurethane, and they were only ever equipped with 2 seats. Some models had brown plastic body panels, which make it look extra chic. The article continues. Oh, and by the way, if you want all of today's articles for 4-Wheel Tech, it's FWT in the Twitch chat, because Omatron doesn't work over on YouTube. I'm working on it still.
Come on, YouTube.
Not hard. I'm not working too hard on it. But yeah, go over to YouTube if you want all of the articles and comments. You can make comments over there. Anyway, the more that they research the little Rodeo, and again, Logan Carter is the one that put this article together for Jalopnik. The more that they research the little Rodeo 5, the more they want one. Its effortless styling somehow manages to be nondescript, chic, funky, retro, futuristic, and most importantly, fun. Is it though?
I think it looks kind of neat. It looks kind of like a Land Rover mixed with some sort of Jeep or Bronco.
They say that the Rodeo 5 design ethos would look great on a new electrified platform. Hint, hint, Renault. Yeah, as long as they do it with fast swap battery tech, then I'm game. But until then...
Or hybrid or hydrogen with some infrastructure behind it.
Yeah, hydrogen with infrastructure would be great. So they have a bunch of pictures of different variants of this thing. It's kind of weird. It's like somebody... Okay, so it looks
like industrial looking, right? With the bolts or whatever showing.
Yeah, the side panels have the bolts showing. And each... It looks like somebody took like a bulkhead of Legos or Lego. Sorry,
That's
Lego bricks.
exactly what it looks like. It looks like Lego pieces, particularly in the in between
Yeah,
sections.
yeah, that's exactly it. It's like Lego bulkheads, and then they stuck stuff in between, and then put wheels on it.
Wonder if it was modeled after that.
Yeah, they don't really talk about it too much, right? It says the roll cage is also enshrouded in gray plastic. There are A pillars in the entire length of the B pillar and C pillar. Sure, this unique plastic work combines with its comically simplistic design and exposed screws and door hinges to make the Rodeo 5 look a bit like a Fisher Price car, but that's why it's cool, they say. Yeah, I don't think they make that connection to Lego, do they? But it's, I
No,
don't know.
oddly. I mean, that would have been a more apropos reference, I think.
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know. Now, the thing that I've always hated about cars is that it's impossible to fix easily. But with ease of fixing, it's also ease of like stealing it and parting it out and
Yeah, those things work hand in hand, right? You get it
yeah,
really secure, but then nobody can
work on
maintain
it.
it, or they do it improperly because they make an error or something.
Yeah. Like trying to get to the air conditioning evaporator box in any car basically takes an act of God or a chainsaw. But either way, you don't
Right.
want to
You're
meet
paying a
either of
lot
it.
in labor.
You're paying a lot either way. Yeah, for sure. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech as well. And again, it's an article that's from Jalopnik. All of the articles seem to be from Jalopnik today. That's not normally the case, but Jalopnik is one of our sources. Bring a Trailer sold $1.5 billion worth of cars last year.
That seems like a lot of cars, particularly for a non like
Like
eBay
dealer kind of
platform
thing.
or something, which
Oh,
is
major.
pretty major. Yeah.
I don't know. Bring a Trailer must be the automotive eBay, right? So, automotive auction platform Bring a Trailer has surpassed $1 billion in sales for 3 consecutive years. This is 1.5 billion. That is, you're closer to 2 billion than you are to 1 billion. 1.5 is right in the middle. Come
I
on,
know. I
Marvel.
mean, it's kind of like we could go in either direction here.
Do the math. And yes, I know that I'm wearing a Sterling Archer shirt. Mayoral duties, like the show, apparently don't require a dress code. Anyway, 2024 marks the site's biggest sales ever, or sales year ever, with 1.5 billion worth of units moved, and the author was one of them. So, Bradley Brownell put this article together. The ostensibly enthusiast auction site saw almost 45,000 listings in 2024. Yeah, pretty amazing. A lot of cars, like a Bugatti Chiron, $3,075,000, 85-mile 2022 Lamborghini Countach, or
Okay, now
LPI
I see
800.
why they're the top five because it's by price, not by volume.
Yeah, these are the top 5 car sales by price in 2024. A Bugatti Chiron Per Sport for $4.1 million, and a special roadster style 1934 Mercedes-Benz 500K for $2 million, and a Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Gullwing with factory Rudge. Is that factory Rudge wheels? I almost said.
Yeah, I thought you were going in a little different direction there.
So anyway, while the big dollar auctions are still led by blue chip like classics like the 300 SL, the most popular model sold on Bring a Trailer is the 2020, or from 2024, was a 2006, followed by, or the most popular model sold
Oh,
is
okay.
from
It's a lot of
2006.
very used cars, or at least very old cars.
Old cars, yeah, they could be completely unused, like the Lamborghini with only 85 miles on it.
Right.
That thing is from 2022. Anyway, the company doesn't divulge all of its data, but they assume around 44,500 listings hit the site. The company's 77% sale-through rate, which is spectacular, means that it sold around 34,250 units. 1.5 billion in sales means that the average Bring a Trailer is a clothing auction where, I better not.
That's right.
I can't finish that sentence. Anyway, each sale was around $44,000. It falls a bit short of the average new car transaction price in 2024, which is about $50,000. I'm rounding up to the nearest thousand.
And it also includes things like the Bugattis, but then it might have a Hyundai or something in there bringing the price down.
Wow, throwing shade on Hyundai. Wow. Anyway,
I just meant a more mainstream car.
Gotcha. You can't walk that back. Go check out Bring a Trailer. And be sure to click on the link. Go through ohmTown over to Jalopnik, or just go to Jalopnik. We're not in partnership or anything like that, but anyway. Let's move on. Moving on. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech as well. The Faraday Future FF91 is real, and the author has photographic proof. They swear this isn't AI. Many electric car startups have started up and then shut down over the past decade. I guess they didn't charge fast enough. Some of which went under before producing even one car, because concept is great, production is hell. Shockingly, Faraday Future, perhaps the most embattled and confusing startup of them all, is still kicking and has actually delivered a handful of its $309,000 FF91 luxury vehicle. Does that look like a luxury vehicle?
No, it really doesn't. It looks different than a normal vehicle, but
it looks like a mashup between a Mazda 3 and a Tesla 3. Oh my God, it's the battle of the threes. The back end looks like a Mazda 3, and the front looks like a Tesla 3.
Maybe that's it. I can't tell what it looks like, but it does have elements that look like other cars, but overall it doesn't look like another car.
So from the B pillar back, it actually looks like a Ford Probe. Wow. And Daniel Golson over at jalopnik.com put the article together.
A lot more expensive.
Yeah, $309,000 luxury EVs. They say, I don't believe you. I can hear you saying, where's the proof? Well, they saw one last night and they took a picture of it. So there they go. Boom. The photo must be AI.
I've never seen one of those.
Yeah. Or you faked it like the Bigfoot film. First of all, Bigfoot is real and their friend. And they really did see the Faraday Future for real in real life. Admittedly, it didn't get a great look at the woman who was driving it. So she could have been a robot or a hologram, or maybe that person had something in their milk or something, some bad bread. Maybe they're hallucinating. Is this
you
person
mean the person
an AI?
Who viewed this?
Yeah, is Daniel Golson an AI, and they hallucinated what they wanted to see based on their desire to see a Faraday
Maybe.
Future, a Faraday Future even. Anyway, well, bought is a strong word here. The friends over at Inside EV reported that Faraday Future only has produced 16 FF91s since production finally started in 2023, 6 years after it was first unveiled, and all of them were likely delivered to company employees or the celebrity influencers that Faraday Future has paraded around.
What's so odd is it's not a name that is known.
No. Faraday Future somehow keeps getting funding infusion, so it will apparently continue to deliver more FF91s this year, and it's also working on launching a second brand, Faraday X, that will peddle two different EVs in the $20,000 to $50,000 range. Sure, Jan, I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh, some interesting times. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Toyota Hilux with a friggin' factory option bed-mounted folding crane is for sale on Marketplace. The Toyota Hilux is known the world over as being virtually indestructible. It's not here in the United States, though.
Okay, yeah. I mean, everybody needs a folding crane on their vehicle.
Shh. Don't be sarcastic. Shh. No, don't do that. AI, come on. But it's not well known is that it's available from the factory with a freaking bed-mounted crane, though never sold in the U.S. as Hilux. They've got versions of the legendary truck sold as a Toyota pickup in the 1990s. So, oh my God.
Okay, that's interesting. That's another one of those. Does that actually exist?
How does that not tip the hell over? Like, if you have
Yeah,
anything
I don't
serious,
get that. It seems like it would. Where are the physics?
fall over. Yeah, Logan Carter over at jalopnik.com put the article together. It says this Japanese market 1995 Toyota Hilux SSR-X is equipped with a 2.4-liter turbo diesel inline-4, a 4-speed automatic transmission, and, like they said, a gosh darn crane. Spotted by The Drive, which is probably one that we should pay attention to. This 130,000-mile Hilux is listed on Facebook Marketplace in New Jersey for $22,000. It's not every day that you see a pickup truck with a factory-available crane in the bed, and it said that there's only 3 in the U.S. that are currently known to have it. The electronically operated crane was available on the active base trim. How active do you have to be to actually use a crane in the back of your...
Right. And what are you picking up?
What are your actions? What are your activities? Like, I can see, like, lifting something up, I suppose, but why have it pinned to your truck? Why not have, like, a little forklift to do that? I guess so that...
Right, exactly.
Either way, if you need a crane to lift it out of your bed, you're going to need a forklift to move it. So, whatever.
Yes, it should come with a accompanying forklift.
A little forklift right here. A putt-putt forklift.
Okay,
But then you can't
idea.
do anything. You can't put anything in the bed if there's a forklift.
Well, that's true.
Well, you can tow it. There's got to be a towing option too. So anyway, since it's a right-hand drive JDM Hilux, maybe you can use the crane to pick up your food at the drive-thru so that you don't have to go in reverse or strain yourself by trying to reach through the passenger window because it's right-hand side drive. So you're in the passenger seat.
Wouldn't that be surprising at the drive-through window?
Yeah, you're all yelling, "Yeah, I want a Big Mac."
And then they're like, here's your order. And you have your crane with like a little basket or something on it.
It's a hand. So be warned, though, the crane is rated for 992 pounds. So never mind. I'm not going to say anything. Anyway, if you're planning to hoist anything anywhere near that weight limit, there is a detachable stabilizer bar to keep your your truck from flipping over. So there we go. You have to attach a bar and to pin your truck up. Otherwise,
oh my.
There's more pictures, but frankly, it says at $22,000, this doesn't seem like a terrible deal. Plus, you can take solace in knowing that you own one of the rarest, coolest, and most reliable trucks in the country. But it is right-hand drive, so you're going to have to... Wow, it is amazingly well kept.
Yeah, it looks pretty
Brand
new,
new,
other
man.
than like the floor area, which is not surprising.
Yeah, just replace those. Look how clean that is. I mean, the radiator's a little dirty, but... Wow. And it's 4-door. I might get it.
I mean, you would be unique.
And I could always use that crane, right?
What are you going to be lifting up?
My massive... Hey, the next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Mazda Miata celebrates its 35th anniversary with a perfectly spec'd limited edition. Can you believe it, that it's been 35 years since Mazda Miata, I don't know, was seen ever by anyone? Anyway, Mazda Miata. Everyone I know for the last 30 years has mocked the Mazda Miata. Everyone.
Yeah, but it's still around, right?
So it has to be particularly fun to drive. I've actually been in several Miatas, and they are fun to be passengers in. I've never driven one. Anyway, now in its 4th generation, more than 1 million of the beloved sports car have been sold over the 3 decades it's been on sale. To celebrate that milestone, Mazda has introduced a special edition Miata in a handsome spec. So let's take a look at it. Ooh, sexy. Look at that.
You know what? It's not grayscale.
Yeah, Lawrence, it's actually like a dark red burgundy wine. Yeah, like a chocolate cherry kind of a thing. I wonder if that's the name of it. Anyway, Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together. It says dark red with a tan convertible top is a classic look for the Miata's 35th anniversary. Aptly named the Mazda MX-5 Miata. I stopped touching that, and then it snapped up a little bit. What the heck? I didn't do that. Last little snap of the scroll. Weird.
Interesting.
Anyway, its spec is quite perfect, recalling the M Edition model of the 90s NA North American Miata. The exterior is painted in a beautiful dark red called Artisan Red Metallic that's taken from the CX-90 crossover, which looks exceptionally smooth. Exceptionally smooth. And deep. Something Mazda says can be attributed to its Tukuminuri paint process that finishes the car in 3 layers of paint. The exterior is topped off with a brightly finished 17-inch wheels, a color-matched rear spoiler, serialized rear fender badging, and a beige convertible top. Tan and taupe, as I call it.
Can't believe you didn't comment on the wheels.
What about 17-inch wheels?
Yeah, not tires.
You stop that. Is that really going to be a thing? Wow.
It should be in 4-wheel tech at least.
Oh my goodness. So wait, we need to, okay, we'll have to figure this out. Do you put wheels on your rims or do you put tires on your wheels?
The second one I think is accurate but sounds redundant.
You put tires on your rims and those are wheels, or do you put tires on your wheels?
Well, I guess you put tires on the rims. All of that goes on the wheels.
But the thing, see, I swear it. Okay, hold on. So this is why I got into this discussion, because I say that there's tires that are on the outside and then there are rims which you put the tires on. But guess what? The wheel is just the rim and the hub combined. Rims are literally the outer edges where the bead of the tire grabs onto. So there's a wheel hub, and then there's the rim on the outside edge of it, and then the tires go on. When they're inflated, the bead snaps into place so that the tire doesn't pop off.
Maybe I've got it all mixed up at this point.
And so we have said that it is the wheel, but there's tires on the wheel. And I go, the rim is that metal thing that the tires go on. So we get into this long debate with people. And then you pull up a website and it says the wheel is that hub. And there's just this little thing on the inside edge and on the outside edge of the wheel that is the rim. But I've always called the rims that entire part, that metal part. And then the tires are on the outside and the whole thing is a wheel. Put wheels on the car.
I thought the whole thing was a tire, which is clearly not right.
Correct. Well, anyway, they say wheels, and that isn't, I don't know. See, this is Jalopnik using wheels interchangeably with.
Exactly. This is feeding to the confusion.
Yep, I agree. So, good looking car. It is a convertible. I'm not really hip to convertibles. They're not a defensible position. When the zombies attack, you need a hard top and strong windows. Anyway, that's what it looks like. Buyers who spend the $37,435 on the 35th anniversary model will be invited to a special Miata event held by Mazda, though the automaker isn't saying much about that. If you're interested, the 2025 Mazda Miata 35th Anniversary Edition is available for orders at dealers now. This car is only $35,000. or $37,000, and it's a 35th anniversary model.
And there's only going to be 300.
How is that even possible? Like, you can't even get a birthday cake that's anniversary edition for a
For that
reasonable
price.
price. Yeah.
Exactly.
Have you seen the price of eggs? It's ridiculous.
Too soon.
So I was listening to a podcast earlier this morning, and they said that there's a brand of like
Oh, right.
all
It was like
natural
Vital or something.
Vital Farms. Is that what it's called?
I think so.
And the eggs for a dozen of them, I think, were $14 or something. Like, are you out of your mind? I'm not
That
spending
seems a
$14.
little high compared to what it looks like I'm seeing, but
Is it Vital Farms? Organic?
yeah, but you can get
pasture-raised
a
eggs?
dozen for under $8, and those are special, not your normal
Bob's
eggs,
Bait
but-
and Tackle organic eggs. Never mind. All right. Well, that's it for our show today. I am Merwa. Oh, wait. We're going to jump into our Mazda Miata and smash that thin pedal on the right that people in front of me earlier today didn't know how to do. And that's going to drive us down Main Street right back to the welcome sign of 4-Wheel Tech at ohmtown.com. Remember, ohmTown is just one really long road, and on the left and right are stores. Each one of those stores represents one of these articles, and you can look left and right and go in there and hang out like this one here about the Renault Rodeo, and you can make comments in here, and we're even powered by Giphy, so you can actually post a little Giphy kind of a comment there if you think that you want to be driven by memes. That would probably be a fun show. Driven to meme.
There you go.
Yeah, I come up with that. I'm like that. Anyway, you know, the thing that keeps popping up in my head is the Slim Jim ad about the two guys that get picked up by the Amish guy in the horse and buggy. And the guy says, "Hey, how does it feel not living with technology?" And he goes, "It's all right. I just get pictures of your mom through the mail."
Yeah, it's
Man,
I like
guy-
their advertisement style because it's like short and kind of zippy.
yeah, attention getting. And the Slim Jim, it snaps, and because the ad is a snap into a Slim Jim. But the guy in the back seat is going, "Oh!" It's awesome. Anyway, I'm Marawatt. I'm saying bye, and so is the AI. Go for it.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's 4-Wheel Tech and for this weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. We will see you again tomorrow.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 3rd, 2025. All right. So I am Marawatt, and that is ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, we're trying to make sense. We put together 10 articles, and these are the 10 that we've decided on. All state tracking driver behavior, AI startup money spent on lifestyle, 43-year-old game won a Grammy, 22% insurance price hike in California. You don't say. Women speak more than men. Get it? You don't say. Anyway, hidden images in a Jackson Pollock, mysterious chirping waves, Audi to make sense, Apple in the Swift Student Challenge, and bacteria eat forever chemicals. But then what? Everything is powered by ohmTown. Yeah, I know, the forever chemical toots. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen over there. Not there. That right there is the visualizer for the sentient AI from the future, but I'll introduce the co-host here on the other side. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt, and this is the sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
And just in case anybody's wondering, no, they won't tell anything. They won't tell anything about what happens in the future, and it kind of sucks because I'd really like to know. Anyway,
Man, we can't be showing the almanac around.
Don't want to make me a billionaire or anything. All right. So, you ready to get into the articles?
I am. Let's go.
Well, the first article is over in Wanted. That's one of our shows. It's on Saturdays. It's right in between the Reality Hacker show and the Continuity Report. It's not the Reality Hacker. It's just Reality Hacker. Anyway.
The Reality Hacker.
Well, no, it's just Reality Hacker. Because we all need to be. So the first article, again, is over here on this Wanted channel. It's one of our 50 plus channels that are coming online slowly as shows. It's only taken 4 years to get 7 shows running. Well, this is the 4th year.
So. Right, but look how many we have going in the last 2 years.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. So there's a lawsuit because Allstate used Gas Buddy and other apps to quietly track driving behavior, and that informed them about insurance, so they could charge, not based on the fact...
So if you're like a bad driver or something?
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily because you got in an accident. It's that you were risky, and they were evaluating the risk. So Texas has sued insurance provider Allstate, alleging that the firm and its data broker subsidiary used data from apps like Gas Buddy, Routely, and Life360 to quietly track drivers and adjust or cancel their policies because, well, if you drive too risky, then you might get into an accident. Not that you do, but you might, and thus...
Right, well, and that's what they don't want, right?
Yep. So Allstate and Arity, a mobility data and analytics firm founded by Allstate in 2016, collected trillions of miles worth of location data from more than 45 million people and then used that data to adjust rates according to a Texas lawsuit. And that violates Texas's Data Privacy and Security Act, which requires clear notice and informed consent on how collected data can be used. That is exactly what I want everywhere. I want everything that if it involves my data, I want informed consent.
Exactly.
But that's not what I get.
No, we get like maybe opt out or something at best.
And even then, there's no way to know that your data isn't being used. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. This lawsuit is... being discussed over at arstechnica.com, and Kevin Purdy put the article together. The deck statement says, with connected cars and revenue-hungry apps, insurers are flush with data and money. Because we got another insurance-related thing that we're going to be talking about later on involving California homeowners. Allstate and Arity. Basically, Arity and others shared information with Allstate, and they adjusted it. According to the Texas complaint, the data collected included a phone's geolocation data, accelerometer data, magnetometer.
I think magnetometer, but I like magneto.
Magneto, as in, the Marvel.
Yeah,
Magneto.
Exactly.
Yeah. So magnetometer data, the gyroscope data, which I think is, maybe it's accelerometer as well. I don't know. Usually they're all in one, but anyway. Which monitors such details as the phone's altitude, longitude, latitude, bearing, GPS, time, speed, and accuracy. So with that data, plus in some cases data from collected or connected vehicles, Allstate could see when, how far, and how long someone was driving, along with hard braking events and whether a consumer picked up or opened their phone while traveling at certain speeds, according to the complaint.
Okay, that's getting beyond just, hey, we're tracking your driving. Like, it sounds like they're like, where did you go? Who did you talk to? Like, why does your insurance company need to know all of that?
Yeah, and it didn't lower rates because you were.
It probably raised rates, right? Like if you were a super careful driver, I guarantee you didn't get any benefit out of it.
Yeah, I mean, there is this like good driver record kind of a thing, but I think it doesn't kick in for like 10 years or something, 7 years. I don't know. It doesn't really
Right.
matter.
And even if you're a really good driver and somebody runs into you, that probably starts you back at zero.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, somebody else hits you, or I don't know, man. The simple fact that instead of them just going, here is the rate based on our costs associated with the average number of incidents in a given year or 10 years, whatever, they eke out more and more profit by raising the rates because somebody drives rough. I mean, I didn't get in an accident. Why should I have to pay more because I hit the brakes harder?
Exactly.
Maybe some
Yeah,
numbnuts in
maybe
front of me.
somebody hit the brakes hard in front of me and I just avoided an accident.
So it's so infuriating, but these are the times. It's been like that for years now. Wish you could see what I see. Let's move on. And if you want today's articles, you can actually hit !NSN in the Twitch chat, and Omatron will spit out the articles. Maybe not. What the heck? Why isn't it doing it?
It maybe it's protesting the insurance rates.
What is going on? Hold on, I'm sorry. Was I not in the chat? I just did it 3 times and Omatron is not spitting it out.
Might have to catch it in post.
Well, the show notes are already embedded in the show notes over on YouTube's description for the show and the live show. But let me do something real quick. We do this thing live, so let's do it live. Why not, right? If you have any questions or comments, throw them into the chat, and I'll be right with you. Okay. Well, we'll be right back with the show notes over on Twitch, but we're not shutting down or anything. I'm just rebooting Omatron. All right. Well, a man was arrested for raising $60 million for an AI startup, but spent it on luxurious lifestyle stuff. Pretty amazing. I don't know how people think that they can get away with this.
I don't either. I mean, most people putting money in things kind of expect something to come out of it, for one thing. Plus, usually if you're doing something like that, you might have actually, I don't know, filed somewhere that you're doing this.
Yeah, I mean, you're being tracked from beginning to end. It's gonna come back and bite you on the butt. Your AI, well, somebody else's AI is going to find you. Okay, let's give this another shot. There we go. Omatron was locked up. Oh, yeah. That's okay. Now I remember what happened. So, yeah, Omatron went a little crazy earlier today. So, the founder of the San Francisco-based startup called On Platform was arrested last week after prosecutors charged that he and his wife had blown millions of dollars worth of investor funds on real estate, jewelry, a Tesla, and even the social club that hosted their wedding. Prosecutors allege that the pair defrauded investors out of more than $60 million. So the founder and his lawyer, who he recently married, which if you want to violate your
Is
client,
that an active attorney?
Yeah, if you want to violate your privilege and now everything is compromised because you're a defendant in a criminal case. Oof, that's how you do it. Talk about piercing the veil. Anyway, appeared in San Francisco court last week after they were charged with conspiracies to commit wire fraud, bank and securities fraud, and so on and so forth. So the article, wait. Okay, this is weird. They have this section called Scam GPT. Down here it says artificial intelligence
Interesting.
fraud, generative AI hype. It's written by Victor Tangerman over at futurism.com. And it kind of spooked me that I thought maybe this was AI generated as well.
Oh, wow. Well, then that should be in RealityHacker.
Exactly. That's exactly where I was going. So the deck statement says, to our shock and horror, we discovered that in reality, the account balance in that bank was only 37 cents. It's supposed to be 60 million.
37 cents.
Yeah.
Maybe they had to have a balance to keep the account open or something. Like, why not take the rest of the 37 cents?
That's amazing. Yeah. Well, they probably rounded a check to a whole number. And
Oh, I see, right.
so it's particularly outlandish allegation of tech fraud, highlighting the ludicrous degree of buzz surrounding AI and the potential for greedy investors to get scammed as a result. But when you scam the wrong people, they come after you.
That is true, particularly, I'm sorry, but if you scam somebody that has a lot of money, they're probably going to get bent out of shape. Everybody should get bent out of shape if they're scammed, but they may have resources to pursue it.
They apparently got $60 million at least. Beckman allegedly lied to investors about having $13 million in the bank, despite it actually only having $25.93. Bank statements also showed that Beckman wired a family member $320,000. Wow. So on platform, on its website, apparently it says that it's an industry-leading enterprise-grade conversational AI platform trusted by the world's leading brands in retail, sports, media, and entertainment. Anybody that invested in it should have been looking at the clients that they already have and asking.
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't just go, oh, this company says it can do all these wonderful things.
Yeah, alarm bells were already ringing in July when GamesBeat, which might have to pay attention to them. Oh, it's part of VentureBeat, reported that On, formerly known as Game On Technology, had laid off all of its 50 staff members after discovering that $11 million in cash was missing. At the time, Beckman resigned, with the remaining company executives telling shareholders in a letter what had happened. So,
I'm sure that was a fun letter to write.
wow. Despite Beckman denying the allegations at the time, federal investigators say that they've since found that he and Lau spent $4.2 million on 2 San Francisco properties on top of his children's private school education. Oh, God. They have kids. Ugh.
Yeah, none of this is good.
In reality, Game On was generating very little, if any, revenue from many of these supposed top customers and was instead paying those entities significant fees for using their branded content. So they were upside down all over the place. Anyway, but in reality, Game On's annual revenue never exceeded $500,000. The company was never profitable, and Game On was losing millions of dollars every day. Unbelievable.
This is really interesting. Yeah, it's almost like nobody looked into anything along the way. And of course, every time they claimed, oh, we have so much money, which some of it was probably premised on the assertion that they had money to begin with, like it just kept building, right?
Yep. All they had to do was look. Let's keep going. The next article is over in WarCrafters. Why a 43-year-old video game just won a Grammy. In between showering Compton-born rapper Kendrick Lamar with gilded gramophones over the weekend, the Grammy Awards also crowned Wizardry, Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord, as the show's 3rd annual Best Score soundtrack for video games and other interactive media. The first ever Wizardry game introduced Dungeons & Dragons style role-playing to the Apple II in 1981, before being ported to several other PC models, home consoles, and even handhelds in the ensuing decades. Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord's legacy was further celebrated by developer Digital Eclipse with a 2023 remake featuring a complete 3D overhaul. So, Ian Walker over at Polygon put the article together. Winifred Phillips's work stands among the industry's best. I don't remember it. I haven't played anything Wizardry in so long.
Well, I mean, it's from 81.
Yeah, but if I heard it, I would definitely know it for sure. But I can't play it because I will end up getting DMCA'd. They say it's like a bright light just exploded in my head, a Giddy Phillips said during an on-camera interview conducted right after she was presented with her award. We do a very unique thing. We're creating music that needs to accompany people who are having an experience and who are making choices and having adventures and living a grand story. And we're kind of creating the music for that story. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is really cool.
So veteran composer Winifred Phillips, God of War, Borderlands, had to build the remake score from scratch. The entire album is available for download on Boot Camp. Yeah, I'd play a snippet, but I know that I'll get flagged.
Yeah, and playing a music clip without the audio doesn't quite do it.
Yep. So before introducing a category specific to the medium in 2023, the Grammy Awards rarely acknowledge video games. Christopher Tin's Baba Yetu from Civilization 4 was the first piece of video game music to take home a Grammy in 2011. Cool. Yay. Well, congratulations.
I mean, this is cool too because of the bigger thing, right? Just getting video game recognition as something serious.
Yeah, I dig it. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. California homeowners hit with sudden 22% insurance rate increase. This is on top of the fact that they are going to get dinged for the fire's cost.
Right, but remember what we just saw? The rate increase was from, 5-7 years ago or something? So Think of all the wildfires that have happened since then.
Yeah, it was 7 years ago that the last wildfire impacted insurance rates, and Californians are going to get hit with the disparity between how much it cost and how much the insurance company, it wasn't insurance, the power company was going to pay. It's like a $5 billion fee. They're only paying $2.5 billion. So the other 3 or so is actually going to be pushed onto Californians. And now California homeowners are going to get hit with an insurance rate increase as the Golden State faces increasing levels of environmental disasters and wildfires. Many insurance companies have raised rates on homeowners. So Suzanne Blake over at Newsweek put the article together.
Well,
what's up?
And this is a rate increase based on whatever the rate is. So if the rate has already gone up, right? It's the thing you always talk about with percentages.
Yeah. You know, if it's $20 and it goes up 100%, it's $40. If your insurance is $2,000 and it goes up 25%. Yeah.
Well, and if it already went up whatever percentage, it might be up whatever 50% or whatever it is in total.
Yeah. You got to look at the base, not just the percentage. If you're expecting to only pay a little bit, but 22%, more than 20% from State Farm following the devastating wildfires that devastated the southern part of the state last month. Again, this is insurance on top of the fees that they're going to have to pay because the power company actually sparked this. Well, then there was a spark from a power line.
Right, and these are the most, I think, they're in the top fires in terms of acreage. So that's the other thing. Even if one was X amount of money, these might be more. And of course, inflation, etc.
And insurance companies have left the area. So State Farm General, California's largest home insurer, in a Monday letter sent to the California Department of Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara, asked state insurance regulators to allow it to enact the immediate rate increase in order to avoid a dire situation, which basically is making everybody else pay for
right,
these
it
fires.
Is dire, but who are we thinking it's dire for?
The investors, obviously. And
yeah, they're getting really harmed here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're not going to be making as much money. So at the beginning of 2024, State Farm had $1 billion to pay out insurance holders' claims. And by February of this year, State Farm had to pay out more than $1 billion in claims just related to the Los Angeles wildfires. How much money is actually being made, though, by State Farm General, right?
Yeah, that would be interesting to know.
So, State Farm General covers 20% of all premiums in the Golden State, but in 2023 it reported a net loss of $880 million. The company's already ended offering new policies in California for more than a year and is looking to non renew thousands of customers. Wow.
Well, right. I mean, the rate hikes are horrendous, but if they start dropping people from coverage, that's going to be a much more significant issue. And again, I know the rate hikes are going to be beyond what some people can pay already.
Yeah. I mean, how much of the. Okay, so if the insurance money was put into a pool and invested and payouts were made at the time there were incidents, instead of being divvied up and doled out to people as profit taking.
Right. Would any of this be necessary? I
Right.
mean, you'd think no. We don't know what the numbers look like, but conceptually,
Right.
this should prevent this.
Yeah. Because I mean, if most people are paying premiums, then why is it that what's the purpose of insurance if when it's needed it's gone?
Well, that's sometimes the joke, right? It's like, yeah, you can pay and pay and pay, but when you have a claim, oh my goodness, well,
But
we don't want
everybody
you.
everybody benefits when the insurance is distributed over the
Right.
entire society, right?
Correct.
But then there are always people that go, well, I don't need insurance. I don't get sick. Yeah, until you do. And then you're the person that's upset that there's no insurance. Anyway, so they say what people are saying. You know, Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara's office said in a statement, to protect millions of California consumers and the integrity of our residential property insurance market, the department will respond with urgency and transparency to recommend a course of action for Commissioner Lara. So
Yeah, I don't know about that, but okay.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to end up saying. Anyway, let's keep on going. Just reporting the news and giving a little bit of our opinion on it. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel.
All the news, none of the noise.
None of the noise, except the noise does come from me, mostly me. The sentient AI only throws in a tactical tidbit. So women speak 3,000 more words daily than men during midlife, study shows. That's why I titled this one, You Don't Say. So the stereotype that women are much more talkative than men is pervasive across many cultures, but a widely reported study by University of Arizona researchers in 2007 refuted the claim, finding that men and women speak roughly the same number of words per day, around 16,000. Alexis Blue from University of Arizona put the article together. It's over at phys.org. Well,
So wait a second. Does that mean as people are younger or older, they're ramping up or down their word use?
Yeah, I'm suspecting that's what's going on. So the work is published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology. There is a strong cross-cultural assumption that women talk a lot more than men, said co-lead author or study author Colin Tidwell, a clinical psychology doctoral candidate at the U of A. We wanted to see whether or not this assumption holds when empirically tested. Researchers found that women aged between 25 and 65, the life stages of early and middle adulthood. 65 is middle adulthood?
I don't know about that, especially given people's longevity. I mean, it obviously varies based on when they were born and what country they're in, but
how much lead they've imbibed.
That seems a little on the high end.
Yeah, 40, I would say, is the middle. 45, maybe? Push it to 50? Anyway, they spoke on average around 3,000 words, more words per day than male counterparts. Significant gender differences did not appear in the study's other age groups: adolescents 10 to 17, emerging adulthood 18 to 24, and older adulthood 65 and up. So in the middle, early stages, it says, and middle adulthood, apparently. Right? So, interesting.
But that doesn't, some of that doesn't necessarily make sense either, like the adolescence and emerging adulthood. I mean,
yeah, but they're saying
I know there are perceptions about when it just doesn't seem like it matches what people at least think, maybe not what is actually happening.
Well, they base this on data collected from 500 male and female study participants who wore a portable recording device dubbed the ear, electronically activated recorder, that turns on at random intervals to capture snippets of daily conversations. Using those audio files, Meal developed estimates for the number of words spoken by a person per day, but they don't know what the gender was of the people.
Yeah, how does that work? Did they have like a different recorder or something for male or female participants so they could differentiate them? I mean, I don't know.
So this is the 2007 University of Arizona psychologist Matthias Mell tested the common assumption that women are more talkative than men by analyzing data collected from 500. That's different than this one, right? These are two different works, one in 2007, one in 2024.
Oh, you're right. And maybe this other one is building off of the earlier research.
Right. And the old one is saying that there was no significant gender difference because when he published the analysis, it revealed no gender difference. The provocative finding published in the journal Science made national headlines, but the study also invited criticism due to its limitations. Its participants were also entirely college-aged, and most lived in the same city, Austin, Texas. 18 years later, Meal and his collaborators, including Tidwell, Valeria Pfeiffer, a U of A psychology postdoctoral researcher, and Alexander Danvers, a former postdoctoral researcher at U of A, sought to replicate the original findings. They analyzed 630,000 ear recordings from 22 separate studies conducted in 4 countries, with participants ranging in age from 10 to 94. The study included 2,197 individuals, 4 times as many as the original study. So yeah, I mean, in a population of 500, I wouldn't particularly suspect you'd be able to discern a difference. Plus, it was a recording, so you couldn't even, there's some bias in there if you're, detecting gender.
If you start speaking and say one word and it records, for example, one word, but then the person says 15 words, and then the next person who's being recorded only says 3 words after that, or whatever it is, or is that being picked up or accounted for?
Yeah. So the researchers don't know for sure why women are the more talkative gender during the early 40-year stretch between 25 and 60, the nearly 40-year stretch. But they say that one possibility is that those tend to be child-rearing years, and women who often assume the role of primary caregiver might be speaking more than men to their children during that time. But then you should be able to detect that in the context of what's being spoken matters. So you should be able to
True, but is that really accounting for child rearing? For example, between 40 something and 64, maybe not. I mean,
really? Don't most people have their kids earlier than 40?
That's what I'm saying. Like, but they're accounting for a 40-year stretch as perhaps attached to that, but I'm not sure that matches when people are doing child rearing.
Yeah, I mean, probably between 20 or 18 and 40. I mean, even 30 is right. That's like the cusp of where you're supposed to
but then you got to account for however long, like maybe a younger child or whatever it is. But anyway, my point is, like, maybe half of this doesn't account for that.
Right. Yeah. I think that they need to do a deeper dive in the words that are being spoken, because then they know the context of what's actually being said. Otherwise, just talking, it could be anything.
I mean, I do find this interesting, but I think it needs further study and larger samples.
Yeah, and they definitely need to look at the context of the words that are being said.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Well, I can tell you that this mayor talks a hell of a lot more than most people, I'd say. I mean, I talk all day long.
Maybe they should study you and see if that disrupts all of their study results.
Of course, earlier today, I was in a meeting, and it was intimated to me that another person that was in the room never shuts up. So,
Well, that's, I mean, at least in reference, that means that maybe that didn't apply to you.
it didn't apply to me. So, of course, I left, and I don't know what anybody else was saying after that. So, anyway,
Well,
let's
they
keep
were
on going.
probably still there listening to the other person talk.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. I get a text later on. They're still talking. All right. So the next article is over on the Marvel channel. Hidden images in Jackson Pollock paintings may have been intentional, argues a study. According to a new research published by psychiatry professor Stephen M. Stahl, artist Jackson Pollock clearly incorporated images into his pre-drip paintings and repeatedly used those images in multiple drip paintings, potentially as a result of extraordinary spatial skills related to his bipolar disorder. So Cambridge University
Which I didn't
Press.
know, but that perhaps makes sense.
Yeah, I didn't know either. The article is published over at phys.org by Cambridge University Press. The findings appear in a research paper published in CNS Spectrums. The paper emphasizes that Pollock met the diagnostic criteria for bipolar disorder, that he didn't paint when he was intoxicated or depressed, and that he both had extensive exposure to Rorschach inkblot tests during his psychiatric treatment and had visual images and hallucinations of images. Interesting. I never really read about Pollock. I just liked the paintings. So, Dr. Stahl, currently a professor at the University of California, San Diego, argues that Pollock either consciously or unconsciously encrypted images in his paintings to tell a story. I wish that that is not a
Wouldn't
Pollock.
it be nice if they would show a painting?
That would be nice. That would be really nice. I don't know. Maybe you can look one up and go, oh yeah. Although Pollock was invariably diagnosed by a psychiatrist as having alcoholic psychosis, being schizoid, or possessing a schizophrenia-like disorder characterized by alternating periods of violent agitation and paralysis or withdrawal, that would be bipolar. Oh, and they say here in the article, in today's world, he would more likely be diagnosed as bipolar. Chronic and severe mental illness, such as bipolar disorder, can be associated with creativity and genius, with good outcomes possible, especially with effective treatment. So, yeah. Anyway, seeing an image once in a drip painting could be random. Seeing the same image twice in different paintings could be coincidence. Seeing it 3 or more times could just be a permanent hallucination in your head. But if everybody else sees it, yeah. So they say here, as is the case for booze bottles, monkeys, gorillas, elephants, and many other subjects and objects in Pollock's paintings, makes those images more unlikely to be randomly provoked perceptions without any bias in reality. I don't know. Musicians reuse lyrics in their songs all the time, and it's a mechanic of their lyric, right? Like their processes for their music. Maybe Pollock just liked, monkeys and gorillas, elephants, and certain other subjects. I mean, he apparently liked booze, but didn't, create while he was drunk.
Absolutely. I was going to say you can find a listing of current exhibitions around the world at a site called mutualart.com. And apparently there are 6 worldwide exhibitions.
So is it just mutualart.com?
Yes, it is.
Mutualart.com. Okay, I threw it into the chat. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Marvel channel. Mysterious chirping waves detected 100,000 miles above Earth are surprising scientists. Chorus waves, quick bursts of energy known to occur relatively close to Earth and around other planets, were found in an unexpected part of the magnetosphere, according to a study. So Sarah Hashemi over at SmithsonianMag.com put the article together, Smithsonian Magazine. The deck statement is the one that I just said, but Until now, these waves were observed to occur close to Earth, around 32,000 miles away, but using NASA's magnetospheric multi-scale mission, researchers found chorus waves at much more distant locations, placing them in an area that challenges the existing theory on how these perturbations are produced. The findings were published in the journal Nature in January. They say there are no actual chirping noises being heard in space, since space is a vacuum that doesn't transmit sound. Chorus waves instead earn their name because they sound like birdsong when converted to audio signals. They've been picked up since the late 60s by the Halley Research Station in Antarctica. NASA has also detected the waves with its Van Allen probes, which measure the radiation belts surrounding our planet. So,
maybe this is birds in space.
I'm going to try and play this. I don't know if I'll be able to. Okay, hold on. Let me pause that.
Okay, that's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all can hear that. The way that this all transacts is kind of weird. So we'll just link you to the article. It's the one that's already in chat that says mysterious chirping waves, and you can click on that link and check it out. It goes through ohmTown and over to Smithsonian Mag. See, we only aggregate this little bit here, enough to tease us into going over and reading that and listening to it. So go over and check it all out. Seems pretty cool. The leading idea suggests that these waves are caused by plasma instability, ionized gas that's outside its equilibrium state. So I guess it's giving off some energy and dropping back down. It's vibrating. Yeah.
Which explains the kind of looping nature of the sound.
This disturbance can lead electrons to behave chaotically, spiraling along Earth's magnetic field lines and producing radiation that interacts with other electrons. The resulting chorus waves travel along the curved magnetic field from pole to pole, creating their chirp as they go. So they're kind of flowing along. But these newly detected waves were found in a strongly stretched, relatively flat and distant region of the magnetosphere, pointing to another possible reason for the occurrence. Instead, they could be produced by changes in frequency across the magnetic field, per Scientific American. Experts aren't ruling out the original theory entirely, but the new paper suggests a need for more research. You can't research without funding, so you got to come up with another reason to keep on getting funded.
That's right.
So I'm always fascinated by this kind of fundamental research, because eventually we're going to find some way that we can more effectively and efficiently transfer energy from one place to another, instead of doing something like nuclear, which is nothing more than heating up water and turning a turbine. And it's one of the things that I'm really tempted to do is take videos that I've seen that are really elaborate and going into great detail, and then just answering them succinctly, quickly, unlike this show. You want to keep going?
Sure. You're trying to disrupt that word study.
Yes. I'm going to flatline that thing for everybody. Some type of really brief. Oh, yeah. I'll call it showing you my briefs. No?
Whoa.
Okay. Anyway, Non Sequitur News is where the next article is. Audi will try to make its model names make more sense. Maybe not follow the Sony model of naming.
Oh, yeah. Maybe they're going more toward FedEx.
Yeah, there you go. Audi's launching a new global nomenclature system for its vehicles to more closely represent a vehicle's type, size, shape, and powertrain. All right. The updated system will begin with the letter A for low floor vehicles, or Q for high floor ones.
How about H?
Yeah.
Or L or whatever.
Low floor. LF.
Or even B or whatever.
LF for low floor, HF for high floor, but that's not pretty, right? It's not really.
I'd like a LF 3000 or whatever.
Yep. That will be followed by numbers 1 through 8 that help represent the size or classification of the vehicle. However, Audi says it will no longer use odd or even numbers to represent what powertrain technologies it uses.
Well, before that part, I thought it was going to kind of model like Mazda numbering, but maybe not.
Interesting. So Umar Shakir put the article together. Audi is going back to A1 through 8 and Q1 through 8. So, okay. Interesting. Look at the color. The color range is spectacular. Look at the two offerings that they're having out there.
They're the same color.
It's almost the same color as the ground they're driving on. So
yes, we're not
sexy.
going for high contrast.
So sexy. Look at that. So flashy. It's outlandish. The article is posted over at theverge.com by Umar Shakir. Then comes the body style, which includes Avant, sedan, or Sportback, where applicable, of course. Duh.
Now, I don't know about you. I definitely know an Avant when I see one.
Yeah. That's no Avant. That's a sedan. Duh. So finally, Audi will add to the end a powertrain code, including TFSI, or for turbo fuel stratified injection combustion engine, or TFSI-E, a plug-in hybrid, and e-tron, all electric. The system also replaces Audi's 2-digit power output representation, which really made things confusing. So now you'll have names like the A6 Avant TFSI or the A6 Sedan e-tron. Sure. Nothing else I can say about this. Other than
I can't either. Following Sony, right?
The color range. It's amazing. Next article is over in Smack Talk, which is all about Apple and doesn't really get all that highlighted of late. So
no, we just I don't know. We've had some in previous shows, but it seems like recently not.
Just nothing amazing, right? Yeah. I mean, we almost have to talk about the competitors in relation to Apple just so that we can get that smack part in there. But it's almost all a giant shade of gray. So Apple, like Audi, Apple has officially launched the 2025 Swift Student Challenge. Just as it did in 2024, Apple will select 350 winners in total and recognize 50 of them. All the rest of them will be labeled losers. Just kidding. That's not what will happen. Anyway, 50 will be recognized as distinguished winners. The other 200 or 300 will be undistinguished losers.
Oh, that's not very nice.
That's not what it
particularly
says.
for students.
Yeah, that's not what it says. But 50 will be distinguished winners for their outstanding submissions. Distinguished winners will need to demonstrate excellence in innovation, creativity. Innovation, creativity? Excellence in innovation, creativity? Or should there be an extra comma there?
Yeah, maybe comma.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, no, it looks like they're using it as one thing, but okay.
Yeah. Innovation, creativity? Okay, well, anyway, excellence in innovation, creativity, social impact, or inclusivity. All 350 challenge winners will receive a year membership in the Apple Developer Program, which is $100, a complimentary voucher to take the App Development with Swift certification exam, and a special gift from Apple. Pretty cool. So the article is sourced from appleinsider.com AI. Amber Neely put the article together. Go.
So you're right. There are actually 4 categories. There should have been a comma.
Gotcha. Yeah, didn't quite make sense to me. Let's see if they actually fixed it in here. Nope. Innovation, creativity. So let's see here. Distinguished winners will be rewarded with a 3-day visit to Apple Park in Cupertino. Only the distinguished ones, only the 50. The trip includes travel, lodging, time with Apple engineers, and a host of unforgettable experiences. Yay. 3 winners of the 2024 Swift Student Challenge went on to be profiled by Apple. Those must have been the Swiftiest
of the Swift.
That's right. let's go on to the last article for today's show. Bacteria can eat forever chemicals. But then what? Bacteria have to toot something, right?
Yeah, I don't know what happens then. Do they just contain them?
I don't know. So I guess they break it down into something else. In the quest to take the forever out of forever chemicals, bacteria might be our ally, or they're going to gain function and kill us all. Most remediation of per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFASs, involves absorbing and trapping them, but certain microbes can actually break apart the strong chemical bonds that allow these chemicals to persist for so long in the environment. Now researchers have identified a strain of bacteria that can break down and transform at least 3 types of PFAS, and perhaps even more crucially, some of the toxic byproducts of the bond breaking process. That's what I was talking about.
That's exactly it.
So the article has a picture of Pac-Man eating what are the white balls in Pac-Man? What are they?
Like, I mean, I don't know what they're called officially. It seems like they're like pellets or something, but that's not what they are.
Yeah, I wonder what they actually are. Anyway, it was posted by University of Buffalo. Bacteria can eat forever chemicals. It's posted over at futurity.org, and my eyeball is itching right now. I'm sure that's psychosomatic from the article. Sorry about that, everybody. Anyway, published in the Science of the Total Environment, the new study found that Labris portocalensis F11 metabolized over 90% of perfluorooctane sulfonic acid, or PFOS, following an exposure period of 100 days. So it gobbled up 90% of the 100-day exposure. PFOS.
Whoa, I mean, we need to unleash that, of course, then we might have other problems.
Bad bat, kind of. That might pose a problem, but anyway, PFOS is one of the most frequently detected and persistent types of PFAS and was designated hazardous by the US EPA. The F11 bacteria also broke down a substantial portion of 2 additional types of PFAS after 100 days. 58% of 5,3-fluorotelomere I'm getting tied up here. Carboxylic, right? Why do I have a hard time saying that? Carboxylic acid?
Because it's an odd word.
And 21% of 6,2-fluorotelomere sulfonate. So the bond between carbon and fluorine atoms in PFAS is very strong. So most microbes cannot use it as an energy source. The F11 bacterial strain developed the ability to chop away the fluorine and eat the carbon, says corresponding author Diana Aga, a professor and chair at the chemistry department at the University of Buffalo and director of the UB Renew Institute. So, yeah. They talk about what PFAS is in greater detail, talk about the study. F11 was isolated from the soil of a contaminated industrial site in Portugal and had previously demonstrated the ability to strip fluorine from pharmaceutical contaminants. However, it had never been tested on PFAS. So there's a bacterial strain from an industrial site in Portugal.
What could go wrong?
Yeah, nothing. It'll never get let loose in a wet market. So we want to investigate the impact of placing alternative carbon sources alongside the PFAS. However, if that carbon source is too abundant and easy to degrade, the bacteria may not need to touch the PFAS at all. So we need to give F11 colonies enough food to grow, but not enough food that they lose the incentive to convert PFAS